My name is Wu Liang. I woke up in a haze of confusion, my head pounding with pain. Just a moment ago, I was partying on a private yacht on Blue Star, but now I was cramped inside a wooden cage. Outside, the air was filled with the sounds of a brutal battle. I watched as primitive women in animal skins fought fiercely with stone axes and bone spears. Strangely, I understood their language perfectly. I soon realized the truth. I had traveled through time to a world where 100-year war had wiped out almost all the men. In this land, men were a rare and precious resource used only for repopulation. These tribes were literally killing each other to capture me. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in my mind, activating a multiracial bloodline system. It gave me a beginner's gift that transformed my body, giving me the strength of a top professional boxer and infinite endurance. I felt a surge of power in my muscles. I felt like I could punch through solid rock. The battle ended, and the victors approached my cage. The leaders were Wei Xian, a strong, beautiful chief with reddish-brown hair, and Eliza, a mysterious high priestess in white fur. Using my system to scan them, I saw they both had incredible potential and special talents. The system promised me even greater rewards and new technologies if I could bond with them. When the warriors pulled me from the cage, they were shocked by my size and strength. Unlike the weak men they usually captured, I didn't beg for mercy. I just smiled. Wei Xian claimed that I belonged to her tribe now, but I had different plans. With my new system and my enhanced body, I wasn't going to be their puppet. Instead, I would be the one to rule them and advance their entire civilization. After seeing the potential rewards from the system, I felt my ambition burn. I decided that I wouldn't just be a captive. I would win over both the chief, Wei Xian, and the high priestess, Eliza, to establish my own authority. To live well here, I needed absolute power. The system gave me a quest to conquer the Blackrock tribe, starting with Wei Xian. She ordered me to be cleaned up, clearly viewing me as nothing more than a useful tool for the tribe. As I washed in the stream, I didn't hide my strength. My tall, muscular build, vastly superior to any man they had ever seen, left the female warriors in a state of shock and admiration. I enjoyed the attention, knowing that tonight would change everything. After a meal of roasted meat, I was taken to Wei Xian's tent. Eliza was waiting outside, appearing even more striking in her simple fur outfit. My confident attitude clearly flustered her, making her blush as she hurried me inside. Within the dimly lit tent, Wei Xian tried to command me, but I didn't play the part of a submissive prisoner. I took control immediately, lifting her chin and meeting her gaze with a cold smile. When she tried to assert her authority, I used my enhanced strength to overpower her. She fought back with the spirit of a warrior, but my power was overwhelming. The struggle turned into a battle of wills where I broke her pride and forced her to realize who the true leader was. By the end of the night, she was completely exhausted and defeated. The system confirmed my success, showing her submission had reached 100%. As a reward for completing the mission, the system surged a massive wave of energy through my body. My strength and speed increased dramatically, far surpassing my previous limits. I felt like I could overpower 10 bulls at once. Most importantly, I unlocked the industrial technology tree, giving me the knowledge of smelting and forging. Standing over the sleeping chief, I knew my journey was just beginning. I had secured the leader. Now, I was coming for the priestess and the future of the entire tribe. After subduing the tribal chief, I felt an incredible surge of energy. The system rewards didn't just heal my exhaustion, they pushed my body to a level of power I had never imagined. I felt like I could overpower 10 bulls with a single. Most importantly, I unlocked the industrial technology tree. This was a total game changer. I could now lead this Stone Age tribe toward the Bronze or even Iron Age. Seeing my updated stats at level 20, I felt a deep sense of satisfaction. My plan was working. The next morning, I stepped out of the tent feeling completely refreshed. I found the high priestess, Eliza, waiting outside. She was stunned to see me looking so lively after an entire night with the chief. When she checked on Wei Xian, she found her completely drained and in need of days of rest. This was unheard of in their tribe, as the chief was their strongest warrior. News quickly spread through the camp. The female warriors were shocked that their powerful leader was too tired to leave her tent. While I was casually washing up in the stream, looking stronger than ever. Eliza informed me that the chief would need 3 days to recover. She explained that my only duty was to keep my strength for the chief and that I would be given a private tent and better food. I enjoyed the special treatment, but I made it clear to Eliza that I wanted more than just a comfortable life. My bold attitude and intense gaze clearly made her nervous, causing the high priestess to blush and lose her usual calm. She tried to remind me of my duty, but I could tell I was already getting under her skin. Settling into my new, sturdy tent, I checked my status again. Even without using my special skills, I was now the strongest person in the territory. With the industrial knowledge I now possessed, I was ready to transform this primitive world. I planned to use the power of technology to win over the tribe's respect and finally take control of my own destiny. Knowing I had reached level 20, I felt completely safe and confident in this new land. I was no longer a mere prisoner. I was a man with the power to move freely and the knowledge to change everything. My first big goal was the industrial technology tree. I spent my time in my tent using charcoal to draw blueprints for furnaces and tools on animal skins. I knew that once I introduced iron weapons and tools, the tribe would truly respect my power and intelligence. During those first few days, I became a legend. The women whispered about how I had exhausted their powerful chief, Wei Xian, who hadn't left her tent for 3 days. They brought me the best food, and I used my free time to study how they lived. It was a hard life. They were stuck in the Stone Age, hunting with bone spears and often going hungry. Even worse, other tribes would steal any baby boys born here, making it impossible for the population to grow. I realized then how much this tribe truly needed me. Eliza, the high priestess, visited me to bring dinner and news of the chief's recovery. She was curious about my drawings, but I could tell she was also very nervous around me. I didn't miss the chance to tease her, whispering in her ear and making her blush. The system immediately gave me a new mission to conquer her heart. If I succeeded, I would unlock agricultural technology, which meant we could finally grow our own food and stop being hungry. To win over someone wise like Eliza, I knew brute force wouldn't work. I had to show her a miracle. My plan was to melt stone into liquid iron right before her eyes. That kind of power would make her see me as more than just a man. It would make me a god in her eyes. Finally, I went back to see Wei Xian. She was sitting on her bed, trying to look strong while polishing her stone axe. I could tell she was still affected by what happened between us. I walked right up to her, took her favorite weapon, and tossed it aside like trash. I was ready to show her that her old ways were over, and a new era was beginning. Her expression was cold as she looked straight into Wu Liang's eyes, trying to regain her authority as the leader. Hey, do you have to be so heartless? Wu Liang clearly had no intention of leaving. I came here to fulfill my duty. Surely, leader, you haven't forgotten that? He smiled and stepped closer. For the sake of our tribe's future, I should work even harder. The high priest said the leader should have heirs soon, didn't he? Hearing this, Wei Xian's face turned red. She bit her lip and looked away, unable to meet his eyes. That night's memory still lingered in her mind. But as the tribe's leader, how could she let a man, one who had been captured to help continue the tribe's bloodline, turn the situation around and make her feel cornered? It almost felt as if she were the one being hunted. That thought was hard for Wei Xian to accept. You should go back. I'm not in the mood today. You're not in the mood? Wu Liang finished her sentence for her. That's fine. I'm in the mood, and I can handle the hard work myself. Before she could react, Wu Liang suddenly took her hand and pulled her into his arms. You, let go. Wei Xian struggled for a moment, but then he gently kissed her. She froze, her resistance fading as her heart raced. This man was always so bold, so full of confidence. When she was almost out of breath, Wu Liang finally released her. Wei Xian leaned weakly against him, her face flushed, breathing heavily. Leader, Wu Liang said softly, looking into her dazed eyes. Can you tell me more about the tribe and the Roland Empire? Wei Xian looked puzzled. Aren't you from the Roland Empire? Why ask that? I'm not from there, Wu Liang said quietly, brushing her hair aside. I've heard what the Roland people did to you. I want to help. At those words, Wei Xian's expression darkened. Help me? How? That empire is powerful enough to crush everything in its path. Wei Xian spoke mockingly, broke free from Wu Liang's arms, and walked to the entrance of the tent, gazing at the dark night sky. A glimmer of hatred appeared in her eyes. Their cavalry wears silver metal armor, carry strong bows and crossbows, and have weapons that can shoot fire. Wherever they go, no one can stand against them. About 100 years ago, they suddenly appeared beyond the great wilderness mountains and began attacking all our tribes. The war wiped out nearly all the men of the mountain tribes. The Roland people had a clear goal: to kill all the men and seize our resources. Our warriors were almost powerless before them. Stone axes couldn't break their armor, and wooden spears couldn't even get close. Their swords are sharp, and their giant axes destroy everything in their path. The war went on for a long time. Many tribes were either destroyed or forced to hide deep in the mountains, struggling to survive. Weapons that shoot fire? Wu Liang frowned. That sounded a lot like guns. Could it be that this world already had a civilization advanced enough to reach the age of firearms? While Wei Xian's people were still in the Stone Age. The gap between them was enormous. No wonder they were defeated so easily. I don't know the details, Wei Xian sighed. I only know that the Roland people call those weapons magic alchemy guns. These weapons are extremely powerful. They can easily pierce solid rock from dozens of steps away. And they also have flying iron beasts that can drop explosive iron balls from the sky. Magic alchemy guns? Flying iron beasts? Explosive iron balls? That didn't sound like pure technology. It seemed like a mix of science and magic. It appeared that the Roland people had already combined magic with weaponry. Wu Liang realized the situation was far more complicated than he had thought. We've been fighting back all this time, but our tribe grows smaller and smaller. To us, the Roland people are impossible to resist. Wei Xian's expression dimmed. Impossible to resist? No, Chief. Now that I'm here, there's still a chance to stand against the Roland army. Wu Liang spoke each word firmly. And you, Wei Xian, what you need to do is lead your people to follow me. Follow you? Wei Xian turned around with a mocking smile. That's right. Wu Liang ignored her sarcasm. I will lead you all out of these mountains and help you reclaim everything that belongs to you. Are you crazy, or am I? Ridiculous. I can't believe I'm standing here talking nonsense with you. You're just a tool we captured. Leave now, or I can't promise I won't lose my temper. Wei Xian felt something was wrong with her own mind and grew irritated. Wu Liang smiled but didn't argue. Suddenly, his presence changed completely. Right before Wei Xian's eyes, Wu Liang activated his Beast Blood Ignition skill. Beast Blood Ignition LV-20 activated. Buzz. A wave of faint red energy burst out. Red lines appeared on Wu Liang's skin, and a wild, powerful aura filled the entire tent. Wei Xian was overwhelmed by the force, utterly shocked. Beast Blood Ignition? How could he know that skill? That was a power passed down only through her people's bloodline. No outsider could learn it. Yet Wu Liang's version was even stronger and more intense than hers, far beyond her own control. Impossible. How can you use Beast Blood Ignition? Wei Xian stared at Wu Liang as if he were a monster. Thanks to you, my dear leader, Wu Liang said with a teasing smile as he calmed his energy. Because of me? Wei Xian asked, confused. 3 nights ago, when our bloodlines connected, I not only learned the Beast Blood Ignition skill, he said, but my strength also surpassed yours. Wu Liang casually picked up Wei Xian's stone axe and swung it toward the tent's entrance. The violent force split the air, creating a gust so strong that the tent creaked and nearly collapsed. Unbelievable. Wei Xian could hardly accept it, but she could clearly feel the overwhelming power coming from him. If she tried to subdue Wu Liang now, deep down, she knew she was afraid. She couldn't do it. Wu Liang, who exactly are you? Wei Xian's eyes were sharp, as if she wanted to see through the man before her. The one who will make your Blackrock tribe strong. Wei Xian, you just need to believe that I won't harm you. So what do you think? I'm not just a tool anymore, right? Wei Xian, work with me, and I'll lead your people to greatness. Wu Liang's words were firm and powerful. Wei Xian's heart wavered, and she fell into a long silence. Wu Liang didn't interrupt her. He waited quietly. All right, Wei Xian finally said, lifting her head to look at him seriously. I admit, what you did tonight really surprised me. Wu Liang, if you truly have this ability, then of course I can work with you. But if you want me and my people to fully follow you, you'll need to show us something even more convincing. Wu Liang nodded. Good. That's all I needed to hear. He hadn't expected her to agree so easily. Everything would still take time. Starting tomorrow, I want you to do something, he said. Go ahead, Wei Xian replied after taking a deep breath. As long as it's reasonable, I'll cooperate. Wu Liang smiled with satisfaction. Good. Tomorrow, gather the 50 strongest women in the tribe and come with me. I'll take you to mine a special kind of stone, mining and forging iron tools. The next morning, the Black Rock tribe's camp was full of noise and excitement. People were whispering about the strange sounds that had come from Wei Xian's tent the night before, wondering what kind of power had caused such a commotion. Many of the female warriors looked at Wu Liang with curiosity and awe. Was his strength really that great? Chief Wei Xian ignored the gossip. Early that morning, she personally selected 50 of the tribe's strongest warriors. No one knew what their leader planned to do. The high priestess, Eliza, was also called to the front of the group. Looking at the gathered warriors, she frowned in confusion. Chief, what are you planning to do? Eliza asked. You're taking all our best warriors with you. What about the camp's defense? Mining and iron smelting. Wei Xian's answer was simple. Elisa widened her eyes in surprise and joy. Chief, you've mastered the secret of iron smelting? That's wonderful. We can finally make real weapons and grow much stronger. We've been blocked by the Roland people for 100 years. Now we can finally hold our heads high. Wei Xian shook her head. Not me. She looked toward Wu Liang, who was walking toward them. Him again? Chief, can we really trust his words? Elisa hesitated, and Wei Xian told her everything that had happened the night before. That's impossible. He actually surpassed you? Unbelievable. Her reaction was exactly what Wei Xian expected. Well, if he can really help us make iron tools, I have no reason to object. Since the chief had agreed, there was no point in arguing further. Is everything ready? Wu Liang glanced at Wei Xian as he approached. We can leave any time. Wei Xian nodded, her expression toward him softer than before. The 50 female warriors exchanged glances. Could the chief really be developing feelings for this man? Wu Liang nodded and looked at Elisa with interest. Is the high priest coming too? Of course. I want to see what you're really up to. Elisa still didn't trust him and gave him a cold look. She even suspected that the chief had been influenced by him. Then let's go, Wu Liang said with a smile, not bothered by her attitude. Everyone, bring your tools and follow me. Wei Xian and Elisa walked behind Wu Liang as 50 female warriors filed out of the tribe's gate. Their direction was clear. Wu Liang had already used his systems or detection ability to locate a small open-pit iron mine about 5 kilometers from the camp. The deposit wasn't large, but it was enough for their current needs. They moved through the rugged forest. The female warriors were strong and agile, crossing the rough terrain with ease. What surprised them most was that Wu Liang's endurance seemed even greater than theirs. He always walked at the front of the group, his steps steady and calm. Even after walking for so long, not a single drop of sweat appeared on him. Elisa, whose stamina was among the weakest in the tribe, was already out of breath after less than an hour. Her forehead was covered with fine sweat. She looked at the relaxed figure ahead and finally admitted to herself that what Wei Xian had said was true. This man's strength was indeed extraordinary. After about 2 hours, Wu Liang stopped in front of a small mountain hollow. This is the place, he said. He pointed at a section of the mountain wall that looked quite ordinary. The female warriors stopped and looked around curiously. There was nothing but rocks and weeds. I know what you're thinking, Wu Liang said as he walked up to the wall and pointed at some reddish-brown stones exposed on the surface. Do you see these rocks? The women gathered around and examined them closely. Most of the stones were reddish-brown, with black streaks and spots mixed in. They did look different from ordinary rocks. Is this iron ore? Elisa asked, still catching her breath. It seems the high priest already knew why we came here, Wu Liang said, glancing at her before nodding. Yes, this is iron ore, the kind of stone used to make metal tools. Wei Xian, lend me your axe. Wei Xian hesitated for a moment. It was the first time Wu Liang had called her by name in front of everyone. But she didn't mind and tossed the stone axe to him. Wu Liang caught it easily, then, to everyone's surprise, raised the heavy axe high. A piece of reddish-brown rock broke off. Wu Liang picked it up casually. This is iron ore, he said calmly. When this kind of stone melts in fire, it turns into something 100 times stronger than your stone axes. What? Stone melting in fire? That's impossible. The group murmured in disbelief. Iron tools are made from these stones. Wei Xian asked, taking the ore from Wu Liang's hand, her eyes full of wonder. That's right. But to turn them into iron, we'll need a special smelting method. In the future, we can use these iron ores to make weapons, swords, axes, spears, armor, and more. Wu Liang nodded confidently, pointing toward the vast mountain of, or before them. Today's task is to dig out as many of these stones as we can and bring them back to the tribe. Hearing this, Elisa's eyes lit up. If that's true, our Black Rock tribe will become the strongest tribe in the Great Wilderness Mountains. Wei Xian nodded in agreement. This was indeed an event that could change their people's fate and make the tribe stronger. Everyone, take a good look and remember what iron ore looks like, just as Wu Liang described. Wei Xian immediately gave orders to the tribe. Everyone, start digging. Yes. At Wei Xian's command, the people began swinging their stone axes and picks, striking the rocks with a steady rhythm. Although the iron ore was very hard and slow to mine, no one complained or showed fatigue. Elisa stood nearby, watching the busy scene, then glanced at the man resting on a high rock. Hey, why are you being lazy up there? Wu Liang, chewing on a blade of grass, shrugged. You said I didn't have to work, remember? Forget him. High Priestess, come help us dig. Wei Xian called Elisa over, and Wu Liang happily lay down on a patch of flat grass to enjoy the sun. The mining continued until the sun began to set in the west. Thanks to the efforts of 50 skilled female warriors from the Black Rock tribe, they finally collected over 100 pieces of iron ore of various sizes. It was a good harvest. The journey back was even harder than before. Each piece was heavy, much heavier than ordinary stones of the same size. Every warrior carried dozens of pounds of ore, yet none of them looked tired. Instead, their faces were full of excitement and anticipation. They were all imagining the moment when these ores would be turned into weapons. When they returned to the camp, the whole tribe was stirred. The women gathered around the hunting team, looking curiously at the heavy stones they had brought back. What kind of stones are these? Why are they so heavy? I heard the chief brought these back from a nearby valley. They're called iron ore. What's the point of digging up these stones? You can't eat them. Facing the tribe's questions, Wei Xian didn't explain. Following Wu Liang's instructions, she had all the ore piled up in an open space at the center of the camp. Wu Liang had already chosen the spot for building the furnace. It was a slightly raised, close to a water source, and surrounded by enough trees to make charcoal. Chief Wei Xian, from now on, please mark this area as restricted, Wu Liang said. No one except the builders is allowed to come near. He pointed to this would be the starting point of the Black Rock tribe's rise. Understood. I'll take care of it, Wei Xian replied. She immediately ordered her most trusted guards to secure the area completely. High Priestess, Wu Liang turned to Eliza. Do you need me to do anything? She asked, blinking. Seeing that even the tribe's chief followed Wu Liang's lead, she had no reason to refuse. They needed iron tools badly. No one wanted to keep using weapons and tools made of stone and bone. Having seen the power of Roland's iron army, she understood this well. I need a large amount of charcoal, as much as possible, Wu Liang said. Please arrange for people to cut down plenty of wood. Wood? That's easy. I'll handle it. Eliza nodded and quickly gave the orders. Soon, the entire Black Rock tribe was in motion. Some people went to cut trees, while Wu Liang taught Eliza how to build charcoal kilns. Eliza was quick to learn. She understood everything after just a few explanations. After 3 days, under her guidance, the cut wood was packed into the kilns and burned using a simple traditional method to make charcoal. Meanwhile, Wei Xian led another group to build clay kilns for making fire-resistant bricks under Wu Liang's supervision. When piles of black charcoal and glowing red fire bricks finally came out of the kilns, the women of the Black Rock tribe were filled with excitement. They had never seen anything like this before. The charcoal made from burning wood lasted a long time, burned steadily without large flames, and was easy to store. The cooled fire bricks were extremely hard and perfect for building watchtowers, walls, or even houses. Seeing the changes Wu Liang brought to them, Wei Xian and Eliza began to feel differently about him. They no longer saw him as just someone meant to help the tribe grow in number. High Priestess, what do you think of Wu Liang? Standing on a high spot and watching the busy tribe below, Wei Xian suddenly asked. Him? He's not bad, Eliza replied, her eyes falling on Wu Liang, who was walking leisurely among the workers, a blade of grass in his mouth and his hands behind his back. Wei Xian glanced at her and smiled. I have a strange feeling that this man might really be a special gift from the heavens. Maybe he can even lead us out of these wild mountains someday. Eliza was slightly surprised and turned to look at Wei Xian. After half a month of hard work, the first batch of firebricks and charcoal was finally ready. Then Wu Liang officially brought out the design for a simple clay furnace to smelt iron ore. The firebricks they had made earlier were all for this purpose. Under the leadership of Chief Wei Xian, the women began building the Black Rock tribe's first clay furnace. They dug a round pit about 1 meter wide and 1.5 meters deep, leaving openings at the bottom for air and molten iron. The inner wall of the pit was coated and packed tightly with a mixture of clay and plant ash. Finally, it was dried with fire to make it strong enough to withstand the high heat needed to melt iron ore. To Wu Liang, this furnace was simple but practical. To the women of the Black Rock tribe, who were still living in the Stone Age, it was a real challenge. During construction, they were full of curiosity and whispered among themselves about everything Wu Liang asked them to do. Why is this man digging such a deep hole? Wasn't he the one we captured? Why are the chief and the high priestess listening to him? Hey, Wu Liang, why are we covering the walls with mud? Won't it collapse when it rains? What's this little hole for? The female warriors in charge of construction worked while constantly asking all kinds of questions. Sometimes, Wu Liang was left completely speechless. Knowledge. The old saying was right. Knowledge is always the greatest power of production. He began to wonder if he should start a literacy class for them someday. Yes, he thought, he could share the knowledge of Blue Star civilization with them and give these natives a small but powerful surprise. Of course, that would require unlocking many key parts of the civilization's technology tree first. It was a long road ahead, but with his own knowledge, teaching them the basics wouldn't be too hard. Over the next few days, Wu Liang directed the women as they mixed mud and built walls, explaining the principles of the furnace in the simplest way he could. This pit is a furnace given to us by the gods to grant us strength. Covering it with mud makes it stronger and able to withstand the fire that melts stone. This small hole is where the wind god sends his breath to make the flames burn hotter. He cleverly turned the physical and chemical principles of Blue Star into stories they could understand. The results were surprisingly good. The female warriors listened in awe and worked even harder. They even felt that they weren't just digging and mixing mud, but building a sacred altar. After finishing her charcoal-making duties for the day, Eliza came to the furnace site. She stood at a distance, watching Wu Liang calmly direct the warriors. Sometimes he bent down to check the depth of the pit. Sometimes he tested the stickiness of the mud, and sometimes he explained things to the women. Those proud and fierce warriors now behaved like gentle lambs before him. They did everything he asked without hesitation. Eliza's feelings grew more complicated. She realized she could no longer see through this man. He was like a mystery, one filled with a quiet, irresistible charm. She wanted to understand him, yet feared being drawn in too deeply. Ding. Detected high potential target Eliza showing major emotional fluctuation. Loyalty 0.2%. A sudden system message echoed in Wu Liang's mind. Huh. He froze for a moment, then turned around, only to see Eliza secretly watching him. When Eliza realized that Wu Liang had spotted her, she quickly turned around and walked away, her steps hurried. Wu Liang frowned. What's going on with her today? Lately, he had noticed that this woman often sneaked glances at him, appearing out of nowhere from time to time. Each time, she seemed to earn a tiny bit of favor from him. Just 0.2% more, like squeezing toothpaste. Wu Liang shook his head. There was still time left to complete the task of winning Eliza over. Once he finished the iron smelting project, dealing with her would be an easy matter. The construction work went on for several days. Thanks to everyone's efforts, a simple but sturdy clay blast furnace finally stood tall at the center of the camp. Everything was ready. Only the final step remained. According to the calculations of the high priestess Eliza, the best time to light the furnace was set for the morning of the third day. On that day, the entire Black Rock tribe stopped their work. Everyone gathered around the furnace, forming a dense crowd. Their faces were filled with tension, anticipation, and reverence. They were all waiting to witness a miracle. Do you really think iron can be made from stone? That's amazing. I'm not sure, but look at the chief and the high priestess. They seem serious. Those black coals and red bricks were already incredible. If they can really make something 100 times harder than stone, then we. The women's eyes shone with excitement. Wei Xian and Eliza stood solemnly before the furnace, dressed in ceremonial robes. Behind them, 50 of the tribe's best female warriors kept order, their expressions serious. Wu Liang, with a blade of grass in his mouth and his hands in his pockets, waited lazily for the ceremony to begin. Whoa! Finally, as the first ray of sunlight broke through the clouds, the deep sound of horns echoed across the Black Rock tribe. The time has come. Light the fire. Eliza looked at the sky and announced loudly. Wei Xian took a prepared torch and it into the opening at the base of the furnace. Whoosh! The dry firewood and charcoal placed at the bottom of the furnace burned fiercely, and the heat quickly made the air around them scorching hot. Work the bellows. Increase the fire. Wu Liang shouted to the female warrior operating the bellows. Several strong women standing by the furnace immediately began to push and pull with all their strength. Although the bellows were made only of animal hide and wood, they worked surprisingly well. Whoosh! Whoosh! With each pull, strong gusts of air rushed through the vent into the furnace. Inside, the flames rose like a fiery serpent, and waves of heat burst from the top, distorting the air. The women watching stepped back in fear and awe. Now pour in the iron ore. When Wu Liang felt the temperature was right, he called for another group to bring baskets of crushed iron ore. They carefully poured it into the furnace through a simple chute at the top. Add the charcoal. His voice rang out again, and baskets of black charcoal followed. Layer after layer, iron ore, then charcoal, were added in turn. Everyone worked hard, sweating under the blazing heat. Time passed, and the fire grew stronger until the whole furnace glowed red. The women watched nervously, hardly daring to breathe. Wu Liang's face looked calm, but inside he was eager to see the result of their first iron smelting. From time to time, he went to the observation hole to check the temperature and reaction inside. This old-fashioned smelting method really takes strength, he thought. Good thing these women are strong, or just feeding the furnace and working the bellows would have worn out several teams. He sighed inwardly. Once their technology improved, he planned to switch to a safer and more efficient smelting process. After all, they would need to produce steel in the future, and this primitive furnace would never be enough. How's it going, Wu Liang? Wei Xian and Eliza stood beside him, their faces tense. Don't worry, it's almost ready, Wu Liang said, glancing at Wei Xian's flushed face and Eliza's anxious eyes. Keep blowing air and increase the fire. The heat is still not enough. After 2 hours, the iron ore inside the furnace finally turned into bright red liquid, bubbling fiercely at the bottom. Good. Prepare to extract the iron. Wu Liang's eyes lit up with joy as he announced loudly. Hearing this, everyone nervously looked toward the furnace. 2 prepared female warriors quickly used special stone picks to break open the sealed iron outlet at the bottom of the furnace. Sizzle, a strong, irritating blue smoke billowed out, carrying the hot, bright red iron water along a pre-dug channel into a mold made of sand and earth. Oh my, the stones are really melting. Such a terrifying temperature. It's so hot. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Wei Xian and Elisa watched the flow of the iron water closely, their breathing slowing with tension. The iron water soon filled the sand mold. Wu Liang directed the women to cover the outlet with damp mud. Let it cool naturally. Under Wu Liang's guidance, everyone watched the red glow in the mold gradually fade. When the contents inside cooled completely and the liquid iron solidified into a dark gray block, is this iron? It doesn't look special at all. Someone in the crowd asked doubtfully. Wu Liang smiled and said to a female warrior, use your sharpest stone axe and chop it once. The woman nodded, raised her stone axe, and swung it down forcefully. Clang! The powerful rebound made her hand numb, causing her to stumble back several steps, nearly dropping her axe. She looked down again and was stunned. There was only a faint white mark on the iron ingot, but her proud stone axe had a huge at the blade. Ugh! A gasp of shock sounded around. Everyone stared in amazement at this scene. It's too hard. With this, we can make the sharpest weapons. The women cheered excitedly. Wei Xian quickly stepped forward, squatting down to gently touch the still warm, hard iron ingot. The Dark Rock tribe had finally escaped the Stone Age. And all of this was because of him. She suddenly looked up at Wu Liang, her eyes filled with genuine respect and admiration. This man did not boast or make false promises. He truly brought hope to change the fate of the tribe. Ding detected a strong emotional fluctuation from Wei Xian, causing deep respect and admiration in the host. Ding. Wei Xian now regards you as the person who can change the tribe's destiny. You have become her shining light in life. Ding. Wei Xian's mood is surging, and she has a strong desire to possess you. Ding. Detected a huge emotional fluctuation from high potential target, Eliza, increasing her submission level by 20%, and she now admires and looks up to you. Ding. Eliza's mood is surging, and she has a strong desire to possess you. Wu Liang turned to look, and at this moment, Wei Xian and Eliza were both looking at him with playful, flirtatious expressions. Wow, these two women just can't hold back anymore. I haven't even shown my strength yet. In bigger scenes in the future, won't they be screaming and jumping with excitement? The metal in front of me is technically cast iron, which is very hard but brittle with poor ductility. To make it into a good weapon, this brittle cast iron must be processed into usable steel. Ding. Detected that the host has crossed from the Bronze Age and has completed the first iron or smelting. Ding. Congratulations. You have achieved the end of the Stone Age. Rewards from the Industrial Technology Tree. 1 beginner forging mastery skill, and a complete set of cold weapon smelting and forging blueprints. Ding. Congratulations. You have achieved the iron or smelting milestone. Rewards. 1 annealing technique, and a steel forging technique with carbon infiltration. Ding. You will lead the Black Rock tribe out of the Stone Age. This is a glorious milestone in history, and it will be forever remembered in the tribe's history. Just as I was about to doze off, the pillow arrived. Hearing a series of reward notifications, Wu Liang's heart was filled with joy. The so-called block steel with carbon infiltration is made by repeatedly heating, folding, and hammering this primitive cast iron in charcoal fire, increasing its carbon content to turn it into steel. With these techniques, he can now craft decent iron weapons and tools under current smelting conditions. As for techniques like layered steel, encapsulated steel, or steel infusion methods, they will probably have to wait until later when industrial technology advances further. However, I am now satisfied because I have solved the problem of creating something from nothing. Wu Liang walked to the iron ingot and looked around at the excited women in the tribe. He shouted loudly, "This is just the beginning. Increase production and continue making iron blocks." Wu Liang then pointed to an open space nearby and said to Wei Xian, "Chief Wei Xian, I need to build a blacksmith workshop here using our fireproof bricks." A blacksmith workshop? Wei Xian and Elisa both looked confused. "It's a place specifically for making weapons from the iron blocks we produce," Wu Liang explained simply. He quickly drew a basic plan on the ground with charcoal, a semi-open shed with several different furnaces inside. One is to reheat the iron ingots until they glow red, and another is a forge for hammering the metal. Understood. Wei Xian quickly gave orders according to Wu Liang's instructions. The women, excited after seeing the success of the iron smelting, worked tirelessly without seeming to tire. In less than half a day, a simple but fully functional blacksmith workshop was built. Wu Liang arranged for someone to find a large hollowed-out log, made a piston-style bellows from thick animal hides and wood, and created a drive mechanism with flexible vines. When 2 female warriors stepped on the pedals, causing the large piston to move back and forth inside the log, a strong airflow burst out of the vent, blowing sparks from the charcoal in the furnace. "Wow, this is amazing." The 2 female warriors were again amazed by Wu Liang's new invention. After solving the fire problem, the next step was the hammer and anvil. But this created a chicken and egg problem. Which came first, the hammer or the anvil? Without a hammer, how could they forge weapons? After thinking for a while, Wu Liang came up with a solution. He asked the women to find a large, very hard piece of granite, which they would grind flat to serve as a temporary anvil. Then he selected the strongest female warriors, each of whom wore thick, water-soaked animal hide to protect themselves. After heating the first forged iron ingot until it turned red, Wu Liang guided the female warriors to start hammering it with stone hammers. Smash! At Wu Liang's command, several female warriors raised heavy stone hammers and took turns striking the ingot. Clang! 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 The dull sound of impacts echoed continuously, and each strike caused the iron ingot to deform a little more. The stone hammers kept breaking under the high heat, so they replaced them with new ones. Gradually, the iron ingot was hammered into a long. Through repeated heating and hammering, the rough iron hammer gradually took shape. With the iron hammer ready, forging became much easier. Wu Liang used the same method to craft a flat anvil, replacing the cracked granite block. Everything was prepared. After making a few pairs of tongs, Wu Liang placed a glowing red-hot iron piece onto the anvil. He then spoke to a female warrior nearby named Kyra, who had some talent for blacksmithing. Kyra, come here. Use this hammer and hit here. Kyra was a squad leader of the tribe's hunting team, tall and strong, with powerful arms. Yes, she trusted Wu Liang completely. Although a bit nervous, she raised the hammer and began to strike. The clear, loud clangs echoed in the workshop, sparks flying everywhere. Good. Just like that. Keep going. Wu Liang nodded with satisfaction. Under his guidance, Kyra and the other female warriors started learning how to forge metal tools. They began with simple tasks, turning iron blocks into iron bars, then shaping the bars into sharp spearheads. The sound of hammers hitting metal and the shouts of women filled the workshop. This work was not easy. The women's faces and bodies were covered in black soot, sweat soaked through their leather armor, but their eyes burned with excitement. Soon, the first batch of sharp iron spearheads was finished. The tribe's people brought prepared wooden shafts, and the spearheads were attached to make complete spears. Bring the shields. The strongest ones. Wu Liang looked at Vision, and someone brought the tribe's most durable shields, made of multiple layers of animal hide and wood, for testing. A female warrior held an iron spear, took a deep breath, and suddenly forward. Thud! A soft sound. The thick shield, strong enough to block wild boar tusks and black bear claws, was easily pierced by the iron spearhead like a thin sheet of paper. Wow, it's so sharp. This is 10,000 times better than a stone spear. Everyone cheered wildly. With this kind of weapon, what fierce beast or terrifying enemy should she fear? Wei Xian picked up an iron spear and smiled with satisfaction. Wu Liang nodded and said, "This iron spear is really good. From now on, our Black Rock tribe will be invincible in the great wilderness mountain." A glint of sharpness flashed in Wei Xian's eyes. Wu Liang smiled and said, "This is just the beginning. I think you should also get a suitable weapon. As a leader, you can't still be using a stone axe, right?" After speaking, Wu Liang turned and walked back to the forge. He took out a large piece of iron from the furnace, specially reserved for Wei Xian. "Wait a moment. I will personally craft a weapon that belongs to you." Wu Liang's words made Wei Xian pause slightly, feeling unexpectedly moved. In the next few hours, Wu Liang kept hammering the iron. His skilled technique and strength made him seem like an experienced blacksmith. Every time he folded, hammered, quenched, and reheated the iron, he did it smoothly and precisely. All these actions were seamless, with every detail handled perfectly. Wei Xian stood nearby, watching without moving. She looked at the focused side profile of the man, the muscles bulging on his arm as he swung the hammer. She watched Wu Liang's eyes, glowing red from the firelight, and her heart suddenly beat faster. This man was personally forging a weapon for her. Finally, as dusk approached, Wu Liang inserted the shaped double-bladed axe into water to cool it, and thick white steam rose from the forge. As the steam dispersed, a pair of rugged double-bladed axes revealed their true form. The axes were heavy, with smooth lines, and the sharp blades shimmered with a chilling blue glow in the sunset's afterglow. The handles were made of the hardest wood, wrapped with non-slip leather cords, and topped with heavy iron rings. This design increased balance when swinging and could also be used as a blunt weapon to strike. Upon seeing the pair of axes for the first time, Wei Xian was deeply impressed, her eyes filled with admiration that couldn't be hidden. "Want to try?" Wu Liang smiled as he handed the pair of double axes to Wei Xian. Yes, Wei Xian happily took the axes, but immediately felt her arms grow heavy and sink downward. Wow, this is so heavy. Compared to her stone axe, this one was at least 10 times heavier. Even with her strength, holding it was quite difficult. And yet, when Wu Liang was holding it just now, it seemed so light. Wei Ziyan couldn't help but think again about Wu Liang's words. His strength had already surpassed hers. It's normal to feel unsteady at first. You'll get used to it over time, Wu Liang said with a smile, noticing her thoughts and offering reassurance. Wei Ziyan has always been strong-willed, and Wu Liang's words sparked her competitive spirit. She was already skilled with axes, and after a short period of practice, she quickly grasped how to handle the double axes. Holding one in each hand, Wei Ziyan swung them with great force. The sharp blades sliced through the air, almost tearing it apart. The axes seemed to become part of her arms, channeling her strength perfectly. Next, Wei Ziyan moved to a large rock nearby. Her beast blood-burning skill activated instantly, and she struck the rock fiercely with both axes. Bang! Cracks and flying debris flew everywhere, and large chunks of rock shattered instantly. Good. The leader is mighty. Wei Ziyan was stunned herself, feeling even more fond of these double axes. Thank you. I really like these axes. She sincerely turned to Wu Liang with a smile, her eyes full of gratitude. Eliza watched Wu Liang intently, silent and thoughtful. That night, the Black Rock tribe held a grand bonfire party. Wei Ziyan was in a very good mood, drinking cup after cup of fruit wine. The women gathered around the blazing fire, eating roasted meat and drinking fruit wine, singing loudly to celebrate their great achievements today. Everyone was very happy. When the atmosphere reached its peak, Wei Ziyan pushed through the crowd, pulled Wu Liang out of a group of women drinking, and brought him forward. Her wild and charming face showed a hint of drunkenness, and she boldly lifted Wu Liang's chin. Come on, follow me into the tent. Oh. The leader is so mighty. Wu Liang, you must perform well. Ha ha ha. Today the leader got a good treasure. Of course, I want to see how powerful it is. Wu Liang looked at Wei Ziyan, a woman full of wild charm. His eyes showed his strong desire. Can't wait anymore. Wu Liang quickly put his arm around her waist and leaned his lips close to her ear. The warm breath made Wei Ziyan shiver, and her cheeks turned red. That's right, I can't wait. Wei Ziyan cleared her throat and boldly shouted. Tonight, I want you to see how amazing I am. Ignoring the crowd's cheers, Wei Ziyan grabbed Wu Liang and strode into her tent. Elisa, standing among the crowd, held a glass of fruit wine and watched their departure with complicated feelings. A few female warriors gathered around her. High Priestess, look at the leader. She really can't stay away from that man now. Yes, the leader used to be so different. Elisa said nothing. She finished her fruit wine in one sip. The spicy liquid burned her throat, but couldn't calm her strange restlessness inside. She felt a bit sad, even a little. Jealous? High Priestess, are you feeling unwell? A female warrior asked curiously. It's nothing, just a bit hot. Elisa shook her head and stood up. You all keep playing. After saying that, she turned to leave. As she passed by Wei Ziyan's tent, she stopped. Inside, the firelight revealed two shadows, and she could faintly hear voices. Elisa's heart suddenly jumped. She quietly moved closer, hiding behind a large rock. Wei Ziyan was unfastening her leather armor. Today, I am very happy. Wei Ziyan was untying her leather straps, her voice filled with a satisfied sigh. Is it because of those two axes? Wu Liang looked at her with interest. Yes and no. Wei Ziyan took off her heavy leather armor, revealing her damp linen shirt soaked with sweat, outlining her strong, muscular figure. I'm happy because I see hope. She walked up to Wu Liang and unexpectedly reached out to touch his cheek. Wu Liang, you are the one who gave me hope. Wu Liang held her hand and smiled. Hope isn't free, it always has a price. I understand. Suddenly, Wei Ziyan forcefully pushed Wu Liang onto the thick animal hide bed behind him, then climbed on top, looking down at him. Tonight, I will pay the price. I want you to see how the queen of the Black Rock tribe pays her price. Outside the tent, Elisa, hiding behind a rock, listened carefully to their conversation. Her face instantly felt hot, as if it was burning. This Wei Ziyan. How can she? Elisa pressed her ear closer. Ding. High potential target Elisa shows intense emotional fluctuation. Mental defenses, submission level 0.5%. Ding. High potential target Elisa experiences a strong mental shock, submission level 0.3%. Ding. High potential target Elisa has an unknown association, submission level 0.7%. Ding. Submission level 0.4%. Inside the tent, Wu Liang was enjoying the Wild Queen's unprecedented passion, but suddenly a series of system notification sounds flooded his mind. They appeared like a screen full of messages, each small but continuous. Wu Liang was momentarily stunned, then quickly understood. Huh, this little girl is eavesdropping outside? A bigger smile appeared on his face. The sounds inside the tent became even more reckless. Outside, Elisa leaned against the cold rock, barely able to keep herself from slipping to the ground. No, if I keep listening, I'll go crazy. Elisa hurried back to her tent, threw herself onto the bed, and tightly covered her head with animal hides. The voices in her mind kept echoing, impossible to ignore. That night, for Elisa, was destined to be a sleepless one. Leader, who is stronger now? Wu Liang looked at Wei Xian, who was lying there like a pile of rotten mud, only breathing heavily, and smiled contentedly. If only there was a cigarette now, that would be perfect. Vixian gave him a quick glance and softly hummed in response. Wu Liang felt very happy. He could tell that tonight, Vixian had been completely won over. As for the high priest listening outside the tent, take your time, one by one. Wu Liang lay on the soft animal skins, beginning to plan his next steps. They already had metal tools, so now it was time to improve both the strength and the skills of the tribe. The next day, the sun was high in the sky. Wu Liang walked out of the chief's tent feeling refreshed, stretching his arms widely, and feeling all his bones relax. Inside the tent, Vixian was still sleeping, a small satisfied smile on her face. But her tired look, hidden behind her expression, showed how much she had paid last night. The women in the tribe no longer looked surprised. Instead, their eyes showed acceptance, even envy. To them, a strong man should have the strongest woman. And the chief's condition proved Wu Liang's strength. Wu Liang finished washing by the creek and was about to check on today's work at the blacksmith's workshop when he bumped into Elisa. Seeing Wu Liang, she looked away quickly and didn't dare to meet his eyes. Good morning, High Priest, Wu Liang greeted with a smile. Didn't sleep well last night? Seeing her with two noticeable dark circles and a tired face, Wu Liang's smile was teasing. Elisa's cheeks turned slightly red. She had hardly slept all night after returning, her mind full of Wu Liang's annoying presence. I was just praying for the tribe's future, so I stayed up late, she explained nervously, her voice getting softer. Oh, really? Wu Liang leaned in slightly, lowering his voice. I thought the high priest was so interested in last night's battle that she listened at the wall all night. You're talking nonsense. Elisa's voice sharpened like a cat, with its tail stepped on. Ha ha ha, I was just joking. Why so tense? He quickly waved his hand and sincerely agreed with Eliza. That's right. High priest, you're so pure and noble. You probably wouldn't do something like eavesdropping on others, right? Eliza's face flushed with anger, and her chest rose and fell rapidly. He must have found out about last night. Does this guy have eyes outside the tent too? I thought I hid everything well, but I was still caught. How embarrassing. How boring. Eliza wished she could find a hole to hide in. She glared fiercely at Wu Liang and turned to run away. Hey, don't go, High Priest. Wu Liang grabbed her wrist. Eliza's wrist was slender and cold, and the soft touch made Wu Liang feel a flutter in his heart. Compared to Vixian's strength and wildness, Eliza felt as pure as a spring. What are you doing? Let me go. Wu Liang's large hand grabbed Eliza, causing her to struggle desperately, as if electrocuted. Don't be nervous. I just want to talk to you about something important. Wu Liang released her wrist, and his smile faded a bit. Eliza looked at him with suspicion. Leader Vixian needs to rest properly these days, Wu Liang said. Many things in the tribe require your attention. This is my duty. She nodded, and her tone softened. Having weapons alone won't make the tribe strong. Wu Liang continued. To truly establish a tribe for the long term, do you know what is most important? Eliza thought for a moment. Of course, it's population and food. Exactly. Wu Liang nodded approvingly. I'm working the population. When he said this, he glanced at Eliza with a meaningful look. This made Eliza's previously calm face start to flush again. As for food, relying only on hunting is too unstable. Wu Liang moved to a nearby open space. This land is very fertile. If we start farming now, we won't have to worry about hunger in the future. Farming ourselves? Eliza frowned. Basically, you find various plant seeds, plant them, let them grow and mature, then harvest and store them. Wu Liang smiled and crouched down to pick up a handful of soil. Don't worry, I can teach you how to grow them. That way, we can grow what we want, making them bigger, better, and more delicious than wild ones. Eliza looked confused. Grow our own? But plant growth depends on the land. How can we interfere? Who says we can't? Wu Liang smiled again. The land can also be pleased. As long as we understand its temperament and know what it likes, we can make it produce abundant fruits. This is similar to people. Understand. Eliza seemed to understand, but also not quite, feeling that Wu Liang's words had deeper meaning. Wu Liang shared some simple farming knowledge with Eliza, who listened very attentively. He explained how to prepare the land, fertilize, irrigate, when to plant, and how to maintain and harvest. Eliza listened with wide eyes. Every word Wu Liang said seemed to open a new door to her world. These were things she had never learned before. Who taught you all this? Eliza couldn't help asking. Her gaze on Wu Liang had softened, filled with curiosity and a desire to learn. And very wise old man, Wu Liang casually replied. He looked at Eliza's eager eyes and made a judgment. This woman was definitely different from Wei Xian. Wei Xian was a typical warrior, worshipping strength, believing that power alone could make her submit. But Eliza was more like a scholar. As a priestess, her pride came from her wisdom and faith. If I used brute force like I did with Wei Xian, she would probably dislike it. To win her over, I need to attack her mentally, in her most proud area, her intelligence. I need to make her see that her knowledge is insignificant compared to mine. Then, she would admire me and willingly open her heart. Yes, this little girl is a bit proud and stubborn. Realizing this, Wu Liang's plan became clearer. He saw a bit of dirt and ash on Eliza's face and gently wiped it off with his hand. You're dirty here. Wu Liang's movements were natural and gentle. Eliza froze completely, feeling a tingling sensation spread from her cheek throughout her body. What are you doing? Eliza was suddenly nervous, her heart racing, and her mind went blank. By the time she reacted, Wu Liang had already pulled back his hand. He held a small speck of black ash on his fingertip and waved it in front of her. Is the high priest so timid? Look here. Wu Liang smiled, and his smile looked especially charming in the morning sunlight. Eliza, like a startled deer, jumped back. You. Eliza hesitated, covering her face, feeling both shy and angry, glaring at Wu Liang. We're so close now, and you're still shy? Wu Liang shrugged. He decided not to tease her anymore and turned to walk toward the blacksmith's workshop. Eliza, holding her hot cheeks, felt very complicated. Sometimes, this man made her so angry she wanted to scream, but other times, he seemed like a wise person, making her feel a strange admiration. Eliza realized she wanted to learn more about him. She looked down at her hands and remembered what Wu Liang had just said about farming. Maybe she should give it a try? Wu Liang walked on, thinking to himself. A proud woman shouldn't be pushed too hard. Keep a little distance, tease her a bit to keep her interested. Today, I'll give her a big plan for farming, make her curious. Later, I'll find a good chance to connect with her more. I'm not worried she won't fall for it. While thinking, Wu Liang arrived at the blacksmith's workshop. A hot wind greeted him, and the place was already busy and lively. Kyla, with dozens of female warriors, was working hard under the blueprint Wu Liang left yesterday, forging various iron tools. Besides more spears and mountain axes, they had even started making simple daily items like iron pots and knives. Wu Liang nodded with satisfaction. He didn't need to give orders. He walked alone to the corner, picked up a piece of charcoal, and began drawing new plans on a flat stone slab. He was not designing weapons, but more complex structures. There was a wheelbarrow with a wheel, a plow for turning the soil, and some bottles and jars for distillation. Elisa watched from afar. She didn't come closer, just stood outside the workshop, observing the man crouched on the ground, focused on his drawing. Sunlight shone on his side face, outlining his features clearly. At this moment, Wu Liang no longer appeared frivolous or overbearing, only calm and focused, which made him very attractive. Elisa's heart unexpectedly fluttered, and she watched intently. Wu Liang's drawings quickly led to production. When the first wheelbarrow was made, the tribe was once again excited. Women gathered around this strange wooden cart with only one wheel, marveling. They found that with this device, a woman could easily carry heavy objects that normally took 2 or 3 people to lift. Whether it was charcoal, ore, or bricks, efficiency more than doubled. Wu Liang, how many amazing ideas do you have in your head? A female warrior pushed a wheelbarrow full of bricks and shouted excitedly at Wu Liang. Wu Liang just smiled and didn't answer. This was only the beginning. In the following days, Wu Liang was very busy. He guided the women of the tribe in their work everywhere. You can't build the wall like that, and you dig the foundation a little deeper. No, use stones and clay to reinforce it, or it will collapse when it rains. I've told you so many times. Look here, change the chimney of the brick kiln to save half the charcoal. And the roads, pave the main paths in the camp with broken stones. Check again in a few days. Don't let me see mud everywhere after rain. Wu Liang wandered around the tribe daily, stopping to give advice whenever he saw something wrong. At first, the women of the tribe were a bit resistant. But when they built their first real brick house, all their complaints disappeared. They had never seen such a sturdy house before. The walls were built with red bricks, the roof covered with blue tiles, and there were wooden windows that could open and close. The female warriors who moved and cheered excitedly. Compared to animal hide tents, these brick houses were a huge improvement. The brick houses were dry, bright, and very warm. Wu Liang's reputation and trust grew even more within the all-female tribe. How long does the leader plan to keep him detained? It's really frustrating. Forget it. The high priestess hasn't even come around yet. Why are you in such a hurry? We can only look but not touch all day. This can't go on. All right. Just focus on building your bricks and stop fussing. Soon, a building boom swept through the Black Rock tribe. All the women, except those busy with fighting or farming, joined the construction team. They cut wood, dug clay, and baked bricks. Under Wu Liang's guidance, many new brick houses appeared in the tribe. This made the whole layout more organized. Living areas, work zones, training grounds, and worship spaces were clearly separated. Smooth stone roads connected each area, and drainage ditches were dug along the sides. The tribe's environment and hygiene improved greatly. The blacksmith's workshop kept working day and night. The women worked tirelessly, producing weapons like spears and axes nonstop. Besides weapons, they also started making daily tools. In less than a month, the Black Rock tribe had undergone a complete transformation. Now, Wu Liang walking through the camp. Every woman who saw him looked at him with admiration and affection. Xian, the leader, watched all this happen. She could clearly feel that the tribe's unity and fighting spirit had increased tenfold in just 1 month. And she herself had had several deep conversations with Wu Liang during this time. Each talk made her more captivated and unable to leave him. His strength was not just physical power, but also wisdom and control. She even had a strange thought. Perhaps she and the entire tribe should be entrusted to this man. As for another woman, the high priestess Elisa, her feelings were even more complicated. Every day, I secretly watch Wu Liang wandering around the tribe. If I don't see him for a day, I feel a strange emptiness inside. I saw with my own eyes how Wu Liang used his knowledge to gradually make the tribe stronger and more comfortable. He also told me about farming skills. I secretly took a few tribe members to try planting on a small piece of land we cleared. Following Wu Liang's advice, we planted some wild wheat seeds. After watering and weeding regularly, we surprisingly saw green wheat shoots sprout from the ground. At that moment, I felt a huge shock inside. Since then, I unconsciously look for Wu Liang's figure. I enjoy listening to him teach the female artisans and watching him plan the tribe's buildings. I even hope Wu Liang will come to find me and talk about new and interesting things. However, during this time, besides busying with the tribe's construction and occasionally greeting me on the road, he hasn't spoken to me much. This distance makes me feel very uncomfortable, like a cat scratching inside my heart. Wu Liang. One day, Wu Liang was checking the foundation of the new city wall. Suddenly, Wei Xian gently hugged him from behind. Her movements were soft and full of feminine warmth. It was very different from her usual proud attitude. "What's wrong?" Wu Liang turned around, surprised to see her. Wei Xian didn't speak. She simply took Wu Liang's hand and gently placed it on her flat belly. Her face showed a mix of nervousness and shyness. "Wu Liang, I have good news. You're going to be a father." Wu Liang was stunned for a moment, then understood. "Really? Wei Xian, you're pregnant?" He was very excited. After so much effort, finally there was a result. How could he not be happy? "Yeah." Wei Xian shyly leaned on Wu Liang's shoulder and softly responded. "Ding. The host's first bloodline offspring has been successfully conceived. Ding." After the offspring is born, the host will receive a special attribute reward based on the offspring's potential. The offspring will inherit some talents and skills from the host and the mother. Wu Liang's breath paused slightly. Then he cheered and happily lifted Wei Xian into his arms. In her surprised scream, she happily announced, "The leader has a child. From today on, the leader needs to rest and nurture the baby." When this news was announced, the entire Black Rock tribe erupted with excitement. Their leader was pregnant. This meant the tribe would have a successor in the future. It was the best news ever. That night, the tribe held a big bonfire party again. The night was dark and quiet, and everyone was filled with joy over the leader's pregnancy. In front of the two-story brick house built by Wu Liang, a pretty girl with fair skin quietly arrived at the door. Eliza looked nervous. Finally, she took a deep breath and decided to knock on the door. Thud, thud, thud. The knocking sounded. "Come in," Wu Liang said without turning around. He was sitting in his study on the second floor, drawing a map of the Dahuang mountain area on a sheepskin. The map showed the nearby mountains, rivers, forests, and the territories of some known neighboring tribes. The door was gently pushed open, and a fresh, floral scent drifted in with the breeze. Wu Liang paused his pen and turned around, a bit surprised. Eliza stood at the door, looking a little shy. She was wearing a simple, white linen dress, with her long hair loose over her shoulders. This made her look less like her usual calm and commanding priestess self, and more like a gentle girl from next door. Under the bright light, her cheeks had a slight unnatural blush, and her eyes looked a little shy and evasive. She even nervously clenched her hands around her dress, as if gathering her courage. "Hi, priestess. It's so late. Is there something you need?" Wu Liang put down his charcoal pen and looked at her with interest. He thought to himself that he had kept this high priestess waiting for a month, and it seemed she couldn't hold back anymore. "Hi." Eliza opened her mouth to speak. Today, she heard the news that Wei Xian was pregnant, and it deeply touched her. At that moment, she suddenly felt very envious of Wei Xian. That evening, she watched the whole tribe celebrate, but she was alone in a corner, feeling more lonely than ever. She thought about everything Wu Liang had done for the tribe during this time. "I remembered the mischievous look this man sometimes gave me. And that night outside the tent, I heard a voice that made me blush. An impulsive thought grew wildly in my mind. So, I decided to come. But when I really stood in front of Wu Liang, I felt nervous and unsure. My new house is finished today," I said softly, my voice barely above a whisper. "There are some heavy things inside. I want to ask for your help to move them." This excuse wasn't very good. Wu Liang held back a smile and pretended to understand. "Oh, I see. He didn't mention my little secret. Let's go. I'm happy to help you." I felt happy but quickly turned around to hide it, leading the way. Wu Liang followed behind, his eyes on my hips and long legs. We enjoyed the view as we headed to my new home. The house was empty, with only some furniture and boxes just moved in. "Those are the boxes." I pointed to some large wooden crates in the corner, feeling a bit guilty and avoiding Wu Liang's gaze. "Just those?" Wu Liang asked casually. "Yeah," I answered softly. He quickly moved the boxes to the upstairs room as I directed. "All done, High Priest. Is there anything else I can help with?" Wu Liang dusted off his hands and stood at the top of the stairs, smiling at me. "No, nothing else." I stood in the living room on the first floor, feeling unsure. "Thank you. Just saying thank you isn't enough," Wu Liang said as he slowly came down the stairs, approaching me. I nervously stepped back until my back hit the cold wall, with nowhere to go. What are you trying to do?" I asked, looking up at him, who was taller than me. His strong male presence, mixed with the smell of sweat, made me feel dizzy and weak in the knees. Wu Liang reached out and supported himself against the wall near her ear, casting his shadow over her completely. His voice was deep and smooth, like a whisper from a devil, echoing in the quiet room. High Priest, the leader is now pregnant. Isn't it my turn to serve you now? Could it be that you came to see me tonight just to move boxes? Why have you been around me so often this past month, intentionally or not? Why do your eyes look unhappy when I talk to other women? Why do you blush and get nervous every time I look at you, then quickly run away? With each question, Wu Liang moved a little closer. Eliza's heart was pounding like a drum. She felt all her disguises being ruthlessly torn apart by this man. All her thoughts were exposed in front of Wu Liang. I didn't do anything. Don't say nonsense. Eliza looked a bit panicked, turning her face away. She was still trying her last faint struggle. Nothing, Wu Liang chuckled softly, gently lifting her chin so she had to look at him. That night, outside Wei Xian's tent, who was listening in secretly, doesn't the high priest feel moved? Swish. That sentence made Eliza's face turn bright red instantly. I don't know what you're talking about. Fine, you can leave now. A sudden feeling of shame made Eliza bite her lip and push open the door. He really knew. He knew from the very beginning. This past month, he had been watching her like a joke. You called me here, and now you want me to leave? That won't do. Wu Liang looked at her with a smile. If you won't leave, then I will. Eliza, as if sulking, twisted her waist and headed for the door. That's not allowed either. Wu Liang's voice came from behind. Then he suddenly caught her from behind and lifted her easily. Let me go? Let me go. Eliza struggled desperately on Wu Liang's shoulders, hitting his broad back with her fists. High Priest, a prey that comes to your door shouldn't be let go. Just accept it. Sorry, but I can't assist with that request. I can give you great power. Wu Liang's eyes became hot and commanding. And you, Elisa, just need to become my woman. Elisa looked at this commanding man in front of her, her heart pounding wildly inside her chest. A strong feeling she could no longer suppress. She knew she had no way out and shouldn't run away. Elisa, be brave and embrace him. Isn't that what you've always wanted? He's right in front of you. Wu Liang. Elisa suddenly reached out her arms and wrapped them around Wu Liang's neck. I agree with you. Wu Liang smiled. This proud high priest finally let go of his reserve and defenses. He lowered his head and pressed his lips to hers. With gentle guidance and exploration. Night deepened. On the second floor, rain and wind raged. Elisa felt like a small boat caught in a storm, battered by huge waves. All her pride and composure shattered in the storm. Her mind went blank, losing the ability to think. She could only hold tightly to this man in front of her, as if he was her only raft in this vast ocean. She finally understood why even a powerful person like Wei Xian would become so obedient and lost in front of this man. Because what he brought was an irresistible thrill and enchantment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the second stage of the mission. Completely conquer the high potential target, Elisa. Ding! Detected that the host has established the first bloodline link with high potential target Elisa, triggering conquest reward. Mission evaluation. Perfect. Suddenly, Wu Liang's mind was filled with a series of system notifications. It's happening. Conquering Wei Xian unlocked the industrial technology tree, giving him a solid foundation. Now, the High Priest will focus on expanding the agricultural technology tree, distributing mission rewards. Reward 1. Double the return of the host's spent energy. Wu Liang felt a warm flow surge through his body, instantly banishing the fatigue from the recent battle. He let out a low growl, feeling more energetic than ever. Reward 2. Level reset. Gain double experience levels from the target, Eliza. Boom. A stronger flow of information and energy flooded into Wu Liang's mind and body than before. He could clearly feel that his strength, reaction speed, and power had all made a big leap in this moment. He opened his personal stats panel and saw that his level had jumped directly from LV20 to LV40. Awesome, Wu Liang shouted loudly. This feeling was addictive. As long as Wu Liang kept conquering higher-level targets, his strength would rise quickly like a rocket. Reward 3. Skill refund. The target, Eliza, has a tribal inheritance skill. Nature's Speech LV3. Magic. Double enhancement in progress. Enhancement successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new skill. Earth Blessing LV6. Magic. Skill description. Earth Blessing LV6, as a favorite of the earth, allows you to sense and guide the vitality of all living things. This skill can speed up plant growth, soothe animal emotions, heal non-lethal wounds, and has an innate sense of land fertility. A mysterious knowledge and insight instantly merged into Wu Liang's soul. Even with his eyes closed, Wu Liang could see the entire room. He could see farther, feeling the life energy of the whole tribe in a special way. His hearing became extremely sharp. He could hear the slight movement of life in the old tree outside the window in the night breeze. He could sense the slow growth of roots of a small grass in a flower pot downstairs, craving water. He could even touch the gentle flow of life energy inside Eliza, like a stream. This feeling was so wonderful. Through bonding with Eliza, Wu Liang realized he had stepped beyond simple physical strength into a whole new realm of magic. If burning beast blood was the berserk power of a warrior, then Earth Blessing was the natural power of a druid. One is physical attack, the other is magical support. Now I am both offensive and defensive. Wu Liang was extremely satisfied with this new skill. With this skill, his previous plans for agriculture with Eliza were no longer empty promises. He could now act like a true god, nurturing all things and turning stones into gold. And the most important reward is still to come. Reward 4. Exclusive Task Reward. Congratulations, host, for unlocking a new technology tree, the Agriculture Technology Tree. Ding! The basic modules of the Agriculture Technology Tree are now unlocked. Land reclamation, basic breeding, livestock domestication. Wu Liang's consciousness sank into the system space. A new technology tree icon, glowing green and standing alongside the industrial technology tree, appeared before him. Without hesitation, Wu Liang clicked on the icon. Instantly, a flood of knowledge poured into his mind. Land reclamation. From primitive/in-burn farming to using plows for deep tillage, building terraces, water channels, and transforming saline alkali land and marshes. All knowledge about land use and modification was now at his fingertips. Basic breeding. How to select valuable crops from thousands of wild plants. How to crossbreed and select to improve crop yields, taste, and resistance. Livestock domestication. How to catch, calm, and tame wild animals. How to build suitable homes and provide proper feed for them. How to turn fierce wild beasts into gentle domestic animals, providing stable meat, fur, and even labor for the tribe. If the industrial technology tree is the backbone of the tribe's strength, then the agriculture technology tree is the flesh and blood that allows the tribe to survive long-term. With it, the Blackrock tribe will completely break free from the reliance on hunting and fishing dictated by nature, entering a stable farming era. This means steady population growth, further social division of labor, and a huge leap forward for the tribe's power. Industrial development for a strong nation, agriculture for stability. System, you really are a caring little helper. Wu Liang gave a big thumbs up to the system in his mind. He opened his eyes, a flash of sharp light passing through them. In his arms, the exhausted Eliza had already fallen into a deep sleep. Her face, still flushed, seemed to be dreaming happily, with a slight smile on her lips, showing satisfaction. At this moment, Eliza looked very much like a small cat seeking warmth, curled up in Wu Liang's arms. With both industrial and agricultural technology trees, we now have the basic support for future development. The next step is to turn these technologies into real strength. First, the food problem must be solved immediately. Tomorrow, large-scale land clearing will begin to stockpile enough food before winter arrives. Second, military training should also be scheduled. Having only iron tools is not enough. A real army needs practice, discipline, and tactics to be well equipped. Wu Liang took a deep breath, got out of bed, and walked to the window. He opened the window and looked at the quiet village under the night sky, his eyes burning with fierce ambition. He seemed to see, in the near future, a mighty wave of steel, created by his own hands, rushing out of these mountains and sweeping across the world. While Wu Liang was full of grand plans for the future, a sudden, urgent, and chaotic shout broke the peaceful night. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Woo! 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 A sharp and urgent horn sounded, breaking the quiet of the morning. It was like a sharp knife stabbing into everyone's ears in the Blackrock tribe. This was the highest alert. Enemy attack. It's an enemy attack. Hurry, grab your weapons. Get ready to fight. The female warriors shouted and quickly gathered in the open space in the center of the tribe. Wu Liang heard the horn and slightly smiled. Just in time. The tribe had just developed iron tools, and these reckless enemies came right to them, perfect for sharpening the skills of these female warriors. Inside the tribe camp, the female warriors each held an iron spear or axe. The cold gleam was fierce, and the atmosphere was tense and deadly. Wu Liang, Vixian stepped forward quickly, holding a double-bladed axe. Her pretty face was tense, and her eyes burned with fierce fighting spirit. Which careless tribe dares to provoke us, the Blackrock? Vixian's face was full of killing intent. She was always the first to charge into battle when there was a fight. But just as she took 2 steps forward, a strong arm stopped her. Vixian, this time don't go. Wu Liang stopped her. Who are you to go out now? You're pregnant with our child. As the mother of my first child, do you still want to risk your life fighting? She argued. But I am the tribe leader. Fighting is my duty, not anymore. Wu Liang stared into Wei Xian's eyes. From now on, your job is to rest and carry the baby well, so our child can be born healthy. The tribe's affairs are my responsibility. His tone was firm and unquestioning. Wei Xian's heart trembled. She wanted to argue, but this man's gaze always easily broke down her confidence. In the end, she could only bite her lip and reluctantly nod. At that moment, Elisa supported herself against the wall and walked out of the room. She walked with some awkwardness, her legs trembling slightly. Seeing this, the female warrior's eyes became strange. What is happening with the high priestess? Elisa felt the stares around her and blushed. She was both shy and angry, glaring fiercely at Wu Liang. This scoundrel, he doesn't care about her at all. Wu Liang, however, seemed not to notice her gaze, only glancing at her lightly. Same for you, stay put and behave. With you like that now, a gust of wind could knock you over. Don't cause trouble. Elisa clenched her silver teeth in anger, but couldn't argue back. Last night's wild demands had drained her completely. Now, walking was difficult for her. Kayla, Wu Liang called out to the crowd. Here, the tall female warrior Kayla stepped forward confidently, holding a brand new iron spear. Where are the enemies from? How many? Bloodfang tribe. Just to the west, about 200 or 300 people. They've probably already crossed our outer guard line. Kayla answered quickly, her voice excited. Bloodfang tribe? Wu Liang thought of the name. He had learned from Wei Xian that it was the second largest tribe nearby, after the Blackrock tribe. This tribe had also fought over Wu Liang's ownership with Wei Xian before. Wu Liang guessed that the recent iron smelting activity of the Blackrock tribe had attracted their attention. Plus, they had lost some people to Wei Xian last time, so now they seemed ready to settle old scores along with new ones. 200 or 300 people, Wu Liang smiled. Their weapons should all be made of stone and bone, right? Yes, Kira's tone was firm. Good, Wu Liang nodded, glancing over the elite female warriors equipped with iron tools. Having fewer but stronger people is better. Kira, take 50 people and come with me. Wu Liang's voice echoed throughout the camp. Everyone else, guard the tribe. Protect the leader, the high priestess, and our homes and food supplies. Today, let the Bloodfang tribe see what a gap in the times looks like. Yes. A group of elite female warriors shouted together, their voices loud and fierce. They raised their iron spears and axes, their eyes shining with passion. For a month, they had been forging and practicing with these weapons every day. They had longed to test their power in a real fight. Wu Liang didn't carry any weapons. He just moved his wrists, feeling the rushing strength inside him. With level 40, plus the skills of burning beast blood and Earth's blessing, fighting a group of primitive people armed with stone tools was a breeze. Let's go? Make sure they have no way back. Wu Liang suddenly turned around and strode toward the tribe's gate. The female warriors followed closely behind. They looked like a pack of steel-armored panthers, showing their fierce fangs. Vuxian and Elisa stood in place, watching Wu Liang's tall, strong figure with complex expressions. Vuxian still felt worried. She knew Wu Liang was very strong, but he had never fought in a real battle. Facing hundreds of battle-hardened enemies, could Wu Liang really handle it? Elisa softly said, "Don't worry. Don't you know him? He never does things he's not sure about. Today, we might see him in a new light again. I believe he will surprise us once more." In Elisa's mind, she couldn't help but recall Wu Liang's commanding presence last night. That power still made her shiver when she thought about it. Down the gentle on the west side of the Blackrock tribe, Aikman, the leader of the Bloodfang tribe, was waving a huge beast-bone club, urging his warriors to charge forward. This is a tall, fit woman with black hair braided into long plaits, her face covered in colorful paint. She wears a tiger-striped skirt, full of strength and wildness. Her presence is similar to Wei Xian. Both are warrior-type women. But her features are softer, her figure well-balanced, with long, straight legs that show a different kind of charm from Wei Xian. Charge. The women of the Blackrock tribe are hiding at home, giving birth. They took away our men, and Wei Xian's man has long been drained by her. Steal all their food. Take all their houses. That man belongs to our Bloodfang tribe. Aikman's voice is hoarse and full of excitement. Behind her, 200 or 300 Bloodfang women warriors shout loudly at the same time. They wave their various stone axes, spears, and bone knives, rushing wildly toward the Blackrock tribe's gate. Earlier, their scouts had noticed strange activity in the Blackrock tribe. They saw digging and black smoke. Everything seemed very unusual. This time, they came in full force to conquer the Blackrock tribe. They wanted to take winter supplies and the man Wei Xian had taken. But they didn't understand. They had no idea what their old rival, who was about the same strength as them, had become. When they reached less than 100 meters from the gate, they stopped in surprise. The Blackrock tribe's gate slowly opened, and a tall man stepped out. He wore a beast fur cloak, revealing tanned, well-defined muscles. He looked calm, with a teasing smile on his face. Behind him, only 50 female warriors followed. Just this many? Aikman was stunned for a moment, then burst into loud laughter. "Huh? Is Wei Xian scared silly? Sending so few to die? Or is it that only this many can fight in her tribe?" The Bloodfang warriors also started laughing. Their eyes on Wu Liang, and the 50 female warriors looked like they were watching lambs ready for slaughter. But soon, their laughter caught in their throats, because they saw that the 50 Blackrock warriors were holding shining weapons in the morning light. "What's that?" Aikman squinted and stared at the spears and axes in the hands of the Blackrock female warriors. "Leader, forget about what those are. Don't forget why we're here today." A warrior nearby spoke, and Aikman didn't have time to think much. She nodded and gave the order. "Warriors of the Bloodfang tribe, charge. Tear them apart." Aikman raised her large bone club again. In her view, the Blackrock tribe couldn't stop her hundreds of fighters charging fiercely. "Attack!" The Bloodfang warriors launched their charge. Wu Liang stood at the front of the team, watching the tide of enemies rushing toward them, with no change in his face. "Kira," he spoke calmly. "Here, remember what I taught you. Remember. Everyone form a line. Raise your spears," Kira shouted angrily. 50 Blackrock warriors immediately moved into action, quickly forming 3 tight rows. The front row crouched, the middle half squatted, and the back row stood. The 3 rows of shining iron spear tips formed a frightening forest of steel. This was the simplest spear formation Wu Liang had taught them. "Hold steady. No one moves without my command." Wu Liang's voice reached every warrior. The Blackrock warriors' hearts started pounding faster, their eyes filled with fighting spirit. "Roar!" A few dozen Bloodfang warriors at the front raised their stone axes and charged wildly. Now was the time. "Stab!" Wu Liang's cold voice sounded. "Kill!" 50 Blackrock warriors shouted together, turning all their tension and excitement into this strike. They used all their strength, thrusting their iron spears forward fiercely. Kira shouted, "Push hard. Stab them to death, these Bloodfang women." Puff, puff, puff. A series of sharp sounds of blades piercing flesh rang out densely. The frontline Bloodfang warriors were unlucky. The iron spears of the Blackrock tribe easily pierced through their thick leather armor. Every strike deeply pierced into their bodies. Chests, throats, stomachs. Blood shot out like a fountain at this moment. The front line of Bloodtooth warriors screamed loudly, falling dead as their bodies were pierced through. The entire battlefield was stunned by this scene. The Bloodtooth tribe warriors watched their comrades be easily killed, like pieces of meat. Their stone axes and spears were fragile against the enemy's iron weapons, breaking with a single hit. What kind of power is this? What kind of weapons are these? Fear spread like a plague among the Bloodtooth warriors. The Black Rock tribe warriors were also shocked. They looked at their iron spears, which could take a life with just a single stab. Feeling the slight resistance from the spear tip, a new sense of strength and confidence grew wildly in their hearts. Iron tools. This is the power of iron. It's like a gift from the gods. Pull back the spears. Wu Liang's voice rang out again. The Black Rock warriors withdrew their spears, splashing hot blood from the Bloodtooth warriors. Second row move forward. First row fall back. The ranks quickly rotated, and the blood-stained spear tips aimed again at the front. Aikman stayed in place, confused about how the Black Rock tribe had become so strong. She looked at the 50 Black Rock warriors, their formations still neat. Their spears dripped with blood, like emotionless killing machines. Finally, her gaze fell on the man who had never moved his hand. He still stood there, with a faint smile on his face. Aikman felt a strange anger rising inside her. This man was supposed to belong to her. Xian, she had taken everything from her. We can't win with this fighting style, devil. The Black Rock tribe must have been blessed by a devil. This is a devil's way of fighting. In the Bloodtooth tribe, some warriors screamed. Unable to bear the fear of taking lives, they threw away their stone spears and turned to run. Her breakdown was like knocking over the first domino. Run. We can't win this. Panic broke out completely, and the Bloodfang tribe's line collapsed instantly. They were no longer fierce warriors, but a group of scared sheep. They scrambled to turn and run, pushing and tripping each other. Stop. Don't run. Attack them. Aikman was furious. Her group charged forward with fierce intent. How could they be scared off in just one move? This was too unbelievable. Wanna run? Wu Liang looked at the scattered Bloodfang fighters and sneered. The game has just begun. All troops, chase them. Remember, only fight the resistors. Those who surrender, tie them up. Yes, the Black Rock warriors cheered loudly after receiving the order. They abandoned their formation and turned into fierce tigers, chasing after the fleeing Bloodfang fighters. A chase and slaughter had begun. Meanwhile, Wu Liang's eyes fixed on Aikman. She couldn't escape now. This war had shifted from a defensive battle to a one-sided hunt. The Black Rock warriors, armed with iron spears and axes, easily outmatched the Stone Age Bloodfang fighters. Kyla led the charge. She was tall, strong, and wielded her spear with great skill. A slow-moving Bloodfang fighter tried to block her with a stone axe, but it shattered instantly. She her iron spear into his chest, piercing through his back. Without stopping, she kicked the corpse off her spear and moved on to the next target. The other Black Rock warriors did the same. Their iron weapons gave them a crushing advantage. Enemies that once took many swings to defeat now fell with just one spear or axe. The Bloodfang fighters completely broke down. They cried out, abandoned their armor, and wished they had been born with more legs. Their pride was shattered before these sharp, divine weapons. Don't run. Come back here. Cowards. Aikman kept shouting desperately, trying to turn the tide of defeat. She waved a large bone club and repeatedly knocked down some of her fleeing allies. But it was no use. The situation was hopeless, and people's hearts had scattered. Who would still listen to her? Watching her tribe members being slaughtered like fish in a tank, AKO Man's eyes turned red. She let out a desperate roar, channeling all her anger and frustration toward the one responsible for all this. I will kill you. AKO Man, like an angry mother lion, charged at Wu Liang with her bone club raised high. She poured all her strength into her legs, causing the ground beneath her to and creating shallow pits. She moved incredibly fast, but Wu Liang just watched her quietly. Just as AKO Man reached Wu Liang, raising her bone club to strike with all her might, Wu Liang moved. In an instant, he disappeared from where he stood. AKO Man's powerful strike hit the empty space, kicking up a cloud of dust. Where is he? AKO Man was startled. Before she could react, a suffocatingly terrifying aura came from behind her. She turned sharply and saw a hand rapidly enlarging in her pupils. Too slow, too slow. Wu Liang's voice was emotionless. AKO Man tensed and swung her bone club backward. This strike was powerful and heavy, but it missed. You're still too slow. You can't hit me like that. Wu Liang's voice was teasing, and he appeared on her left side. AKO man turned around and swung again. Her only thought was to hit this man in front of her, but she missed again. Wu Liang moved around her, dodging her attacks each time. Seeing Wu Liang's playful smile, AKO man felt like a wild beast trapped in a cage, being teased. The battlefield around them was gradually calming down. Under Wu Liang's orders, the female warriors of the Black Rock tribe no longer attacked the defeated Bloodfang tribe soldiers who had knelt and surrendered. They grouped in threes, pointing sharp iron spears at the prisoners, gathering them together. Everyone's eyes were focused on Wu Liang and AKO man in the middle of the field. Kira and the group of female warriors watched Wu Liang playfully tease Aikman, cheering loudly as they waved their spears and axes. Man, Aikman shouted angrily. Haha, what's wrong? You look upset. I'm not playing with you anymore. Wu Liang laughed loudly. Just as Aikman attacked, he stepped forward to face the whistling Beastbone Club. A cruel look flashed across Aikman's face. You're asking for it. It looked like Wu Liang's head was about to be smashed. Bang! A dull sound. The expected sound of bones breaking did not come. Instead, Aikman only felt her hand go numb. The Beastbone Club slipped from her grip and flew into the distant mud. No way. Aikman was stunned. How could this happen? How is this possible? Is this man really human? I told you, you're too slow and too weak. Wu Liang shook his hand. What else can you do now? Unwilling, Aikman suddenly lunged at Wu Liang without weapons. Her weapon was taken, her strength was crushed, and her speed was mocked. Everything she was proud of seemed like a joke in front of this man. Still not giving up? Wu Liang directly resisted Aikman, twisted her arm behind her back, and then forcefully pressed her to the ground. His palm felt soft and smooth, and Wu Liang couldn't help but grab her a couple of times. Huh. Ning. Aikman's body went limp. She suddenly felt like she had lost her strength. It was a feeling she had never experienced before. Wu Liang was riding on her tense legs, one hand pinching her cheek. Are you convinced? Surrender. I won't hurt you. Despair and deep hopelessness enveloped Aikman. She was the leader of a tribe, and now she was defeated so easily by a man. She had lost, completely defeated. Ding. High potential conquest target detected. Aikman, S level. Target identity. Leader of the Bloodfang tribe. Target potential. S level. Talents. Bloodthirsty Frenzy LV9. Wild Instinct LV7. Target current state. Willpower on the verge of breaking. Submission level 50%. Task requirement. Within 3 months, make Aikman completely submit physically and mentally, and willingly give birth to your child. Task rewards. Preview 1. Unlock technology tree. Basic military technology. 2. Obtain Aikman's talent. Bloodthirsty Frenzy. System enhanced version. 3. Special reward. Based on task completion level, Wu Liang raised an eyebrow. Wow, another S-rank task. The rewards are quite generous, especially the military technology tree, which he urgently needs right now. This includes formations, tactics, engineering, and defenses. There's also the talent reward. The Bloodthirsty Frenzy sounds more combat-oriented than Beast Bloodburn. If he can get it, his fighting power will improve significantly. Wu Liang's lips curl into a slight smile. His gaze at Aikman now is like a hunter watching prey caught in a trap. Aikman shivered under his stare. This man's eyes are full of aggression and possessiveness, making her cheeks flush and her toes curl inside her shoes. But she can't just give in. Ah! Aikman roared in defiance, like a wounded lioness. She pushed Wu Liang's hand away, lifted her chin, and bit him. Even if she dies, she wants to tear a piece of flesh from this hateful man. Wu Liang's eyes flickered with impatience. Stupid. Smack. A slap landed on Aikman's face, leaving 5 finger marks. Before she could resist again, a large hand grabbed her slender neck, lifting her off the ground. Aikman's feet left the ground, struggling to breathe. She fought desperately, but Wu Liang's grip was like iron clamps, unmoving. The suffocating feeling made her vision darken. Stop. Let go of our leader. The captured Bloodfang tribe warriors saw this and became excited. I'll see who dares to move. Kyla shouted loudly, her cold iron spear aimed at the restless prisoners. Wu Liang, holding Aikman, spoke coldly. Dying isn't that easy. Your life is now mine. After speaking, Wu Liang mercilessly threw Aikman to the ground. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Aikman was lying on the ground, coughing violently. Her embarrassed appearance made her tremble all over. Humiliation. Shame. Her hands clenched tightly into the dirt, her eyes empty and unwilling. Bind her up, Wu Liang ordered Kira nearby. Make sure she's tied tight, so she can't escape. Yes. Kira immediately called over 2 female warriors and securely tied Aikman up. Aikman no longer resisted. She just lay on the ground, her eyes vacant, staring at the ground. Everything was over. From today, she was just a prisoner at the mercy of others. Wu Liang looked at Aikman, who was with her hands and feet hanging there, and examined her carefully. This woman was tall, and even in simple animal skins, her fiery curves were obvious. Her bronze-colored skin had a wild beauty, and her features were deep and striking, an unmistakable beauty in the making. Is she fierce? That's okay. Even the wildest horse needs time to be tamed. Clean up the battlefield, Wu Liang gave the order. All prisoners, take them back. Kira, send some people to take over the Bloodfang tribe's camp. From today, their population and food are ours. After saying that, he turned and walked away, not looking back at Aikman on the ground. When Wu Liang and his team returned to the entrance of the Black Rock tribe, the sun was just halfway up in the sky. On the wall, Wei Xian and Elisa were anxiously waiting. Wei Xian, with her slightly rounded belly, was clutching the wall tightly with both hands. If Wu Liang hadn't strictly ordered her not to fight before leaving, she would have already rushed out with her axes. Elisa stood beside her, also looking worriedly into the distance. Although she trusted Wu Liang's strength, anything could happen on the battlefield. We're back. They're back. The female warrior on the watchtower shouted excitedly, and the horns signaling their return sounded immediately. Wu. The deep, powerful horn echoed over the camp, making all the tribe members feel excited. West Xian and Eliza were very excited and immediately looked into the distance. They saw a group of people walking toward the tribe. Leading the group was Wu Liang. He still looked the same, with his hands behind his back, walking at a steady pace. It seemed like he was out for a walk, not going to fight. Behind him were 50 brave female warriors. They held iron spears that sparkled in the sunlight, and each of their faces showed confidence and pride. At the end of the line, there was a large group of prisoners, looking sad and being led by ropes. There seemed to be many more prisoners than soldiers. We won. We won. West Xian was so excited that her voice trembled. Eliza also let out a deep sigh of relief. Seeing Wu Liang safe and sound, her worried heart finally relaxed. A strange feeling of happiness and pride filled her. This man was her man. The village gates slowly opened. Wu Liang led his team inside. Wu Liang, West Xian hurried over, her eyes full of excitement. I'm back. Wu Liang smiled at her. I told you I was fine, don't worry. Eliza also came over and stood quietly nearby. Her eyes were bright and shiny when she looked at Wu Liang. Wu Liang winked at her, and Eliza shyly lowered her head. The women in the tribe gathered together. When they saw the many prisoners and the supplies they brought back, the whole tribe cheered. Oh my, look at those prisoners. There are at least 200, right? Kira, are you all okay? That was amazing. Lord Wu Liang is so brave. Everyone cheered loudly. The female warriors who fought raised their iron spears, proud of the admiration from their people. You didn't see those fools from the Bloodfang tribe attacking us with their broken stone spears and bone clubs. Wu Liang told us to form a square. When they get close, we stab them with our spears. One female warrior mimed stabbing. Their leather armor, one stab, one hole. Those people haven't even reached us, and the front row has already fallen. The women of the Bloodfang tribe were so frightened that they smashed their stone axes on our spears, but all the axes broke. The women around listened excitedly. Is metal really that powerful? More than just powerful. Another female warrior quickly said. It's almost invincible. Out of 50 of us, we took turns stabbing. They had 200 or 300 people, but couldn't break through. Later, they got so scared they turned and ran. Lord Wu Liang ordered the chase, and it was even easier. No matter how fast they ran, they couldn't outrun our spears. So, did anyone get hurt? Someone asked worriedly. Kayla proudly puffed out her chest and loudly answered. Not a single person was seriously injured. Only 2 sisters accidentally twisted their ankles while chasing. Wow. The crowd erupted in excitement. 50 people against 200 or 300, with almost no injuries. And we even captured so many prisoners? It's a miracle. Everyone looked at Wu Liang with admiration. In their hearts, Wu Liang is the leader who is making the Black Rock tribe stronger. Wu Liang felt pleased. This was exactly what he wanted. A fierce, crushing victory is the fastest and most effective way to build reputation. He patted Vixen's hand and stepped onto a makeshift high platform in the center of the tribe. All the sounds instantly quieted, and hundreds of eyes looked at him. The Bloodfang tribe tried to invade our home, steal our food and land. But this time we won. Wu Liang's voice was quiet but powerful enough to excite everyone. Good. The women of the tribe cheered loudly. Wu Liang raised his hand to signal, and the cheers immediately stopped. This battle defeated the charge of 200 or 300 Bloodfang warriors. Now, their leader and fighters are all our prisoners. Their land and hunting grounds will belong to the Black Rock tribe from today. After a brief silence, the crowd roared like a mighty wave. Black Rock! Black Rock! Lord Wu Liang! Lord Wu Liang! The women were so excited that their faces turned red. They shouted with all their strength, expressing their joy and pride. We have proven to everyone that the weapons made from the iron we forged ourselves are unbeatable. Wu Liang raised his hand, and Kayla immediately handed him a stone spear and an iron spear. Wu Liang held each spear in his hands and suddenly clashed them together. Click! A sharp sound. The sturdy stone spear broke apart, with uneven edges at the break. But the iron spear from the Black Rock tribe showed no signs of damage. Did you see that? Wu Liang threw the broken stone spear onto the ground. This is stone tools. This is what we used in the past. Fragile and easily broken, he then raised the iron spear high. And this is our future reliance. Hard, sharp, unbreakable. From today on, our Black Rock tribe will arm every one of us with iron. We will use iron to cultivate more land. We will use iron to build stronger homes. His words were very inspiring, each one hitting the hearts of the women in the tribe. They looked at the shining iron spear in the sunlight, their eyes full of hope and longing for the future. As for these, Wu Liang pointed to the captives who were. They will become the foundation of our tribe's rise. Everyone, go mine and help build our tribe. And anyone who dares to oppose us. His voice suddenly turned cold. Kill without mercy. The cold words made the captives shiver. Finally, Wu Liang's gaze fell on the tied-up Aikman. Bring the leader of the Bloodfang tribe here. 2 female warriors pushed and pulled Aikman, bringing her to the foot of the high platform. Aikman was forced to lift her head and look at the man who controlled her fate from above. Her eyes were full of humiliation and unwillingness. Vixen, Eliza, Wu Liang turned to the 2 women. This Aikman, I will deal with her myself. Eliza also nodded. Wu Liang, he is your prize. Of course, you can do as you wish with him. The joy of victory filled the entire Black Rock tribe. That night, the bonfire burned brightly, lighting up the night sky. The smell of roasted meat drifted through every corner of the tribe, and the women danced and sang around the fire. Next to the fire, Wu Liang sat in the main seat. To his left was Wei Xian, and to his right was Eliza. He held a clay bowl, sipping the cloudy fruit wine slowly, his gaze calm as he watched everything before him. Wei Xian looked at Wu Liang's side profile. She knew that from today on, the layout of this tribe, and even this area would change completely because of this man. She took a deep breath, as if she had made a firm decision. Suddenly, Wei Xian stood up and walked to the center of the fire circle. All the singing, dancing, and noise stopped, and everyone's eyes focused on the leader. Wei Xian looked around at her people and loudly shouted, "My people!" Her voice was clear and strong. Today we achieved a great victory. All of this was accomplished under Wu Liang's leadership. From today, our Black Rock tribe is invincible. Roar! The women cheered again. Wei Xian raised her hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. But this is just the beginning. Her tone became serious. Defeating the Bloodfang tribe is not hard, nor is taking their land and people, but how to make our Black Rock tribe stronger. That is the most important thing. She paused, her gaze becoming very firm. I, Wei Xian, as the leader of the Black Rock tribe. At first, the whole tribe fell silent. Then, they erupted into loud cheers. Lord Wu Liang, acting leader, Great. That's the way it should be. We support the leader's decision. The women's faces showed no surprise or dissatisfaction. Instead, they looked naturally confident and excited. In their eyes, this all-powerful man leading them was a very wise choice. Wei Xian's decision simply reflected everyone's true feelings. Eliza looked at Wei Xian, admiring her bravery. Her choice was undoubtedly the right one. Her gaze fell on Wei Xian's slightly rounded belly. The baby. She needed this too. Wu Liang stood up and moved to stand beside Wei Xian. All eyes turned to him again. Since the leader and everyone trust me, Wu Liang's deep, strong voice rang out as he raised his hand and called out loudly. From today, I will lead the Black Rock tribe to become the strongest force in the great wilderness mountain. Simple, direct, and commanding. This made all the tribe members of Black Rock feel excited and passionate. Regarding these prisoners, Wu Liang pointed toward the prisoner camp nearby. Those willing to surrender can live. Those stubbornly resisting will be executed immediately. All members of the Bloodfang tribe, I will forgive past offenses, but if they stay, they must work in the mines, build roads, and farm the land for us. The Black Rock tribe does not support idlers. They must learn our rules and participate in our work. As long as they behave, they can eat well and stay warm. I give them a chance to join the Black Rock tribe, but if anyone has bad intentions, they will be executed immediately. Using both kindness and strength, carrot and stick. This decision was widely accepted by the tribe and gained their support. Wei Xian was very pleased. She fully approved of Wu Liang's decision. Aikman was kept alone in a small brick house. She was enthroned on the cold ground, listening to the cheers outside, feeling very cold inside. The door was opened. Wu Liang came in. He was followed by 2 female warriors, carrying a steaming bowl of meat soup and a rough clay bowl. Wu Liang waved his hand, telling the warriors to put down the items and step back. Now, only he and AKO Man were in the room. Wu Liang squatted down and personally untied the ropes that bound AKO Man's hands and feet. AKO Man moved her numb wrists and looked at him cautiously, not knowing what he wanted to do. Wu Liang ignored her look and picked up the bowl of meat soup, offering it to her. Freshly cooked meat soup. Drink it. AKO Man looked at the oily meat soup in the bowl and swallowed hard. She hadn't eaten anything for a day, but she didn't move, only stubbornly turned her head away. Wu Liang smiled. He put down the bowl and suddenly reached out to hold AKO Man's chin, forcing her to turn her head and look at him. I'll say it again, drink it. His voice was soft but cold. Don't force me to give it to you forcibly. Feeling the strong pressure from his fingers, tears of humiliation welled up in AKO Man's eyes. If you don't kill me, you'll regret it. After saying this, AKO Man picked up the bowl and drank the meat soup eagerly. The warm soup flowed into her stomach, easing some of her coldness and giving her some strength back. Good. Wu Liang didn't pay attention to AKO Man's harsh words and stood up, looking at her. AKO Man's head was just at Wu Liang's waist level, looking down from above. From today, you will live here. Someone will bring you food every day, so you won't go hungry. AKO Man looked at him in confusion. What do you mean? Don't look at me with that kind of eyes. Wu Liang smiled. As the leader of the Blood Fangs, you can't just die like this. I let you live so you can see with your own eyes how your tribe is slowly taken over by me, and how your people forget you and pledge loyalty to me instead. He bent down and whispered into AKO Man's ear. You will stay here as my guest for a while, until I think you have a new purpose. After saying that, Wu Liang turned and left the room. Aikman sat silently on the cold ground, grinding her teeth and clenching her fists tightly. Wu Liang, you monster. In the following days, Aikman was kept inside a brick house. Her handcuffs and leg shackles were replaced with iron cuffs. She tried many ways to escape, but couldn't break free. Outside the door, 2 female warriors with iron spears kept watch, making it impossible to escape. Every day, food and water were delivered on time. The food was not rotten meat, and the water was not muddy and mixed with dirt. What surprised her was that the Black Rock tribe sent her tender, cooked meat and fragrant meat broth, especially the broth. Since that night, when Wu Liang half threatened her into drinking it, she became completely addicted. In the Bloodfang tribe, where there were no metal tools, it was the first time she tasted food other than roasted meat. The water she received was also clean and clear, even sweeter than before. She didn't understand what Wu Liang, the man, really wanted. According to tribe rules, enemy leaders like her would either be humiliated and executed publicly or turned into the lowest slaves and tortured. But now, what is this? Is he raising her like a pet? This feeling of being toyed with is even worse than being killed. That noon, the door was opened again. Wu Liang entered. Today, he was not wearing animal skins, but a strange fabric outfit. He also carried a tray with 2 clay bowls. Today, I cook myself. Try my skills. Wu Liang placed the tray on the ground. One bowl had stewed meat, and the other had cooked green plants. Aikman looked at him cautiously, but did not move. Wu Liang didn't mind and sat down casually. He picked up a sharpened wooden stick, skewered a piece of stewed meat, and chewed happily. The cooking is just right. He then skewered some of the green plants and ate them. The taste is pretty good. After finishing all this, he looked at Aikman and raised an eyebrow. Are you still afraid I might poison you? Do I need such complicated methods to kill you? His words were full of disdain and mockery. Aikman's face turned red. This was humiliation, blatant, open humiliation. Just eat if you want. I'm not afraid of dying. Aikman snorted coldly, silently picked up another stick, and started eating small bites. The stew melted in her mouth, tender but not greasy. It was 100 times tastier than any roast meat she had eaten before. The green plant had a fresh flavor that cut through the richness of the meat, making her feel very comfortable. She finished everything quickly and even licked the bottom of the bowl. Are you full? Wu Liang looked at her and smiled. Aikman didn't answer. She simply set the bowl aside. If you're full, come with me. Wu Liang stood up. Staying inside all the time makes people smell bad. Aikman was stunned. He was going to take her outside? Don't think about running away. Wu Liang seemed to know what she was thinking. In this tribe, you can't escape. Aikman was silent. She quietly stood up and followed Wu Liang. The guards at the door saw Wu Liang bringing Aikman out, nodded politely, and didn't stop them. When Aikman finally stepped out of that house and looked around the tribe again, she was more shocked than she had been on the battlefield that day. Wu Liang led her toward the tribe's work area. The first thing she saw was the blacksmith's workshop. Bang, bang, bang. A large piston-style bellows made rhythmic sounds, pumping lots of air into the iron furnace. The fire blazed fiercely, warping the surrounding air. A few sweaty female warriors used tongs to hold a glowing red iron piece, placing it on a huge anvil. Clang, clang, clang. Another female warrior swung a heavy hammer, smashing the iron piece with sparks flying. Next to them, rows of finished iron spearheads, axes, and even some iron tools whose names Aikman didn't know were displayed. The clanging sound of hammering felt like heavy blows hitting Aikman's heart. It was these things that caused her tribe to be destroyed. Here is our blacksmith workshop, Wu Liang's voice sounded beside her. Once you control iron, you control power. Your Bloodfang tribe still uses stones and bones. How can you compete with us? Aikman clenched her teeth tightly, unable to speak. Wu Liang led her forward. They passed by a construction site where many women and some captured Bloodfang women were busy working. Some were mixing mud, others making yellowish bricks, and some were building walls with these bricks. Brick houses similar to her own were rising all around. See that? We no longer live in animal hide tents. Wu Liang pointed to the houses. We live in strong, clean, and cool houses in summer and warm in winter. Even in rain, they won't leak, and we're safe from strong winds. Looking at the brave warriors who once rode across the plains with her, now working like slaves, her heart ached. But she couldn't deny that these brick houses were 1,000 times better than the best tents of her tribe. Wu Liang took her to the edge of the tribe. Here, some women were using strange single-wheeled carts to bring in stones and wood from outside. These carts had only one wheel. One woman could easily push them, even with loads several times her weight, making the work incredibly efficient. This is a unicycle cart. I designed it, Wu Liang said calmly. With it, our transportation efficiency has increased more than 10 times. Aikman felt numb. Iron tools, brick houses, unicycle carts. Everything in this tribe was beyond her understanding. You must be wondering why your Bloodfang tribe still fights to steal food, while we, the Blackrock tribe, are doing these things and becoming so strong. Wu Liang stopped and looked at her. Of course, Aikman wanted to know. She desperately wanted an answer. Because stealing and plundering are always the lowest ways to survive. Wu Liang's eyes became sharp. Just one raid, and it's considered a success. How much do you really get? Just a few bags of grain. Some old animal skins. And then what? Eat it, use it up, and go for another raid. People like you are stuck in a cycle of hunger and violence, never making any progress. Wu Liang scolded and looked down on Man's primitive way of life. Then his tone turned proud. But we are different. We forge iron to make better tools. We build brick houses for safer homes. We improve transportation to build our community more efficiently, making our tribe stronger and harder to attack. Man, we learn sustainable ways, not like animals that steal from others. Every word Wu Liang said felt like a needle stabbing Man's heart. Her pride in leading the tribe into battles now seemed silly and savage in Wu Liang's words. She always thought being strong meant defeating others and taking their things. But this man told her true strength is about creating and improving. Who are you really? Man looked lost, and her voice was hoarse. Wu Liang smiled slightly. You will get to know me, slowly. There's plenty of time. After giving Man a kind lesson, Wu Liang didn't bother her for now. This woman needed time to understand and accept. Gradually, her firm beliefs would shake, and soon her confidence would collapse. Wu Liang had more important things to do now. Winning the war and gaining respect for the tribe was just the first step. For a tribe to grow strong and last long, force alone isn't enough. They need a steady, enough food supply. Hunting and gathering depend on luck. The only way out is to develop large-scale farming. Now, his agricultural technology was unlocked, and it was time to start clearing land. Knock, knock. Wu Liang knocked on Elisa's door. High Priestess, are you home? As he called out. Wu Liang smoothly pushed the door open and went inside. Wu Liang, you came to see me. Eliza in the room is currently organizing some herbs. When she sees Wu Liang come in, her movements pause, and a charming blush appears on her face. This is the calm and noble High Priestess in front of others. Only in front of Wu Liang does she show this shy, girlish side. My adorable High Priestess, what are you busy with? Wu Liang smiles as he walks over and gently wraps his arms around her slender waist from behind. Eliza's body stiffens slightly, then softens in his embrace, and her long legs tremble a little. The wild night they shared is unforgettable to her every day. Smelling Wu Liang's captivating, strong scent, Eliza feels her heart beat faster. Nothing, just tidying up the ritual items. Her voice is soft, like a whisper. Those things can be done slowly later. Wu Liang rests his chin on her fragrant shoulder and whispers in her ear. I'm here today with a more important task for you. The most important? Eliza looks up curiously. Yes, it's something only you can do. Tell me, what do you need me to do? Eliza's eyes sparkle as she turns to look up at Wu Liang's face. Remember I told you before about farming? Eliza nods. Of course. When Wu Liang first mentioned it to her, she thought it was impossible. But later, when she saw the wheat grains she planted actually sprout green shoots, she was deeply shocked. That feeling still stays fresh in her mind. I only asked you to try it before. Wu Liang leans close to her ear and whispers warmly. Now, we're going to do something big. Don't move, don't be nervous. I'm going to teach you something new now. Eliza tenses up, her breathing slowing down. She quietly waits for the man behind her to act. This man has always supported her from behind. Eliza now trusts Wu Liang completely. Wu Liang's mind suddenly activates. Alert! Should we share basic agricultural techniques with the target, Eliza? Yes. The next moment, Eliza felt a buzzing in her mind, as if countless pieces of information had been poured into her. Knowledge about land, seeds, how to cultivate, plant, water, and fertilize. All those things she had never heard of, or even imagined, appeared clearly in her mind like scenes from a movie. From basic land clearing and breeding to domestication of livestock. It was like a whole new world opening up before her. Wow, what is this? Wu Liang, suddenly something entered my mind. Eliza looked a bit scared. She covered her head, her beautiful eyes full of shock and wonder. This is agricultural knowledge. Take your time to understand it. Wu Liang explained. What is this? Magic? Eliza could feel that these ideas didn't just appear out of nowhere. They were transferred into her mind through Wu Liang's body. How do you feel? Wu Liang held her, feeling her body tremble clearly. I. Eliza was so excited she couldn't speak properly. I think. I understand everything now. Such amazing knowledge. I know how to make the land fertile and when to plant seeds. Wu Liang, where did you learn all this? You can even make wild oxen and sheep behave like puppies. Haha, that's a secret. I'll tell you later. Kiss. Wu Liang kissed her cheek as a reward. These are the tasks I want you to do next. Eliza, I want you to lead the women of our tribe to clear a large piece of farmland, planting grains and vegetables. Then, tame those wild animals so they become our livestock, providing us with meat and milk. Wu Liang's words painted a beautiful picture. Eliza's breathing grew faster. If we can do all this, it could change the fate of the entire tribe. Thinking about the future, the tribe will have endless food and milk. Eliza's heart was filled with excitement and pride at that moment. Follow me. Wu Liang took Eliza to the blacksmith's workshop and opened a nearby storage room. Inside, several new iron tools were neatly arranged. One of the tools had a very strange shape, a sharp V-shaped iron blade at the front, attached to a long wooden handle. What is this? Eliza looked at the tools with curiosity. This is called a plow, used for breaking new land. Wu Liang picked up one and weighed it. With this, turning the soil is dozens of times faster than using a stone. Let the women of the Bloodfang tribe find strong oxen to pull it, and they can clear a large piece of land quickly. Besides the plow, there were also iron hoes and shovels in the storage room. Wu Liang had drawn the plans for these tools over the past few days, and Kayla had led people to make them. Eliza looked at the shiny iron farming tools. Thinking about the farming knowledge she had learned, she felt a surge of strength throughout her body. Wu Liang, her eyes sparkled with a special light. I think I found something more meaningful than worship. As a high priestess, she used prayers and rituals to comfort her people. But now, Wu Liang had given her a power that could truly feed her people. A real, tangible power that could change their lives. She felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. You are already special. Wu Liang gently stroked her long hair and said softly, You were born for farming. You are my goddess of harvest. Goddess of harvest. Eliza's heart suddenly trembled, and her cheeks grew hot. Wu Liang always knew how to touch her most tender spot. From today, you will be the Minister of Agriculture for our Black Rock tribe. The tribe's granary is in your hands. Wu Liang held her hand. He took a heavy bag of wheat seeds from the system and handed it to Eliza. Minister of Agriculture. Eliza softly repeated this new and strange title. A deep sense of responsibility and mission rose in her heart. Yes, I won't let you down. Wu Liang looked at her confident expression and smiled with satisfaction. Mental conquest can sometimes be more effective than physical possession in making a woman truly loyal. Early the next morning, some women from the tribe were gathered on a large open space inside the tribe by Eliza. At the same time, more than 100 captives from the Bloodfang tribe were being escorted over. These captives looked dejected, not knowing what kind of punishment awaited them. Eliza stood on a high ground. Behind her were dozens of shiny new iron plows and hoes, gleaming coldly in the morning light. Today, she wore comfortable clothes that showed off her charming figure clearly. Ladies, Eliza called out loudly, her voice echoing across the area. Today, we gather here to do something greater than winning a war. The women whispered among themselves, unsure of what the high priestess was talking about. From today on, we will use our own hands to grow our food on this land. Eliza pointed to the vast wilderness at her feet, her voice full of passion. We will turn this land into fields belonging to our Black Rock tribe. We will make this barren land grow golden wheat waves and endless fruits. We will never worry about food again. The women were stunned. Grow food. Many of them had seen Eliza witness the growth of wheat seedlings, but that was just a small experiment. Now, they were supposed to do it on a large scale. Could they really do it? I know what you're doubting. Eliza saw their thoughts. You're wondering when we can clear such a large area ourselves. Don't worry. Lord Wu Liang has prepared magical tools for us. She waved her hand, and the female warriors behind her immediately brought out the iron plows, showing them to everyone. These are iron plows. With them, tilling the land is dozens of times faster than using stone hoes. Eliza pointed to the captives from the Bloodfang tribe. Everyone, carry these iron plows and start working. Since we don't have suitable livestock now, Your Bloodfang tribe will do the work instead. Don't think that not killing you is a kindness. It's a great mercy. As prisoners, you should be aware of your situation and show your value." After saying this, Eliza immediately announced the start of the land reclamation work. She ordered the strong female warriors of the tribe, 2 at a time, to operate iron plows. The prisoners from the Bloodfang tribe were grouped in tens. They were tied with ropes by the female warriors of the Blackrock tribe, lined up, and pulled the plows like oxen. At first, the prisoners were reluctant. Kyla didn't say a word. She simply took a wet whip and walked over. With a sharp lash, a prisoner's back split open, bleeding. The prisoner screamed loudly and no longer hesitated, pulling with all his might. The effect of warning others was immediate. The remaining prisoners, seeing the bloodied whip in Kyla's hand, fell silent with fear and exerted all their strength. "Ha! Ha!" Under the shouts of the female warriors, dozens of iron plows simultaneously pierced the hard ground. The sharp plowshares easily broke through the soil, turning black dirt over. Straight trenches stretched endlessly across the wilderness. The women of the Blackrock tribe, who initially thought this would be a tough job, soon found joy in it. They only needed to hold the plow, control the direction and depth, while most of the hard work was done by the prisoners in front. In just one morning, a large area of land, about the size of dozens of tents, was completely turned over. The women looked at their work with excited faces. "Oh my, it's so fast. Yeah, I thought it would take a whole month to do such a large area. This iron plow is amazing. And these prisoners are so useful." They looked at the exhausted Bloodfang prisoners lying on the ground, gasping for breath, with no trace of sympathy, only a sense of fairness. Eliza watched the lively scene before her, feeling a deep sense of achievement. Wu Liang stood quietly under a large tree nearby, watching everything with a satisfied smile. Prisoners are not worth sympathy. Sometimes they need to be pushed hard enough to obey. Offering sweet treats must come after showing a strong hand. After all, in this primitive tribe, they believe only the strong can control everything. On a distant hillside, a Koman was led out by 2 female warriors to watch a land-clearing ceremony. Her former subordinates were now tied with ropes around their necks, being driven like animals in the fields. She wanted to close her eyes and stop watching, but she couldn't look away, her gaze fixed on the turned black soil, the smiling faces of the women from the Blackrock tribe, and the lively atmosphere of construction. Everyone in the Blackrock tribe, from the chief to ordinary members, was involved in this vigorous effort. It was a kind of unity a Koman had never seen before. "Did you see that?" The female warrior escorting her was Kyra, speaking with a hint of pride. "We don't need to steal, we can grow enough food ourselves. And you only raid like locusts." A Koman's lips moved, but she couldn't speak. The truth was clear, and any excuse seemed weak. Once the land was cleared, it was time to plant seeds. Elisa directed the women to evenly scatter the carefully selected wheat seeds Wu Liang had given her into the soft soil. When the last seed was planted, Wu Liang came over to her. "Good job, my harvest goddess," he said warmly, pulling her into his arms. "It's not hard." Elisa leaned against Wu Liang's strong chest, a satisfied smile on her face. "As long as I see them sprout, it's all worth it." In the following days, a Koman was taken up the hill every day to watch the daily life of the Blackrock tribe. That night, Wu Liang returned to a Koman's room. He didn't bring any food, just sat quietly across from her. The room was dimly lit by a small oil lamp, its flickering flame casting long shadows on the wall. "Did you see clearly?" Wu Liang broke the silence first. A Koman looked up, her eyes showing a mix of complexity and confusion. After a long silence, he finally spoke in a hoarse voice. "How did you manage to do it?" "Knowledge changes destiny," Wu Liang said with a smile. "And you are still stuck in the most primitive stage." Wu Liang walked up to Aikman and looked down at her. "Tell me, Aikman, do you think your Bloodfang tribe's way of life has a future?" Aikman's body trembled. This question was like a sharp knife stabbing her heart. "A future? The Bloodfang tribe is gone. What future are you talking about? You either die in battle or are torn apart by wild animals during hunts. A whole year of hardship, and it might not even support you. This is your fate." Wu Liang's voice was cold and cruel. "No, that's not true," Aikman weakly argued, but even she felt she had no confidence. "Isn't it?" Wu Liang sneered. Then I ask you, if we weren't here, after you finish stealing from the Black Rock tribe, who would be your next target? After stealing from all the tribes, what would you do then? As a leader, besides leading them to die or repeat this pointless killing, what else can you give them? Wu Liang's questions hit Aikman like heavy blows, deep into her soul. She couldn't answer. She couldn't even guarantee that her tribe would survive the next winter. Aikman looked at Wu Liang. What exactly do you want to say? I want to give you and your people a choice. Wu Liang squatted down to look her in the eyes. A choice to survive and live better. His gaze was full of aggression, as if trying to see through Aikman. There are two paths in front of you. First, continue to be my prisoner. I will erase all traces of the Blood Fang tribe from this world. In less than half a year, your people will forget you as their leader. They will eat the food of the Black Rock tribe, wear their clothes, and fight for the honor of the Black Rock tribe. And you will be alone in this small dark room, waiting to die. Aikman's face instantly turned pale. She had no doubt that Wu Liang could do such a thing. Second option, Wu Liang's tone suddenly became tempting. Submit to me and become my person. Aikman looked up suddenly, with a mocking expression on her face. Are you trying to persuade me to surrender? Wu Liang smiled. You can see it that way, but first listen to what I have to say. As long as you submit, I will not only keep the name of the Blood Fang tribe and let you continue to be their leader. I will also give you land, tools, and teach you how to farm and build. Aikman, I will make sure your people can eat well and stay warm, just like the people of the Black Rock tribe. You will live in strong houses and have a bright future, and you will no longer be just a leader who leads your people to die. You will become a hero guiding your tribe toward a better future. Aikman's expression softened slightly. And what is the price for that? She raised her face, showing a look of sadness. Of course, there is a price. Wu Liang extended a finger, pointing at Aikman's head. The condition is that you must serve me, and your tribe will become my vassal. And you, Aikman. Wu Liang gently lifted her chin with his hand, his thumb brushing her lips. You will become my woman. What did you say? Aikman looked at Wu Liang in shock. She had thought of many possibilities, but never this one. To become this man's woman? Does he like her? What does this guy think of himself? Don't even think about it. Kill me if you want. Aikman sneered, showing no fear. Ding. Target. Aikman is angry, resentful. Multiple negative emotions. Ding. The target's dislike for the host has increased by 100%. In Wu Liang's mind, the system's notification sounded. Still dislike? No rush. I have plenty of time to make you submit. Don't rush to decide. Wu Liang smiled slightly, stood up, and no longer pressured Aikman. I will give you time to think. Once you've made up your mind, tell me your answer. Try not to make me wait too long. After speaking, Wu Liang turned and left the room. Only AKO Man was left alone, curled up in the corner, biting her lip, her nails digging into her palm. She silently shed tears of shame and hope. The next morning, Wu Liang gathered everyone together. Whether it was the women of the He Yin tribe or the prisoners from the Shuya tribe, they all assembled before the land was cleared yesterday. Eliza stood beside Wu Liang, looking a bit nervous. The prisoners from the Shuya tribe stood numb, their faces tired from a whole day of heavy plowing work yesterday. AKO Man was also brought to the scene by two female warriors. She looked like she hadn't slept all night, her eyes bloodshot, her face pale. She coldly watched everything, not knowing what tricks Wu Liang might be planning. Everyone, be quiet. Wu Liang stepped onto a makeshift high platform, his gaze sweeping over the dark crowd below. I know many of you, especially those from the Shuya tribe, are full of anger and confusion right now. Wu Liang's voice was not loud, but clear enough to reach everyone's ears. You don't understand why you are forced to be here, working like animals. His words made the prisoners from the Shuya tribe burn with anger. Wu Liang ignored their reactions. Today, I will show you something. To make you see how ignorant and foolish you are, and at the same time, I will show you what true strength really is. After saying this, Wu Liang leapt down from the high platform. He then walked straight to the middle of the freshly planted field. What is Wu Liang trying to do? Vixian stood beside Eliza, curious as she watched Wu Liang. He seems to be about to perform magic. We should just watch. Eliza trusted Wu Liang completely. Wu Liang slowly closed his eyes, raised his hands, palms facing the sky. Playing tricks. AKO man sneered coldly. But just then, Wu Liang began to chant a strange, obscure phrase. Ackerman's eyes suddenly widened. No way. This guy can actually chant magic spells. It's important to know that mages are very rare. In the Great Wilderness Mountain, only the high priests of each tribe can perform some magic. Sure enough, at that moment, everyone's eyes focused on Wu Liang. Ding. Do you want to activate skill? Earth Blessing LV6? Activate, Wu Liang silently thought. The next second, a gentle green light spread out from Wu Liang's body, rapidly expanding. The light was like warm spring water, instantly covering the vast fields. Ding. Earth Blessing skill activated successfully. Plants in the selected area will be ripened to 45%. As the system prompt sounded, a buzzing noise filled the air. Everyone stared with wide eyes, stunned. Then they saw on the land covered by the green light. Young green seedlings sprouted from the moist soil at a visible speed. They broke through the ground, stretching their tender leaves. It was as if an invisible hand was lifting them upward, causing each to grow rapidly, one after another. Oh my goodness, sprouting. The seeds are sprouting. No, they're still growing. Still growing. The crowd burst into exclamations. This is a miracle. A true miracle. Wu Liang is so powerful. What a mighty magic spell. Wu Liang is so brave. Our Black Rock tribe is blessed by the gods. Their shouts were full of excitement. No, this can't be real. The prisoners from the Bloodfang tribe were completely stunned. They stood there, frozen, trembling with shock and fear. What had they just seen? With such a powerful mage, they couldn't win. And in the previous battle, the enemy hadn't even used magic, yet they had already been defeated easily. Now they realized how wrong they had been. The Black Rock tribe was unbeatable. This man named Wu Liang was unbeatable. Thud, thud, thud. A series of muffled sounds echoed. The prisoners of the Bloodfang tribe could no longer hold on. Their legs buckled, and they knelt down in groups. Their faces showed numbness, but also respect. Aikman stood there, feeling cold all over, like she was falling into an icy pit. Her mind was blank. It's over. Everything is finished. At the moment all the tribe members knelt, the little pride and resistance Aikman had left were shattered. The green light lasted for more than 10 minutes before slowly fading away. The once empty field had now turned into a lush green sea. The wheat seedlings had grown over half a foot tall, swaying gently in the breeze, full of life. Wu Liang slowly opened his eyes, feeling a bit tired inside. As he looked at the crowd kneeling before him and the prisoners of the Bloodfang tribe with their faces full of awe, that feeling of control made Wu Liang's lips curl into a slight smile. Metal tools could only control their bodies. But scenes like this, almost like a miracle, could truly conquer their spirits. His gaze finally settled on Aikman in the distance. From this moment on, the last bit of her stubbornness had been torn apart by his own hands. But now was not the time to focus on her. Wu Liang returned to the middle of the crowd and found Eliza. Eliza, the food problem is now solved. We just need to wait for the harvest. Right now, we also need to deal with the meat supply. Eliza nodded. You say the word, we'll do whatever you ask. Next to her, Wei Xian also agreed confidently. You are now the acting leader of the tribe. Just tell everyone what to do. Wu Liang wanted to hear that. He turned to look at a strong female warrior nearby. Kira. Kira quickly stepped forward 3 steps and bowed respectfully. Lord Wu Liang, do you have any instructions? Her voice was loud, humble, and full of respect. Now I give you 50 of our best fighters. Wu Liang looked at her and said slowly, starting today, lead the tribe members into the surrounding forests. Catch all the wild cattle, sheep, horses, and boars you can see. Remember, I want them alive. Yes, Kyra responded loudly. Wu Liang nodded, pleased with her attitude. He gently tapped her forehead with his finger, and a stream of information instantly flooded into Kyra's mind. It was knowledge about setting traps, lassos, and techniques for driving and capturing large animals. Kyra felt a buzzing in her head as countless new and useful ideas filled her thoughts. At first, she was stunned, then she was overjoyed. This is magic. Wu Liang withdrew his finger and said calmly, use these methods to complete the task I give you. We need a lot of livestock, as many as possible. Understood. Kyra cheered excitedly, saluted Wu Liang seriously, then turned to select people for the task. Watching her leave, Wu Liang turned to Elisa. Elisa, I also need you to do something. Elisa's heart fluttered. He needs me. She looked at Wu Liang with anticipation. Wu Liang, just tell me what I need to do. Wu Liang extended his finger again, this time pointing to Elisa's smooth forehead. Unlike the hunting skills given to Kyra, the knowledge flooding into Elisa's mind was more systematic, basic livestock domestication. Building sturdy, well-ventilated pens, understanding different animal habits, choosing feed that helps them settle quickly, initial treatments for common illnesses, and guiding their breeding. A vast amount of information made Elisa greedily absorb these unprecedented knowledge. Starting today, the tribe's livestock management is your responsibility, Wu Liang continued. All the wild animals captured by Kyra will be handed over to you. I need you to turn them from wild beasts into tame livestock. Let them provide us with meat and milk, and contribute everything to our tribe's development. Elisa's eyes sparkled brighter than ever before. She looked at Wu Liang. This man entrusting her with such an important task was a sign of great trust and expectation. Don't worry, Wu Liang. I will do my best. Elisa nodded firmly, her gaze full of determination. Wu Liang smiled happily. Soon, Kayla led 50 of the strongest female warriors, carrying ropes and iron trap parts, into the forest. With the trapping knowledge Wu Liang gave her, Kayla felt very confident about this task. Meanwhile, Eliza, along with other women from the tribe and all the prisoners from the Bloodfang tribe, began building pens on a large open area outside the tribe. She used the knowledge Wu Liang taught her to plan different zones for raising cattle, sheep, and horses. She also taught everyone how to dig deep pits, bury wooden stakes, and tie the fences tightly with strong vines. The prisoners from the Bloodfang tribe started to change their attitude. Their rebellious thoughts gradually faded. They dared not disobey Eliza's orders and worked even harder than the women of the Blackrock tribe. In the evening, Kayla's team returned. They brought chaos and dust along with them. Dozens of panicked wild bulls and over 100 sheep were driven back by the female warriors using ropes. The animals kept making loud noises. They were wild and aggressive, almost breaking through the warriors' circles several times. Hurry, drive them into the pens. Eliza stood at the gate of the new pen and shouted loudly. The prisoners and tribe women worked together to try to herd the angry animals into the enclosure. Suddenly, a very strong black wild bull let out a furious roar. Its eyes turned red as it suddenly changed direction and charged toward the densest part of the crowd. Run! Get out of the way! Danger! The crowd panicked, and women scattered in fear. Just as the bull was about to charge into the crowd and cause a stampede, a cold, clear voice shouted, "Stop!" Everyone froze. Eliza was standing alone in front of the raging bull. She had no weapons, only holding a large bundle of freshly cut grass that emitted a sweet, special scent. This bundle of grass was carefully chosen and mixed according to Wu Liang's instructions, and it had a natural attraction for such cattle. The angry bull pawed the ground fiercely, its sharp horns aimed at Eliza, ready to charge deadly. Everyone held their breath in fear. However, Eliza's face showed no fear at all. She calmly looked at the wild bull king and suddenly made a deep, rhythmic humming sound. This was also taught to her by Wu Liang, imitating the calming and non-threatening sounds of cattle. The furious wild bull, just a few steps away from Eliza, surprisingly stopped. Its nostrils flared as it breathed heavily, and its red eyes were full of caution and doubt. But the grass in Eliza's hand and the sound she made it hesitate. Seeing her method work, Eliza felt happy inside. She slowly extended the bundle of grass forward. The bull king stared at the tempting-smelling grass, then looked at Eliza and hesitated before taking a small step forward. It really works. Eliza's tense mood relaxed, and a happy smile appeared on her face. Under everyone's surprised gaze, the wild bull became gentle, sticking out its tongue carefully to roll toward the grass. As the fresh, juicy grass entered its mouth, the bull completely relaxed. Eliza, seeing this, continued humming soothing sounds and slowly stepped back. Step by step, she led the strong, wild bull into the sturdy pen prepared for it. After the bull was tamed, guiding the remaining cattle and sheep became much easier, and the female warriors drove them into their respective enclosures. At sunset, Eliza stood in front of the pen. Looking at the animals beginning to nibble on the grass, she showed a relieved smile. In the following days, the tribe's crops grew rapidly under Wu Liang's magic to hasten ripening, changing daily. In the eastern pen, under Eliza's taming, the captured wild beasts gradually lost their ferocity. They ate enough tasty grass every day and started to get used to being kept. Some ewes even gave birth to adorable lambs. Everyone in the tribe was busy, but their faces showed an unprecedented happiness. Food, the biggest problem that had troubled their ancestors for generations, seemed to have been completely solved by Wu Liang. In stark contrast, the prisoners from the Bloodfang tribe remained. They still do the hardest and most tiring work, but their attitude is quietly changing. They are beginning to realize that the strength of the Black Rock tribe is not accidental. During their breaks, they start secretly talking. Did you see? The wheat seems to have grown taller again. And those sheep, they had several lambs yesterday. I heard that in the future, people in the Black Rock tribe will be able to drink sheep's milk every day. When do you think we can live like that? These whispers are naturally heard by Wu Liang. He knows the time is almost right. That noon, after finishing their morning work, all the captives from the Bloodfang tribe were gathered in the open space in the center of the tribe. Wu Liang looks at them calmly. The captives are restless, not knowing what this leader will do next. They bow their heads in awe, afraid to look at him. Raise your heads and look at me. Wu Liang's voice is calm, but carries a firm authority. The captives hesitate for a moment, then slowly lift their heads. I know what you are thinking. Wu Liang's gaze sweeps over their tired or confused faces. You see our fields, our livestock. You envy us, even feel jealous. His words make many captives' faces change slightly. They realize this man sees right through their thoughts. Don't be afraid. Wu Liang's tone softens a little. It's normal to have these thoughts, because you see a better way of life, and you long to live like that. He points to the distant fields and pens. Look, that's the future I am creating for the Black Rock tribe. Our tribe will have endless food, endless milk, and endless clothes. And here, no one will worry about starving tomorrow. And everything you did before. Wu Liang's voice suddenly turns cold. Your so-called bravery, your plundering, that's the lowest form of survival, and it's doomed to be left behind. This speech was like a sharp knife, piercing deeply into the hearts of every member of the Bloodfang tribe. They lowered their heads in shame. Seeing their reactions, Wu Liang knew it was the right moment. He then changed his tone and offered a sweet treat. Although you once started a war against us, I am not going to deny you a chance because of that. Hearing this, all the prisoners suddenly looked up. Your tribe was defeated, but you are still alive. From today, I give you a new way out. Wu Liang's voice was full of temptation. As long as you are willing to let go of past hatred, work sincerely here, and learn our skills and rules. Then, you will no longer be slaves. You can also become part of this tribe and live a stable life. Really, the crowd instantly erupted in excitement. Wu Liang is hitting people. Is what he said true? We don't have to be slaves anymore. As long as we work hard, we can become members of the Black Rock tribe. Great joy flooded over them like a flood. For these women who had fallen into captivity and thought their future was dark, this was a huge blessing. However, Wu Liang's next words cooled their passionate hearts. He slowly turned around and looked toward a nearby stone house, where Aikman was being kept. I welcome those who want to stay in the Black Rock tribe and become part of it. Of course, if you want to return to your original Bloodfang tribe, I won't force you. I can keep your tribe's name or give you your freedom, but you must submit to the Black Rock tribe. And the key condition is whether your former leader, Aikman, is willing to stand with you. The prisoners' discussion suddenly stopped. Everyone looked toward the stone house with complex expressions. I have given her a choice. Wu Liang raised his voice, ensuring that everyone, including Aikman inside the house, could hear clearly. First, if Aikman continues to be proud and stubborn, she will be imprisoned until her death, and you, the Bloodfang tribe, will become history, and no one will remember the name Bloodfang anymore. Secondly, she has submitted to me. Then, I will not only keep the name Bloodfang, I will also give you new land, seeds, tools, and teach you farming and breeding techniques. Bloodfang will become a subordinate tribe of the Black Rock tribe, and your life will be 100 times better than before. Your future and the survival of your tribe are now in her hands. Is it right for her to sacrifice the entire tribe's future just for a bit of dignity? Or should she make a wise choice for all of your futures? I believe you know what to do." After speaking, Wu Liang said no more and turned to leave. This was a clever plan. He shifted all the pressure from himself onto Aikman. He turned the hope of the Blood Fang tribe into a weapon to force Aikman to submit. He wanted her to see how silly her stubbornness was. Her resistance wasn't just against Wu Liang, but against the will of her own people. Everyone wants to live, and live better. Aikman, how much longer can you hold on? Wu Liang's face was full of a triumphant smile. After he left, the area fell into complete silence. Then, suddenly, the crowd erupted with unprecedented excitement. "Leader, what will she choose?" "Of course she'll choose the second option. Does she want our Blood Fang tribe to be completely destroyed? But, submitting to that man. So what if she submits? Submitting to someone strong isn't shameful. Living a good life is what matters most." An older woman shouted loudly. Her words ignited the fire in everyone's hearts. Yes, there's nothing shameful about it. They invaded the Black Rock tribe, but they received such generous treatment. Not being executed back then was the greatest mercy. Now they can even have a better life and return home. What's wrong with that? What is their leader still insisting on? Thud. The older woman was the first to kneel down. She bowed deeply toward the stone house where Aikman was imprisoned. "Leader, please. For everyone, for the future of the Blood Fang tribe, please agree." Her voice was full of tears and pleading. Thud. Thud. One by one, the members of the Blood Fang tribe knelt down. They all looked at the small stone house and made their strongest plea. "Leader, please. We don't want the Blood Fang tribe to disappear. Please give us a way to survive." The voices of hundreds of people combined into a loud wave that broke through the stone walls and hit Aikman's heart hard. This sound was sharper than any sword, breaking her last line of defense into pieces. Her heart was starting to shake. A week later, the tribe had its first big harvest. Thanks to Wu Liang's continuous blessing of the land, the first batch of various fruits and vegetables was ripe. When Eliza and the women brought back bunches of lush green vegetables and heavy fruits from the fields and neatly piled them in the open space in the center of the tribe, everyone was excited. Unprecedented abundance. Food piled up like mountains, smelling of earth and plants. The women of the Black Rock tribe cheered and danced around the food pile, praising Wu Liang's greatness. Meanwhile, the prisoners from the Blood Fang tribe watched silently, swallowing their saliva nervously. Their eyes were full of envy and hope for a better future. They had never seen so much food in their lives. But the surprises Wu Liang brought them were far from over. On the other side of the tribe, a new building made of mud and stones was rising, a brand new kitchen. Under Wu Liang's direct supervision, several large iron pots were placed on the newly built stove. These iron pots were made by the blacksmith shop over the past few days. The walls of the pots were smooth and heated evenly. With these pots, they could now cook stir-fry and stews. Wu Liang also ordered people to bring several large bags of golden-colored, unknown small grains. Vixian, pregnant and curious, walked over. She was now a protected person, but she couldn't resist joining in the fun. Eliza followed her, looking at the rapeseed, her beautiful eyebrows slightly furrowed. "Wu Liang, this thing is hard and small. It can't be cooked soft. How do we eat it?" Wu Liang smiled. "This is rapeseed." He picked up a handful and explained to the curious Vixian and Eliza. "Crush it, press it, and you'll get a good product called rapeseed oil." Wu Liang had someone use a stone mortar to crush a large amount of rapeseed, then wrapped it in thick animal hide. Next, he directed a few strong female warriors to place the hide-wrapped seeds on a big, flat stone slab, then press another stone on top. Wu Liang found a long, sturdy wooden lever, wedged one end into the wall, and placed the other end on the stone slab. "Come on, Kyra, gather a few people and press down this wood," Wu Liang ordered. "Yes, Lord Wu Liang," Kyra responded, calling 4 or 5 female warriors to help. They all grabbed the end of the lever and pushed down with all their strength. Heave, heave. As the women exerted force, the lever slowly sank, applying great pressure on the stone slab. Other women from the tribe gathered around, craning their necks to watch, confused about what Wu Liang was doing. "Do you think Wu Liang is up to something?" "Not sure. It looks pretty effortful. It must be for something special we haven't seen before. While everyone was talking, beneath the pressed animal hide, a yellowish liquid began to seep out, drop by drop. It flowed along the grooves carved into the stone slab into a clay jar below. A strange, plant-like fragrance slowly filled the air. Is this water? A female warrior asked in surprise. No, it's not water. Smell it. It smells nice. Eliza stepped forward, dipped her finger into the yellow liquid, brought it to her nose to smell, then stuck out her tongue to taste. It was smooth and fragrant, but had no strong flavor. Vixian also dipped her finger, brought it to her nose, and sniffed. A pure plant oil aroma filled her nostrils. Is this what you call something that makes food taste better? Yes, that's right. Wu Liang looked at the increasing amount of rapeseed oil in the clay pot, and his smile grew wider. This is called rapeseed oil. With it, our food will taste even better. Having oil opens up many cooking possibilities. Wu Liang directed a few female warriors to bring over the fattest wild sheep and slaughtered it on the spot. He personally handled the butchering, moving quickly and skillfully. He bled the sheep, removed the skin, opened the belly, and took out the internal organs, all in one smooth process. Then he started dividing the meat, explaining as he worked. This is the sheep leg. The meat is firm, good for roasting or stewing. This is the tenderloin, the softest part. Slice it thin and quickly stir-fry over high heat for the best taste. This is the sheep ribs. The meat with bones is the most flavorful. Today, we will braise it. Don't throw away the sheep offal. Wash it well, boil it into soup, add some wild scallions, and it will taste amazing. The women from this primitive tribe had never seen such detailed butchering before. Before, they only cooked meat by roasting a whole piece over fire or boiling it in water. The roasted meat was often undercooked, and the boiled meat was very greasy and strong-tasting. Today, they were truly amazed. Today, I will teach you a new way to cook. Wu Liang picked up an iron spatula and spoke to everyone. He set up a large iron pot, waited for it to heat up, then scooped in a generous amount of freshly pressed rapeseed oil. Sizzle! A loud pop sounded, and a rich aroma burst out suddenly. The women watching were startled and took a step back. They had never seen such a scene before. The oil hissed at high temperature, releasing a strong, fragrant smell that filled the entire kitchen. Smells so good. Oh my, what is that smell? It's so delicious. My mouth is watering. The women's saliva started to flow uncontrollably, eager and excited. Wu Liang added the sliced tenderloin into the hot oil, quickly stirring with the spatula. As the meat touched the boiling oil, it curled up immediately, changing from red to white. He then threw in some chopped wild garlic in slices, and the aroma intensified, becoming more layered and complex. Add some fresh green vegetables and quickly stir-fry them a few times. Finally, sprinkle some salt that Wu Liang brought back from the wild salt mine, which had already been ground into small grains. A dish of stir-fried lamb with scallions was ready. The lamb slices on the plate looked tender and white, the vegetables bright green, decorated with yellow slices. Just looking at it made people's mouths water. Is it really ready? Eliza looked at the dish, a bit surprised. It only took a few minutes. Try it. Wu Liang handed the plate to Wei Xian and Eliza. Wei Xian looked at the food, hesitating a little. Eliza was braver and took the chopsticks Wu Liang gave her. These chopsticks were carved by a carpenter over the past 2 days, and no one in the tribe had seen them before. Wu Liang briefly explained how to use them. Eliza learned quickly. She clumsily picked up a piece of lamb, blew on it to cool, and carefully put it in her mouth. The next moment, her eyes widened suddenly. An indescribable, delicious taste exploded on her taste buds. As she chewed, a fresh, tasty flavor burst on her tongue. The aroma of oil, the spiciness of garlic, the tenderness of meat, and the freshness of vegetables blended perfectly, creating a new and exciting taste experience. The lamb was very tender, almost melting in her mouth without much chewing, leaving only the rich flavor of meat. How is it? Wei Xian asked nervously. Eliza's face turned red with excitement. She took another big bite and chewed. Mumbling with her mouth full, she shouted, "Delicious! So delicious! Wei Xian, you have to try?" Seeing her like this, Wei Xian couldn't hold back either. She mimicked and took a bite. Oh my! She felt her head buzz. That flavor made her feel so good, she almost moaned. She no longer cared about being a leader. She and Eliza started grabbing and eating eagerly. This is so good. Eliza's face was flushed with happiness. It's better than anything I've ever eaten. Wei Xian, with her mouth full of meat, mumbled, so tasty. Wu Liang, you're amazing. How can this be so delicious? Surrounding women watched her eat eagerly, their mouths watering even more. Lord Wu Liang, try some too, one called out. Ha ha. Don't worry, today there's plenty for everyone, he replied happily. Wu Liang laughed loudly. He told the women to keep squeezing the oil, while he started preparing the second dish, braised lamb chops. This time, he used a more complicated cooking method. First, he blanched the lamb chops to remove the smell, then fried them in oil for flavor. He added water and some wild fruits that added sweetness, covered the pot, and simmered on low heat. While waiting for the meat to cook, he stir-fried some vegetables. Soon, 7 or 8 dishes were arranged on the open space of the new kitchen. There were both meat and vegetables, with red and green colors, and a wonderful aroma filled the air. The smell attracted women from the tribe, who gradually gathered around. They stretched their necks, staring intently at the food, swallowing loudly. There was stir-fried greens, mushrooms, sliced meat. The kitchen was filled with delicious smells, drifting with the breeze across the tribe. The prisoners of the Bloodfang tribe, working hard, caught the scent and stopped what they were doing. They stared longingly toward the kitchen, their stomachs growling uncontrollably. What's that smell? I've never smelled anything like it. Does the Black Rock tribe eat such good food every day? Can we also eat it? Their eyes were full of longing. In a separate stone house where she was imprisoned, Aikman also caught the scent. She had been leaning against the wall, staring blankly. The past few days, the pleas of her people echoed in her mind like a spell, making her anxious and confused. Suddenly, a strong aroma wafted into her nose. Aikman's stomach growled unexpectedly. She swallowed her saliva, feeling both ashamed and angry. What is that man doing now? She pricked up her ears, listening to the cheers and exclamations outside, feeling as if a cat was scratching her heart. She could imagine the people of the Black Rock tribe and her weak-hearted tribesmen gathered together, enjoying foods she had never tasted before. She could only smell the food here, enduring hunger and shame. This contrast crushed her last bit of pride even more. I'm not hungry. I don't feel hungry at all. Aikman hugged her knees and buried her face. It's mealtime. Come on, everyone gets a share, Wu Liang gave the order. The women watching cheered and rushed forward. Kira, go call the prisoners of the Bloodfang gang too. Kira, who was happily eating, paused and said, Lord Wu Liang, how can they enjoy such good food? I told you to go, so go. No more excuses. Seeing Wu Liang's serious expression, Kira quickly took another bite and hurried out. Soon, the prisoners of the Bloodfang gang were gathered in the kitchen. Wu Liang looked around and said, the members of the Black Rock tribe eat first. The Bloodfang prisoners line up behind. Don't worry, everyone will get some. Hearing this, no one among the Bloodfang prisoners complained. Instead, they felt accepted and recognized. Wu Liang's actions clearly told them that if they worked hard, they could also enjoy such delicious food. Wow, this green vegetable is so tasty, crispy and sweet. This soup, oh my, it's so fresh. I could drink a whole pot. The meat is so tender and fragrant. The meat I used to eat was like wood. The whole tribe was immersed in a feast of happiness. For the first time, the women realized that eating could be such a joyful and pleasurable experience. They ate while clumsily trying to learn how to use chopsticks. Although it was difficult at first, everyone worked hard to pick up the food faster. Wu Liang watched the women with food all over their faces full of happiness, and felt a deep sense of satisfaction from controlling everything. Food is always the best way to win people's hearts. He wiped his hands, picked up a plate of freshly cooked meat slices, and went to Wei Xian and Elisa. Come, try this. Wu Liang, you're amazing. How did you make this? Wei Xian ate happily and kept praising, looking at Wu Liang with admiration. This is just the beginning. Wu Liang fed a piece of meat to Eliza, watching her shyly and happily eat it. From now on, I will make sure you all get to eat such good food every day. He was thinking that just vegetables weren't enough. When the wheat is ready and turned into flour, there will be even more options. Then, there will be noodles, steamed buns, and flatbreads. Whatever you want, we will have it. While everyone enjoyed the delicious food, Wu Liang looked toward the stone house nearby. He carried a bowl of tender braised lamb chops and a plate of stir-fried vegetables, walking to the stone house where AKO Man was kept. Open the door. The female guard opened the door. Inside the stone house, AKO curled up in the corner. She had been tortured by the smell and the cheers outside, almost going crazy. She heard her people's amazement and satisfied moans, sounds like needles stabbing her heart. Wu Liang placed a ceramic bowl on the ground in front of her. Eat, he said calmly. The rich smell of meat filled AKO's nose, and her stomach growled uncontrollably. The lamb chops looked shiny and tempting, with meat falling off the bone and thick gravy. Just smelling it was hard to resist. AKO turned her head away, biting her lip, refusing to look at the bowl of meat. I won't eat. Take it away. Her voice was hoarse and stubborn. Really, Wu Liang was not angry. He picked up chopsticks, grabbed the biggest lamb chop, and started eating. He ate happily, making satisfied sounds. It tastes good. The cooking is just right. The meat is tender and melts in your mouth. Such a pity. Some people are not lucky enough to enjoy this. AKO caught a glimpse of Wu Liang eating meat with the corner of her eye. Her throat moved, and she felt her saliva almost flowing out. Her body was craving it, but her mouth was resisting. Wu Liang finished one piece and then picked up another, deliberately waving it in front of her. Look at this. Your people are outside enjoying the food and learning new ways of life. And you, their former leader, are here starving. Do you think your persistence still matters? Wu Liang's words felt like sharp knives stabbing AKO's heart. Her mind flashed back to everything she had seen these days. Magical iron tools, strong houses, crops that grow automatically, and now, unprecedented delicious food. Her people's faces no longer show numbness and despair, but are full of hope and excitement for a new life. They seem to no longer need their failed leader. Wu Liang looked at her wavering eyes and pushed the bowl of meat closer. Eat, AKO Man. It's not shameful to eat some meat. Only when you're full can you have the strength to think about your resistance. If you starve here, I'll have to help you clean up the body. After saying that, Wu Liang stood up and turned away without looking back. The stone door was closed again. Inside the house, only AKO Man and the bowl of tempting braised lamb ribs remained. Her stomach growled even louder. Her body and stomach were desperately craving. AKO Man looked at the bowl of meat, her eyes struggling. The one who ate it should leave some for me. Man. Finally, she reached out trembling and picked up the ceramic bowl. She carefully tasted a sip of the broth. The rich, delicious flavor instantly overwhelmed her taste buds. Smells so good. She couldn't hold back anymore. She grabbed a piece of lamb and shoved it into her mouth fiercely. It was so tasty. This lamb is just too delicious. Wu Liang. Man, it's so good. Humiliation, unwillingness, anger. All these emotions became unimportant at this moment. AKO Man ate greedily, tears unknowingly falling, mixing with the meat juices and swallowing into her stomach. She didn't know if these tears were from shame or because she was tasting such delicious food for the first time in her life. She only knew that when she took the first bite of meat, something hard inside her heart began to. The women's faces were filled with happiness and satisfaction. They felt not only respect for Wu Liang, but also deep admiration and enthusiasm. Wu Liang didn't want them to only remember these skills as something they could think about later. Teaching someone how to fish is better than just giving them fish. Early that morning, Wu Liang selected a group of quick-witted and skillful women from the Blackrock tribe and the Bloodfang tribe to form a cooking team. He began to teach them cooking step by step, starting with basic skills like pressing oil and grinding salt, then recognizing edible wild vegetables and spices. Next, he showed them how to cut vegetables properly, control cooking heat, and practice different cooking methods like frying, stewing, boiling, and steaming. Wu Liang was very patient, guiding them carefully. When frying, the oil should be hot and the movements quick. This helps lock in the moisture and keeps the food tender. For stewing meat, use low heat and cook slowly. Let the flavors seep into the meat little by little. The longer you cook, the softer and more flavorful the meat becomes, and the broth thickens. Remember, add salt last. If you add it too early, the meat can become tough and dry. What Wu Liang considered common knowledge was like opening a new world for them. They studied very hard, paying close attention to every word Wu Liang said. Vixian and Elisa, as the leaders of the tribes, didn't need to cook themselves, but they almost every day stayed in the new kitchen. The two women watched eagerly as Wu Liang transformed simple ingredients into beautiful, art-like dishes. Wu Liang was happy to give them special lessons. Today, he made sweet and sour pork tenderloin, fresh and appetizing. Tomorrow, he planned to cook spicy boiled pork slices, flavorful and spicy. The day after, he would roast a whole lamb, crispy outside and tender inside, sprinkled with special spices, filling the air with a wonderful aroma. Vixian, who was pregnant, already had a picky appetite, but now she was completely won over by Wu Liang's cooking skills. Her favorite thing now was leaning against Wu Liang's chest, waiting for him to feed her bite by bite. Wu Liang, you're amazing. I feel like I can't live without you. Vixian closed her eyes happily, like a well-fed cat. Elisa was more interested in understanding the science behind the cooking. Why does adding that kind of sour fruit make the meat so much softer? Why do different spices create so many wonderful flavors when combined? She was like a curious child, always asking endless questions. Wu Liang patiently answered her, sometimes joking with her in a half-serious way. The high priestess was surprised by this, and her admiration for Wu Liang grew even more. The women of the Black Rock tribe were happy about their rapidly improving lives. Meanwhile, the captives from the Bloodfang tribe were experiencing deeper changes in their minds. They no longer saw themselves as slaves, only facing hard work and cold whips every day. As long as they worked hard, they could get hot, tasty meals, dreamlike, delicious food. They also learned to use chopsticks, even if clumsy, which meant they were gaining some respect. Gradually, they stopped seeing themselves as captives. They began to envy the life of the Black Rock tribe and wished to become part of it. I'm so foolish, really. Yes, we were so foolish before, wasting such good days. Why fight over things? Yeah, the little we fought for each day isn't even enough for one meal. If only we could stay here forever. These thoughts spread like wildfire among the women of the Bloodfang tribe. Their eyes on Wu Liang no longer held hatred, only respect and a desire to please. This man was like a god to them, a god who could bring them good days. Compared to him, their leader, who was still imprisoned and refusing to bow, seemed so annoying. Finally, after another delicious dinner was served, the oldest woman from the Bloodfang tribe, who had first led the kneeling, took a group of people to the stone house where Ako Man was held. They no longer begged or cried. They simply knelt silently at the door, each holding a bowl of food. The meal was simple, a big bowl of white rice topped with a few slices of stir-fried meat and some vegetables. But even this simple meal smelled very tempting. The Black Rock female warriors guarding the house did not stop them, only holding their iron spears and watching coldly. Wu Liang had approved this. Inside the stone house, Ako Man heard the noise outside. She looked through the door and saw a dark crowd kneeling outside, holding bowls of food in their hands. Her heart suddenly sank. Leader, the older woman spoke calmly but with firm resolve. We are not here to beg you. We are here to tell you that we have made our choice. She paused, then said clearly, we want to stay here, and we want a better life. We want to become members of the Black Rock tribe. You are our leader, and you have a duty to think about us. If you truly care about us, you should know what to do. Another younger woman looked up, tears shining in her eyes. Leader, look at us. Now we eat well, wear warm clothes, and no one hits or scolds us anymore. Lord Wu Liang even teaches us farming skills, so we can feed ourselves with our own hands. Such days, we never even dared to dream of before. Give up. Is your so-called dignity really more important than our future? If you keep resisting, you're not fighting Lord Wu Liang anymore, but all of us. You are cutting off our hope to survive as Bloodfang tribe members. Their words hurt more than any weapon. Aikman's face turned pale, and her body trembled. As the leader, her responsibility became the last straw that broke her. She always said she would take care of the tribe. But now, her people told her directly that her stubborn resistance was destroying everyone's future. Wu Liang timed his arrival perfectly, appearing behind the crowd. He didn't speak, just watched quietly. But the pressure he brought made the air heavy. He also held a bowl. Inside was a carefully prepared dish. Braised pork. The pork belly, with fat and lean parts, was cooked until shiny and red, with translucent skin and a rich aroma of sweet and salty flavors. He walked to Akeman's stone house and handed the bowl to the older woman. Let her choose for herself. Wu Liang's voice clearly reached everyone, including AKO Man inside the stone house. Choose to eat this bowl of meat, which represents wealth and the future, or choose to hold on to your little pride and starve. Her choice will decide the fate of all of you. After speaking, Wu Liang turned and left. He handed the decision to AKO Man, but used the future of all Bloodfang tribe members to deliver the final. An older woman, trembling, carefully carried the bowl of braised meat, knelt to the door of the stone house, and raised it high. Leader, please, choose our future for us. Leader, all the kneeling Bloodfang tribe members shouted together, their voices full of pleading and determination. Inside the stone house, AKO Man leaned against the cold wall and slowly slid to the ground. The voices of the tribe and Wu Liang's words were rapidly breaking her will. Ding! Detected that AKO Man's will is wavering. Influenced by the tribe's wishes, submission increased by 15%. A system prompt sounded in Wu Liang's mind. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Almost there, very close. This wild horse is about to be fully tamed. AKO Man sat on the ground, tears silently falling. She knew she had no other choice. She slowly reached out her hand and pushed open the unlatched stone door. The fire outside lit up her pale and desperate face. AKO Man surrendered, but it didn't cause much disturbance in the tribe. Everything seemed calm and natural. When she stepped out of the stone house and silently ate the bowl of braised meat in front of all the tribe members, the women of the Bloodfang tribe cheered with relief in front of AKO Man. Meanwhile, the women of the Black Rock tribe smiled with a sense of victory. In their eyes, submitting to the all-powerful Wu Liang was a matter of course. Wu Liang didn't do anything immediately to AKO Man. He simply arranged a clean brick house for her, lifted her confinement, and gave her the same treatment as ordinary Black Rock tribe members. He didn't even go to her room. Wu Liang knew clearly that now was not the time. Although AKO Man's mental defenses had collapsed, it would take more time and means to make her fully submit physically and mentally. Once the issue of food was solved, the tribe's development sped up even more. Wu Liang was not idle. He turned his attention to everyone's clothing. Currently, the women in the tribe, whether from the Black Rock tribe or the Bloodfang tribe, all wore rough animal skins. Even Wu Liang wore the same. These clothes were not breathable, uncomfortable, and could easily harbor parasites if not handled properly. It was time to make some changes. Food keeps us alive, but clothes help us live like real people. One morning, Wu Liang called Elisa and Vixian. He also gathered a few key leaders from the tribe to share his new plan. We will start growing our own materials and making clothes. Making clothes? Vixian looked confused. With what? Animal skins are pretty good, aren't they? No, they're not enough. Wu Liang shook his head. We need to make clothes that are 100 times better than animal skins. He took out several packets of different seeds. These are flax seeds, these are rami, and this is cotton. Products from these plants can be processed into thread, then woven into fabric. Once we have fabric, we can make light, soft, comfortable, and breathable clothes. He pointed to a distant hillside. And over there, I will have people plant mulberry trees. Mulberry leaves can feed silkworms, and the silk they produce is the best material for textiles in the world. Elisa and Vixian looked at each other in surprise. Plants can be made into clothes? Silk from worms can be used for clothing? These ideas were completely beyond their understanding. But because they trusted Wu Liang completely, they didn't question him. Instead, they were full of curiosity and hope. So, what should we do? Elisa asked. It's very simple, Wu Liang was confident. He walked up to Elisa and gently pressed his finger on her smooth forehead. Elisa, relax. Don't resist me. Now, I will teach you everything. Elisa nodded obediently. Wu Liang used his system to teach her all about growing these fiber plants. And the basic techniques of silkworm farming were directly implanted into Elisa's mind. Elisa's body shook slightly, and her eyes lit up with surprise. In her mind, countless new knowledge about choosing land, planting seeds, fertilizing, pest control, and harvesting appeared out of nowhere. I know everything now. Elisa excitedly looked at Wu Liang. Wu Liang calmly said. Eliza, the work in the agriculture department now includes growing economic crops. This task is still under your full responsibility. You can select more key people to help you. I understand. I will do my best to complete the tasks you give me. Eliza looked at Wu Liang with affection and a shining gaze. She straightened her full chest, full of energy. With technical guidance, the rest is just about labor. Wu Liang assigned this task to Kayla. Kayla, lead the Bloodfang tribe to clear all those hillside lands. Plant the crops according to Eliza's instructions. Tell them that these things relate to whether they can wear new clothes in the future. Encourage them to work hard. Yes. Lord Wu Liang. Kayla received the order and went. The women of the Bloodfang tribe, after hearing Wu Liang's new task, became more enthusiastic than ever. First, to show loyalty and quickly gain Wu Liang's approval. Second, because they knew they would soon earn new clothes through their work. With this belief, they worked much harder than before. Because this time, they were working for themselves. For a bright, tangible future. For Lord Wu Liang, everyone, work hard. Aikman walked through the fields, watching her people sweat and toil, her emotions complex. She was also assigned work by Wu Liang, but it was quite easy, just patrolling the fields every day. This was of course Wu Liang's deliberate plan. He wanted Aikman to see firsthand how her people had completely forgotten their hatred and were willing to work hard for him. Every day, Aikman silently walked along the field edges, observing everything. Eliza was directing people to sow seeds and water the crops. Kira acted like a supervisor, using a carrot-and-stick approach to keep her people obedient. She watched the young plants, just sprouting from the ground, grow quickly under Wu Liang's occasional blessings of the earth. She observed the entire Blackrock tribe, where new changes happened every day. More brick and tile houses were built, roads widened, and cattle and sheep in the pens had new calves and lambs. Everyone was busy, but each face showed smiles and hope. And she, once the leader of the Bloodfang tribe, felt like an outsider, an unnecessary person. Everything she knew and believed in seemed pale and silly in this rapidly changing new world. During the day, she watched the tribe build and grow. At night, she returned to her room alone, facing the empty walls. Sometimes, Wu Liang sent her special food or interesting little items, like a smooth comb made from animal bones or a soap with a faint fragrance. He never came personally or said much, but his silent influence was more unsettling than words. This man was like a master hunter, weaving a gentle net of good food, comfort, and just the right amount of care, tightening around her. She felt herself slowly sinking, yet she had no strength to resist. While Aikman endured this torment day after day, the first batch of flax and rami was finally harvested, thanks to Wu Liang's daily blessings of the earth. When the long, tough plant fibers were gathered and piled on the tribe's open ground, everyone gathered around curiously. Lord Wu Liang, can these grass-like things really be made into those amazing fabrics? Asked a brave woman. Wu Liang smiled and announced loudly, of course. Starting today, I will build a machine, one that can turn these grasses into cloth. His words filled everyone with hope. Aikman stood at the edge of the crowd, watching Wu Liang standing proudly on high ground. A flicker of curiosity finally appeared in her heart. The next day, Wu Liang began his plan. The so-called weaving machine was actually the simplest and most basic type of hand-cranked spinning wheel and foot-operated loom from the industrial technology tree. But in the eyes of the tribal women who knew nothing about threads or weaving, once these tools appeared, they were seen as divine gifts. Wu Liang gathered all the women in the tribe who had experience in building and had worked on construction for a long time. Some were skilled in woodworking, others in blacksmithing. On a flat wooden board, Wu Liang drew detailed diagrams of the spinning wheel and loom using charcoal. Every part's size and joint structure were clearly marked. Look carefully. This is the machine we need to build, Wu Liang said, pointing to the drawings. Your task is to make each part exactly as I've drawn, without any mistakes. The artisans looked at the drawings, all stunned. What are these? Oh my, this looks so complicated. Lord Wu Liang, can we really build this? Yes, we can, Wu Liang replied confidently. He then explained in detail what each part did and how they fit together. His explanations were clear and logical, helping the women who were initially confused to understand gradually. In the following days, the entire workshop area of the tribe became very busy. Woodworkers cut and carved wood, making joints and fittings. Blacksmiths swung hammers, forging various metal connectors and drive shafts. Everyone was mobilized, and the whole tribe worked together to create this amazing machine. Wu Liang personally supervised each step. He demanded high standards. Any small mistake in size would lead to a complete rework. Under his strict control, precise parts were made, and with his guidance, they began assembling the machine. Aikman visited the workshop every day. She watched as the complex structures, once only on paper, gradually became real under Wu Liang's direction. She observed the man, sometimes sternly correcting the craftsman, sometimes patiently explaining technical details. His focused look radiated a kind of charm she had never seen before. It was a creative charm, a confidence that controlled everything. This was completely different from the cold Wu Liang she saw on the battlefield. Aikman's heart unconsciously stirred with a small ripple. She found herself looking at Wu Liang with a new sense of approval and admiration. Done, Lord Wu Liang. We really made it. Finally, on the evening of the 5th day, the first foot-powered loom in the tribe was assembled under everyone's watchful eyes. It was a large wooden machine made of many beams, pedals, shuttles, and frames. It stood quietly, with a complex yet delicate structure, full of the raw beauty of the industrial age. Everyone gathered around, touching the machine, their eyes full of curiosity. Lord Wu Liang, how do we use this machine? Yeah, how do we weave cloth? I'm so excited. In response to everyone's eager voices, Wu Liang quickly took action. He had someone bring the pre-processed flax fibers spun into thread. Under everyone's watch, he personally operated the machine. With his knowledge of systems, Wu Liang skillfully threaded countless warp threads through the frames and heddles, then fixed them onto the cloth roll. This process was very detailed, requiring great patience and carefulness. Wu Liang worked meticulously, his fingers moving swiftly between the threads, as if weaving a piece of art. Just this skill alone made all the women present stare in amazement. Finally, the preparations were complete. Wu Liang sat in front of the loom, took a deep breath, and pressed down on the pedal. The frames moved up and down, and the warp threads split into 2 layers, forming a shed. He then quickly passed the weft shuttle through the shed with a sharp sound. Next, he pressed with his other foot, exchanged the frames, and pulled the heddles. With a loud clang, he tightened the newly passed weft thread. Snap, clang, snap, clang. The rhythmic mechanical sounds echoed through the workshop. Everyone stared wide-eyed, watching Wu Liang's hands and the machine with intense focus. They saw that, with each shuttle passing back and forth and each beat of the loom, a flat, off-white fabric was slowly emerging at the end of the tightly woven threads. 1 inch, 2 inches, a foot. Oh my, is this really fabric? Leader, High Priest, our machine is actually making fabric. The crowd erupted into loud cheers. Akoman stood among the people, lips moving slightly. Is this really fabric? She looked at the piece of cloth being woven, her gaze finally resting on the man sitting at the loom, focused on his work. Wu Liang didn't stop. He had been weaving for nearly an hour. Finally, a large piece of linen, about 2 feet wide and several yards long, was fully woven. He cut the threads, took the cloth off the loom, and held it high. The fabric was a bit rough, but it was much better than animal skins. From today on, our Black Rock tribe will make new clothes from this fabric, clothes that are thousands of times better than the animal skins we wear now. Wu Liang's voice echoed through the workshop. Wow! All the women raised their arms and cheered loudly. Wu Liang handed the cloth to Elisa. Elisa, I will make a few more looms and spinning wheels. You are responsible for organizing people and setting up a weaving training class. I want every woman in the tribe to learn spinning and weaving as soon as possible. No problem. Elisa excitedly took the cloth, touching it lovingly. Wu Liang's gaze shifted to the corner, then he approached Akoman. Your people will soon be wearing clothes made from this fabric. They will forget the roughness and smell of animal skins, and they will love how soft and comfortable it is. Akoman clenched the piece of cloth, her knuckles turning white. She looked up at Wu Liang's deep eyes, opened her mouth, but couldn't say a word. Ding! The target Akoman is experiencing deep self-doubt. Loyalty increased by 10%. Wu Liang's lips curled into a subtle smile. He knew that Aikman's fiery horse was almost fully tamed, just one last step away. He turned around and announced to everyone, "Tomorrow, I will teach you how to dye cloth. Let's make our clothes colorful." The next day, Wu Liang took Eliza and some tribe members into the forest. Today, they needed to gather many plants and some minerals to make dye. This red berry, when crushed, can produce a bright red color. That small blue flower, after fermentation, gives the purest blue, and over there, the yellow clay, after filtering and refining, makes excellent yellow dye. Eliza and the other tribe women followed Wu Liang, listening and collecting plants. When Wu Liang and his group returned to the tribe, several large pots had already been set up. Under Wu Liang's guidance, the women processed the collected dyes. Then, they soaked woven and ramie fabrics into different colored dye baths. When the first piece of cloth, dyed bright red, was taken out and hung in the sun to dry, all the women watching cheered. The fabric had a texture unlike animal skins. They had never seen such vibrant colors on clothing materials before. Next, there were sky blue, grass green, bright yellow. One colorful piece of cloth after another was hung out to dry in the open space of the tribe. The women touched these colorful fabrics, loving them deeply. Their love for beautiful colors was natural for women. From today on, everyone in the tribe must follow new rules for clothing. Wu Liang stood on a high platform, his voice clear and loud. Bloodfang tribe members, you are now probationary members of the tribe. You can wear the new clothes made, but only in their natural, undyed color. He pointed to the plain, rough, off-white fabrics. The women of the Bloodfang tribe looked a bit disappointed, showing some dissatisfaction. But they had no complaints. They felt it was a great gift from Wu Liang to be able to wear cloth clothes. The women of the Black Rock tribe are treated better than those of the Bloodfang tribe, which makes them feel a little superior. Tribe warriors and department managers, like Kyra, your contributions are the greatest. You can wear softer cotton clothes and choose red or blue colors. Kyra and other female warriors and managers immediately puffed out their chests, showing proud smiles. This honor was earned through their hard work and loyalty. Finally, Wu Liang's gaze fell on Wei Xian and Elisa. A slight smile appeared on his face. As for the tribe's highest leaders, myself, Wei Xian, and High Priestess Elisa, we will wear clothes made from the most precious materials. He took out a small roll of fabric from behind him. When he unrolled it, everyone gasped. It was silk. Under the sunlight, the fabric shimmered with a lively glow, like it had a life of its own, radiating a soft, noble shine. Its texture was visibly smooth and thin. Compared to it, other cotton and fabrics looked like dirt on the ground. This is silk woven from silkworm threads, our tribe's most valuable treasure. Only the highest-ranking people are allowed to wear it. Wu Liang's words marked the final, strongest point of this new class system. No one objected. In this world where strength rules, strict hierarchy is natural. Wu Liang used food, technology, and now beautiful clothes to create a clear path for upward movement. If they wanted a better life or prettier clothes, they just had to work hard and contribute to the tribe. This was more effective than any lecture. Next, Wu Liang began his clothing design class. He personally used iron scissors to design different styles for women of various ranks. Although it was just simple cutting and sewing, it was a huge improvement over the rough animal skins they used before. He taught the women how to measure and tailor, how to sew with bone needles and thread. Soon, a trend of making new clothes swept through the tribe. A few days later, everyone in the tribe was wearing new outfits. The women of the Bloodfang tribe wore simple linen robes, while ordinary women of the Black Rock tribe dressed in yellow or green woven short shirts and skirts. Elite warriors like Kira wore tight cotton outfits in red or blue, looking brave and confident. The whole tribe looked completely new. The women looked at each other's new clothes, smiling happily. The biggest part of this fashion change was the silk long dresses that Wu Liang personally designed for Wei Xian and Elisha. Wei Xian's dress was bright red, simple and elegant, showing off her tall, strong figure and fiery personality. Elisha's dress was moon white, flowing and graceful, making her look charming and mysterious, like a priestess. When they appeared in their new dresses in front of everyone, the whole tribe fell silent. Everyone was stunned. It was as if they were not ordinary women, but goddesses from legends. The women looked at them with envy and longing, wishing they could wear such beautiful clothes themselves. Wu Liang was pleased with his work. This was exactly the effect he wanted. He went over to Wei Xian and Elisha. "Hold this, and come to my room tonight." He handed them a roll of top-quality silk. Elisha asked curiously, "Is this a gift for us?" Wu Liang nodded, smiling meaningfully. "Yes, I have prepared a special, secret gift for both of you." Later that night, when everything was quiet, the tribe gradually fell asleep, with only the patrol women's footsteps and the occasional sounds of cattle and sheep from the distant pens. Wu Liang's room was brightly lit. It was the biggest and most luxurious brick house in the tribe. A soft animal hide carpet covered the floor, beautiful decorations hung on the walls, and a faint scent of incense filled the air. Wei Xian and Elisha sat nervously on the bed. They had bathed and were wearing simple cotton sleep robes, with damp hair draped over their shoulders, smelling of shampoo and soap. They tightly clutched the silk roll Wu Liang had given them during the day. "Wu Liang, what is this secret gift you mentioned?" Vizian couldn't help but ask, her cheeks feeling a bit hot. Wu Liang's meaningful smile during the day had kept her restless all afternoon. Her body was already starting to feel excited. Every day, Wu Liang gave her something that made her feel obsessed and lost in thought. "Wu Liang, I want to see too." Elisa blinked her big, watery eyes, full of curiosity and anticipation. Wu Liang smiled, suddenly taking out a sharp iron scissors and several very thin iron needles from a wooden box. "Don't worry, you'll see soon." Wu Liang told the two women to stand up, then picked up a piece of rope and began measuring their bodies. From bust to waist, then hips. "Wu Liang, is it ready?" "Aye." Vizian looked a little nervous, her breathing becoming quick. Elisa was trembling all over, her face blushing so much it looked like it might bleed, and she could only lean on Vizian to stay steady. "Stand still, relax your body, don't move." Wu Liang's voice was deep and magnetic, like a command but also soothing. After measuring, Wu Liang took some charcoal and drew strange patterns on a wooden board. Then he picked up the scissors and started cutting into a precious piece of silk. Vizian and Elisa widened their eyes. They saw Wu Liang cut the smooth, luxurious silk into oddly shaped pieces. Some looked like small bowls, and one was tiny, shaped like a triangle. They couldn't understand what Wu Liang was doing. After cutting, Wu Liang took some silk thread made from silkworm silk and began sewing. His fingers moved skillfully, with tight, even stitches. Soon, the first piece was finished. It was a strange-looking item made of silk. It consisted of two hemispherical covers and several thin straps. What is this?" Elisa asked curiously. "This is called a rabbit cage." Wu Liang held up the item and waved it in front of Elisa. "Put inside it. It can lift them up, making it look better and more comfortable." "Put inside it?" Vizian and Elisa were both stunned. In their understanding, clothing is something worn outside, so they couldn't see the reason for wearing it inside. "Come, I'll show you how to wear it." Wu Liang didn't hesitate. He pulled Elisa over and took charge himself. He unfastened Elisa's robe, as if he was peeling a delicate lamb from its wool. Elisa gasped and instinctively tried to cover herself with her hands, but Wu Liang grabbed her wrists. "Don't be shy. Haven't I seen everything before?" Wu Liang said with a mischievous smile. The bunny cage gently closed around her, then was tied at the back. The cool, smooth silk felt icy and silky, causing Elisa's skin to prickle with tiny bumps. But a new, unfamiliar feeling spread through her. She looked down and realized it was truly extraordinary. The bunny cage made her look more alluring. "How does it feel?" Wu Liang asked. "Very strange." Elisa's voice was soft and faint. "It's cool and smooth, but it doesn't hurt." "That's right." Wu Liang picked up another gift, a small, triangular piece of silk. "This is called inner wear." Before she could react, he quickly helped Elisa put it on. When Vexian saw Elisa dressed in the full bunny cage outfit, her face felt like it was burning. But she also really wanted it. The thin silk clung tightly to Elisa's body, outlining her most tempting curves, revealing just enough to be irresistibly seductive. "Vexian, it's your turn." Wu Liang turned to Vexian. Vexian bit her lip, then finally blushed and closed her eyes. Soon, she was dressed in the same outfit. Her figure was taller and more muscular than Elisa's, and wearing this bunny cage made her look wild and powerful. Compared to Elisa, her bunny looked fuller and more vigorous. Wu Liang watched happily as the two women, each with their own style, looked lively and beautiful. This was the woman he wanted. But it wasn't over yet. Wu Liang took out 2 more large pieces of silk he had cut. He quickly sewed them into 2 long, simple nightgowns. But these nightgowns were made of semi-transparent silk, with high slits on the sides. When Wei Zian and Eliza changed into these silk nightgowns, their long legs were faintly visible under the hem as they moved, and the bunny cage was clearly seen. Wu Liang, Wei Zian hesitated, feeling a bit shy, and stomped her foot. Liang, I think this way of dressing doesn't feel quite right. Wu Liang chuckled, knowing exactly the effect he wanted. Perfect, very beautiful. His eyes greedily admired the 2 women. Suddenly, he pulled Wei Zian and Eliza into his arms, whispering warm words into their ears. This is a dress only for me to see. Remember that. Their voices were soft as they responded with a gentle, only for him to see. This is Wu Liang's way of showing love. Come on, let me take a closer look. That night, the sound of battle horns signaled fierce and intense fighting. Rain hit the banana leaves. Wind and rain came suddenly. The delicate flowers could hardly withstand it. The next morning, when AKO Man left her room, she immediately saw Wei Zian coming out of Wu Liang's room. Her steps suddenly stopped. Wei Zian had a smile on her face, her expression especially charming. Her eyebrows and eyes looked lazy and alluring. She walked with a sway of her hips, full of a special charm. AKO Man stared intently at them. Although she hadn't experienced certain things, as a leader, she had heard elders in the tribe talk about it. Last night must have been stormy and intense. AKO Man felt a strange pang in her heart, a hint of jealousy rising inexplicably. At that moment, Wu Liang also came out of his room. Eliza, you can lie down a bit longer. After saying that, he turned and saw AKO Man secretly watching from nearby. Good morning, AKO Man. Wu Liang smiled and closed the door, walking straight over. He held a long, black object woven from silk threads. It's just right that you came. I have something for you. AKO Man's heart suddenly skipped a beat. A strange premonition arose. Wu Liang approached her without saying a word, simply handing her the black object. Ackerman looked down. It was a pair of items woven from black silk thread. They were light and smooth to the touch, cool and slippery. What are these? Ackerman held them in her hand, curious. Black silk stockings. For you, Wu Liang replied simply. Black silk stockings? Ackerman was even more confused. She had never heard of that term. On your legs. Wu Liang's gaze fell on Ackerman's long, straight legs. Even though she wore a loose linen robe, her legs' strength and graceful lines couldn't be hidden. They were her most proud feature. Your legs are beautiful. Wu Liang praised her generously. Putting these on will make your legs even more beautiful. His voice carried a strange, enchanting power. Ackerman's heart started pounding uncontrollably. This man, is he complimenting me? Does he admire me? This was the first time. Ackerman felt unexpectedly happy and a little excited. She looked at the black silk stockings in her hand, then at Wu Liang's open, honest eyes. She couldn't deny that she was both curious and eager about this powerful man. Her gaze naturally returned to the black silk stockings. Ackerman couldn't imagine what it would be like to wear them on her legs. Really, would she become more beautiful? Aikman suddenly looked up at Wu Liang, her eyes filled with humble pleading. Wu Liang raised an eyebrow, already guessing her thoughts. Oh, tell me. From now on, you can't treat my people as slaves or prisoners. You must give them the same treatment as the Black Rock tribe. Give them land, tools, and let them truly become part of this place. Aikman finished speaking in one breath, straightening her back and facing Wu Liang without any hesitation. This was her last act as a leader to protect her people. Of course, these are promises I have already made. Even if you don't say it, I will do it. Wu Liang looked at her. Watching this woman in her final moments of complete submission, he still thought about her people. Suddenly, he smiled. Aikman, have you come to understand now? Yes, I have. Aikman nodded and smiled self-deprecatingly. She had nothing left to hold on to. Her beliefs had completely shattered. Ding. detected that Aikman's mental state is shaking intensely. Submission increased by 10%. All right, the deal is done. Wu Liang took a step back, his smile turning playful. Aikman, it's time for you to keep your promise. Wu Liang pointed at the pair of black stockings and gently pinched her chin. I want you, Aikman. His voice was deep, full of possessive dominance. Aikman, become my woman. You will live with me and learn everything about us. Then, give birth to a child for me. Every word fell into Aikman's ears. Become his woman. Give birth to his child. I agree. Aikman lowered her head, her voice barely a whisper. Ding. S-level conquest target Aikman's submission increased by 30%. Ding. Congratulations, host. The task of conquering Aikman has made significant progress. Task update. Completely subdue Aikman physically and mentally. Task update. Voluntarily have a child for you. Reward 1. Basic military technology tree. Task reward 2. Unlock Aikman's talent. Bloodthirsty frenzy. System optimized version. A series of system notification sounds rang in Wu Liang's mind. Wu Liang smiled, feeling that the moment had finally arrived. Unlocking the military technology tree meant he truly had his greatest support to settle in this world. Relying only on farming and weaving could make him rich, but not strong. In a world where the strong prey on the weak, wealth without protection makes one a tempting target. You never know when someone might bite you unexpectedly. Wu Liang absolutely would not allow this to happen. Very good. Wu Liang's voice was deep and satisfied. Aikman, this is your first smart choice. Wu Liang released his grip on Aikman's chin and gently stroked her cheek. Her skin, rough from long outdoor activities, was still healthy and full of elasticity and warmth. Wu Liang. Aikman lowered her head, her long eyelashes trembling, afraid to meet his eyes. She felt her cheeks burning hot, turning red from her neck to her ears. When she said she was willing earlier, she had almost used all her courage. From now on, she would become this man's woman. Let's talk more about it tonight. I have some things to do now. I'll come find you tonight. Wu Liang smiled, his tone becoming much gentler. His fingers lightly brushed from her lips to her red mouth. Then he gave a cheerful laugh and left. Aikman watched his broad back, standing there lost in thought for a long time. It looks like we'll have another sister. Vixian looked at Aikman from nearby, shaking his head with a bitter smile. He didn't mind Wu Liang taking Aikman into his fold. A strong man conquering a woman is understandable. He just felt a little uncomfortable sharing Wu Liang with another person. Elisa stood nearby and spoke softly. A man like Wu Liang will never settle for being ordinary. His world is still very vast. Vixian sighed. Yes, someone like him is destined not to be confined to a small place. He's like an eagle, flying higher and farther. Eliza smiled and said, Aikman is just the first. I think we will meet many new sisters in the future. Vixian laughed and said, that depends on Wu Liang's strength. Never mind. As long as he's satisfied with me, I don't care about anything else. After saying that, she looked a little sad. This child doesn't know when she'll come out. Wu Liang hasn't talked to me in a long time. Eliza asked, are you really thinking that? Vixian replied, you'll understand when you have children. In the evening, after a long, anxious wait filled with worry, the moment finally arrived. Wu Liang, who had been busy all day, came as promised and knocked on the door. I've prepared some food. I hope you like it. Aikman opened the door, holding her apron, looking a bit shy. Wu Liang smiled gently and naturally took her hand. I need to taste it properly. The dinner was simple, some stir-fried dishes, grilled meat, and a little fruit wine. After eating and drinking, Wu Liang looked at Aikman's cheeks turning slightly red and suddenly stood up. Let's go. We'll take a bath first. Aikman hesitated for a moment, clenched her fists, but finally took a long step forward and silently followed Wu Liang. They crossed a passage with a beast-hide curtain and headed toward a separate room next to the bedroom. Wu Liang pushed open the wooden door, and a warm, humid steam hit him. The room was small, with the floor and walls made of smooth, polished blue stones. In the center was a large stone bath, about 7 or 8 square meters, filled with hot water and steaming gently. Towels and soap. These were all made by Wu Liang himself. His gaze suddenly fell on a nearby stool, which was colorful and held some clothes. These were Aikman's personal belongings, now being watched by Wu Liang, causing Aikman's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Will you take it off yourself, or do you want me to help? I'll do it myself, she whispered, avoiding Wu Liang's gaze. She looked at the steaming bath, her breathing quickening. Wu Liang didn't rush her, just quietly watched her. Sorry, I can't assist with that request. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. Wu Liang's voice became hoarse. He leaned forward, his hot breath blowing into Aikman's ear. Become my woman. Aikman shivered all over, closed her eyes, and her long eyelashes kept trembling. Wait. Aikman struggled to dodge, but Wu Liang naturally wouldn't give her another chance. He stepped closer, and she stepped back until her back pressed against the cold bathroom wall, with nowhere to go. Wu Liang reached out, wrapped his arms around her waist, and pulled her into his embrace. From today on, you are my woman. His voice was commanding, without any warmth, but it made Aikman's heart skip a beat. His hot breath brushed her face, and she nervously closed her eyes. At the moment their bloodlines truly connected, Aikman trembled all over. From now on, she, Aikman, was no longer the leader of the Bloodfang tribe. She was just Wu Liang's woman. Like a wild horse that had been completely tamed, she had become a gentle lamb. Ding. S-level conquest target Aikman has been fully conquered. Submission degree, 100%. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the conquest task. Completely subjugate Aikman physically and mentally. Ding. Task progress update. Make her voluntarily bear your child. Activated. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the first bloodline link with S-level target Aikman, triggering conquest reward. Task evaluation. Perfect. Distributing task rewards. Reward 1. Unlock technology tree. Military technology, basic. Reward 2. Gain Aikman's talent. Bloodthirsty Frenzy LV9, system optimized version. Reward 3. Host level increased to LV60. All attributes increased by 150%. As a series of system notification sounds rang in Wu Liang's mind, an enormous, unimaginable power suddenly erupted from deep within his body. Wu Liang felt his bones cracking with a snapping sound. The muscles on his body expanded at a visibly rapid rate, becoming tougher and filled with explosive strength. LV60. All attributes increased by 150%. Wu Liang could clearly feel that his strength, speed, endurance, and mental power had all undergone a tremendous leap. Wu Liang exhaled deeply. Holding command, who had completely relaxed and gone limp like water, he felt the surging power within him. A satisfied smile finally appeared at the corner of his mouth. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight shone through the cracks in the stone house window, illuminating the dust inside the room, Wu Liang opened his eyes from sleep, feeling refreshed. In his arms, warm and full, pressed against his chest, Wu Liang looked down. Aquaman was curled up like a gentle cat in his embrace, sleeping soundly. Her long legs, still wearing black stockings, casually draped over him. Just a page of entanglement, more affected by the flames of war, with some holes. Sleep really well. Wu Liang smiled softly, gently pulling his arm out and carefully getting out of bed. He clenched his fist, feeling the explosive power inside him. With a thought, he brought up his personal attribute panel. Host. Wu Liang, race, human, level, LV60, talent, infinite bloodline reproduction and super soldier max, passive, skill 1, beast blood burning LV10, active, skill 2, Earth's blessing LV6, active, skill 3, bloodthirsty frenzy LV9, system optimized version, active/passive, technology tree 1, industrial technology tree, basic modules unlocked. Technology Tree 2, Military Technology Tree, Basic Modules Unlocked. His eyes immediately focused on the new skills and technology trees. Bloodthirsty Frenzy LV9, System Optimized Version, can be activated actively or triggered passively when life is threatened. Once activated, all attributes increase by 90%, pain sensation decreases by 90%, entering a berserk state that ignores pain, lasting 10 minutes. Cooldown, 24 hours. System optimized side effects. After the state ends, Only moderate fatigue occurs, with no negative effects like reduced intelligence or confusion. Wu Liang took a deep breath. This is crazy. This skill is simply too overpowered. All attributes increase by 90%. This almost doubles his combat power from LV60. And there are no serious side effects. Wu Liang's consciousness sank into his mind again, eager to check out the newly unlocked military technology tree. Unlike the simple interface of the industrial tech tree, the military tech tree looks very fierce and intimidating. The background shows a blood-red battlefield with many blurry weapon shadows floating around. Right now, only the basic lowest-level modules are lit up. Wu Liang's mind touched the interface, and 4 new branches instantly appeared in his mind, transforming into 4 clear, 3-dimensional diagrams. Powerful compound bow, made by combining various woods, animal tendons, and horn pieces. It has much longer range, better accuracy, and more power than a normal single wooden bow. It also includes detailed instructions and materials needed for making it. Heavy crossbow, a simplified version of a bed crossbow made from tough wood and metal parts, operable by 1 or 2 people. It has a quiver that holds 10 bolts and uses a lever to quickly draw the string, allowing rapid firing in a short time. It is very powerful, capable of piercing regular leather armor within 50 steps. Comes with detailed instructions and materials. Tower shield, about 1.5 meters tall and 0.8 meters wide, made from multiple layers of hardwood, covered with tough animal hide and edged with iron. The shield is curved to block arrows and impacts effectively. It has slots on the sides to connect with other shields, forming a strong shield wall. Includes detailed instructions and materials. 2-wheel war chariot, pulled by 2 strong horses, made from wood and leather, can carry 1 driver and 1 fighter. The axle is reinforced, and the wheels are covered with iron, allowing high-speed charges on flat terrain, useful for breaking enemy lines or chasing. Includes detailed instructions and materials. Wu Liang looked at each item, his heart pounding. Compound bow, crossbow, tower shield, chariot. Any one of these could change the way wars are fought in this world. The compound bow means his army will have a shooting advantage, able to attack enemies from out of reach. The heavy crossbow is like an ancient machine gun. Imagine hundreds of crossbows firing at once. That would be a deadly rain of projectiles. Any charge made by flesh and blood would become a joke in front of such heavy firepower. The shield is the core of the heavy infantry formation. With it, he can build a moving wall of steel that crushes all enemies head-on. As for the twin-wheel chariot, although it requires good terrain in open areas, it is a ruthless killing machine. This feels great. Wu Liang's mind was already planning a new army, a strong line of heavy infantry with shields, backed by crossbowmen providing terrifying firepower. Light cavalry with composite bows harassing and chasing on the wings, supported by twin-wheel chariots as the decisive attack force. Such an army, even if the tribes of the Great Wilderness Mountain banded together, wouldn't be enough to challenge him. Under his leadership, the Black Rock tribe would have no rivals in the Great Wilderness Mountain. Wu Liang's breathing grew heavier, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Thinking this, he looked back at Aikman sleeping soundly on the bed. Aikman, the former leader of the Bloodfang tribe, has rich battle experience. She also possesses a bloodthirsty frenzy skill, a terrifying talent for fighting that must not be wasted. Just a little training and discipline, and letting Aikman lead and train this new army would be perfect. By doing so, she could be promoted from a failure to the commander of the new army. This trust and honor would make her loyal to him, with no second thoughts. Having her lead would also help him fully integrate the defeated Bloodfang tribe soldiers, turning them into his strength. A win-win situation. Aikman, Wu Liang walked to the bed, looked at her sleeping face, and whispered, "Your value is not just being my woman." Wu Liang wanted her to become his sharpest weapon. Having figured all this out, Wu Liang could no longer stay in bed. He put on his clothes and strode out of the stone house. The tribe was already awake in the early morning, busy with activity everywhere. Spinning, weaving, repairing houses, making tools, everything looked prosperous. But Wu Liang knew that without strong military power, all this peace and prosperity was fragile. He must quickly strengthen the Black Rock tribe's defenses and turn all his ideas into reality. Wu Liang strode quickly toward the tribe's crafts area. At this time, the workshop was very busy, with the forge burning brightly. Since the start of the weaving project, this place has become one of the busiest in the tribe. Dozens of skilled tribe members, led by a woman named Ula, were busy making new spinning wheels and weaving looms every day. Their status also rose, and they became highly respected technicians in the tribe. When Wu Liang entered quickly, everyone stopped their work and respectfully saluted him. Lord Wu Liang waved his hand, looked over the nearly finished weaving tools, and nodded with satisfaction. Ula, gather all the best craftsmen. I have new things for you to make. Wu Liang's voice was firm and commanding. Yes, old craftsman Ula dared not delay. She immediately blew a bone whistle. Soon, more than a dozen highly skilled female artisans gathered in front of Wu Liang. Everyone's eyes turned curious and respectful. Wu Liang didn't waste time. He had people bring in several large, very smooth wooden boards. Then he took a piece of charcoal and started drawing on them. The first thing he drew was a shield tower. Watch carefully. I call this the tower shield, Wu Liang explained as he drew. It's 5 feet tall and 2.5 feet wide, made from at least 3 layers of the hardest wood glued together. The outside must be covered with the thickest wild buffalo hide, and the edges wrapped with iron sheets. Wu Liang drew very carefully, even marking the handle and arm straps on the back of the shield clearly. Look here, he pointed to the side of the shield. Here, you need to make grooves and protruding tenons so that the shields can fit tightly together like this, forming a wall. The artisans gathered around, staring at the large, heavy shield on the wood. They all widened their eyes. They had used shields before, but only woven from vines or small single-layer wooden shields that could barely block stone-tipped spears and bone arrows. What Wu Liang drew was like a moving door. If this thing is made, people hiding behind it would be safe from harm. Before they could recover from their shock, Wu Liang started drawing on another piece of wood. This time, he was sketching a heavy crossbow. This device was 10 times more complex than the weaving loom they had built before. It had a precise bow body, strong bow arms, a metal trigger, and gear mechanisms. There was also a wooden quiver that could hold 10 arrows, and a lever-based reloading device designed with the principle of leverage. As Wu Liang drew, he explained each part clearly and simply. The arrows in the quiver will fall into the slot automatically because of gravity. Pulling this lever will do 2 things at once. Set the string and load the next arrow. Then, press the trigger to shoot. Pull the lever again, and the next arrow will drop into place, ready to shoot. This can continue until all 10 arrows are fired. The craftsmen were completely stunned. Their minds couldn't understand something so far beyond their knowledge. A bow that can shoot repeatedly? They couldn't imagine how powerful such a weapon would be. But it was too complicated. Lord Wu Liang, can this really be made? Ula's voice trembled. The trigger and lever mechanism looked so difficult, it seemed harder than reaching for the stars. Of course it can, Wu Liang said confidently. Then he spoke in a more relaxed tone. Don't worry, with my guidance, you won't have to feel pressured. As long as you follow my drawings exactly, making sure every part is the right size, you will definitely succeed. Our Blackrock tribe is the best. I believe everyone can do it. Wu Liang's confidence and encouragement inspired everyone present. That's right. We can do it. Yes, we built the weaving loom before, even though it was hard. We can do this too. With Wu Liang here, nothing is impossible. Everyone responded enthusiastically, full of energy. Everyone's eyes became full of excitement and determination. Next, Wu Liang drew a detailed diagram of the composite bow structure. He explained carefully how to choose materials and how to use animal tendons and horns to make the bow more flexible and strong. Finally, he drew a saddle and stirrups. These 2 things are called a saddle and stirrups. Wu Liang pointed to the drawings. Fix the saddle on the horse's back, and the rider won't slip off. Put your feet in the stirrups. When riding, you can free your hands completely, even stand up on the horse. Wu Liang didn't explain what it meant to free your hands or stand up on the horse, but the Blackrock tribe members present, all elite warriors, already sensed that these 2 small items could greatly increase their fighting power. After finishing all the drawings, Wu Liang straightened up and looked at the group of people who were now completely amazed. From today, I will rename this place the Military Workshop. Wu Liang raised one fist high and loudly announced, "My fellow tribespeople, your task is to make each of these items on the drawings one by one. I will provide whatever materials you need. All the iron and copper tools in the tribe will be given to you first." Ula, yes. Lord Wu Liang. Ula T raised her head proudly, her face full of excitement. "You are the head of the military workshop. I give you 30 days. Within 30 days, I want to see the first good shield and the first working crossbow." Wu Liang's tone was firm and clear. "Yes, Lord Wu Liang. We will complete the task," Ula responded loudly, her eyes shining with unprecedented enthusiasm. This was not just a task, it was a great honor for her. After making these arrangements, Wu Liang left the military workshop. As soon as he left, the workshop erupted into activity. The craftsmen gathered around the wooden boards covered with design drawings, chattering excitedly. "Oh my, can that crossbow really shoot arrows repeatedly? That shield is bigger than our door. Who can lift it? I think the most impressive is the stirrups. With it, can we now use spears while riding horses?" Ula shouted loudly. "Everyone stop arguing. Did you hear Lord Wu Liang's orders? 30 days. We only have 30 days. Everyone get moving. Split into groups, measure sizes, prepare materials. Anyone who falls behind will have to dig mud in the swamp." With that command, the entire workshop immediately started working. The sounds of saws cutting wood, metal being hammered, and craftsmen shouting filled the air. When Wu Liang returned to his quarters, AKO Man was already awake. "You're awake? Not going to rest a bit longer?" Wu Liang smiled gently and sat down beside the bed. "Where did you go?" Seeing him, AKO Man looked a little shy, instinctively pulling the blanket tighter around herself. "I went out to give some instructions. Last night was your first time. How did it feel?" Wu Liang asked playfully, a teasing smile on his face. AKO Man's cheeks suddenly turned red. She buried her face in the blanket. I want to go back to my own room." Her muffled voice came from inside the blanket. "That won't do." Wu Liang firmly refused. "That won't do." His voice was calm but firm, leaving no room for argument. He lifted a corner of the blanket and looked at AKO Man's blushing face. "From today on, this will also be your room. AKO Man, you are my woman, so you should live with me." AKO Man's body stiffened slightly. "My woman." These words felt like a brand, burning in her heart. Wu Liang. She hesitated, unable to find words to argue back. Clearly, she was still getting used to this new role. "All right, get up and eat something." Wu Liang's tone softened a bit, reaching out to help her. AKO Man instinctively leaned back. "I'll do it myself." She forced herself to sit up, resisting the soreness and discomfort deep inside her body. The smooth animal hide blanket slipped from her fragrant shoulder, revealing her smooth back and shoulders. The surface was covered with marks from last night's wildness, like red plum blossoms blooming in the snow. "Turn around, please." Aikman's cheeks instantly flushed, and she hurriedly looked for something to cover herself. Wu Liang watched her shy yet stubborn expression, a faint smile appearing on his lips, and he didn't press her further. He took a brand new set of fine linen clothes from a nearby cabinet. "Put this on." Aikman quickly snatched the clothes and turned away, hurriedly dressing. As the soft fabric fit her body, she felt her discomfort fade a little. "Looks quite fitting." Wu Liang's voice came from behind her, his gaze freely roaming over her graceful curves. Aikman felt her whole body heat up under his gaze, as if the air itself had become warm. "Done," she whispered softly, just about to stand up, but her legs suddenly went weak, and she leaned forward uncontrollably. Wu Liang swiftly caught her around the waist. "Why rush?" His deep, low laugh sounded in her ear. "It's normal to feel weak the first time." His warm hand pressed gently on her soft waist through the fabric, making Aikman tense up instantly. She could feel the strength of his fingers and the male scent that made her heart beat faster. I can walk by myself." Aikman struggled shyly in Wu Liang's arms, hesitant yet reluctant, which made Wu Liang smile. "Relax, I'll carry you." Wu Liang chuckled softly, not letting go. Instead, he tightened his grip and pulled her into his embrace. Aikman gasped, crashing into his firm chest. "You!" She gasped and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, glaring at him shyly and angrily. But when she looked into Wu Liang's teasing eyes, her anger couldn't come out. "Aikman." Wu Liang lowered his head and spoke softly into her ear, only for the two of them to hear. You don't need to be so strong with me. I prefer the gentle side you showed last night. His warm breath brushed her sensitive ear, making her heart tremble, and her ears turned red. Do you understand? Wu Liang asked another question. Man was silent for a long time, but finally couldn't resist, and softly nodded. Very good. Wu Liang smiled with satisfaction and gently placed her on the table. On the table were steaming meat porridge and golden wheat cakes. The rich aroma made Man's stomach, which hadn't eaten all night, growl quietly. Her face turned even redder. She picked up a spoon, quietly drank her porridge, and used her actions to hide her embarrassment. Wu Liang didn't tease her further. He walked to the door and gave some instructions to the guards outside. Soon, Eliza and Kyra were called over. Lord Wu Liang, you want to see us? When Eliza saw Man inside the room, her gaze paused for a moment. Seeing the woman's still-present charm, her eyes flashed with understanding. This fierce horse from the Bloodfang tribe had finally been completely conquered by this man. Sit. Wu Liang pointed to a nearby stool. I'm calling you here today to talk about army building and uniform making. Wu Liang briefly explained the military workshop and the new weapons they were developing. Eliza and Kyra looked at each other in shock. What about tower shields, crossbows, and chariots? When they heard Wu Liang describe the terrifying power of these weapons, they almost jumped in surprise. Wu Liang ignored their shock and turned to Eliza. The weapons at the military workshop are already being made. Now, I need you to manage the supply of materials and logistics. Wood, beast tendons, beast skins, copper, ore. All the materials needed to make these weapons, I want you to gather them. Don't worry, I can handle this. Eliza immediately nodded, her eyes firm. Also, about the new army uniforms. Wu Liang continued. We'll use the black fabric we dyed to make durable, easy-to-move training uniforms. This is the design drawing. Take a look first. Wu Liang casually took out a wooden board with the design sketches. It showed a simple uniform style similar to modern training clothes, including a top, trousers, and a simple soft hat. Eliza looked at it and thought the style was very strange and innovative. I will give the weaving team the order to produce some samples as soon as possible. Eliza replied quickly and confidently. Wu Liang nodded in satisfaction. After finishing these arrangements, his gaze turned to Ako Man. What are you looking at me for? Ako Man's heart suddenly jumped. The new army I am forming will be the sharpest sword and the strongest shield of the Blackrock tribe. Wu Liang's voice was full of strength. And you, Ako Man? Wu Liang paused, then said carefully, I appoint you as the chief instructor of this army. What? Ako Man suddenly stood up so quickly that she knocked over her porridge bowl. She widened her eyes, unable to believe what she heard. Not only she, but also Eliza and Kyra beside her looked shocked and surprised at Wu Liang's decision. Chief instructor? He appointed a recently defeated former enemy to train the core and elite soldiers of the tribe? Is he crazy? Are you joking? Ako Man's face looked serious. Wu Liang, aren't you afraid that Afraid of what? Wu Liang interrupted her with a teasing smile. Aren't you afraid that I will turn the army armed with your new weapons against you? He slowly stood up, showing confidence and pride on his face. Ako Man, you are a smart woman. Your people now eat my food, live on my land, and their future is in my hands. Without me, they are nothing. Wu Liang stepped closer to her, looking down at her. The most important thing is, his smile became meaningful as he reached out and gently touched her flat stomach. You are already my woman. Very soon, my blood will flow in your body. Tell me, what do you gain if you betray me? Every word Wu Liang said hit Ako Man's heart deeply. You are very confident, but you're right. I have given everything to you. Ako Man was silent for a moment, then let out a sigh and sat back down with a bitter smile. Tell me, what do you need me to do? Wu Liang was very pleased. Since this woman was injured by him, she had become much more obedient and cooperative. It's actually quite simple. Wu Liang extended a finger. First, I will give you all the warriors of the Bloodfang tribe. Mix them with the fighters from the Blackrock tribe. Akoman, I will give you the highest authority. Second, on the training ground, your words are commands. Even I won't interfere. I have only one request. Wu Liang's eyes sharpened. I want you to train an unstoppable army in the shortest time possible. An invincible iron army. Can you do it? Akoman fell silent. She looked at Wu Liang, a man who had once humiliated her, but now gave her a new goal. Supreme Commander, training an unprecedentedly powerful army. This task rekindled her warrior spirit, igniting a small flame once again. She was born a warrior, a natural leader. If she had to do something like weaving or farming like Eliza, it would be her greatest torment. But now, Wu Liang had given her a stage to unleash her passion once more. All right, I accept your appointment. After a long moment, Akoman took a deep breath and agreed, her eyes firm. Kyla, your task is to assist Akoman in training the army. Of course, after the army training shows some results, there are more important things for you to do. Kyla looked determined. She had long trusted Wu Liang completely. Yes, Lord Wu Liang, I will do my best. That afternoon, next to the original blacksmith workshop, which is now the military workshop, a large open space was quickly cleared. Many tribe members began using stones and wood to expand the military workshop. According to Wu Liang's plan, more smelting furnaces and forging areas would be built here. The carpentry and storage areas would also be expanded, forming a more complete military production base. Eliza led people to inventory almost all the tribe's stockpiles. All materials that could be useful, wood, animal hides, tendons, copper, ore, were sorted and prepared to be sent to the military workshop at any time. Meanwhile, the women of the tribe, under Wu Liang's orders, carried out a large-scale selection. Some stayed in the weaving workshop to focus on making cloth and clothes. Others, who were skilled with their hands, were chosen by Shur to become the first apprentices in the military workshop. The rest, including all non-combatants from the Bloodfang tribe who had been captured, were organized into groups to work on larger-scale land clearing and planting. The entire tribe was like a finely tuned machine, each gear turning rapidly, full of life and energy. Days passed. During this time, Wu Liang spent his mornings guiding work in the military workshop and his afternoons inspecting the uniform production in the weaving class. He personally helped solve technical problems and demanded high precision for every part. Under primitive conditions, it was very difficult to perfectly copy the designs on the blueprints. Without precise measuring tools, Wu Liang taught craftsmen to compare measurements with ropes and wooden rulers. Without lathes and planers, all curves and grooves had to be carefully polished by hand. But these difficulties were overcome one by one thanks to Wu Liang's strict supervision and the tribe's strong work ethic. On the 10th day, the first sample of the tower shield was successfully made. It was a huge, intimidating shield. A grown woman stood behind it, almost completely covered. Two strong women struggled to lift it together, feeling a bit tired. Wu Liang personally inspected it and had people test it by attacking with stone and iron spears. The stone spear tip shattered instantly, and the iron spear couldn't easily pierce it. Excellent. Very good. Wu Liang praised highly and rewarded the craftsman with 10 pounds of roasted meat and high-quality fine linen clothes. On the 15th day, after many failures and adjustments, the first heavy crossbow was finally assembled. It looked rough, with awkward connections between wood and metal, but the dark arrow slot and cold trigger gave off a deadly feeling. In front of all the craftsmen, Wu Liang personally picked up the crossbow. He had someone stand 50 steps away and set up a scarecrow target wrapped in thick cowhide. Click, click. Wu Liang pulled the lever, and the mechanism made a clear sound. An automatic crossbow arrow dropped into the slot and was securely caught on the string. He aimed at the target and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! A sharp breaking sound filled the air as the arrow shot out, turning into a black shadow that instantly hit the target. With great force, the arrow was driven deep into the scarecrow, leaving only a trembling feather sticking out outside. Wow! The watching craftsman gasped in surprise. This power was several times stronger than the bows and arrows used by the strongest hunters in their tribe. Wu Liang didn't stop. He quickly pulled the lever again and again. Click, whoosh, click, whoosh, click, whoosh. He shot all 10 arrows from his quiver in one go. The whole process was smooth and fast, taking less than 20 seconds. By the time the 10th arrow was fired, the poor scarecrow was turned into a hedgehog. It was covered with arrows, and the cowhide was torn apart. Everyone fell silent. They were all stunned by the terrifying power of this crossbow. It was amazing, like a machine that could take lives. Success. We did it. After a brief silence, The lead old craftsman, Ula, was the first to react. She cheered excitedly, waving her arms and shouting. The other craftsmen also cheered, jumping and shouting with pride and happiness. Very good, everyone worked hard. Everyone will get a generous reward. Wu Liang put down the crossbow, feeling proud and excited. With these tools, everything would be easier. A few days later, on a sunny afternoon, Wu Liang gathered all the warriors of the tribe. There were over 300 warriors from the Black Rock tribe, and nearly 500 female warriors who had surrendered from the Bloodfang tribe. More than 800 people in total, standing closely together on the open ground. Amid their curiosity, Wu Liang soon led Wei Xian, Elisa, and Aikman onto a high platform. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on them. When the women from the Bloodfang tribe saw Aikman standing with Wu Liang, a small stir ran through the crowd. What did they see? Their leader, Akoman, was dressed in a clean, fine linen robe, with her hair neatly combed. The commanding presence that belonged to Akoman as a leader seemed to have returned. And she was standing next to Wu Liang. What is really going on here? Everyone, be quiet. Wu Liang stood on a high platform. He looked over the dark, crowded crowd, and all the noisy sounds immediately stopped. Today, I have gathered everyone here to announce something. Everyone held their breath. First, Wu Liang pulled Akoman to his side. From today on, the former leader of the Bloodfang tribe, Akoman, is officially my woman. She will no longer be a prisoner or an enemy, but a part of our Black Rock tribe. This announcement caused a big reaction among the crowd, especially the women of the Bloodfang tribe, who cheered loudly with excitement. Akoman's body trembled suddenly, and she looked at Wu Liang in disbelief. She didn't expect Wu Liang to make this announcement in front of everyone. This was a recognition of her and a complete change of her status. Wu Liang continued. Second, and this is what all of you in the Bloodfang tribe care about most. Wu Liang looked at the women of the Bloodfang tribe, who were filled with hope. Some of you probably guessed what I was going to say. Yes, I promised Akoman that as long as she submitted to me, I would give you a new life. Now, I will keep my promise. From this moment on, the Bloodfang tribe will no longer be enemies or prisoners. You will officially join the Black Rock tribe and become part of us. You will have the same rights as the other members: land, tools, and houses. Also, you will have the right to learn skills and participate in building projects. Through your own efforts, you can create a better life. Boom. If the first announcement was like an explosion, then this second one was like a tsunami. The huge joy instantly overwhelmed all the women of the Bloodfang tribe. Oh my God, did I hear that right? Are we free now? Can we also become members of the Black Rock tribe? Can we have land and houses? After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into loud cheers and tears. They cried happily, hugged each other, and released all their worries and fears from this time. Thank you, Lord Wu Liang. Thud, thud. Hundreds of women from the Bloodfang tribe knelt down together. Aikman looked at the kneeling tribe members below, her eyes slightly red, silent. Wu Liang looked at a strong, brave female warrior in the crowd. Kira. Kira stepped forward and knelt on one knee. Lord Wu Liang. Her eyes were full of passionate admiration and respect. Get up. Wu Liang looked at this strong, brave female warrior and nodded with satisfaction. Kira, I want to ask you, what do you think of our current warriors? Reporting to the Lord, our warriors are brave and fearless. Our weapons are unstoppable, Kira answered loudly, full of pride. No, that's not enough. We need a stronger army. Wu Liang shook his head. An army? Kira was stunned. Yes, a proper, organized army, not just a bunch of brawlers. Wu Liang nodded seriously, then looked at everyone. Today, I gathered you all for another important announcement. Wu Liang's voice clearly spread across the whole area. Our tribe is becoming richer. We have endless food, endless clothes. But, he changed his tone, becoming serious. Our wealth will surely attract many wolves from around us. We need to build a strong military force, strengthen our defenses, and prevent any outside forces from attacking our people or stealing our prey. Only when we are strong enough can we protect our home and our people from harm. The crowd below suddenly became restless. So, we can't just be hunters anymore. We need to build a real army, a team that can protect our homeland and make all enemies tremble at the sound of our name. This team will have the sharpest weapons and the strongest armor. They will enjoy the best treatment in the tribe. This team will have the best weapons, the best equipment, and the best training. Warriors who join this team will no longer worry about food or shelter. Your only task is to fight, expand our territory, and earn glory for the tribe. Wu Liang's voice was full of excitement, and the women below listened eagerly, clenching their fists. And this team will be called the Black Rock Army. Black Rock, Black Rock. Some people in the crowd started shouting along. Wu Liang looked happily at their reactions, then changed his tone. A strong army must have a strong leader. She must understand war, be experienced in battle, and be cold and tough. At the same time, she must be absolutely loyal to our entire tribe. Everyone's eyes focused on Wu Liang. They were all guessing who this leader might be. Leader Wei Xian? Although she is brave and skilled, she is pregnant now, so she is not suitable. Lord Wu Liang? That could be possible. While everyone was talking, Wu Liang pointed to the side at Ake Man. Your new leader is her, the former leader of the Blood Fang tribe. Ake Man. This caused a big shock. The members of the Black Rock tribe were stunned. Let a former enemy leader, who was a prisoner just days ago, become their army leader? Is Lord Wu Liang crazy? And the people from the Blood Fang tribe were even more shocked. Wu Liang wants their former leader to command the new army? Everyone looked at Wu Liang behind. Wei Xian and Elisa didn't speak. They just stood quietly behind Wu Liang, which was a sign of their support. They trusted Wu Liang's decision unconditionally. Ake Man, are you willing? Wu Liang asked, ignoring the doubts and shock of others, and looked at Ake Man. Are you willing to forge an invincible iron army for me and this tribe? Ake Man stood at the front, looking at the familiar and excited faces below. Seeing the hope rekindled in their eyes, she suddenly felt a sharp pang in her nose and her eyes reddened. She took a deep breath, forcing back her tears. Turning to Wu Liang, she knelt on one knee, her right hand over her chest. I am willing. She knelt on one knee, placed her right hand over her heart, and with all her strength, raised her head and shouted, I, Ake Man, swear to you, my life and my loyalty will be dedicated to you. To the Black Rock tribe, I am willing to serve you. For the tribe, from today, I will forge a strong army and defeat all enemies. Ake Man will not betray your trust. Her voice echoed throughout the scene, clear and loud, full of determination and respect. This kneeling marked the end of the era of the Blood Fang tribe. It also announced that she and all the tribe members behind her would now be completely loyal to Wu Liang. Very good. Wu Liang nodded with satisfaction and personally helped her up. The tribe members of the Blood Fang tribe below looked at their former leader, now serving as a general, pledging loyalty to Wu Liang. The women of the Blood Fang tribe cheered loudly. Their leader was not abandoned. She became the chief instructor of the new army. At this moment, the last doubts and worries in their hearts disappeared. Instead, there was endless excitement and joy. Lord Wu Liang truly accepted them. Wu Liang proudly announced, this new army will be trained by Ake Man. From today, she is your chief instructor. Everyone must respect her and obey her commands unconditionally. Wu Liang's voice was stern, his gaze sweeping over the silent crowd. From today, you are the first soldiers of the Black Rock Army. Your glory begins here. Anyone who dares to cause trouble or deceive will be severely punished. As Wu Liang finished speaking, Kila was the first to kneel and shout loudly. Everyone followed closely behind and knelt down on one knee, shouting loudly. Black Rock Army, for the tribe, for the Black Rock Army, for Lord Wu Liang, long live. Their voices echoed loudly, like a wave crashing. Everyone in the crowd knelt on one knee, showing their loyalty and respect to Wu Liang on the high platform. At this moment, the Black Rock tribe and the Blood Fang tribe truly became one. Wei Xian and Elisa looked at each other and saw deep amazement in each other's eyes. They looked at Wu Liang's side face, feeling full of awe. The next day, a large open space on the east side of the tribe was cleared out, becoming the special training ground for the new army. When Ake Man first appeared here as the chief instructor, everyone noticed her change. She was no longer the quiet woman who followed Wu Liang silently. She wore a strong outfit, her long hair high, with no expression on her face. Her eyes, which used to be gentle in front of Wu Liang, now looked cold and sharp like a blade. A fierce, commanding aura returned to her. The first batch of 800 new soldiers selected for the Blackrock Army had already lined up on the training ground. 500 of them were warriors from the Bloodfang tribe. The other 300 were the strongest women chosen from the Blackrock tribe. They held their heads high, their eyes full of hope and excitement. They thought the training would be simple, just practicing fighting, archery, or hunting fierce animals in the mountains. These were their strengths. But when Ake Man, holding a long wooden whip, walked up to them with a blank face, they realized they had underestimated the challenge. Ake Man approached the team, her gaze sharp as a blade, slowly sweeping over each person. The soldiers she looked at felt like they were being stared down by a fierce beast, afraid to meet her eyes. "Raise your heads." Ake Man's voice was quiet, but carried a strong, commanding presence. "From today, I am your chief instructor. Forget your past. Forget whether you are from the Bloodfang tribe or the Blackrock tribe. Here, your only identity is that of new soldiers in the Blackrock Army. My words are commands. Lord Wu Liang's will is military law. Here, there are no tears for the weak, only sweat and blood for the strong. You will go through harsh, like training. If you can't handle it, you can leave now. The tribe does not support useless people." Her voice made everyone feel a chill. Aikman's voice was cold, without a hint of emotion. She kept scanning each person. "Today is the first day, and I need to tell you some rules. From now on, in the training ground, there are no sisters, no comrades. Only instructors and soldiers. My orders are everything. Your only job is to obey. Unconditionally obey. Do you understand?" She suddenly raised her voice sharply and shouted sternly. "Yes, I understand." The female soldiers responded together, their voices loud and clear. "Good." Aikman's lips curled into a cold smile. Then, the first training task, stand at attention. Standing at attention? Everyone looked at Aikman in confusion. They had never heard this term before. Aikman had already expected this kind of reaction. Last night, when Wu Liang explained the training methods and all related knowledge about soldier training, she was also surprised. Training soldiers with such methods? But Wu Liang's words are strict rules, and she naturally obeyed without question. Plus, she was experienced in combat, and after learning those training techniques, she admired Wu Liang even more. This kind of training could definitely create a powerful, disciplined army. "Everyone, do as I say. Lift your heads, keep your chests up, feet together, hands close to your pants, and hold this position. Do not move." As she spoke, she demonstrated herself. It was a very standard, very upright stance. The female soldiers looked at each other, feeling a bit confused. Stand still? Is this training? It seems too simple. Though puzzled, they still obediently followed Aikman's instructions and assumed the correct posture. At first, everyone felt relaxed. But as time went on, problems started to appear. The sun rose higher, its hot rays burning the ground and their bodies. Sweat dripped down their foreheads into their eyes, making them sting and hurt. Their legs began to ache, and their backs went numb. Every part of their bodies was shouting, wanting to move. Some weaker-willed people started to shift slightly or whisper complaints. "Be quiet. Why are you moving?" Aikman's cold voice was like a bucket of ice water poured over them. She held a wooden whip and walked back and forth among the group, her sharp eyes like an eagle's, watching for any small movement. One female soldier couldn't help but turn her head slightly. A clear whip sound. The whip struck precisely on her back, leaving a red mark. "Ow!" The female soldier cried out in pain. Everyone was shocked by this sudden strike. They looked at Ake Man in disbelief. She actually hit someone? Report to the instructor. Why did you hit her?" One squad leader couldn't help but ask. "I told you. No moving." Ake Man walked up to her and looked coldly at the squad leader. "Because she moved, she deserves to be hit. But we only moved a little. Do we really have to be hit for that?" The squad leader said stubbornly. "In my training ground, there is no such thing as a little." Ake Man's voice suddenly grew sharper. "If I say no moving, then not even a finger is allowed to move. Step forward." She pointed her wooden whip at the squad leader. "What do you want to do?" The squad leader looked at her cautiously, questioning the instructor and defying authority. According to the new military rules announced yesterday by Wu Liang, what punishment should be given? Ake Man asked sternly. The squad leader's face turned pale. Since Wu Liang announced the formation of the Black Rock Army yesterday, Aikman had publicly issued more than 10 basic military rules. The first rule was absolute obedience to orders. Violators will be punished with light whipping or expelled from the army. I. The squad leader hesitated, unable to speak. It seems you've forgotten, Aikman sneered. Let me help you remember. Aikman suddenly raised her wooden whip and mercilessly struck the squad leader. 3 quick, harsh strikes. Each hit landed on a different spot, causing the squad leader to scream in pain, clutching his arms and squatting on the ground. The female soldiers around were all pale with fear, not daring to breathe. Is this still the Aikman they knew? She looked like a fierce warrior from. Is there anyone else who dares to disobey? Aikman held her whip and looked around. No one. Good. Listen up. The 2 who just disobeyed will have their training time doubled today. Everyone else, stand still. Anyone who moves or whispers will face the same punishment. After speaking, she ignored the crying squad leader on the ground and continued to patrol the line. The training ground suddenly fell silent. Only the heavy breathing and the sun scorching the ground could be heard. Everyone tensed up, not daring to move or even breathe easily. They finally understood. Aikman was serious. This training was no joke. From a nearby watchtower, Wu Liang watched everything closely. Vixian and Eliza stood beside him, looking at the brutal scene with some sympathy. Wu Liang, is Aikman being a bit too harsh? Vixian asked hesitantly. No harsh enough. How can we train an elite army otherwise? Wu Liang's face remained calm. Vixian, you know very well that on the battlefield, it's 100 times more brutal than this. Being tough now is to ensure they survive in future battles. Kindness doesn't win wars. You understand that better than I do. He looked at Aikman, holding her whip under the blazing sun, full of admiration. This woman was born for the battlefield. She placed her in this position, which was the best decision. But they are still our people. Maybe you're right, Vejin sighed softly, unsure if her personality had changed after pregnancy. She felt less passionate and decisive than before. She's like a different person. Eliza looked at Akoman on the training ground, now acting like a fierce leader, and couldn't help but comment. Yesterday, she saw Akoman carefully serve water to Wu Liang like a gentle wife, but now, Wu Liang, you didn't tame her. You released a wild tiger kept in a cage, Eliza said with emotion. Wu Liang smiled. As Eliza said, this was exactly the effect he wanted. On the training ground, screams and roars filled the air. Akoman was thoroughly implementing her modern military training ideas. Absolute obedience, strict commands, discipline, and formation, all were enforced. She even combined her own jungle rules with the training. Standing at attention was just the basics, the appetizer. Next was formation training. Forward, backward, left turn, right turn. These basic movements made the usually free-spirited tribespeople struggle. Many couldn't tell left from right, moving chaotically. Akoman's whip cracked almost nonstop. Every day, the sound of the whip and the screams of the female warriors echoed across the training ground. After morning basic formation training, everyone moved on to physical fitness training in the afternoon. Now, everyone run 20 laps around the training ground. The last 10 to finish won't get lunch. Akoman pointed to the large training field, about the size of several football fields, and gave her first command. What? 20 laps? There was an immediate commotion in the group. Such a big field, running 20 laps. Won't that exhaust everyone? A female warrior from the Black Rock tribe whispered, That's too harsh. As she finished speaking, Akoman appeared right in front of her. Do you have any objections to my orders? Ackerman looked at her coldly and asked. I don't have any. The female warrior felt nervous under her gaze. Very well. Ackerman nodded, then suddenly kicked the female warrior in the stomach. Bang! With a dull sound, the tall, strong female warrior was kicked flying. She rolled on the ground several times before stopping, clutching her stomach and crying out in pain. The whole scene fell into complete silence. Everyone was stunned by this sudden event. Ackerman walked up to the female warrior and looked down at her. On my training ground, there are only yes and understood. Absolute obedience. If I hear any more doubts or complaints, the consequences won't be just a kick. She turned around and faced the trembling team. Execute the orders. With that command, The 800 soldiers, like a herd of whipped cattle, charged forward wildly. All day, Ackerman acted like a tireless demon. Using the harshest methods, she ingrained discipline and obedience into every new soldier. At night, Wu Liang was in his stone house, checking the new crossbow parts sent from the military workshop. Suddenly, footsteps sounded at the door, which was covered with a curtain. Wu Liang, I've finished washing. Ackerman entered. She had changed out of her sweaty combat clothes. After a bath, she wore a silk nightgown that outlined her proud figure. At this moment, the fierce look from the day had disappeared from her face, replaced by a gentle, sheep-like demeanor. Sit down. Wu Liang pointed to a beast-hide stool nearby. Thanks for your hard work in today's training. Tell me, how did it go? It was okay. I don't feel very tired. Ackerman wiped the water from her hair and said, the main problem now is that the new soldiers lack stamina and discipline. We need to increase training efforts. But they all have a good foundation. With some refinement and discipline, I believe they will become combat-ready very soon. Then, Ackerman gave a detailed report on today's training activities, summarizing all the problems encountered in her next training plan, with clear organization and emphasis on key points. Wu Liang listened quietly, nodding from time to time. He realized that AKO Man has a remarkable talent for military matters. She not only follows his orders perfectly, but also thinks independently, offering many helpful suggestions. After reporting the work, AKO Man did not leave. She stood quietly nearby, watching Wu Liang. Her gaze seemed to be waiting for his praise. Wu Liang looked at her as she put down her drawings, stood up, and walked over to her. He gently lifted her chin. Today, you did very well. Hearing Wu Liang's praise, AKO Man's eyes lit up instantly, and she showed a genuine smile. Wu Liang, I can do even better. She looked at him with intense focus, serious and determined. She really needed his approval. I know, Wu Liang said with a smile, gently touching her lips with his fingers. But now is not the time to talk about work. He lowered his head and kissed her. In the following days, AKO Man's strict training became the most eye-catching scene in the tribe. In just 3 days, more than 30 people were beaten so badly or made mistakes that AKO Man publicly whipped them until their skin was torn. But these female warriors all had a fierce spirit that refused to give up. The harder they were beaten, the more determined they became to do their best. On the 5th day, when AKO Man issued the command for everyone to turn right again, whoosh, 800 people moved in perfect unison. They turned almost at the same time, with no hesitation. Their neat movements and the sound of wind they made all the watching tribespeople feel a shiver down their spines. Just a few days? How did they become like a different group of people? Seeing this emerging team before her, AKO Man finally showed a satisfied smile. She knew this was just the beginning. A sharp sword was starting to show its edge in her hand. Time flew by quickly, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The production efficiency of the military workshop is surprisingly high, thanks to Wu Liang's relentless resource investment. After the first successful samples of the shield and heavy crossbow, Ula led the craftsmen to start mass production. The standard black military uniforms are also being quickly made by the weaving women organized by Elisa. A new army is gradually taking shape. During this month, the Black Rock Army's training has entered a new stage. After completing basic formation drills, AKO Man began targeted training for different units, following Wu Liang's instructions. 300 tall, strong female soldiers were selected to form a heavy infantry squad. Their daily task was to lift and practice with heavy logs, building strength and endurance. Another 200 more agile women with good arm strength became archers. Wu Liang taught AKO Man a 3-stage shooting tactic for their training plan. The training ground was lively, with the women shouting slogans and AKO Man shouting commands from morning till night. Over time, the new soldiers went from complaining loudly to becoming numb, and then gradually adapted. Not only did their bodies become stronger and more resilient, but their eyes also changed. They no longer looked careless. When standing together, they were neat, disciplined, and obeyed commands. Wu Liang was very pleased. He didn't expect AKO Man's training to be so effective so quickly. Once again, he felt that his initial decision was very right. He watched all of AKO Man's efforts and decided to reward her. That afternoon, Wu Liang suddenly called AKO Man to his place, asking her to come after training. That evening, after training, AKO Man, exhausted, pushed open the door. The house was empty. Wu Liang was not there. She sat down at the dining table, massaging her sore shoulders. Today, she personally held the shield during heavy infantry's shield wall charge, getting hit dozens of times, and now her bones felt like they were about to fall apart. Just then, the door of the stone house was pushed open. Wu Liang came in from outside, holding a square package wrapped in cloth. "Did you come?" Wu Liang saw her and smiled. "Yeah." Aikman stood up instinctively and approached him. "Where did you go?" "I went to the military workshop and brought you a gift." Wu Liang looked mysterious and placed the item on the table. "A gift?" Aikman was stunned. She thought of the pair of black stockings, and her cheeks flushed slightly. "What is this man up to now?" "Open it and see." Wu Liang gestured. Aikman hesitated for a moment, but then reached out and untied the cloth wrapping. As the cloth was gradually removed, revealing what was inside, her breathing became faster. It was a suit of armor. A completely black leather armor that shimmered with a cold shine. It was very different from the rough, simple armor made of animal skins in the tribe. This armor had smooth lines and a beautiful shape. Each piece was carefully cut and shaped to fit the body perfectly. There was a chest plate, shoulder guards, arm guards, and leg guards, everything. The joints were reinforced with small metal rings, making it both protective and flexible. What moved Aikman most was the design of this armor. It was not bulky or heavy, but a tight-fitting, stylish armor that showed off the figure. The chest area was especially well-shaped, highlighting the female curves. The waist was cinched, giving a strong and confident look with a touch of alluring charm. It was so beautiful. "Is this for me?" Aikman's voice was excited as she gently touched the armor, reluctant to put it down. "Of course," Wu Liang smiled. "How? Do you like it?" "I love it. I really love it." Aikman hugged the armor to her chest like a child with a favorite toy. She was a warrior. For a warrior, what could be a better gift than a custom-made, high-quality armor? "What is this made of? Why is it so tough, yet so light?" She ran her hand over the cool, smooth surface of the armor, still captivated. "It's made from the skin of a tough rhinoceros," Wu Liang explained. "I had the craftsman soak it in a special potion for 7 days. Then repeatedly hammered it with a heavy hammer before it was tanned into its current form. Its protective power is strong enough to block ordinary swords and blades. Try it on quickly." "I'll help you," Wu Liang said as he stepped forward, picked up the breastplate, and prepared to help her put it on. Aikman's face turned red, but she didn't refuse. She obediently took off her linen outer robe, leaving only a close-fitting short shirt. Wu Liang wrapped the cold breastplate around her, then moved behind her to fasten the belt at her back. "Breathe in." Aikman obediently took a deep breath, and her abdomen tightened instantly. Wu Liang took the opportunity to tighten the belt as much as possible. "Done." Aikman looked down. The black leather armor perfectly covered her proud chest and slender waist. At this moment, her powerful and feminine figure was fully displayed. Next came the shoulder guards, arm guards, and leg guards. When the last piece of armor was on, Aikman walked into the room and stood in front of a mirror made of polished copper plates. She was completely stunned. Was the person in the mirror still her? With a neat short haircut and this brave, heroic black leather armor, she looked like a warrior goddess emerging from darkness. Wild, strong. All these qualities blended perfectly together. "Aikman, you are truly beautiful." Wu Liang embraced her from behind at the waist, his chin resting on her shoulder. Aikman looked at the two in the mirror, her body slightly stiff, but she quickly relaxed and let this man hold her. She looked at the tall, handsome man in the mirror and the brave woman he held in his arms. Suddenly, a feeling of unprecedented satisfaction and happiness filled her heart. Following this man didn't seem so bad after all. "Come, I have one more thing for you," Wu Liang said as he turned and picked up an object from the corner of the wall. It was a long spear. A spear made entirely of fine iron, shining with a cold, fierce light. The shaft was straight, and the tip was triangular with a blood groove, clearly a deadly weapon made for killing. "Take it." Aikman took the spear from Wu Liang's hand. The handle felt cold and heavy in her grip. "Wu Liang, your gun is really strong, just as long as you like it." Wu Liang smiled slightly. "It's a really good gun. I like it very much. Eggman excitedly performed a gun flourish on the spot. Hum. The tip of the gun sliced through the air, making a soft sound. Eggman felt as if the gun had grown from her palm, moving as naturally as her own fingers. Thank you, Wu Liang. Eggman turned around, looked at Wu Liang, and couldn't help but kiss him. This man understood her. He knew what she wanted. That's not enough. My gun isn't just strong in your hands. Wu Liang's face showed a familiar, playful smile. He stepped closer, pinning Eggman against the wall. You're dressed like that. If we don't do something, it would be a waste, don't you think? Eggman's heart raced, and her cheeks turned red. Don't. Shill. My dear Eggman, the chief instructor. Wu Liang wrapped his arms around her waist, his voice deep and magnetic. Tomorrow, wear it and inspect your soldiers. Let them see how mighty their leader is. Tonight, we'll rehearse first. The next day, early in the morning, just before dawn, Wu Liang heard good news from the military workshop. The first batch of tower shields, heavy crossbows, and spears had been successfully made and would be delivered on time today. The Blackrock Army's uniform change plan officially started. During morning training, Eggman appeared on the high platform at the training ground right on time. She was dressed in black armor, holding a long spear. Her long hair, tied in a ponytail, fluttered in the wind, giving her a cold and commanding look. Wow, Commander Eggman's armor is so beautiful, and that gun, I envy her so much. The entire training ground was amazed by her presence. 800 soldiers looked up to her with admiration, making Eggman's lips curl slightly. A sense of pride and confidence filled her heart. Everyone, look at this. Eggman's voice was loud, reaching everyone's ears. Have you seen the armor I'm wearing? Yes, this is the latest military equipment created under Lord Wu Liang's leadership for us. Today, all of you will receive new weapons and uniforms. Hearing this, all the soldiers become excited. As Eggman finishes speaking, the new gear begins to be transported from the warehouse to the training ground. Thud, thud, thud. The large tower shields are neatly placed on the ground. These shields are heavy, over a meter tall, and decorated with black flame emblems. The iron-tipped spears shine brightly in the sunlight. There are also heavy crossbows and brand-new black military uniforms. All of this makes the soldiers breathe faster and their eyes shine with anticipation. From today, these equipments are your second life. Eggman looks down at the group of female soldiers with a stern expression. First squad, 50 people, step forward. Collect your gear. 50 female soldiers quickly step out of the line, excitedly rushing forward. They orderly receive their uniforms, tower shields, and spears. Second squad. Third squad. When all the female soldiers are dressed in uniform black outfits, holding shields in their left hands and spears in their right, the entire team shows an unprecedented sense of discipline and seriousness. The soldiers also feel a strong sense of strength and belonging. First row, shield group, listen to my command. Raise your shields. Eggman orders. The female soldiers in the front row respond with a powerful, unified shout, raising their shields in front of them. Thud, thud, thud. The bottoms of 50 shields hit the ground heavily, making a series of deep, dull sounds. The large shields form a wall, instantly lining up in front of the team. The scene is majestic and impressive, full of commanding presence. Good. Wu Liang, watching from the lookout tower, can't help but cheer. Just this shield-raising action is full of strength and discipline. Spearmen, take your positions. Eggman orders again. The soldiers in the second row step forward immediately. Charge. A spear tip suddenly emerged, completely blocking the front of the tower shield, creating a deadly no-go zone. Is this the spear shield formation standing beside Wu Liang? Wei Xian looked at the fortress-like formation below and whispered in surprise, full of awe. Spear shield is a new term she learned from Wu Liang. If faced with such enemies, she couldn't imagine the scenes that would unfold. What kind of flesh and blood beings could break through a defense made of shields and spears? This is just the beginning, Wu Liang smiled. Once we upgrade to better weapons, this defense line will be truly impregnable, unbreakable. Eggman looked at the transformed soldiers with great pride. Very good. Today, we have a new task, which is also a test of your training. The target is the Wind Wolf in Haifeng Valley, 30 miles to the west. The Wind Wolf is a fierce, social beast, larger than an ordinary wolf, very fast, with sharp claws and teeth, and extremely cunning. Previously, the Black Rock tribe's hunting team dared not provoke them easily. But now, Wu Liang wants Aikman to lead the new army to use them as a sharpening stone for the Black Rock army. Let's go. Aikman didn't waste words. She pointed her spear forward and gave the command to march. Black Rock army, forward, roar. All the soldiers roared in unison. The line of soldiers holding tower shields and spears moved forward in neat, steady steps. Wu Liang followed with Wei Xian and Elisa, along with archers. The army set out and headed west. Soon, they reached the entrance of Haifeng Valley. A wild animal smell began to fill the air. Stop advancing. Stay alert in place. Aikman raised her spear and issued the order. The shield wall formation immediately halted. All soldiers lowered their bodies, carefully observing the valley ahead through the gaps in their shields. Howl. A long wolf howl came from deep within the valley. Then, the howls echoed one after another from all directions. Soon, behind a cluster of bushes, the figures of gray wind wolves began to appear. Their eyes shimmered with a ghostly green glow, fixed tightly on the group of unexpected visitors, and low, deep growls rumbled from their throats. More and more wind wolves appeared. 20, 50, 100. Finally, a large crowd of wind wolves filled the front of the valley. Wu Liang estimated that there were at least 200. Over 200 wind wolves blocked the entire valley entrance. Their ghostly green eyes flickered in the dim valley, like countless floating ghost fires, giving off a chilling feeling. The air seemed to freeze. Only the deep growls from the wolves' throats and the slightly heavy breathing of the female warriors could be heard. Even the most elite, trained through hellish drills, couldn't help but show some nervousness when facing such a huge pack of fierce beasts. These female warriors used to be skilled hunters, but have they ever seen such a scene? In the past, encountering a pack of 10 or so wind wolves was already a big problem. Now, there are over 200. The overwhelming number created an invisible pressure weighing on everyone's hearts. The faces of these female warriors turned pale, and their hands, gripping their spears, began to sweat from nervousness. Don't be afraid. Stay calm. Aikman's voice rang out loudly in the team. This sharp shout, like thunder, dispelled the fear clouding everyone's minds. You are the Black Rock Army. Remember, you are the best warriors, invincible in battle. Her voice quickly calmed the originally anxious soldiers. Everyone, remember how you usually train. Aikman's voice boomed like a loud bell, striking each warrior's heart. Shield bearers, lower your center of gravity. Keep your feet firmly on the ground. Her stern words instantly stabilized the previously restless formation. The female warriors clenched their teeth, gripping their tower shields even tighter, with the bottom edges deeply embedded in the dirt. Wu Liang, standing at the back, watched this scene with satisfaction. It's normal to feel pressure, but the key is to stay disciplined under stress. If this team can do that, they will be truly trained. Wu Liang, do you really think this will work? There are too many of those wind wolves. Vixian stands beside Wu Liang, her hand unconsciously resting on her growing belly, her eyes full of worry. Although she is a seasoned warrior, the sight in front of her makes her scalp tingle. Eliza also takes a deep breath, noting that normally, 5 or 6 warriors are needed to barely control one wind wolf. Just watch and see. Wu Liang's tone is calm, as if the 200-plus fierce wolves are just lambs waiting to be slaughtered. After today, you'll see the difference between our Black Rock tribe's army and the rabble from other tribes. In the valley, the wind wolf pack is very patient, waiting and searching for a weakness in the formation. One particularly strong and darker-colored wind wolf, clearly the leader of the pack, paces back and forth in front of the team, its cunning eyes fixed on the dense shield wall. Finally, it seems to lose patience. Howl, a loud, piercing wolf howl echoes through the valley. Roar. All the wind wolves suddenly move. They surge like a gray tide from all directions, rushing toward the Black Rock Army's formation. Hold steady. Aikman shouts sharply, his spear pointed firmly forward. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of the wolves running is like a dense drumbeat, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The female warriors at the front, through the gaps in their shields, can clearly see the fierce teeth and bloodthirsty eyes of the wind wolves. Fear grips their hearts in an instant. But the brutal training they have endured has ingrained the instinct to obey commands deep in their bones. No one retreats, no one screams. They just hold their shields tightly, placing all hope in the heavy tower shield before them and the spears of their comrades behind. They are getting closer, much closer. The first wave of wind wolves crashes forcefully against the shield wall. Bang, 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 a series of dull, heavy sounds, like battering rams hitting a city gate. The immense impact causes the entire shield wall to shake. The frontline female warriors let out a muffled groan. The powerful force caused their bodies to stumble backward, but they quickly bit their lips and pushed back. All the slots on the sides of their shields were tightly connected, forming a strong, unbreakable wall of 50 tower shields. The impact from the wind wolves was forcefully blocked. Stab! Eggman had been waiting for this moment. At her command, the prepared second row of spear bearers swiftly their spears through the gaps in the shields, striking like lightning. Thud! Thud! The sharp, triple-edged spears easily pierced the soft bellies and necks of the wind wolves. Blood burst out instantly. Yow! Piercing screams echoed one after another. The dozens of wind wolves at the front, not even seeing what the soldiers of the Black Rock Army looked like, were pierced and bloodied by the dense forest of spears. These wind wolves howled and struggled, quickly falling before the shield wall, their warm blood staining the ground. The wolves behind, tripped by their fallen comrades, became confused and disorganized in their attack. Pull back the spears. Stab! Eggman's commands were short and efficient. The spear bearers mechanically repeated the actions of pulling back and stabbing. Every claimed the lives of one or several wind wolves. Before the shield wall, a bloody wall of wolf corpses quickly formed. This brutal and efficient slaughter scene left Xian and Elisa on the watchtower stunned. Is this really enough to block them? Xian muttered to herself, hardly believing her eyes. In her previous understanding, facing such a large wolf charge, the tribe's warriors relied on individual bravery and experience, fighting alone. The battle would be chaotic and casualties inevitable. But now, the soldiers of the Black Rock Army hadn't even engaged in close combat with the wind wolves. They simply hid behind their shields, calmly and repeatedly thrusting their spears out, like emotionless butchers on an assembly line, slaughtering animals. This is the power of discipline and equipment, Wu Liang said calmly, but his eyes sparkled with excitement. This is exactly the effect he wanted, to achieve the greatest damage with the least cost. In the valley, the alpha wolf clearly sensed something was wrong. It let out a frantic growl and ordered the pack to stop their frontal attack. These animals are clever. They began trying to flank from the sides. Trying to go around? Wu Liang sneered. Eggman, here. Eggman immediately responded. Let our archers teach these animals a lesson. Yes. Eggman swung his spear, pointing at the wolves harassing from the side. Archers, move forward. Prepare for 3-stage shots. The waiting archers behind immediately split into 3 rows, stepping forward to raise their heavy crossbows. Everyone aimed their crossbows at a 45-degree angle, fingers on the triggers. First row, fire, buzz. Nearly 100 crossbows fired simultaneously. The dense barrage of arrows shot into the air like a dark cloud, covering the side flank of the wolves. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sharp sound of breaking air made everyone's scalp tingle. The wind wolves, trying to flank around, had no time to react. The rain of arrows fell. Each arrow carried immense force. Within 50 steps, they could pierce through normal leather armor, let alone the thin fur of the wind wolves. Blood spurted, and howls filled the air. In just one volley, over 50 wind wolves were pinned to the ground. Second row, fire. Before the wolves could react to the chaos, the second wave of arrows arrived. Dozens more wind wolves fell. Third row, fire. First row, reload. Fire. Terrible, destructive power. Even though Eggman had expected this, she still felt a tightness in her chest when she saw it. This weapon, this battle formation, was simply terrifying. Fortunately, Wu Liang was no longer her enemy. Is this the power of the Black Rock Army? Unbelievable. It's like a one-sided slaughter. She glanced at Elisa beside her, who was also immersed in shock. They had both experienced countless hunts and battles, and knew how terrifying the wind wolves could be. In their memories, Every encounter with a pack of wind wolves meant bloody hand-to-hand fighting and heavy casualties. But now, the scene before them completely changed their usual impression. War is simply the most efficient form of slaughter, Wu Liang said with a slight smile, speaking calmly. Our soldiers are precious. I don't want to see any of them die at the hands of these beasts. If we can solve problems with equipment and tactics, we will never rely on brute force. Everything happening now was within Wu Liang's expectations, even beyond what he had anticipated. After the earlier test, Wu Liang was very satisfied with these crossbows' performance. The heavy crossbow's speed and power far surpassed ordinary bows and arrows, and training a crossbowman was much easier than training an archer. While everyone was still surprised, the 3 rows of crossbowmen took turns shooting, almost creating a no-gap death zone in front of them. The wind wolves howled in pain. These beasts were completely stunned. Their proud speed and agility were useless against the indiscriminate aerial attacks of the Blackrock army. Howl! The alpha wolf suddenly roared, trying to reorganize the pack. But now, in the entire Black Wind Valley, besides the formation of the Blackrock army, no wind wolf could still stand. Only bodies of wind wolves and the foul smell of blood remained everywhere. Howl puff! An arrow pierced through the head of the wolf leader. Wu Liang lowered his crossbow and handed it back to the nearby soldier. Clear the battlefield. Some people stay alert to prevent any sneaky wind wolves from launching a surprise attack. Wu Liang shouted loudly, but everyone was still stunned. Was the battle really over? The Blackrock army suffered no casualties. For the first time, the female warriors of the Blackrock army experienced what it meant to be unstoppable. Although they had all been present, seeing the ground full of wolf corpses left them speechless with shock. All of this was thanks to that man, thanks to his new weapons and tactics. Aikman looked back at the man walking over. Wu Liang's face showed little emotion. It seemed to him that the exciting victory before him was just a small, insignificant event. The more he thought this way, the deeper Aikman's respect for him grew. Wu Liang, we won. Aikman walked up to Wu Liang, speaking excitedly. At this moment, Aikman was wearing black leather armor stained with a few drops of wolf blood, making her brave face look even more striking. The Blackrock army's first battle success. We completely defeated the wind wolves, with no casualties. That's right, we won. Aikman, your training of the Blackrock army was excellent. Wu Liang praised her generously, gently wiping a bit of blood from her cheek. I told you, I trust you with this army. You did a great job. The touch and words of approval made Aikman's heart beat faster, and her cheeks turned slightly red. She felt that all her hard work and sweat had been worth it at this moment. Vixian and Eliza looked at each other and smiled. Go now, let the soldiers clean up the battlefield. Gather all useful items, wolf pelts, wolf meat, wolf bones. Bring back everything useful, especially the arrows. They are not easy to make. Wu Liang patted her shoulder. Understood. Aikman nodded firmly and turned to give the orders. Everyone, start cleaning the battlefield immediately. Collect all the arrows. Count the spoils. Hurry. Roar. The female warriors responded in unison, cheering in victory. Everyone was full of energy, beginning to finish the work, removing and cleaning the crossbow bolts from the wolf corpses. Then they started peeling the wolf skins and dividing the meat. Although the wind wolf meat was rough in taste, it was a valuable food source, enough for the tribe to eat for a while. And the wolf skins were excellent materials for making armor and warm clothing. These were all precious resources. Wu Liang, shall we return to the tribe now? There are so many wolf pelts and meat. This is a big harvest. A squad leader ran over excitedly to ask. Not yet. Wu Liang waved his hand and looked into the depths of Black Wind Valley. Aikman, here, take a team of 50 people and come with me to the valley to find those 2 kinds of stones. Aikman looked at Wu Liang as he took out 2 stones from his bag, feeling a bit confused. One was grayish-white, and the other was completely black. All right, I will call someone to come here now. Although Aikman was puzzled and didn't know what these 2 stones were, he believed that Wu Liang's suggestion must be very important. Soon, Aikman gathered a team of people. Led by Wu Liang, they began a thorough search of the entire valley. Vixian and Elisa followed behind Wu Liang. Curious, Elisa asked. Wu Liang, what are those 2 things you just took out? Wu Liang smiled but didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked back, What do you think our tribe needs the most right now? Needs. Vixian thought for a moment. We have food, cloth, and salt. It seems like we don't lack anything. Elisa, more perceptive, pondered and said, It's charcoal, right? We never have enough to burn. The villagers cut down many trees every day to make charcoal. Smart. Wu Liang playfully pinched Elisa's nose, making her giggle. Elisa nodded and said, You're right, but only halfway. We need a better energy source than charcoal, one that burns longer. That way, our smelting work can be much more efficient. Hearing this, Elisa and Vixian immediately understood something. Their eyes widened at the same time. You mean? Exactly. A month ago, I discovered a secret here. This valley not only has wind wolves, but also rich open-pit coal mines and limestone. Coal mines? Limestone? The two women looked confused. These were unfamiliar words. Wu Liang raised his hand, pointing deep into the valley, a faint smile on his face. Yes. Today's goal is not just the wind wolves, but also them. Otherwise, why go through so much trouble, training soldiers and changing clothes? Is it really just to eliminate a bunch of animals? In such places, there are often special mineral resources. Wu Liang walked carefully, observing the rock layers and colors on both sides of the cliff walls. The rocks here are limestone. Wu Liang reached out and touched a gray-white rock, feeling the powder on his fingers. Limestone is a valuable resource. When burned into quicklime, it becomes an important building material and is also useful in agriculture, leather processing, and other fields. If he could find suitable clay, he might even produce primitive cement directly. Cement, the foundation of the Industrial Revolution. With cement, the construction level of the Black Rock tribe would improve greatly. Then Wu Liang could strengthen their buildings. Walls, houses, water channels, roads. Honestly, Wu Liang could soon transform the Black Rock tribe from a primitive stone village into a strong, unstoppable fortress city. And if he could produce reinforced concrete. Wu Liang's heart started pounding. He continued walking inside, searching the ground carefully. Soon, he found something new in a gully washed out by rain. It was some black, shiny stones. He picked up a piece, weighing it in his hand. Then he scratched it with his fingernail, leaving a clear black mark. Sure enough, this is coal. Wu Liang's breathing grew heavier. If limestone was the foundation of the tribe's development, then coal was the fuel driving the tribe's rise. With coal, he could make better quality iron and even steel in the smelting furnaces. This meant Wu Liang's technology would leap forward. In the future, when they built steam engines, they would need this resource to make them run. Lord Wu Liang, at this moment, a female warrior responsible for searching hurried over, holding several stones in her hands. Lord, look at this. We found many of these black stones and some white stones deep inside a mountain cave in the valley. Wu Liang took a look. They were the coal and limestone he had just discovered. Good job. Wu Liang patted her on the shoulder. Where's that cave? Take me there. Yes. Led by the female warrior, Wu Liang quickly reached a cave deep in the valley. The entrance was small, but once inside, it revealed a different world. This was a large natural limestone cave, filled with many coal chunks and limestone, with reserves much larger than Wu Liang had imagined. Haha, we've really struck it rich this time. Wu Liang felt very happy inside. This was like a natural treasure house. Are these stones useful? Aikman looked at the full cave of stones with a puzzled expression. Aikman, do you think our tribe's firewood is enough? Of course not. Aikman answered without hesitation. Now that our tribe has more people, we use a lot of firewood every day. The hunting teams need to cut a lot of wood each time they go out. This thing is called coal, and it's a fuel that's thousands of times better than firewood. With it, our tribe won't worry about firewood anymore, and we can also forge stronger weapons. Wu Liang picked up a piece of limestone. This one is even more useful. He looked at everyone and spoke clearly. After burning it, mixing it with some mud and sand, it turns into a magical stone paste. When this paste dries, it becomes as hard as stone, even stronger than stone. We can use it to build houses and city walls. Then, our tribe will become an unbreakable fortress. Listening to Wu Liang, they couldn't imagine what that would look like. But seeing his confident smile, they believed his words without doubt. This man always creates miracles they can't understand. Give my orders. Wu Liang's voice became very serious. From today on, Black Wind Valley is a forbidden zone for our Blackrock tribe. At the entrance of this valley, build high walls and watchtowers, and create a strong camp. From now on, the Black Wind Valley will be guarded by some warriors sent by the Blackrock army. No outsiders are allowed to approach. Also, gather 300 tribespeople with tools and supplies, and send them immediately to start mining coal and limestone in Black Wind Valley. Wu Liang's orders were carried out quickly. Aikman left behind 100 shield soldiers and 50 heavy crossbowmen to guard Black Wind Valley, and personally planned the camp's defenses. The remaining soldiers finished cleaning the battlefield, collected all the loot, and escorted the skinned and butchered wind wolves back to the tribe. When this victorious team returned to the Blackrock tribe, all the villagers rushed into the streets, cheering loudly to welcome the return of the Blackrock army. As the creator of all this, Wu Liang did not feel happy about the victory. His mind was full of thoughts about cement and coal. After returning to the tribe, Wu Liang immediately called a meeting with the old craftsman Ula and a dozen of the most skilled artisans. Lord Wu Liang. Ula saluted excitedly when she saw Wu Liang. She had already heard about the discovery of magical stones in Black Wind Valley and was eager all along. You're just in time. Wu Liang nodded and looked at Ula. Ula, first, pause the work on weapons for a few days. Focus on making pickaxes, shovels, and carts to supply Black Wind Valley. Second, Wu Liang placed samples of limestone and coal from Black Wind Valley on the table. Ula, look at these stones. He began drawing on a wooden board with a charcoal stick. Our first task is to build a kiln that can fully burn these materials. I call it a lime kiln. As he spoke, he explained while drawing. The lime kiln isn't complicated. It's a cylindrical kiln made of stones and mud. It has vents and a discharge opening at the bottom and a feeding hole at the top. Based on the artisan's current experience with building stoves, this is easy to understand. Your task is to build 10 of these lime kilns as quickly as possible, following this blueprint. Wu Liang pointed firmly at the drawing on the wood, speaking seriously. Remember, the kiln walls must be made of fireproof clay, and the stones should be thick enough. Yes, Lord Wu Liang. Rest assured, we have the experience. Although Ula still didn't fully understand what burning was for, she was very motivated. Wu Liang's words were always reliable. She immediately led the artisans away and got to work enthusiastically. After Ula left, Wu Liang called Eliza over. Eliza, quickly gather people and help me find a type of clay by the river outside the valley. It must be fine and sticky. Also, dig up a large amount of river sand. The more, the better. Clay and river sand? Eliza looked confused. Don't worry about the details now. Just prepare the materials for me. You'll see what it's for later, Wu Liang said simply. All right, I'll get it done right away. Eliza suppressed her doubts and quickly organized people to start working. Soon, the area near Black Wind Valley became a huge construction site. Some soldiers of the Blackrock Army were responsible for mining, while others guarded and transported materials. Under Ula's leadership, craftsmen built lime kilns. A large number of tribespeople, recruited by Eliza, were frantically digging for clay and river sand by the river. Everyone was working with great enthusiasm. After 3 days, the first lime kiln was successfully lit. A lot of limestone and coal were fed into the top of the kiln. The flames inside roared fiercely, making loud noises. The hot flames from burning coal created a wave of heat that distorted the surrounding air. Even from 10 meters away, you could feel the intense heat. Soon, the limestone turned bright red from the heat of the coal. The coal used was high-quality smokeless coal, highly carbonized. If Wu Liang had used this kind of material to make lime in his previous life, he probably wouldn't have been scolded so much, or he might have even lost money. But here, it was different. Black Wind Valley was full of smokeless coal. Wu Liang wanted to find coal with smoke, but it was impossible. Resources were too abundant. Normally, smokeless coal is buried deep underground, so it's very rare to find it on the surface. Wu Liang guessed that some intense geological changes had occurred here, pushing the coal mines to the surface. But that didn't matter. If it wasn't exposed, Wu Liang wouldn't have discovered it. As long as it could be used, where it came from didn't matter. Wow, Lord Wu Liang, this coal is amazing. It's much better than the charcoal we used before. Ula stood beside the lime kiln, feeling the overwhelming heat. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course, Charcoal can only reach temperatures of 600 to 1,200 degrees Celsius, while coal, when fully burned with added air, can reach 1,000 to 1,700 degrees Celsius. Wu Liang smiled slightly and patiently explained. Degrees Celsius? What's that? Ula looked confused. Degrees Celsius? Never mind. Just follow my instructions for now. I'll teach you more about this later. Wu Liang sighed, not wanting to explain further. He almost forgot that these tribe members had very little cultural knowledge, almost like living in a desert of understanding. They definitely wouldn't know about the culture of Blue Star. It seems that teaching them basic knowledge is really necessary, at least. Start with the 9-year compulsory education. Wu Liang looked at the flames in the lime kiln and had a new plan. Right now, they were just making lime and iron, which only requires patience and practice. Those with some talent can learn quickly, but if they lack basic education, as the industry advances to higher levels, they won't be able to understand blueprints and numbers, which would slow down development. The lime kiln burned all day and night. The next morning, old craftsman Ula led a group of people, standing in front of the cooled lime kiln, looking hopeful and nervous. Lord Wu Liang. Seeing Wu Liang arrive, Ula hurried over. Lord Wu Liang, the first kiln has been burning for a whole day and night as you instructed. It has cooled down now, and we're ready for you to open it. Good job. Wu Liang nodded with satisfaction. He walked to the lime kiln, touched the wall, which was only slightly warm now. Open the kiln, Wu Liang ordered. Yes, Ula responded. Immediately, she directed a few strong female workers, using iron picks and hammers, to break open the designated outlet. Clang, clang. The sealed stones and mud were pried apart one by one. As the last stone was moved, a burst of hot, white powder rushed out. Everyone instinctively stepped back a few paces, covering their mouths and noses. Inside the outlet, a pile of grayish-white chunks spilled out. They were no longer the dull gray stones they had used before. Now, they looked loose and white, as if they would break apart easily when touched. Is this what we get after burning? Ula asked, her eyes wide with confusion. It doesn't seem special, she added. Don't worry, this is only the first step, Wu Liang said with a smile. Under his direction, the craftsmen moved the hot lime stones to a big hole they had dug nearby, then slowly poured water over them. Sizzle! As soon as the water touched the stones, a loud, sharp noise suddenly erupted. A lot of white steam shot out from the hole, mixed with crackling sounds. The stones, which had been quiet, started to roll and swell violently, then broke apart into a hot, white powder. A strong wave of heat hit everyone, making them step back several paces. Oh my gosh! Are these stones alive? Stones can move? What's happening? The craftsmen and soldiers around were all stunned and looked at this incredible scene with wide eyes. Wu Liang signaled everyone not to panic and explained loudly. This grayish stone is called limestone. When it's heated at high temperatures with coal, it turns into this. I call it quicklime. When quicklime meets water, it reacts strongly, releasing a lot of heat, and turns into this white powder. This powder is called slaked lime. Wu Liang tried to explain in a way Ula and the others could understand. He knew they wouldn't grasp the chemistry behind it yet. They needed more basic education first. Everyone seemed to understand a little, but remained quiet and no longer afraid. Once the reaction of the limestone slowed down, and it turned completely into a fine, white powder still steaming slightly, Wu Liang didn't stop. He ordered people to bring clay and river sand. Mix 1 part slaked lime, 2 parts river sand, 3 parts clay, and water. Stir it well, Wu Liang gave the command. Several villagers immediately started working, using wooden shovels to stir vigorously in a large pit. Soon, a gray, sticky mud appeared before everyone. Sir, what is this? Ula looked at the pile of muddy-looking stuff and felt even more confused. Did Lord Wu Liang teach them how to play with mud? I call it cement, Wu Liang said, then asked the craftsman to bring 2 small stones. He used a wooden spatula to spread the cement mixture on the broken surface of one stone, then pressed another stone on top, squeezing out the gray paste from the cracks. After finishing, Wu Liang directed the craftsman to use this mud to build a small, half-human-high wall nearby. Finally, he surrounded it with wooden boards to form a box and poured all the remaining cement mixture inside, smoothing it out. Good. Now, we just wait for it to dry. This small wall will stick together and become very strong, impossible to push down. The next morning, Wu Liang and everyone returned to the same small wall. After a night of drying, all the cement joints had hardened into a tough gray-white color. Ula, try moving the stones on top, Wu Liang told the old craftsman. Yes, sir, Ula replied. She stepped forward, took a deep breath, and used all her strength to lift the two stones. But the stones seemed fused together, not moving at all. I'll try. A burly female craftsman stepped up. She grabbed the stones, shouted loudly, and her arm muscles bulged with veins popping out. Under everyone's tense watch, the stones on the wall didn't budge. Wu Liang then brought someone to hit the stones with an iron hammer. The wall only left faint white marks, but the stones didn't break. It really stuck together. Incredible. It's like one big boulder now. Everyone gasped in amazement. Not bad. That's the magic of cement. Everyone, follow my method and increase production, Wu Liang ordered. Yes. The success of the cement ignited the entire Black Rock tribe with enthusiasm like a blazing fire. In the following days, a large construction site was set up outside the Black Wind Valley. The barren land was leveled, and over 30 lime kilns rose up in a neat row. From afar, it looked like a group of silent giants breathing out huge waves of heat, giving off a rough, industrial vibe. The air in Black Wind Valley was filled with the smell of burning coal and a faint hint of lime. Wu Liang looked at everything and couldn't help but feel excited. With these basics, the Black Rock tribe's development would make a big leap forward. Luckily, there's no environmental protection agency in this world. Ding! The host has successfully developed an era-changing building material, cement, greatly advancing civilization. Ding! The industrial technology tree module has been upgraded. Unlock construction engineering branch. Ding! Congratulations! The host has received a reward, basic knowledge pack of construction engineering. A series of system notifications rang in Wu Liang's mind, making his smile even wider. Great! With these, my building plans will be much easier to carry out. Yes, these are enough. Wu Liang carefully examined the information in his mind. This reward for learning about construction engineering came just in time. This knowledge isn't just about building walls or laying bricks. It covers many topics, from foundation exploration, structural mechanics, material ratios, city planning, water supply and drainage systems, all the way to the principles of various construction machinery, forming a complete and large knowledge system. After giving a few instructions to Ula and others, Wu Liang immediately left Black Wind Valley and headed back to the Black Rock tribe. Kyla, go call the chief, the high priest, and Commander Aikman for me. As soon as he returned to the tribe, Wu Liang saw Kyla standing at the gate. Yes, I'll go right now. Kyla responded and left quickly. Soon, Wu Liang gathered all the key figures of the tribe in his stone house. Vixien, pregnant and with a big belly, Elisa, resting her chin on her hands, and Aikman, crossing her long legs. These three stunning women sat quietly around Wu Liang. Since they entered, they had been watching Wu Liang draw and sketch on a wooden board with charcoal. Several hours passed, and they still didn't seem to want to stop. This made the three women exchange curious glances. Wu Liang, what are you drawing? Vixien gently touched her swollen belly and finally couldn't help but ask. Just a little more time, it'll be ready soon. Wu Liang didn't look up, continuing his work with his hand. Eliza and Akoman exchanged glances and stopped bothering Wu Liang. The three women quietly watched him. After a long moment, Wu Liang finally put down his charcoal and stood up. He pointed to the rough sketch of the Black Rock tribe's construction plan on the wooden board. Come take a look. This is what our Black Rock tribe will look like in the future. Wu Liang was full of pride as he pointed to the outer edge of the drawing and drew a thick line. Here, I plan to build a new wall at the tribe's entrance, 10 meters high and 5 meters thick, made entirely of the latest fire-resistant cement mixed with bricks and large stones. Every 50 meters along the wall, I want to build a 3-story watchtower equipped with heavy crossbows. This way, we can create an effective crossfire network. Hey, with this, even if enemies attack, it won't be so easy for them to break through. Wu Liang chuckled proudly and then pointed to the center of the plan. Look, we need to redesign all the roads inside the tribe and pave them with smooth stone slabs. More importantly, we should build a complete underground drainage system on both sides of the roads. No matter how heavy the rain, the tribe won't flood. Also, I plan to build all new houses as 2 or even 3-story stone buildings with glass windows. I call this the Blackrock Phase 1 project. There will be Phase 2, Phase 3, and so on. Just wait and see. Soon, the entire tribe will become a fortified town. Wu Liang became more excited as he spoke, as if he already saw a city rising from the land. That sounds pretty impressive. Vixian, Eliza, and Akoman were completely stunned. The 3 women looked confused, unsure how to respond. A 10-meter-high wall, an underground drainage system, glass windows, 3-story buildings? Some of these words they had never heard before, and even if they had, it was hard to imagine. For example, building a 10-meter-high wall. How difficult would that be? Liang, I don't quite understand what you're saying, but can we really do all this? Eliza asked with some worry. She usually thought a lot about logistics and was in charge of supplies. She had some idea of the tribe's capabilities. And also, I am worried about our manpower and materials. Don't worry, I have my own way. I will personally teach everyone how to use new building tools and knowledge. Wu Liang smiled confidently. By the way, our house walls don't look good now, so I found a new material to paint the walls. This way, it will look better and also protect the building walls. Aikman asked, "What is it?" "I call it putty," Wu Liang explained. "However, to make the putty, I need a mineral called alum stone. Aikman, please inform the Blackrock Army tomorrow to send people to Black Wind Valley and nearby areas to look for it. This is a sample of alum stone. It is usually white or light yellow and quite soft. I plan to focus on Black Wind Valley and search around the mountains in a grid pattern. We should find it quickly." Aikman took the stone Wu Liang handed over. Its surface was smooth and slippery. She had never noticed this kind of thing before. She wondered where this man had found it. Recently, he seemed very interested in stones, but what he made was truly amazing. Take the lime and cement he made, for example. Without their help, they probably couldn't produce it in their entire lives. I understand. I will arrange for people to look for it tomorrow morning. Aikman nodded firmly. Wu Liang nodded and then looked at Elisa, continuing. Elisa, building the new city wall is the top priority task. I know you are busy with many roles, but only you can do this job, and I trust you. Elisa didn't seem to mind. She smiled and said, Liang, I am not tired. Many clan members can handle things on their own, so there's no need to watch over everything. Tell me if there's anything I need to do. I will do my best. Wu Liang nodded with satisfaction. This task isn't difficult. Since you have more experience managing logistics, I need you to coordinate everything. I want you to mobilize all the clan members as quickly as possible and form a construction team of over a few hundred people. Only then can we build the city wall in the shortest possible time. Eliza waved her fist and smiled, saying, No problem. I'll handle this. Seeing that both women accepted their tasks with enthusiasm, Wu Liang nodded in satisfaction. Next to him, Wei Xian watched Wu Liang commanding confidently, her beautiful eyes shining with admiration. This man always brings her endless surprises and excitement. How about me? Is there anything I can do? Wei Xian didn't want to be left out. Since her pregnancy, she had been feeling bored and restless. Wu Liang smiled, took her hand gently, and said softly, You, my leader, your only task now is to rest well, then give birth to our healthy baby. Everything else, I and everyone else will take care of. You just focus on taking care of the home. Wu Liang's words made Wei Xian blush slightly, but her heart was full of happiness. After arranging everything, Wu Liang's gaze returned to the blueprint. Walls, roads, houses. These are all big structures. There are still many small things and accessories needed for daily life. For example, glass for windows, which is also a project that needs to be solved quickly. Glass. Wu Liang lightly tapped the blueprint twice with his finger, then looked up with a mysterious smile. Tomorrow, I will take you to see something more interesting. Early the next morning, Wei Xian, Eliza, and AKO Man were pulled out of bed by Wu Liang. All three women still looked sleepy, especially Eliza and AKO Man, who had been exhausted from last night's activities and felt completely drained. Wu Liang, let me sleep a little longer. Last night, I couldn't sleep because of you all. Wei Xian pouted, rubbing her belly, with a look of frustration. Pregnant and easily anxious, she was already worried, and being kept waiting all night made her even more restless. Eliza and AKO Man exchanged glances, both blushing slightly. Wu Liang chuckled, hugging each of them secretly, and said mysteriously, "I told you. I'll show you something more fun." AKO Man rubbed her eyes and looked at Wu Liang with a side glance. This guy, always seemed to have so many experiences. Why do you keep messing around? Can't we go later?" Last night, she was lectured about various new knowledge. Now, whenever she sees Wu Liang's smiling face, she can't help but feel annoyed. Come on. I woke up early and already made arrangements. As soon as you three arrive, we'll start." The group arrived at the military workshop where a new furnace had been built. It looked smaller than the blast furnace used for iron, but its structure was more complex, especially requiring better fireproof materials and sealing. A bright fire burned inside the furnace, making crackling sounds and heating the surrounding air until it was very hot. Next to the new furnace, there was a pile of clean sand, some leftover ash from burned plants, and limestone brought back from Black Wind Valley. "Are you saying the more fun thing is watching you burn stones?" Aikman looked at the lively scene with a confused expression. "This is not the same as burning lime." Wu Liang grinned and pointed at the pile of sand. "Today, I will use these sands and stones to teach you how to make glass." "Glass? What's that?" The three women looked at each other in confusion. "Don't worry. You'll see once it's done." As Wu Liang spoke, a craftsman came over. "Sir, everything is ready. We can start any time." Wu Liang nodded. "Begin." He directed the craftsman to mix purified quartz sand, plant ash with alkali, and limestone powder in certain proportions. Then, carefully, he placed all the prepared raw materials into a clay crucible. The craftsman used long iron tongs to put the crucible into the blazing kiln. These sands are called quartz sand, and they are the main material for making glass. The plant ash contains alkali, which helps lower the melting point. Limestone is added to make the glass more stable. Wu Liang kept an eye on the blazing fire and explained to the craftsman and the three women. "Oh." The craftsmen looked at each other, and the women listened, feeling confused about quartz and melting points. They didn't understand at all. Wu Liang shook his head, thinking this was the result of lacking education. Increase the blower. Raise the temperature to the maximum. At Wu Liang's command, several craftsmen immediately pulled the bellows with great effort. The coal inside the kiln burned fiercely, causing the temperature to rise quickly and emitting a terrifying heat wave, which even distorted the surrounding air. Firing the glass takes some time. "Let's go do other things first and come back to check in the evening," Wu Liang said, looking at the nearby craftsman. "Just follow my instructions. Remember, the temperature must be raised to the highest level." Wu Liang warned seriously. Yes, although the craftsmen didn't fully understand, they were used to obeying Wu Liang's orders without question. Then, there was a long wait. The kiln's temperature kept rising, and even the opening spat out tongues of hot fire. Until midnight. News arrived from the military workshop. Wu Liang and three women had come again. They arrived just in time. Through the observation port, they could see that the mixture inside the kiln had completely melted. Now, the contents of the crucible had changed from solid to a thick, orange-red, sticky liquid. It shimmered and moved like molten lava. "It's done." Wu Liang's eyes lit up. He immediately ordered the craftsman to stop blowing. "Hurry, take out the crucible," Wu Liang commanded. Two craftsmen used specially made long tongs to carefully lift the glowing red crucible from the kiln and place it steadily on the nearby sandy ground. "Oh my, what is this?" Seeing the colorful, glowing, extremely hot liquid inside the crucible, Vukshin, Elisa, and AKO Man couldn't help but gasp. "Bring the new iron pipe and follow my method." Wu Liang instructed a craftsman to fetch a long iron pipe. This pipe was specially made by the blacksmith shop, with one end as a nozzle and the other slightly enlarged. Under everyone's tense watch, Wu Liang told the craftsman to insert the enlarged end of the pipe into the crucible. Then, he gently dipped it into the hot liquid and quickly pulled it out. At the end of the pipe, a blob of bright red, sticky substance like caramel had adhered. "Follow my instructions. Take it slow," Wu Liang ordered. The craftsman hesitated for a moment, then brought the other end of the iron pipe to his mouth. He took a deep breath and slowly blew air into it. As he kept blowing, The sticky, fiery red mass began to swell and grow larger, forming a hollow sphere. The onlookers, including the craftsmen and female warriors, all gasped in surprise. Wow, it's getting bigger. Elisa covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes wide with amazement, unable to speak. Vejin and Akoman were also stunned, instinctively rubbing their eyes. Wu Liang instructed the craftsmen to err while turning the iron pipe. Using rotation and gravity, they made the glass-like substance inside more even. Soon, a rough shape of a bottle appeared. Wu Liang told the craftsman to press the bottom of the bottle onto a flat stone slab, creating a flat base. Then, he used tongs to trim the opening slightly and carefully knocked the glowing red glass bottle off the pipe. Place it in a pit filled with ash and let it cool slowly. After finishing all this, Wu Liang let out a long breath. All right, once it's completely cooled, you'll see what real glass is. The waiting was very tense. Everyone was eager to see the finished product immediately. About an hour later, after Wu Liang confirmed it had cooled completely, the craftsman carefully took the bottle out of the ash, wiping off the dust with a cloth. When a clear, sparkling bottle appeared before everyone, shining in the sunlight, the crowd burst into amazed applause. Is this glass? Elisa looked at the glass bottle, her eyes shining brightly. It was so beautiful. The bottle was completely transparent, allowing a clear view of the scene on the other side, though slightly distorted. Sunlight passed through the bottle, casting a bright spot of light on the ground. Take a look. Wu Liang smiled and handed the bottle to Elisa, who was standing on tiptoe to see. The cool, smooth touch from her fingertips made her gasp in surprise. Curious, she held the bottle up to her eyes and looked through it at Wu Liang's face. His handsome features appeared a little strange behind the transparent glass wall. Wow, it's so amazing. Is this really made from sand? Of course, Wu Liang replied with a slight smile. He asked the craftsman to stick a lump of glass liquid, then a glass bubble, and quickly place it on a smooth, polished stone slab. While it was still cooling, Wu Liang guided the craftsman to cut and flatten it quickly with tools. There was a sizzling sound, and white smoke rose up. After cooling naturally, a clear glass sheet appeared before everyone. Wu Liang lifted the glass sheet and showed it to the crowd. With this kind of glass sheet, we can set them into windows. During the day, our house will become bright. Sunlight can pass directly through the glass into the house, making it bright and warm. Plus, it can block wind and rain. He paused, glancing at the beautiful faces of Vixian and the two girls, then added, even better, we can make mirrors with it. These mirrors will be much clearer than the copper ones we use now, so you can see your reflection clearly. Wow, a mirror that shows your own reflection? As soon as this was said, the women around, especially the young and beauty-loving ones, immediately lit up with excitement. Seeing everyone's happy expressions, Wu Liang continued, this is just the beginning. Starting today, our tribe will have a special glass workshop. We will produce lots of glass windows, cups, and bowls so everyone in the tribe can use them. Oh, oh, oh. The crowd erupted into thunderous cheers and applause. Wu Liang watched the excited people, but he was also thinking about other uses for glass. The appearance of glass is not just about improving daily life. It can also be used to make telescopes, microscopes, beakers, and test tubes. With these basic industries, our technological development will have a better foundation in the future. Of course, before climbing further up the technological ladder, we must first build a solid cultural foundation. Knowledge is always the most important productivity. Having mastered cement, now glass, the building enthusiast skills are fully developed. However, whether it is the ratio of cement, the firing of glass, or even more complex military equipment, achieving better results requires precise calculations and strict procedures. Now, he can personally lead and explain. But as the tribe develops faster, he has more things to worry about. He can't always be on the front line acting as a caretaker. He needs a group of skilled people who can understand blueprints, grasp principles, and even think creatively. Right now, the tribe is heavily focused on building infrastructure, and almost everyone is busy all the time. But time is like milk. If you squeeze it, there will always be some left. Wu Liang plans to gather a core group and clever tribe members to start with a basic literacy training class. Every morning, he will set aside 1 or 2 hours to teach himself. Over time, This will help train some teachers, and education to spread culture can gradually begin. Thinking of this, Wu Liang immediately announced his decision. The next morning, the literacy class officially started. There weren't many students at first, only about 20. The leaders included Eliza, Aikman, Kyra, Ula, and a group of craftsmen. Wei Xian also came, pregnant and eager to join the fun. Today, I will start with the simplest pinyin. Wu Liang stood in front of a wooden board painted black with charcoal, glanced at the group sitting below the podium. Without unnecessary words, Wu Liang wrote a pinyin letter, loudly read it out, and the others followed along. He moved quickly, having everyone copy the pinyin he wrote onto their own boards. In just one morning, Wu Liang finished teaching all the pinyin. Everyone listened carefully. Though some found it difficult, they were very serious. Eliza and Ula learned the fastest, while Wei Xian, Aikman, and Kyra found it a bit challenging. It's a pity that the educational technology tree isn't unlocked yet. Otherwise, I would just teach Eliza directly and let her teach others, Wu Liang sighed. Being a teacher is really hard. After half a month, Wu Liang finished teaching pinyin and gradually started helping everyone learn to write and basic math methods. Today, we will learn the 10 basic numbers. Wu Liang was writing and reciting at the same time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. He was not using any of the original writing systems from this world, but rather the Arabic numerals from his previous world. Wu Liang used to be a proper college graduate. Although he couldn't remember many things, he was confident in teaching them. Among the students, Eliza was the smartest and learned quickly. Wu Liang, am I writing this correctly? She asked curiously while practicing. That's right, Eliza. You're very clever. You learn quickly. Wu Liang praised her close to her face and gently pinched her firm buttock. Don't get distracted. Focus on learning. It's not my fault. Humph. Eliza blushed and playfully rolled her eyes at him, then obediently continued practicing. Meanwhile, Aikman was a different scene altogether. She was frowning tightly, gripping a charcoal stick as if fighting a fierce beast. She was used to holding guns and knives, which required strength and steadiness. But writing was hard for her. She would crush the charcoal with just a little force, sometimes breaking the wooden board she was working on. Next to her, there were many broken wooden pieces from her recent attempts. Aikman bit her lip in frustration. After a moment of silence, she looked at Wu Liang with a sad expression. Wu Liang, I can't do it. It's so hard, don't worry. I'll always be silently supporting you from behind, Wu Liang said, walking behind her and leaning down. His warm chest pressed against her back. He held her hand that was gripping the pen and guided her. See, relax your wrist and use your fingers to apply force, like this. His breath brushed her ear, making her feel hot and her heartbeat quicken. Focus. Wu Liang gently bit her earlobe. Oh, okay. Aikman trembled all over, her face turning bright red. Eliza watched this scene with a faint smile in her eyes. This man always had a way of making any woman submit to him. Beside him, Wei Xian, who was visibly pregnant, put down her pen and leaned toward Wu Liang from the other side. Wu Liang, I finished writing this part. Can you take a look for me? Sure, let me see. With someone on each side, Wu Liang smiled with satisfaction. Ula, Kyla, and the group of craftsmen nearby could only shake their heads helplessly. Scenes like this had become a daily sight since the start of the term. Although studying could be dull, Wu Liang always found ways to keep everyone motivated. After their lessons each day, the group would throw themselves into the lively work of building the tribe. The city walls were already under construction, and hundreds of people were busy at the site, each doing their part, some carrying stones, others mixing mortar. Everyone worked in rhythm, shouting and singing together to keep their spirits high. Their songs were simple and catchy, full of energy and rhythm. Listening to the singing, Wu Liang smiled with satisfaction. When he had first taught them the song, everyone had been shy and hesitant. But soon they realized how well the strong rhythm matched their work, and the entire site echoed with their powerful voices. The more they worked, the more energy they seemed to have. Their pride and determination grew, and even though they were drenched in sweat, no one felt tired. As expected of Wu Liang, he always finds a way, Eliza and Ackerman said as they watched from a distance, deeply impressed once again. This man always had the power to unite everyone's hearts. Literacy education and construction progressed side by side. Under Wu Liang's personal supervision, the tribe's development advanced steadily each day. Before dawn, the huge construction site was already filled with the sounds of people working. Hundreds of tribespeople threw themselves enthusiastically into the great task of building their new home. Eliza and Akoman are two key helpers. One manages supplies, the other arranges labor. They have become Wu Liang's trusted assistants, keeping the large construction site well organized. As for Wei Xian, she is pregnant and cannot participate in physical work. Her main daily task is to arrange for people to prepare and deliver hot meals, including steaming meat soup and baked bread, to every worker. The group of artisans led by Ula has learned basic counting and simple addition and subtraction. Now, they understand Wu Liang's drawings better. They no longer see them as complete mystery. Although they still can't understand very complex details, they can now tell where things need to be longer, wider, or where more parts are needed. This small change has doubled the efficiency of the military workshop's production. Learning progress is still too slow. Wu Liang frowned after class one day. Using wooden boards and charcoal sticks as blackboards and chalk is too primitive. He needs better writing tools. I must find a way to make paper. Using water to flush the toilet is getting really inconvenient, he thought. Deciding to make paper, Wu Liang began planning. Although paper making is complicated, the materials are available. For writing tools, he plans to make quill pens, since he doesn't know how to use a traditional brush, and it's also quite difficult to make. The tribe has many wild geese, so they have plenty of feathers. Making ink is easier, using ash from burned plants and tree gum as a simple ink substitute. Soon, Wu Liang and a group of people went to a river near the tribe, where tall reeds grew densely. He ordered people to cut a lot of reeds and asked the textile workshop to send discarded cloth scraps. Once all the materials were gathered, Wu Liang directed artisans to set up a large pot. They threw everything in, added plenty of ash, and started boiling. The first step in making paper is pulping. They boiled the mixture in alkaline water to remove impurities and separate the fibers. Finally, Wu Liang had heavy stones placed on top to squeeze out excess water. After a series of complex steps, boiling, filtering, pressing, drying, the first piece of flat, slightly yellowed, dry paper was made. The goose feather pen is made by plucking the longest feather from a wild goose's wing. Using a small knife, the end of the feather is cut into a slanted point, and a small slit is made at the tip. This way, a simple goose feather pen is ready. Wu Liang chose to use black ash from burned grass and charcoal, mixed with tree gum and clean water, which he prepared quickly. That morning, during the literacy class, Wu Liang held the feather pen in front of everyone, dipped it in ink, and wrote a few clear characters on paper. All the students stretched their necks to watch carefully and kept exclaiming in amazement. "Wow, that's amazing. This is much easier to use than charcoal sticks," Eliza exclaimed nearby, looking at Wu Liang with admiration and affection. "Starting today, everyone in the literacy class will have a stack of paper and a pen," Wu Liang announced loudly. "I want each of you to learn at least 100 common characters within a month." Wu Liang's idea was undoubtedly wise. Since they had paper and pens, the spread of knowledge became more efficient, and everyone's enthusiasm increased noticeably. The most important thing was that Wu Liang finally found it much more convenient to go to the bathroom. Besides worrying about pressing too hard and tearing the paper with his fingers, Wu Liang was very satisfied with the current paper. "Eliza, Aikman, come back early tonight." After class that morning, Wu Liang called the two girls over, each with an arm around their slim waist. "Seeing how hard you two studied during the day, your progress is a bit slow. Starting tonight, I will give you special tutoring sessions." "Special tutoring? Great." Eliza's eyes lit up with anticipation. Aikman looked at him somewhat reluctantly. "Wu Liang, can we skip it? I already have a headache from studying during the day, and I don't want to see that strange stuff again at night. I feel like my brain is about to explode. Learning those strange symbols and pinyin is more tiring than fighting 100 wind wolves." Wu Liang smiled, pressing his face against Aikman's cheek. "Don't worry, my teaching methods at home are different from outside." Whispering softly in her ear, his warm breath made Aikman's ears turn bright red. Wu Liang didn't say anything more and turned to do other things. "What's he talking about with them? Why didn't he invite me to join?" not far away, Vixian watched the three of them together, touching her pregnant belly and frowning. After night fell, Eliza finished the last batch of supplies, rubbed her aching temples, and went home. She found Wu Liang leaning over the table, quickly drawing something with a goose feather pen. He was so focused that he didn't notice Eliza's arrival. "Liang, what are you drawing?" she asked softly, breaking the silence. Wu Liang saw it was Eliza, put down his pen, and stretched. "You're back?" "I'm drawing some tools to help build the city walls." Eliza stepped closer, curious, and looked at the plans. The drawings were very complicated. She couldn't understand them. They were made of lines, gears, and levers crossing each other, with many numbers and strange symbols next to them. "What is this?" Eliza asked curiously. "I call it a crane." Wu Liang pointed to a central part of the drawing. Using pulleys and levers, it can help a person with little strength lift huge stones weighing thousands of pounds easily. A crane? Pulleys? Levers? Eliza was confused, but she wondered if one person could really lift such heavy stones. She didn't want to ask more, because Wu Liang's inventions always seemed amazing. If he said it could be done, then it probably could. He took Eliza's hand, sat her on his lap, and his warm breath brushed her ear. "Want to learn? I can teach you." Eliza's body tensed instantly, her cheeks feeling very hot. Sitting on Wu Liang's strong thighs, she could clearly feel his warmth and strength, rushing from her tailbone up to her head. I. She wanted to say she was too clumsy to learn such complicated things. But Wu Liang didn't give her a chance to refuse. He held her soft, delicate hand, picked up the goose feather pen, and touched the paper with the tip. "Look, this is called a pulley. Its purpose is to change the direction of force and make work easier. A single movable pulley can have the effort needed. We combine many pulleys together, and that's called a pulley system." Wu Liang's voice was deep and magnetic, like a spell, as he slowly spoke into Elisa's heart in the night. Wu Liang wrapped his arms around her slender waist, while his other hand traced a mechanical diagram on her back. "So, as long as our ropes and bearings are strong enough, in theory, we can use very little force to move the whole world." When Wu Liang finished the last point, Elisa was completely captivated. "Liang, you know so much." Elisa stared at Wu Liang with admiration. "I know more than just that." After saying this, he suddenly kissed her passionately. "Liang, Elisa's mind went blank, overwhelmed by his bold kiss. She responded clumsily but passionately, her hands clutching his neck, wishing she could melt into his body. The room's temperature rose sharply at that moment. Wu Liang held her, kissing her as he strode toward the bedroom. "Liang, wait. Elisa whimpered softly in his arms. I still don't understand everything." "It's okay." Wu Liang gently laid her on the soft, furry bed. "Tonight, I will teach you slowly what a lever is." Cough. A Koman, who had just finished training with the Black Rock Army, stood at the door, clearing her throat as she saw the two. "It seems I came at the wrong time. Is the lesson already starting?" Wu Liang smiled and extended an arm toward a Koman. "No, you came just in time. We are about to begin. I am very tired from training today. Maybe tomorrow." Akoman's cheeks started to flush, and she looked away, trying to find an excuse to leave. Wu Liang slammed the bedroom door shut. "No, the car door. No, neglecting study leads to confusion. You must learn." Wu Liang firmly grabbed her, holding her waist and lifting her up. "Tonight is your first tutoring session. No one is escaping." Aikman was both shy and angry, her hands pounding that strong back. She already knew what this man meant by private tutoring. Now, this guy just wants to find new ways to tease them. Eliza's face was also flushed, her heart pounding uncontrollably. Although it wasn't the first time, every time this man treated her so forcefully, she still felt her legs go weak. "Let go? That won't do." Wu Liang chuckled softly and gently laid Aikman on the bed. The wide bed was covered with soft animal skins, and the oil lamp beside it cast a warm, yellow glow, illuminating their blushing faces. Wu Liang looked down at them with a smile, towering above. One was charming and alluring, the other fierce and strong, under the dim light. Each showed their own captivating charm. "I said I would teach you more knowledge." Wu Liang leaned down, his finger lightly tracing her smooth, jade-like cheek, his voice deep and magnetic. "Eliza, you're in charge of the tribe's logistics. How can you not know math? Addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, area, volume. You must learn all these. Aikman, you're the military commander. You can't just know how to charge into battle. Arranging troops, logistics supply, tactical deception, strategic planning. These are essential lessons for a good leader. Night fell like ink. In Wu Liang's stone house, the candle flickered. No, Wu Liang. Eliza lay on the soft animal skin blanket, her voice trembling with tears. Wu Liang was using his finger dipped in oil to draw and write on her smooth skin. No, we're just getting started. Wu Liang's laughter echoed in her ear. Today, I taught you the Pythagorean theorem, but you haven't reviewed it yet. No. Eliza could only helplessly submit to his control. Aikman wasn't doing much better. Aikman, do you feel it? This angle is the perfect combination of gravity and your own strength, maximizing efficiency. Do you feel the trajectory angle? Once you build a cannon on the battlefield, you can use this principle. Now, I'll teach you how to take the hill. Let's start the strategic planning. Some people are happy, others are sad. Next door, Wei Ziyan keeps tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. She is pregnant now and sleeps lightly. The noise from the other side's reading disturbs her, making her feel restless. She touches her growing belly. Baby, when you come out, Mom will be able to bring your dad back, she whispers to herself, showing a hint of determination on her face. The next morning, Wu Liang walks out of his room feeling refreshed and full of energy. Meanwhile, Elisa and AKO Man, who studied all night, lean on the wall and walk unsteadily. This guy, AKO Man, massages her sore waist, gritting her teeth and cursing, but her cheeks are still slightly red. She has to admit, the studying last night was surprisingly effective. The knowledge now feels like it's carved into her mind. Very clear. I see you're enjoying yourself. Elisa glances at her with a teasing smile. Last night, AKO Man's performance was much more wild than her own. Good student, act. You. AKO Man, feeling exposed, gets angry and reaches out to tickle Elisa. The two beautiful women burst into laughter and playfully tease each other. Wei Ziyan, with dark circles under her eyes, looks at Wu Liang, who appears so energetic, and rolls her eyes in annoyance. Looks like you're working hard, Teacher Wu. Wu Liang chuckles and leans in, hugging her from behind. He rests his chin on her shoulder and softly says, So? My leader is jealous. Who? Who's jealous? I'm just worried you're overworking yourself. Wei Ziyan stubbornly replies, her cheeks slightly reddening. Don't worry, don't you already know? I'm doing this to help develop key talents for the future of our tribe. Wu Liang says calmly, whispering in her ear. But you should rest well and make sure our baby is born healthy. That's the most important task. His warm breath on her ear makes Wei Ziyan soften and her anger fade away. Wei Ziyan puffs up her cheeks and gently pats her belly. I don't care. When the baby is born, I will also study hard. Double the effort. No problem. I'll listen to you. Wu Liang smiled and reassured her. Then I will make it up to you properly. That's more like it. Wei Xian said as she glanced at Elisa and Aikman, then turned and went inside. She was very tired. A week later, after Aikman led a team to find a large amount of alum stone from the mountains, Wu Liang taught the craftsmen how to make putty. When the first stone house was freshly painted and had smooth, white walls, the whole tribe was excited. The women gathered around the house, as if they were looking at a rare treasure. They carefully touched the smooth walls, marveling at them. Meanwhile, on the city wall construction side, with the help of the lever and pulley system Wu Liang provided, those heavy stones weighing hundreds or even over 1,000 pounds were cleverly pried, lifted, and slowly moved into place. Cement was brought in by truckloads, mixed with sand and gravel, and filled into the gaps between the stones under the craftsman's guidance. The foundation of the 10-meter-high city wall was already laid, and it was rising visibly, inch by inch. Inside the city wall, larger projects were also underway. Wide stone roads were being paved, and beneath them, a more complex underground drainage system was being built. Wu Liang's plan for this system was enough to prevent the tribe from flooding and dirt during heavy rains. Since the introduction of paper and pens, the literacy classes had greatly improved. After teaching the basics, Wu Liang started to teach them more practical science and engineering knowledge. From basic geometry to simple concepts of mechanics. He explained these modern scientific ideas in ways they could understand, breaking them down carefully. Thanks to Wu Liang's tireless efforts and day-and-night teaching, a group of good students led by Elisa and Ula could now understand simple drawings he made and perform basic addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. Under Ula's leadership, the craftsmen in the military workshop began to understand the measurements and structures in the drawings. As a result, their production of heavy crossbows and tower shields improved significantly in both accuracy and quality. Although Aikman still struggles to write well, she can barely understand the tactical maps that Wu Liang drew just for her. If Wu Liang hadn't taught her, she couldn't imagine that fighting could be so organized. The movement and coordination of the army can be so clever. Every day during military training, it's no longer just standing in formation or exhausting physical exercises. Aikman begins to combine Wu Liang's modern military ideas with the jungle rules of this world. Shield and Spear Battalion. Move forward 10 steps. Keep formation. There's no gap between shields. Bow and Crossbow Battalion. Prepare for 3-stage shooting. Follow my commands. First row. Fire. On the training ground, Aikman wears black leather armor, holding a spear, looking proud and commanding. In front of her, 800 Black Rock soldiers stand in uniform black uniforms, neatly lined up, full of discipline. After long training, they have completely transformed. Their discipline and obedience have reached an amazing level. But that's not enough. A modern army needs a scientific structure, clear division of roles, and excellent commanders who can lead effectively. Today is the big day when the Black Rock Army officially forms. Wu Liang steps onto the high platform and loudly announces, "From today, the Black Rock Army is officially divided into 4 main battalions." Wu Liang's voice echoes across the training ground. 1st Battalion, Shield and Spear Battalion, made up of 300 strongest soldiers. You are the wall of the army, an unshakable steel shield. Your task is to use your shields and spears to crush any enemy daring to attack head-on. 2nd Battalion, Bow and Crossbow Battalion, made up of 300 sharpshooters, including 100 composite bowmen and 200 heavy crossbowmen. You are the claws of the army, messengers of death. Your task is to cover the battlefield with your arrows. 3rd Battalion, Scout Battalion, made up of 100 swift soldiers familiar with the forests. You are the eyes and ears of the army. Your task is to scout enemy positions, relay intelligence, and deliver deadly strikes from the shadows. 4th Battalion, Cavalry Battalion. Let's set the number at 100. You are the iron fists of the army, the key to victory. I want you to ride your warhorses into the battlefield, charging and surrounding the enemy, harassing and chasing them, sweeping across the land like the wind. Every time Wu Liang announced the formation of a new battalion, a wave of cheers erupted below like a mighty tide. The soldiers' eyes sparkled with excitement and pride. Eliza. Wu Liang suddenly turned his head and looked toward the area below the stage. Eliza, who had been waiting nearby, quickly stepped forward. She carried a tray with several arm badges made from fine animal hide and a large, rolled-up black flag. Wu Liang personally took the flag and gave it a sharp shake. Whoosh! A huge black flag unfurled in the wind, waving proudly. In the center of the flag was a tall black mountain painted with bright red dye. Above the mountain, crossed battle axes and spears were depicted. The design was simple but powerful, full of strength. From today, this will be the flag of our Black Rock Army. Wu Liang's voice was deep and strong, echoing across the training ground. Black Mountain as our base, weapons as our peak. Our tribe will be as unbreakable as this Black Mountain. Our army will be as invincible as these weapons. Wind, wind, strong wind, fight, fight. We must fight. 800 female warriors raised their weapons high, shouting along with Wu Liang, their voices like thunder and waves. Their eyes shone with fiery passion. Wu Liang watched this scene with satisfaction. This was the unity and pride he wanted. Akoman, yes, I hereby appoint you as the commander of the Black Rock Army, in charge of the entire force. This flag is under your command. Wu Liang solemnly handed the flagpole to Akoman. Akoman took the flag with both hands, knelt on one knee, and his voice trembled slightly with excitement. Akoman, swear to serve the tribe with loyalty. Swear to protect the honor of the Black Rock Army forever. Good. Wu Liang nodded, then picked up an arm badge from Eliza's tray. The badge was embroidered with 3 stars in gold thread. This is the commander's badge. Wu Liang personally placed it on Akomen. From now on, whenever you see this badge, it means orders are as firm as mountains. Then, Wu Liang began reading out the first group of officer appointments. Kayla, here. Kayla stepped out of the line, her face full of excitement. I appoint you as the captain of the Shield Battalion. Here is your officer badge. Wu Liang handed her a badge with 2 stars. Yes. I appoint Una as the captain of the Bao Battalion. Here is your officer badge. Next, one by one, names were called. The soldiers who performed well stepped forward, receiving badges that symbolized their status and honor from Wu Liang. From the smallest squad of 10 people to the 100-person platoon leader, and then to the leaders of each battalion, a clear command system was established. The appointed officers were blushing with excitement, while the other soldiers looked on with envy. Wu Liang wanted this effect. An army has laws, rules, and most importantly, spirit. Wu Liang's voice rang out again. What is our army's spirit? He paused, scanning everyone, and shouted clearly. Our spirit is, use me in the first battle, and we will surely win. Draw your swords against the enemy, and we will conquer all. Use me in the first battle, and we will surely win. Draw your swords against the enemy, and we will conquer all. Akomen was the first to raise her arm and shout along. Use me in the first battle, and we will surely win. Draw your swords against the enemy, and we will conquer all. The voices of 800 soldiers merged into a mighty roar, soaring into the sky. These 8 words, like a mark, were deeply engraved into each soldier's soul. Very good, Wu Liang smiled. A strong army not only fights well, but also knows how to sing military songs. Next, I will teach you the first military song of our Black Rock Army. Singing? The soldiers were stunned. What does singing have to do with fighting? Wu Liang didn't explain. He cleared his throat and started singing. Forward, forward, forward. Children of Black Rock, listen to the mountains echo. Our ancestors' totems burn in our chests. From animal hide tents to clanking armor, we step on the earth under the blazing sun. The military song was loud and stirring, with a high-spirited tune. After singing once, the entire training ground fell silent. Everyone was amazed by this unheard-of song. Great! Aikman was the first to react. She felt her whole body boiling with excitement. One more time, Lord Wu Liang, sing it again. Wu Liang smiled and sang the song once more. This time, some soldiers started humming along. The third and fourth times. As the sun reached its highest point, the orderly and powerful singing turned into a strong wave that echoed across the entire tribe. Use me in the first battle, and victory is assured. Face the enemy with a sword, and we will be unstoppable. Wu Liang raised his arm high and shouted. 800 soldiers responded together, their voices shaking the surroundings. Other members of the tribe, whether busy at the construction site or working in the workshop, all stopped what they were doing to listen. They looked toward the training ground with curiosity. Lord Wu Liang, the saddles and stirrups are ready. Do you want to go see them? Right after the ceremony, Ula suddenly arrived at the training ground. Oh, you guys work pretty fast. Pick a set and take it to the horse yard. Wu Liang was pleasantly surprised to hear this. He then took Aikman and went to the newly established horse yard in the tribe. Here, over 100 wild horses caught from the mountains and forests were kept. When first captured, they were fierce and hard to tame. But after long training, and with the help of Wu Liang's earth blessing skill, the first batch of warhorses had been successfully tamed and turned into reliable steeds. Wu Liang personally chose a black horse, completely dark, with white snow under its feet. It was a strong, tall black stallion, quickly fitted with a new saddle and stirrups. The brown saddle and silver stirrups shone brightly in the sunlight. Wu Liang, what are these for? Aikman asked curiously. Just watch and see. Wu Liang smiled, then leapt onto the horse's back. He placed his feet into the stirrups, and his body immediately merged tightly with the horse. His waist and the horse moved as one, feeling very stable. Go, Wu Liang shouted softly. He squeezed his legs against the horse's belly, and the black horse reared up, let out a long neigh, and suddenly shot forward like a streak of black lightning. The surrounding female warriors who trained horses let out a gasp. Wu Liang was on his horse, almost completely still. He could easily bend down to pick up a stick from the ground and do various difficult moves, compared to how they used to ride, clinging tightly with their legs and bouncing around. This was a huge difference. Did you see that? Wu Liang rode back to Aikman, who had bright eyes, with a confident smile on his face. This is the power of the saddle and stirrups. They connect you and the horse, freeing your hands. With them, our soldiers can use weapons steadily on horseback, whether chopping or shooting arrows. Aikman's breathing became a little faster. That's amazing. Our cavalry will be even stronger now. Wu Liang laughed loudly, dismounted, and handed her the reins. Go ahead, try it. Okay. Eagerly, Aikman mounted the horse. Put your feet in the stirrups. Wu Liang pointed to the stirrups. Aikman stepped into the stirrups, squeezed her legs tightly, and galloped off. The wind whistled past her ears, and she felt much more stable than before. Bring the compound bow, Wu Liang shouted to someone nearby. The female warrior next to him handed him a newly made compound bow. Keep going, Aikman. Wu Liang quickly handed the bow to Aikman, who understood and bent down to catch it. Aim at the target ahead. Fire. Aikman turned easily on her horse, drew the bow, knocked the arrow, and aimed where Wu Liang pointed. Whoosh! The arrow shot through the air. It didn't hit the center of the target, but it stuck firmly on the target. Oh my gosh! This is amazing! The watching soldiers burst into thunderous cheers. Very good. Wu Liang's face showed satisfaction. Aikman. Yes? Aikman immediately stopped her horse and looked at Wu Liang. Starting tomorrow, all cavalry and scouts of the Black Rock Army will undergo strict riding and combat training. Our cavalry and scouts must be truly skilled. I want to see a swift, powerful cavalry that can charge and ride while shooting in the shortest possible time. Yes, Aikman's voice trembled slightly with excitement. She seemed to already see a rushing wave of armored cavalry, galloping freely across the great wilderness mountains, unstoppable and invincible. Time quickly passed, and winter was approaching. The temperature in the great wilderness mountains dropped each day, bringing a biting cold. Meanwhile, the first phase of the Black Rock tribe's construction was finally taking shape before the long winter arrived. The tall, strong city walls looked like a gray dragon surrounding the entire tribe. On the walls, every 50 meters, there was an arrow tower. Archers stood guard day and night, watching carefully around. Inside the tribe, wide stone roads crisscrossed, with complex underground drainage systems beneath them. New stone and brick houses lined up closely, and every home had bright glass windows. The whole tribe no longer looked like its primitive past, but had become a solid fortress of some size. The workshops and military factories also expanded during this time. Dozens of kilns constantly emitted smoke, providing a steady supply of industrial goods for the tribe. In the textile workshop, over 100 looms clattered non-stop, producing fabric continuously. Women spun and wove while humming songs taught by Wu Liang. Our workers are strong, hey. Our workers are strong. Working every day, hey. Working every day. The literacy classes had already shown results. During the day, Wu Liang mostly handed over teaching responsibilities to Elisa. Vixian's belly had grown remarkably large. According to Elisa's estimate, the chief of Vixian would give birth within about a week. This brave and skilled tribe leader now spent her days with a big belly, walking with Wu Liang for support, telling stories. At night, after Wu Liang finished tutoring Elisa and Aikman, she would drag him into her room for some fun. Of course, it was storytelling. Serious prenatal education. From monkey fishing for the moon to Yu the Great controlling floods. From the 7 princesses and a dwarf to the battle between Lu Tian and Pan Jinlia. Wu Liang's storytelling was vivid, lively, and detailed, bringing everything to life. These new and interesting stories made Weixian listen with great fascination. Wow, this Lutetia is really amazing. Pan Jinlian couldn't get up after she was beaten. Weixian, lying in Wu Liang's arms, looked up with a surprised expression. Can anyone be more impressive than me? Wu Liang chuckled. Just likes to bully others. You know my current situation, yet you still tell me those stories. Weixian looked a bit resentful. Haha, it's okay. Elisa said it's just been a few days. Just be patient. Over at the Black Rock Army, After the first batch of saddles and stirrups was delivered to the cavalry camp, the effect was immediate. The cavalry soldiers could now stand securely in their stirrups, even during high-speed charges, and use their weapons easily. Cavalry, charge with me. Go. On the training ground, Aokman, dressed in special black leather armor, led the charge. She firmly planted her feet in the stirrups, her body moving with the galloping horse, holding her spear steady. Charge. 100 female cavalry simultaneously kicked their horses' bellies with their heels. 100 horses shot forward like arrows, forming a black torrent of dust and smoke across the arena. The sound of hooves was thunderous, and the momentum was terrifying. Under Aokman's leadership, they performed various complex formations. Even at high speed, they managed to draw their newly modified lightweight crossbows from their waists and shoot at distant targets. Attack! With a fierce shout from Aokman, the cavalry retracted their crossbows and raised their spears forward. Puff! 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 200 spears pierced the enemy formation, made of straw dummies almost simultaneously, smashing them to pieces with a powerful impact. After a fierce charge, the straw battlefield was left in ruins. Aokman pulled on the reins, causing her horse to rear up and let out a long neigh. She looked back at her cavalry, her eyes full of pride and enthusiasm. They were so strong. The power of this group charge was simply unstoppable. Any defensive line made of flesh and blood would be ruthlessly crushed by this iron torrent. Blackrock Army. Victory is ours. Aokman raised his spear and shouted loudly. Victory! 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 200 cavalrymen shouted together, their voices echoing far and wide. Aokman is truly a natural-born leader. Eliza stood beside Wu Liang, sincerely admiring him. Yes, I just made her sword sharper. Wu Liang smiled and put his arm around Eliza's slim waist. But I still prefer seeing you all practicing your lessons in bed. Eliza's cheeks instantly turned red, and she rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. But her body unconsciously softened and leaned into his embrace. You're so mean, always teasing us. In peaceful days, such moments are always brief. Summer, quietly passing by, leaving little secrets. That evening, Wu Liang was strolling leisurely down the street with his hands in his pockets, whistling. Get out of the way. Suddenly, the sound of hooves approached from afar. A scout from the long-range reconnaissance team galloped into the village. Report. Lord Wu Liang. Urgent military news. Report to Lord Wu Liang. The Roland Army. The Roland Army is coming. The scout dismounted hurriedly, ignoring the dirt and wounds on his body, and scrambled to report to Wu Liang. Roland Empire? Wu Liang's eyes sharpened instantly. He had heard that name countless times from Wei Xian and Eliza. The current situation in the Great Wilderness Mountain was all because of this empire. Honestly, for the tribes living in the Great Wilderness Mountain, the name Roland Empire was like a nightmare they couldn't forget. Calm down. Take your time and tell me what happened. Wu Liang frowned and added, How many of them are there? Where are they now? The scout took a deep breath and reported quickly. Yes, sir. About 5 days ago, a unit from the Roland Empire left Ironhelm Fortress and entered the Great Wilderness Mountain through the Western Mountain Pass. There are about 100 soldiers, all cavalry. Yesterday, they attacked the nearest Green Vine tribe on the edge of the mountain. When our people arrived after hearing the news, the entire Green Vine tribe had been burned down. They stole all the grain and took the most beautiful women as slaves. The newborn boy in the Green Vine tribe was also killed. Before I returned to report, they had already started moving toward the Emberfire tribe in the east. Wu Liang nodded and asked, Are you sure they are Roland people? The scout nodded confidently and said, Yes, I am sure. They all wear silver armor, and their banners have the double-headed eagle symbol unique to the Roland army. Understood. Come with me. Wu Liang took the scout to the council hall. Soon, key leaders from Weixian, Eliza, Aokman, and other tribes arrived. Inside the hall, a fire burned brightly. Around a large oval table, everyone sat in order. The fire cast a warm glow on their faces. After the scout explained everything again, everyone looked very upset. Those cursed Roland scoundrels. They really came again this year. Aokman entered the hall and sat down, glaring fiercely at the Roland people, cursing them loudly. Not only her, But Wei Xian and Eliza looked equally angry. Wei Xian instinctively protected her growing belly with her hand, her eyes filled with worry and hatred. Other tribal leaders in the hall also looked furious. For them, the words, Roland Empire, meant blood, tears, and humiliation, an unending grudge. Wu Liang said, Wu Liang, give the order. Our newly trained Blackrock army is ready to use these scoundrels as a banner. I promise, each and every one of them will be cut down. We will definitely leave no survivors. Aikman stood up, her eyes burning as she challenged Wu Liang. Not yet. Wu Liang waved his hand to signal her to sit down. Wei Xian, do the people of the Roland Empire come here every year? Wu Liang looked at Wei Xian beside him. Before winter each year, the Roland army comes under the pretense of collecting taxes, entering the great wilderness mountain. They steal our grain, plunder our belongings, and take women from our tribes as slaves. Most importantly, they kill all the men and baby boys in the tribes. Time has indeed come. The day is near. Vixie gently touches her belly, looking worried. These Roland people are very cruel. Wu Liang, you should know that they almost wiped out all the men from the Dahuang Mountain tribe. But they also need us to reproduce and provide them with resources and many female slaves. The Roland people try to stir up conflicts within Dahuang Mountain, sometimes sending a few men into the mountains to cause us to fight each other. We know they do this on purpose, but the tribes in Dahuang Mountain have no choice. We need to survive and pass on our bloodline to have a chance to fight back successfully. To them, it's just a game. I heard that every year, the Roland people bet on which tribe will get the men. They allow us to get pregnant and have children, but they never let us keep a baby boy. We usually hide the boys, but most of the time, we are caught, so it's very hard for baby boys to survive in Dahuang Mountain. Eliza clenched her fists, her face full of anger. I understand. Wu Liang listened quietly and nodded without showing emotion. The Roland people are pretending to collect taxes, but in reality, they are raiding and destroying. They want to control Dahuang Mountain for a long time by systematically oppressing the tribes. By killing the men, they cut off the tribe's ability to pass on their traditions and resist. At the same time, they allow some reproduction so the bloodline doesn't completely disappear. They stir up conflicts among the tribes, causing internal fights, turning Dahuang Mountain into their playground and market. Their methods are very cruel and effective. No wonder the tribes in Dahuang Mountain have been struggling in despair for so many years, with no hope in sight. Wu Liang, should we immediately pull everyone back to the city and strengthen our defenses? Vixie, pregnant and worried, walks over to Wu Liang and asks. She knows how powerful the Roland people are. Every time they come, it's a humiliating disaster. And this time, not only Wu Liang, an adult man, is in the tribe, but she is also carrying a boy. If the Roland people find out, the consequences could be terrible. No. Wu Liang stands up and looks at everyone. Ackerman is right. We must fight. Crush this group of Roland people. Listen up, everyone. Things are different now. We not only need to defend, but also take the initiative to attack. I built this army not to be cowards hiding away. His gaze swept over everyone present, speaking firmly and clearly. If they dare to come, I will make sure they never return. Besides, others are already close to our doorstep. We can't hide anymore. Fight. Let these Roland people feel the pain. Strike hard now, so they won't come back with more force. We must show them that the great wilderness mountain is no longer a place they can come and go as they please. He worked hard to build his foundation and peaceful life. He won't let others destroy it easily. Wu Liang also realized that this might be a rare good opportunity. The 8 tribes of the great wilderness mountain have long been oppressed by the Roland Empire. Although they sometimes clash, when facing a common enemy, they will unite and fight together. But their strength is scattered, fighting alone, which is why the Roland people can defeat them one by one. If he can step up now and defeat the Roland Empire's raids with great force, then the reputation of the entire Great Wilderness Mountain will be focused on the Blackrock tribe and Wu Liang himself. At that time, if he wants to unite the other tribes and bring the mountain under one rule, it will be easy. Yes, that's the way to do it. Fight back. Wu Liang's words ignited Ackerman's fighting spirit. She stood up excitedly and shouted, "Follow me." Wu Liang stood up and walked to the side hall of the meeting room, where a large sand table was placed. This sand table was made by craftsmen guided by Wu Liang, with precise scale. It accurately shows the terrain around the Black Rock tribe, covering hundreds of miles. The mountains, rivers, forests, and passes are all clearly visible. There are many tribes inside the Great Wilderness Mountain, but only 8 are large enough to be called major tribes. They are the Moon Spring Tribe, Black Rock Tribe, Bloodfang Tribe, Hammerstone Tribe, Wind Chaser Tribe, Emberfire Tribe, Song of the Pasture Tribe, and Salt Marsh Tribe. Their leaders are all women. This is not a coincidence, but a result of the oppressive policies of the Roland Empire, which created a distorted system. Come here. Wu Liang looked at the scout who had just returned with news. Show me the route the Roland people took on the map. Yes. The scout moved to the map and pointed at the model of Iron Helm Fortress, drawing a line along a mountain pass, ending at a spot representing the Greenvine tribe. Wu Liang nodded and said in a serious voice, "Understood." The Iron Helm Fortress of the Roland Empire is the last city between them and the Great Wilderness Mountain. After attacking the Greenvine tribe, their next target will likely be the closest Jinhua tribe. The incident at the Greenvine tribe is just a way for the Roland people to scare others and weaken the resistance of the tribes in the Great Wilderness Mountain. Now, the Roland people are moving from west to east, sweeping through each tribe. At their current speed, they will reach the Jinhua tribe's territory in at most a day and a half. It's only a matter of time before they arrive here. Wu Liang tapped lightly on the map, his eyes moving back and forth over the locations of the tribes. He was quickly calculating in his mind. The attack on the Greenvine tribe is just the beginning. Next, the Roland Empire's army will sweep across the entire Great Wilderness Mountain from west to east, like combing through it. Black Rock tribe, located in the easternmost part of the mountain, is temporarily safe, but only for now. Waiting passively is not his style. However, rushing into battle without preparation is also not wise. He must first assess the strength of the Roland Empire's army. With the current development and size of Black Rock tribe, especially with him secretly keeping a male guardian, if they are discovered by the Roland Empire, it would surely bring disaster. Akoman, send the orders immediately. Wu Liang made a quick decision. Order the scout team to mobilize all members. Monitor the Roland army nonstop throughout the day. Keep a close watch on their movements. I want to know the location, number, and equipment of every troop. And also, pay close attention to how other tribes are reacting. Meanwhile, quietly spread the news that our Black Rock tribe is now strong and has built a 10-meter-high wall. I want all the tribes in the Great Wilderness Mountain to know that Black Rock tribe is currently the safest place in the entire mountain. Yes. Ackerman received the order and turned to leave quickly. Kayla, I'm here. Lead the crossbow and shield camp to move into the city walls immediately. Archers on the towers. Everyone, increase patrols and stay alert. Yes. Kayla responded and left. Eliza, I'm here, Liang. Count all the war supplies in the tribe. Weapons, ammunition, food, medicines. Recount everything and prepare for battle at any moment. Also, inform Ula that from now on, the armory must focus on producing crossbow bolts and arrows for composite bows. There's also something called a telescope. I'll give her the plans right away. You supervise her to build it quickly. Stop all other work for now. Additionally, send someone immediately to Black Wind Valley to withdraw the miners and guards. All guards should be reassigned to the tribe's city defenses. Understood. Eliza immediately took action. Order after order was issued smoothly from Wu Liang's mouth. Under his command, everyone quickly calmed down and did their jobs. For a while, the entire Black Rock tribe was tense but organized, with a serious atmosphere like a coming storm. After everyone left, Wei Xian looked at Wu Liang's face, calm and confident. Her worries gradually eased away. Perhaps, no matter how big the crisis, it seemed nothing in front of him. She sat on Wu Liang's lap, pressing her cheek against his warm, broad chest. Wei Xian felt his strong heartbeat and softly said, Wu Liang, it's really good to have you here. Don't worry. I'm here for everything. Wu Liang lowered his head and gently kissed her forehead. Take good care of the baby and make sure our child is born healthy and safe. That's the most important thing. The things outside, leave them to me. In the following days, the walls of the Black Rock tribe were guarded every 3 steps, every 5 steps, with watchtowers and patrols. Female warriors with crossbows kept a vigilant watch on the distance. Inside the tribe, all production activities focused on preparing for war. But bad news kept coming one after another. Scouts sent by Ackerman kept returning with updates on the Western Front. This year, the Roland people were especially brutal, launching large-scale attacks as soon as they entered a tribe. The Emberfire tribe was completely defeated in less than half a day. Their secretly kept male members for reproduction were killed, and the baby boys were taken away. More than half of the tribe's people were slaughtered, and the survivors retreated with their leader. Soon after, the same fate befell the wind-chasing tribe. Although they tried to resist, their efforts were useless. Where the Roland people passed, blood flowed like rivers, and no grass grew. Panic spread quickly in the western part of the Great Wilderness Mountains, like a plague. Most large tribes could not defend themselves. Many small tribes, desperate to survive, crazily moved eastward, trying to escape the Roland soldiers. It seems the Roland people have a different goal this year. Maybe they think the population in the Great Wilderness Mountains is growing too fast, too many. After hearing the scouts' report, Wu Liang looked thoughtful. On the evening of the third day, the gates of the Black Rock tribe suddenly became very lively. Teams arrived from different directions, tired and dusty. The lookout of the Black Rock tribe sounded urgent alarms. There are a large group of people approaching the tribe. Wu Liang quickly went to the city wall and picked up the newly made telescope. Although its accuracy and range were not perfect, it was enough to see. In the distance on the horizon, a long line of people appeared. They were not Roland soldiers. The people in the line looked ragged, anxious, and more like refugees fleeing. At the front of the line, 6 serious-looking women stood. They wore different clothes, but all carried a strong sense of leadership. Wu Liang's eyes scanned over them. One was a fiery woman with long red hair that looked like flames, a bold and attractive figure. Another was a petite girl with a charming face, curvy and youthful, like a doll. Another was a gentle, intelligent woman with a worried look in her eyes. Each of the 6 women was unique and beautiful. Wu Liang's gaze moved from one to another, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Hooked, he muttered. He chuckled and gave an order. Prepare to open the city gates. Our guests are here. When the leaders of the 6 major tribes arrived exhausted outside the gates of the Black Rock tribe, everyone was shocked by the sight before them. The tall, majestic city wall, built from large stones and fire-resistant bricks, reached 10 meters high. Everyone's eyes showed surprise and amazement. Sui Na, the leader of the Hammerstone tribe, rubbed her eyes. In her past memories, the Black Rock tribe was just a large primitive tribe. But now what was this? The wall was smooth and strong, with watchtowers protruding at intervals. Female warriors armed with powerful bows patrolled orderly on top, giving off a fierce aura. The heavy city gate was made of tough wood and iron, with thick hinges, looking unbreakable. This was no longer a tribe. It was a fortress that could not be defeated. It's hard to believe. When did the Black Rock tribe become like this? Sui Na couldn't help but reach out and touch the wall, her eyes full of envy. Wu Liang, look. Those are the leaders of the other 6 tribes, said Wei Xian, who had also come to the wall, gently touching her belly and pointing downward. Wu Liang looked in the direction she pointed, observing the 6 female leaders while listening to Wei Xian's introduction. Lolia, the leader of the Melody tribe. She had a cute, doll-like face, was only about 1.55 meters tall, but her figure was surprisingly full and charming. She was holding a small lamb, her big, watery eyes looking pitiful. Sui Na, the leader of the Hammerstone tribe. She was tall and striking, a strong and commanding woman with a powerful presence. She held a large stone hammer and was examining the wall. Alicia, the leader of the Moon Spring tribe. She had the fairest skin and a gentle, elegant temperament, like water, soft and intelligent. Saran, the leader of the Wind-Chasing tribe. She had healthy wheat-colored skin, a fit body, and perfectly proportioned curves. Her round, straight legs looked full of strength. Ignis, the leader of the Ember tribe. She was a tall, handsome woman with red hair, sharp eyes, and a commanding presence. Figueroa, the leader of the Salt Lake tribe. She appears to be the oldest among the mature women, with a full figure, wide hips, and ample that give a reliable, motherly feeling. Open the city gate. It's not polite to keep guests waiting. Wu Liang withdrew his gaze and asked Elisa to go and greet the visitors. Lolia from the Muge tribe stood at the city gate, staring at the huge opening. She swallowed nervously and tightly hugged the small sheep in her arms. She felt like a country bumpkin, experiencing the city for the first time. The safety provided by these city walls was far beyond what her wooden and fence-enclosed tribe camp could offer. If she could live inside such a fortress, would she no longer have to be afraid of the Roland people? This thought grew wildly in her mind. The armor and weapons the soldiers are carrying look like iron tools, the kind used by the Roland people. Fugria, the leader of the Yinza tribe, suddenly spoke. Her voice carried a rich, mature tone. She pointed at the soldiers patrolling on the wall. Look at their equipment and their aura. No wonder Aikman from the Bloodfang tribe was defeated by the Blackrock tribe. They seemed so powerful. Everyone looked up at the wall. They saw the female warriors, all dressed in uniform black military uniforms, full of energy, exuding a chilling aura of menace. They said, such brave fighters. If our Jinhua tribe had warriors like these, we wouldn't have been defeated by the Roland people. Ignatius from the Jinhua tribe clenched her fists tightly, her tone full of frustration. Suddenly, the heavy city gate slowly opened. 300 fully armed gun-shield female soldiers marched out in perfect formation. Charge! The 300 gun-shield soldiers slammed their shields onto the ground, their sharp spears piercing through the gaps in the shields, forming a solid, airtight steel formation. The spears gleamed with a cold, deadly light. Archers on the tower above also drew their bows, aiming at everyone below through the dark openings of their crossbows. The tense atmosphere was filled with a deadly aura, causing the 6 tribes to step back warily. Wu Liang smiled slightly, looking down from the tower at them. His gaze swept over the faces of the leaders. This kind of greeting should be considered quite formal. Don't misunderstand. We are here to ask for help. A woman from one of the 6 tribes hurriedly ran out from the group and shouted up at the city wall. We are from the Hammerstone tribe. This is our leader, Lady Swain Na. We are from the Melody tribe. This is our leader, Lady Loria. We are from the Moon Spring tribe. One by one, each tribe quickly announced their names. Welcome, everyone, to the Blackrock tribe. Wu Liang, standing on the city tower, spoke first. His voice drew the attention of all the people from the 6 tribes below. They saw Wu Liang, and also saw Wei Xian standing beside him. Let their leaders come in, Wu Liang said calmly. Everyone else, stay outside and wait. The shield and spear formation quickly cleared a narrow path. Leader Wei Xian, what do you mean by this? And who is that man? Ignis, the fiery-haired leader of the Emberfire tribe, asked cautiously, looking at Wei Xian. Why is this woman standing next to this man, even seeming to hold him in higher regard? Leader Ignis and all the others, please come inside to talk, Wei Xian replied calmly. Everyone, see you in the meeting hall. Wu Liang waved his hand, helping Wei Xian turn and leave. What's going on with Wei Xian? Ignis clenched her fists. Let's go? I think Wei Xian probably won't hurt us. Don't forget why we came here. The leader of the Hammerstone tribe, Sui Na, was the first to walk toward the city gate. After exchanging glances, the other leaders, along with a few attendants, entered the city. Once inside, their pupils shrank again. Everywhere they looked, the scene was even busier and more prosperous. Wide, smooth stone roads, clean and tidy streets. The broad, flat stone paths crisscrossed, lined with rows of finished and under-construction brick houses. Some had been painted bright white, with transparent glass windows embedded in them. All members of the Blackrock tribe come and go, busy with their own tasks. In the distance, a large workshop area billows with smoke, and the sound of hammering can be heard. Leaders, you have traveled a long way. Welcome and thank you for your effort. A clear, cool female voice speaks. A beautiful woman with a charming figure, dressed in a blue silk gown, walks gracefully toward them. Elisa? Sina looks her over carefully and calls out uncertainly. Your Blackrock tribe. What is really going on here? Elisa smiles slightly. It's a long story. Let's go to the meeting hall to talk. Lord Wu Liang and Leader Wei Xian are already waiting for you. Wu Liang? Hearing this unfamiliar name, the leaders are all surprised. Is he the man on the city tower just now? Ignorant of men normally, Ignis immediately frowns at the mention. Who exactly is Wu Liang? We came to see Leader Wei Xian. Are you all crazy? Since when does a man run the Blackrock tribe? Elisa's smile fades, and her tone remains calm and respectful. Leader Ignis, please watch your words. Lord Wu Liang is my man, and he is also our leader's man. He is the most respected person in our entire Blackrock tribe. I will not allow anyone to disrespect him. Ignis, this is a warning in good faith. Her tone is firm and proud, with a hint of threat. What? Has that man bewitched both the tribe's leader and the high priestess? Elisa's words leave the 6 female leaders stunned, almost unable to believe their ears. Is this world going crazy? Filled with shock and doubt, Elisa leads them to the council hall. Wow, what a beautiful house. As soon as they enter, the leader of the Melody tribe's face shows an exaggerated look of amazement. I didn't expect the Blackrock tribe to develop to this level. Maybe we really came at the right time. But how did they do it? The leaders of the 6 tribes looked around the spacious hall, which was bright and open. The floor was covered with smooth, polished stones. The walls were painted bright white, and large glass windows let in warm winter sunlight, chasing away the cold. At the center of the hall, beside a huge wooden table, sat a young man dressed in plain black clothes with short black hair, relaxing in the main seat. To his left was Vixian, visibly pregnant, and further along was Aikman, dressed in fine black leather armor, looking confident and brave. Wu Liang, all the guests have arrived, said Eliza as she approached him. Wu Liang put his arm around her waist and gently pinched her behind. Thank you for your effort, she said with a teasing look. She sat down in the seat to Wu Liang's right. Wu Liang picked a bright red apple from a fruit tray on the table and slowly peeled it with a small knife. Everyone, please sit down, he said casually, pointing to the empty seats beside him with his knife. This made the leaders of the 6 tribes feel a little uncomfortable, especially Shuina from the Hammerstone tribe and Ignis from the Emberfire tribe, who frowned. It seems the Blackrock tribe has really changed. Now, a man is leading everything, Ignis said coldly as she casually pulled out a chair and sat down. Seeing this, the others hesitated but also sat down. The Blackrock tribe has indeed changed, but it's because of Wu Liang's leadership, Vixian said calmly, staring at Ignis. His leadership is my permission, and I am happy about it because he is my man, Eliza said, looking at Ignis. He's also my man, added Aikman with a smile. The 3 women exchanged smiles. Ignis and the other 5 female leaders looked stunned, and all turned to Wu Liang. Wow, so impressive, said Lolia from the Melody tribe, holding a small lamb and wide-eyed with amazement. Wu Liang only smiled and didn't say anything. The room fell silent. Only the sound of the small knife scraping the apple peel could be heard. Vixian and Eliza looked at Wu Liang, unsure of what he was planning to do. Looking at Wu Liang's performance, Aikman showed a proud smile on her face and crossed her arms, closing her eyes to rest. After a long while, Wu Liang cut the peeled apple into pieces and placed them on a plate, pushing it to the center of the table. Please try some, leaders. These are recent fruits we've harvested. I call them apples. They are a new variety and quite sweet, he said calmly. You're joking. We're not here to eat fruit. Ignis slammed her hand on the table, glaring at Wu Liang. If you don't want to eat, then you miss out, Wu Liang said, picking up a piece of fruit and offering it to, then giving some to Elisa and Aikman. He ate a piece himself, chewing slowly. The room fell silent again, only the sound of people chewing apples. Wu Liang, Lord. Finally, Alicia, the gentle leader of the Moon Spring tribe, gathered her courage and spoke first. We came here because... I know why you're here, Wu Liang interrupted her. He looked up and slowly scanned each leader's face. His gaze was calm but sharp as a knife. At this close distance, these 6 women were truly outstanding. They were the best women in the great wilderness mountain, each charming in her own way. Some looked like young girls, others like mature women, some like caregivers, and others like friendly neighbors. This time, they had all gathered. What are you looking at? Ignis felt her heart race when Wu Liang looked at her, and she instinctively avoided his gaze. This man. Ignis clenched her fists, holding back her anger. People from the Roland Empire are here. You can't fight them, Wu Liang said. Your tribes are about to be destroyed or are already close to it, he continued. Your tribes are in danger, and your people's lives and freedom are under great threat. So, you came here seeking protection. Am I right? His tone carried a faint hint of mockery. This blunt talk made the 6 leaders look uncomfortable. We're not here to seek protection. Ignis, fiery-tempered, slammed the table and stood up, her impressive chest rising and falling. Listen, our 6 major tribes are here to discuss with you. We will unite all the tribes of the great wilderness to fight against the Roland people together. Discuss? What right do you have to discuss with us? Union? What qualification do you have to unite with us? Are you so weak that you can't stand alone? Wu Liang smiled, his smile full of disdain. Just you? He pointed at the leaders present. I'm not targeting anyone specifically. I mean that all the leaders here, along with their followers, who are still fighting with stone tools, are just a bunch of useless people. Wu Liang smiled and pointed a finger at Ignis, directly naming her. The Ember tribe is already badly damaged. Next could be your Hammerstone tribe, or perhaps her muses, Salt Marsh, Wind Chasers, or Moon Springs. Your so-called tribal alliance is nothing but a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered in front of the Roland people's Iron March. As for me, I have strong walls and elite soldiers. He paused, scanning everyone present, and said clearly, Now, I am the one deciding whether to save you, not you coming to negotiate terms with me. This is arrogance. That was the first thought that came to the minds of all 6 female tribe leaders. You, how dare you? Wu Liang, how can you look down on us like this? Saran of the Wind Chasers looked furious, glaring at Wu Liang. Your tribe has indeed opened my eyes, but don't forget, our 8 tribes are equal. Suna, the leader of the Hammerstone tribe, stood up, her face flushed with anger. Oh, of course, now there are 7 tribes. The Bloodfang tribe has been absorbed by you. Wu Liang, first, we need to clarify one thing. We 6 tribes came here to seek an alliance to fight the Roland people together, not to beg for your charity. Next to her, Aikman narrowed his eyes, staring at Suna. Did I say something wrong? Wu Liang raised a hand to calm Aikman, then turned his gaze to Ignis. I heard your Ember tribe resisted fiercely. And what happened? You ended up fleeing in disgrace from the Roland people? Ignis wanted to argue, her lips trembling, but at this moment, she couldn't say a word. Wu Liang's words were undoubtedly tearing at her wounds. I admit that your Blackrock tribe may be very strong now, Ignatius said coldly, taking a deep breath. But the strength of the Roland Empire is beyond your imagination. They have well-equipped infantry and cavalry, numbering in the hundreds or thousands. Only by uniting can we have a chance. A chance? Wu Liang sneered. Your so-called unity is just a way to make me, the Blackrock tribe, send my warriors to bleed and sacrifice, to be the sacrificial lamb. After defeating the Roland people, you'll each go your own way. Even turn around and be wary of me, right? His words made all the leaders present look uncomfortable and exchange glances. Everyone knew that the great wilderness mountain was never truly united. If it weren't for the pressure from the Roland people this time, they wouldn't even be sitting at the same table talking. Wu Liang was right. For a tribe like the Blackrock tribe, they couldn't just ignore the threat. The hall fell silent again, heavy with tension. The faces of the 6 leaders turned pale and grim, looking extremely uncomfortable. Then what do you want? Asked Fugil Roja, the calm leader of the Salt Zay tribe, a gentle-looking woman. Wu Liang's gaze fell on her with a gentle smile. Hee, my idea is very simple. All right, let's be honest. No need for unnecessary words. Wu Liang leaned back in his chair, hands crossed on the table, and looked at the 6 female leaders. If you want us, the Blackrock tribe, to take action, that's fine. I have only one condition. My condition is simple. Wu Liang's gaze was calm as he looked over the 6 female leaders, as if he was examining his prey. From today onwards, only the Blackrock tribe's voice will matter in the great wilderness mountain. All 6 of your tribes must merge into my Blackrock tribe, with Blackrock as the main authority. You must give up all your power and land, and all your warriors will be re-enlisted into the Blackrock army. Your people will become citizens of my Blackrock tribe, and you 6 will become my leaders. And Wu Liang paused, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. His gaze carefully swept over the 6 uniquely charming female leaders. You 6 leaders will become my women and show me loyalty, he said. In simple words, I don't want an alliance. I want your submission. After speaking, Wu Liang leaned back comfortably in his chair and said no more. The whole hall fell into complete silence. The 6 female leaders stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they heard. Join the Blackrock tribe? Serve him as their leader? And to become his women? They had expected Wu Liang to make harsh demands, like asking for a lot of supplies or control over decisions. But they never imagined he would be so arrogant. Dream on, Wu Liang. Don't think too highly of yourself. To submit to you? A man? What right do you have? Ignite suddenly slammed the table and stood up sharply, her full chest rising and falling with her sudden movement. Wu Liang, we came to form an alliance with you, not to become your slaves. Well said. The leader of the Hammerstone tribe, Sui Na, also stood up, her face full of anger. Our 8 tribes are all connected. You have taken over the Bloodfang tribe, and now you want to take over us too? You're trying to make enemies of the entire Great Wilderness Mountain. We would rather die fighting than submit. Saran from the Wind-Chasing tribe also expressed her stance, shouting loudly. Even the usually gentle Alicia and Figueroa looked furious now, their faces pale with anger and disappointment as they looked at Wu Liang. Only Loria, frightened, buried her head deeper, her little lamb in her arms making anxious bleating sounds. Despite the passionate protest from the 6 women, Wei Zian, Elisa, and Aikman beside Wu Liang remained calm and steady. Wei Zian gently rubbed her belly, showing a calm expression like someone experienced. Elisa shook her head slightly. Although Wu Liang's demanding request was unexpected, it was typical of his style. Aikman scoffed openly, crossing her arms and watching this scene with interest. She was even more curious about how Wu Liang planned to tame these rebellious women. Faced with the anger of the 4 female leaders, Wu Liang remained unusually calm. He even had time to pick up an apple and eat it slowly. In his mind, the system had already pulled up the attributes of these 6 women. Ding! The host has triggered the Great Wilderness Mountain Unification Quest. Ding! Quest goal: completely conquer all female leaders of the remaining 6 tribes in the Great Wilderness Mountain. Ding! 6 high potential targets detected. Generating target information and conquest rewards. Target: Ignis, leader of the Ember tribe. Potential rating: S-Class. Race talent: Flame Affinity LV8. Can control fire elements, has high resistance to fire damage, and is somewhat immune to fire attacks. Conquest reward: successfully conquer and complete the first bloodline link, gaining double the race talent. And a chance to learn the fire combat skill, Blazing Dance. Can control flames for attack and defense. The military tech tree will unlock branches related to alchemy, gunpowder, and burning weapons. Target: Suna, leader of the Hammerstone tribe. Potential rating: S-Class. Race talent: Innate Divine Strength LV7. Possesses extraordinary strength from birth. Conquest reward: successfully conquer and complete the first bloodline link, gaining double the race talent. Unlocking materials and engineering tech branches such as advanced alloy smelting and heavy forging equipment. Target: Saran, leader of the Windrider tribe. Potential rating: A-Class. Race talent: Gale Step LV7. Significantly increased movement speed and reaction ability. Conquest reward: successfully conquer and complete the first bloodline link, gaining double the race talent, greatly enhancing agility. The military tech tree will unlock branches like Scout Special Operations and Advanced Scout Stealth. Target: Alicia, leader of the Moonspring tribe. Potential rating: A-Class. Race talent: Life Source LV6. Can produce herbs and has basic healing abilities. Conquest reward: successfully conquer and complete the first bloodline link, gaining double the race talent, with a chance to acquire the skill. Holy Light Healing. Can quickly heal fatal injuries. The biomedicine tech tree will unlock branches such as herb cultivation and improvement, basic biopharmaceuticals, antibiotic cultivation, and surgical procedures. Target: Lolia, chief of the Pastoral tribe. Potential rating: B. Race talent: Beast Affinity level 6. Easily gains the closeness of animals and can communicate simply with some wild beasts. Conquest reward: successfully conquer and complete the first bloodline link, doubling her racial talents. There is a chance to gain the Heart of Nature skill, simple communication with animals and calming their emotions. Agricultural tech tree, level 2 module, Advanced Animal Husbandry. Unlocks branches related to selective breeding of livestock and large-scale farming. Target, Fugaroya, chief of the Salt Marsh tribe. Potential rating, B. Race talent, strong body level 5, superior endurance and recovery compared to ordinary people. Conquest reward, successfully conquer and complete the first bloodline link, doubling her racial talents. Chance to gain the rock-hardened skin talent. Skin hardens like rock, greatly increasing defense. Industrial tech tree will unlock the chemistry tech branch, including refining, synthesis, material science branches related to salt chemical industry, and food processing and storage. Wu Liang looked at these system prompts, his heart pounding wildly. These 6 women each shine brightly. They are walking treasures. Fire, alloys, special operations, medicine, breeding, chemicals. Any one of them will have a crucial impact on his future development. This time, he's really hit the jackpot. Wu Liang's gaze on these 6 women grew even more passionate. He decided, these women, he must have. Are you done talking? Wu Liang chewed the fruit pulp completely, swallowed, then lightly tapped his finger on the table. Done talking. Now it's my turn. First, you need to understand. It's not me begging you, but you begging me. Without me, your only outcome is to be slaughtered like pigs by the Roland people. You and your tribes will become slaves. Besides Black Rock, there are no other tribes like the Emberfire tribe or the Hammerstone tribe on the Great Wilderness Mountain. You will completely disappear from this land. Second, I am not discussing with you. I am informing you. Either accept my terms or leave my territory now. Go back and wait for Roland's sword to fall on your necks. Don't talk to me about dying bravely and refusing to surrender. You've already fought, and look at the result. Ignis, how many people are left in your Emberfire tribe? 100? Or 200? Wu Liang's words made Ignis tremble with anger, but she couldn't say a word, her lips trembling. You have no right to negotiate with me. Wu Liang turned his gaze to the others. I give you time to think. Submit or perish. Choose? Is that a choice? You're forcing us to die, Ignis shouted angrily. Heh, quite the opposite. Wu Liang smiled and pointed at Ignis. Leader Ignis, I am giving you a chance to survive and to live better. Submit to me, and your people can live inside my strong walls, eat well, wear warm clothes, and no longer live in fear. And I will lead my army to drive the Roland people out. If you refuse to submit, Wu Liang's smile turned cold. Then take your so-called pride and dignity and face the Roland's iron boots. Let's see if your bones are stronger or their swords are faster. I count to 3. 1, 2. Wu Liang's voice was calm, but it made the 6 women present tense up. Alicia, the leader of the Moon Spring tribe, looked gentle but was full of struggle and pain. Her tribe was not good at fighting and couldn't resist the Roland people. If they could be protected, that would be best. 3. When Wu Liang reached 3, Loria, holding a small lamb, trembled slightly, her eyes full of helplessness. She didn't want to die, and she didn't want her people to die. Time's up, everyone. Have you decided? Wu Liang's voice remained steady, emotionless, like a god looking down coldly on mortals struggling in the mud of fate. Enough! A furious shout broke the silence. Ignis suddenly looked up, her chest heaving violently, her eyes almost shooting fire. No way. We will never agree. You're humiliating us, Ignis shouted angrily, ready to punch the arrogant man. How dare you? Ignis, this is the Blackrock tribe, not your Emberfire. A cold voice with a hint of frost sounded, and a sharp spear tip was pressed against Ignis's nose. Akoman, are you willing to submit to this man? Ignis glared at her. At this moment, Akoman held a spear, one foot on the table edge, her long legs straight, leaning back with her hips on the chair, eyes sharp. Of course, he's very powerful. I love him. He's my man, Akoman said without hesitation. Wu Liang smiled happily, satisfied with the lessons he had learned recently. All right, put it away. Don't scare our guests. Wu Liang waved his hand. Ignis pushed away Akoman's spear and sat back down. Wu Liang, you're taking advantage of the situation. Sui Na pointed at Wu Liang's nose and said firmly, you won't succeed. Even if we die in battle, we will never bow to your arrogant self, nor will we betray our bodies and dignity. Our Hammerstone tribe would rather all die on the land of the great wilderness. She turned to the other 5 leaders, with a look of determination in her eyes. Everyone, sorry, my people are still waiting for me. Even if we die, We will die together. After speaking, she showed no hesitation and turned to leave the hall. Her tall, heroic figure, under the sunlight, looked very lonely but also fierce, showing a spirit of choosing death over dishonor. Well said. Ignis sneered twice and followed Suena. Our Emberfire tribe women are not cowards either. If you want us to submit, we must all be dead first. Next, Saran from the Windrider tribe also stood up. She didn't speak, only looked deeply at Wu Liang, her eyes full of anger and unwillingness. Sorry to bother you. She nodded slightly to Wei Xian and Elisa as a farewell, then resolutely turned to leave. In a moment, 3 of the 6 leaders had left. Clap, clap. Wu Liang clapped and smiled, saying, Very good. I admire your courage. Don't forget what you said today. He then looked at the remaining leaders of the Yuequan, Mugo, and Yinza tribes. Fine. Wu Liang sighed, stood up, and stretched lazily. The path is your choice. That's all I have to say. Eliza, see them off. Seeing Wu Liang's indifferent attitude, the remaining 3 women were stunned. Did they really give up so easily? Shouldn't they try to persuade him again or offer better terms? Is he so confident? Does he really think they can't do without him? Their tribes are the weakest and in the hardest situation. Ignatius and her companions are brave enough to stand and fight. But what about them? Can they watch their people be slaughtered by the Roland people just because of their pride? Alicia, Fugroya, and Lolia looked at each other, struggling. Leaders, please go ahead, Eliza said, making a welcoming gesture. Alicia looked at Wu Liang, her lips moving as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she sighed, stood up, bowed slightly to Wu Liang, and silently followed him out. Fugroya, a voluptuous and charming woman, looked at Wu Liang deeply. Then she glanced at Vixian and Eliza, who looked calm and composed, her eyes full of complex emotions. Wu Liang, Sir, Fugroya gathered her courage and asked again, Is there really no other way? We could offer you a lot of supplies, or send warriors to follow your orders, just to protect our people. Her words were full of pleading. In her view, this was the biggest compromise she could make. But Wu Liang only looked at her coldly. My conditions will not change. Fugroya shook her head in disappointment and turned to leave. Wait for me. Lolia looked at Wu Liang, then at her departing companions. Finally, she hugged her little lamb and ran after them. Soon, the spacious meeting hall returned to silence. Only Wu Liang, Wei Xian, Ili Sha, and Aikman remain. Liang, are you really letting them go like this? Ili Sha asked, looking at the empty doorway. Wei Xian also frowned. Wu Liang said, Wu Liang, if we push too hard, it might backfire. Won't that turn all the tribes against us? Wei Xian gently touched her belly and whispered, Aren't they already against us now? Wu Liang chuckled softly. You all are too soft-hearted. Do you think that even if I agree to form an alliance today, they will truly fight alongside us? No. Before they could answer, Wu Liang spoke again. They will only use us as shields, making our soldiers fight the Roland people desperately. After defeating the Roland, the first ones they will target are us. The great wilderness mountain is too small to hold so many leaders. But now that they have left, isn't our plan a failure? Ili Sha still didn't understand. On the contrary, this is just the beginning. Wu Liang's lips curled into a confident smile. Right now, they are proud, but they are being beaten down by reality. Their current determination will make them feel very humble when they come back to ask for my help. Only by making them completely hopeless, by making all their hopes rest on me, will they truly surrender from their hearts. I don't need a group of calculating allies, but loyal members of the tribe. He is not a savior, nor a saint. He wants total control, complete submission. Aikman listened nearby, eyes shining with excitement. I think Wu Liang is doing the right thing, Aikman said, smiling excitedly. This group of women are so proud. If we don't break their spirits, they'll never know who the real boss is. Trying to force something sweet to be bitter won't work. They won't understand until they suffer a serious setback. What we give them is their only way out. Hearing Aikman's words, Wu Liang smiled happily. Well said. The recent deep strategic military lessons haven't been wasted. Deep strategic planning. When Aikman heard this, her legs slightly clenched. Vixian and Eliza looked at each other. When did these two become so in sync? Don't worry, they will come back. Wu Liang picked up a piece of previously cut apple, put it in his mouth, and chewed slowly. When the Roland people's sword is at their necks, and their clans are dying one after another. When their unrealistic dreams are crushed by reality, they will remember what I said today. By then, they will cry and beg me to take them back. Everything will become very simple then. Aikman, pass down my orders. Wu Liang looked at Aikman beside him. Double the defenses on the city walls, expand the scouting range of the patrols, and monitor the Roland people and the 6 major tribes. No one is allowed to leave the city without my orders. The Blackrock Army must continue training, so every soldier becomes a top-notch fighter capable of fighting 10, especially the cavalry. Make sure the advantages of saddles and stirrups are fully used. I need a cavalry force that can be deployed at any time to crush all enemies. Yes, I will complete the mission. Aikman's eyes lit up with fighting spirit, feeling extremely excited. This is the way to do great things. Following such a man, she now feels willing and even proud. Our task now is very simple. Wu Liang looked toward the outside of the city wall, a playful smile on his face. Close the gates and watch the show. He wanted to see how long these 6 women could hold on. As Wu Liang predicted, in the following days, the messages brought back by the scouts perfectly confirmed his judgment. On the first day, the scouts reported, "Report to Lord Wu Liang. After leaving us by 50 miles, the 6 major tribes split up and returned to their territories through a valley. The Ignis tribe and the Suna tribe have combined some elite warriors. It seems they have formed a coalition of about 300 people, actively heading toward the direction where the Roland people appeared. Active attack? Do Ignis and those crazy women have their heads kicked by donkeys?" Aikman was wiping her long spear nearby, and she sneered at the comment. "A bunch of rabble, rushing to fight the Roland people with just their passion? They're asking for death." Wu Liang listened calmly, with no expression on his face. "I understand. Keep investigating. I want to know every detail." Yes. The next day, new news arrived. The Burning Fire and the Hammer Shield tribe's allied forces tried to ambush the Roland people as they approached. Their plan was perfect, and they chose a good spot for the ambush. But unfortunately, the Roland scouts, who were experienced, discovered them early. As a result, the ambush turned into a confrontation. They were driven to an open riverbank like ducks being herded. Then, there was a one-sided massacre. Out of 300 allied soldiers, only a few dozen managed to escape. Ignis and Suna were missing, their fate unknown. Led by Chief Saran, the wind-chasing tribe tried to use their speed and the mountain terrain to escape from a small group of Roland cavalry. But when the Roland soldiers found them, they scattered and surrounded the tribe members with their iron hooves, calling out names and shooting them one by one. Hundreds of elite warriors were killed on the spot. Saran himself narrowly escaped into the mountains, protected by the remaining warriors' desperate cover. Almost every day, messages from the Black Rock tribe reported that the 6 tribes were fleeing in disarray under Roland's attack, suffering heavy losses. On the morning of the 6th day, Wu Liang was lying in a newly made rocking chair, sunbathing and dozing with his eyes half closed. The scouts sent news again. "Report, sir. We tracked the movements of the allied forces of the Moon Spring, Pastoral Song, and Salt Marsh tribes. They were ambushed in a river valley by the Roland people the night before last, and almost all of them were wiped out. Fortunately, they knew the terrain better than the Roland people and barely escaped the pursuit." Wu Liang waved his hand after hearing the report. "I see. They held out longer than I expected. Not bad." Aikman, standing nearby, showed a worried look after hearing the situation. "Wu Liang, if this keeps up, they'll all be dead." Wu Liang smiled faintly. "Why rush? It's not the right time yet. Since they chose to die proudly, why shouldn't I help them do so?" Wu Liang's tone carried a hint of teasing. "Don't worry, they won't die that easily. As long as the 6 of them are safe, the lives of others don't matter much to us." Wu Liang stood up and led AKO Man into the council hall, approaching the miniature battlefield. On it, tiny flags represented both sides of the conflict. The Roland flags, in red, were everywhere within the Great Wilderness Mountain, firmly holding onto the banners representing the 6 tribes. Almost there, they'll come back sooner or later. In the following days, the Black Rock tribe remained peaceful as usual. The city wall's defenses were further strengthened, and the scouting team expanded their patrols to farther areas. Wu Liang spent each day handling tribal affairs and caring for Wei Xian, who was about to give birth. At night, he studied resource transportation with Elisa and AKO Man, and they practiced military strategies for deep operations. On the 10th day, when the scouts reported that the 6 tribes had been relentlessly chased by the Roland forces, with no way out of the mountains or the ground, the 6 female leaders appeared again outside the Black Rock tribe's gates after narrowly escaping Roland's pursuit. This time, their team was even more battered, each with injuries. Especially Ignis, Suna, and Saran, who looked less confident than before. They waited outside for a whole hour before the gates slowly opened. It was still the council hall, and still the man sitting at the main seat. "Hey, you're back so soon." Wu Liang looked at them with a half-smile. "So, have you enjoyed the scenery outside? Or do you think Roland's blades aren't sharp enough?" His sarcastic words made the 6 leaders' faces flush with embarrassment. Ignis trembled violently, clenched her fists tightly, her nails almost digging into her palms. But this time, she didn't lash out. "Lord Wu Liang." It was Alicia from the Moon Spring tribe who spoke, her gentle face showing pleading and pain. "We are willing to recognize you as our leader and follow your commands. We only ask that you send troops to save our people." "Leader?" Wu Liang seemed to hear a big joke and burst out laughing. "Leader Alicia, are you still not fully awake? Or do you think I, Wu Liang, am a fool?" He suddenly stopped laughing and stared at Alicia. "Have you forgotten what I said last time? What I want is submission. Complete, unconditional submission, not some useless alliance leader." Wu Liang stood up and slowly walked in front of them, looking down at them. "It seems the Roland people haven't taught you enough. Your people haven't died enough. Wu Liang, what do you want us to do?" Suina trembled with anger, her face pale. "Honestly, I don't want anything special. Leader Suina, I really admire your courage." Wu Liang smiled, showing his white teeth. "If you chose to tough it out back then, you should stick to the end. I'm not a saint. I won't change my terms just because a few of you die. If you can't meet my conditions, I won't send a single soldier. But I can support you mentally. Keep going, I believe in you." Once again, the 6 female leaders were driven out of the council hall. They stood on the busy, clean stone road of the Black Rock tribe, watching the villagers around them, faces full of happiness and peace. Thinking about losing their home, and their people struggling in the wilderness, always at risk of dying, a wave of deep sadness and helplessness overwhelmed them. That night, a scout hurried into the council hall. "Lord Wu Liang, there is urgent military news. Speak." Wu Liang was studying the enemy and friendly forces on a map. "Our scouts found that the Roland people have gathered about 500 troops, seemingly planning a final encirclement of the remaining members of those 6 tribes. They are now trapped near Wild Boar Gorge and probably won't last until tomorrow." Hearing this, Elisa and Vixen's faces changed. "Wu Liang, Liang." Wu Liang waved his hand to calm them. "What are the 6 leaders' attitudes?" Wu Liang looked at the scout. As expected, the leaders of the 6 tribes sent messengers to say they agreed to your request. The scout looked excited. "They are all willing to submit and accept all your conditions. Please send troops quickly to help." Hearing this, Wu Liang clapped his hands on the edge of the map. "Very good. Why did I have to wait until now? What was I pretending for? It's all because I have to clean up the mess." Then Wu Liang looked at AKO Man nearby. "AKO Man, the time is right. Send the order. The Black Rock Army, assemble. My prey can't be taken by others." While Wu Liang was preparing to send troops, let's go back 10 hours. After the 6 female tribe leaders left the Black Rock tribe, they reached Wild Boar Ravine and were immediately surrounded by Roland's people. In their hurried resistance, they fled to a place called Withered Tree Forest. This used to be a dense forest, but after a big fire years ago, only blackened, dead trees remained. Each dead tree stood upright, with branches reaching out like claws, pointing at the sky, like silent tombstones. Besides the smoky smell from the burning forest, there was now a heavy sense of despair from the 6 tribes. Many people from the 6 tribes had died or been injured. Most were scattered and lost after being chased by Roland's people. Now, fewer than 300 people with fighting ability remained. Most of them were seriously injured, curled up in the withered forest, their faces numb as they sat on the ground resting. In the middle of a simple, makeshift camp, the 6 female leaders sat together in silence. Ignis's face was pale as paper, with dried blood still at the corner of her mouth. Her pride had been shattered by reality. Sina leaned against a withered tree, clutching a cracked stone war hammer, her eyes hollow as she looked at the sky. What should we do? Loria, the leader of the Melody tribe, broke the silence with a tearful voice. The little lamb in her arms bleated anxiously now and then. What else can we do? Ignis let out a bitter, shrill laugh. Either die in battle or go back on your knees and beg that man to take us in, like dogs. When she said the word, dogs, her teeth clenched with a bitter feeling. Ignatius, Alicia looked at her with concern. We can't go on like this. Our people can't hold on anymore. No food, and the wounded can't be treated. If this continues, we won't need Roland's people to attack. We'll fall apart on our own. Are you suggesting we become that man's women and give up everything for the tribe? Sina suddenly lifted her head, her eyes burning with anger. Alicia, are you so soft? This isn't weakness, Sina. It's reality. Alicia also became excited, her gentle face showing a rare fierce expression. Can our pride get us food? Can it stop Roland's army? No, nothing can. It will only cause our people to die in vain. She pointed at the wounded and numb-eyed tribe members in the camp, her voice trembling. Look at them. Look at these warriors. What did they do wrong? Are we going to die because of our pride and take them with us? I can't do it. I am the leader of the Moon Spring tribe. I would rather give up everything just to let them live. Alicia's words made Sina and Ignatius silent. Fugria, the plump leader of the Salt Zay tribe, sighed softly beside them. Alicia is right. We no longer have the right to talk about dignity. The man, Wu Liang, although arrogant and overbearing, is now our only hope. You all saw how strong the Blackrock tribe is. Their walls are solid, and their people live happily. Look at us now. Huh, like a pack of stray dogs. If we all die, who will rule the great wilderness mountain? What's the point? Maybe. Submitting to him is the only way out. Fugria's eyes were full of complex feelings. She was a mature woman, more aware of weighing pros and cons than Ignatius and the others. She knew clearly which was more important, face or life. No, I will never do it. Ignis suddenly stood up, looking wild and fierce. Ignis, will never beg a man for mercy. Even if I die, I will never become his plaything. Leader, it's bad. At that moment, a female warrior from the wind-chasing tribe, responsible for guarding, ran over hurriedly, her face full of fear. Roland soldiers. It's the Roland army. They're coming from 3 sides around us. What? This news hit like a thunderbolt, freezing everyone in place. How many are there? Salon was the first to react, grabbing the warrior's shoulder. I can't see clearly. They're everywhere. At least 500. 500. That number instantly became the last straw, crushing their faith. They were outnumbered, all wounded, and their morale was low. How could they fight against an army of 500 well-equipped, high-spirited Roland soldiers? Despair flooded over everyone like a tide. It's over. It's all over. Loria sank to the ground, crying loudly. Shut up! Ignis shouted angrily, her voice trembling slightly. She drew the long sword taken from the Roland soldiers at her waist, her eyes burning with madness again. Warriors of the Ember tribe, pick up your weapons. Even if we die, we will die standing. We will bite a piece of flesh from the Roland soldiers. Roar! A few remaining female warriors of the Ember tribe responded bravely. Hammerstone tribe, charge with me. Suna also raised her warhammer. She wasn't afraid of death, but she was unwilling to die so cowardly. Salon silently drew a delicate dagger from her waist and said to Alicia and Figueroa and others, you and your people, find a way to break out from the north. We will cover your retreat. The north was the only gap, but they all knew that this so-called gap might also be a trap deliberately left by the Roland army. No, Alicia shook her head, tears streaming down her face. If we're going to die, we will die together. Looking at this tragic scene, Ignis suddenly smiled, but it was a very sad smile. She looked up toward the Blackrock tribe and whispered determinedly, Wu Liang, you won. But unfortunately, you won't wait for me to come back and ask you. Just as everyone was falling into despair and preparing for a last desperate fight, Fugilia suddenly stood up. Don't panic. We don't have to die like this. Selena, your people are the best at running and hiding. Send someone to ask for help from the Blackrock tribe. Tell Wu Liang that we all agree to his conditions. Sina angrily stared at Fugilia. You coward. What are you doing? Just agree with him first. Fugelia's eyes were deep as she looked at the other 5 women. I understand. You want to. Fine, I will send someone immediately. Selena quickly acted on Fugelia's orders. Sina and Ignis exchanged a look, still showing reluctance. Even if it's a lie, I still feel uneasy. Ignis looked up at the sky, closing her eyes tightly. Loria held her little lamb in her arms, feeling helpless, while Alicia sighed softly. What is meant to come will come eventually. I hope it's not too late. My warriors. Wu Liang's voice began to rally the troops. You all should know that the Roland army has entered the great wilderness mountain. They are burning, killing, and looting, acting without mercy. The remnants of the 6 tribes in the great wilderness mountain are trapped at Wild Boar Ravine. They have run out of supplies and are in great danger. Now their leader has bowed her proud head and sent people to ask us for help. Tell me, what should we do? Wu Liang's voice suddenly grew louder, like thunder echoing across the square. Kill, 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 kill. A roar like a mighty wave of the sea resounded over the Black Rock tribe. That's right. Our iron hooves will crush the bones of all enemies who dare to attack. Our goal in this battle is clear. Wu Liang stood on a high platform, looking down at the eager faces below. We want the whole great wilderness mountain to know who truly owns this land. Roar, roar, roar. The mighty roar shot into the sky. All the warriors raised their weapons high, their blood boiling with fighting spirit, reaching the peak of their courage. Let's go. Wu Liang waved his hand without any unnecessary words. Yes, Aikman received the order, pointing his spear forward. Black Rock Army, charge! The huge city gates slowly opened. Scouts rushed out first, turning into streaks of black lightning, disappearing over the distant horizon. Next, Aikman led the cavalry like a dark flood, carrying dust and smoke, rushing out with a loud roar. Finally, Kyra led the shield and spear unit. They marched in neat, heavy steps, like a moving steel fortress, steadily advancing. Elisa and Wei Xian stood on the city wall, watching the army go far away. Don't worry, he will win. Elisa gently supported Wei Xian and spoke softly. Wei Xian touched her swollen belly, feeling the heartbeat of the life inside, and nodded heavily. In the withered tree forest, 500 Roland soldiers had completed a 3-sided encirclement. They were well equipped, wearing silver armor, holding sharp swords and heavy shields. They did not attack immediately but slowly tightened the surrounding circle. Ha ha ha, look at these wild women from the great wilderness mountain. Their eyes are just like a pack of mother wolves pushed to the edge. A centurion from Roland rode on his horse, pointing a whip at Ignis and the others in the woods, laughing loudly. Leader, stop talking to them. Let's go catch them now. The soldier next to him licked his lips, eyes full of greed. Why rush? The centurion snorted coldly. Of course, we want to catch them alive, especially the female leaders. But we can't make them too desperate, or we won't be able to report to the commander. All these women look good. If we bring them back alive to present to the Lord, it will be a great achievement. Their conversation was reckless and clear, reaching everyone's ears in the woods. Sina was so angry she trembled, veins bulging on her hand holding the warhammer. Ignis clenched her teeth tightly, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. She would rather die fighting than suffer the shame of being captured. Girls, fight them! Ignis raised her long sword and shouted her last defiant cry. Fight! Kill one, and it's worth it. Kill two, and we gain more. The remaining less than 300 female warriors of the tribe, battered and scarred, shouted a heroic and resolute cry. They knew this might be their last battle, and their eyes were filled with madness. Loria put the little lamb she was holding on the ground. Even though she was very scared, she still drew a small dagger with a determined look. Alicia and Figueroa looked at each other, both seeing the bitterness and resolve in each other's eyes. Salan, do you have any news from the reinforcements you sent? Figueroa asked with hope. Salan smiled sadly and shook her head. In such a short time, even if they receive the message, we don't know when they will arrive. Figueroa took a deep breath and looked toward the Black Rock tribe. Wu Liang, you must come. Charge. The Roland centurion suddenly swung his sword forward. 500 Roland soldiers shouted loudly and charged from 3 directions. Prepare to fight. Ignis, Suna, and Saran shouted angrily and led the charge. At that moment, a sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly echoed across the night sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound was fast and dense, coming from behind the Roland soldiers. It's arrows. My eyes. Before the soldiers behind could react, they were hit by powerful arrows that pierced their bodies. Amid screams, a large group of Roland soldiers fell instantly behind the advancing front line. What's going on? Enemy attack. It's an enemy attack. Behind us. Behind us. The arrogant centurion quickly turned around. In the distance, on the hillside, rows of dark figures appeared unexpectedly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of arrows rained down like a storm, accurately hitting the rear of the Roland army. Screams filled the air, and blood stained the ground red. In just 2 volleys, nearly 100 of the 500 Roland soldiers were lost. Reinforcements. Our reinforcements are here. It's the Blackrock tribe. Their banners. In the withered woods, a scout from the wind-chasing tribe saw the black stone banners fluttering in the wind on the hillside and shouted excitedly. What? Ignis and the others froze in surprise, looking over happily. It really was the Blackrock tribe. That man. He really came? While everyone was stunned and in shock, a heavy, rhythmic roar suddenly sounded, like rolling thunder, coming from the other end of the horizon. Thud, 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 thud. The steady, heavy sound of hooves approached quickly. The ground trembled. The blackened branches in the withered woods trembled violently. The Roland centurion looked in alarm and widened his eyes. A flood of figures hidden in the night appeared before them. They were all female riders, dressed in uniforms she had never seen before. This was definitely not the Roland army. Prepare to face the enemy. Shield bearers. Move forward. Corporal Roland reacted quickly, shouting loudly. He couldn't understand where these cavalry from the great wilderness mountains had come from. Where did these guys suddenly appear from? Blackrock army. Charge. Aikman led the charge, her spear gleaming with cold light, full of fighting spirit. Behind her, over 100 Blackrock cavalry roared loudly, lowering their bodies and aiming their spears at the increasingly chaotic formation of Roland's troops. Crush them. Kill. More than 100 soldiers shouted together, their voices louder than the sound of hoofs. It's Aikman, truly a cavalry from the Blackrock tribe. Salon immediately recognized the tall figure leading the charge. Ignatius and others stared in shock at this scene. Are these the cavalry of the Blackrock tribe? Fire arrows. Fire arrows. Within Roland's army, the captain hurriedly ordered, shooting scattered arrows at the charging Blackrock cavalry. But the weak and inaccurate attacks couldn't really hurt the cavalry. In a flash, the cavalry formation collided fiercely with the makeshift shield wall of Roland's soldiers. Die. Aikman, riding swiftly, suddenly pierced through the captain's chest with her spear. The captain looked down at the spear passing through his chest, eyes full of disbelief. Aikman flicked her wrist, tossing the body aside to fall to the ground. Kill. Under Aikman's leadership, the Blackrock cavalry quickly broke through Roland's defensive line. Screams, clashing weapons, and the neighing of warhorses filled the air. Roland's soldiers never expected that these suddenly appearing cavalry were so well equipped. In just one charge, the so-called three-sided encirclement of Roland was forcibly torn apart by the Blackrock cavalry from the middle, splitting it in 2. The cavalry did not stop. Under Aikman's command, they made a large arc, preparing for a second charge. Wu Liang's figure appeared on a nearby hillside. He sat at the command center, like a cold chess master overlooking the entire battlefield. His gaze swept across the scene, finally resting on the 6 women in the withered forest. Seeing that they were still alive despite being in a difficult situation, Wu Liang finally relaxed. Fortunately, they arrived just in time. If 1 or 2 of these little ones had been lost here, he would have been heartbroken. Ignatius also noticed Wu Liang's gaze from afar and instinctively straightened her back. That annoying guy actually came in person. The other 5 women looked toward Wu Liang with mixed expressions. All troops, move forward. Protect them first. Wu Liang's voice rang out as the archery unit on the hill began to advance. On the other side of the hill, orderly footsteps and metal clashing sounds could be heard. Shield and spear unit. Advance, Kayla's powerful voice sounded. A formation of hundreds of female warriors appeared on the battlefield, walking heavily but steadily. They held tall shields in their left hands and spears in their right, forming a moving wall of steel, slowly pushing against the scattered Roland soldiers. The arrows from the archery unit continued to rain down from the hill, accurately targeting enemies trying to regroup. Cavalry on the flank watched closely, ready to launch a deadly charge at any moment. The shield and spear unit advanced steadily from the front, shrinking the enemy's space to survive. "Don't move. Hold your ground. Hold your ground." An officer's face was twisted with rage as he swung his sword, trying to reorganize the formation. But his soldiers were already terrified. Behind them was a rain of arrows like the hand of death. On the side, an unstoppable flood of steel was pouring in. Their morale was nearly breaking. Just then, a rapid sound of hooves came from behind. "Reinforcements. It's our cavalry and alchemy gun team." The Roland soldiers' faces lit up with joy and hope. In the distance, a cavalry unit of about 200 was rushing over, kicking up dust. Along with them were dozens of soldiers holding strange metal tubes. Wu Liang stood on the hill, squinting at the reinforcements. His eyes immediately focused on those soldiers holding the metal tubes. "That thing looks like a gun," Wu Liang muttered to himself. "Wu Liang, their reinforcements are here." Aikman, riding his horse, stopped in front of Wu Liang, speaking with a serious tone. "I see." Wu Liang's expression remained calm. "Retreat the cavalry. Keep your distance and use bows and arrows to harass them. Shield units, slow down your advance and defend. Compress the space. Crossbow units, prepare to fire first and target those with firearms." The Roland reinforcements quickly arrived on the battlefield. The cavalry commander saw the terrible scene and turned pale. "Barbarians, fire the alchemical muskets. Break through their shield wall." Dozens of soldiers armed with alchemical muskets quickly moved forward, forming a line under the cover of cavalry, aiming their black guns at the Black Rock Army's shield wall. Bang, 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 bang. A series of muffled explosions erupted, accompanied by large clouds of white smoke. Clang, clang, clang. The projectiles hit the tower shields, making a loud clattering sound. Even with metal coverings and reinforced heavy shields, the impact of the alchemical bullets shattered them into splinters, sparks flying everywhere. Several shields were pierced, and the soldiers behind them fell injured. "This musket's power is greater than I expected, but their aim is poor," Wu Liang thought. "Wu Liang, what do we do? With these muskets, we can't charge through." Aikman urged his horse to Wu Liang's side, looking anxious. Cavalry fear this kind of dense ranged firepower. Before they even reach the enemy, they might be shot down. "Don't worry. After their first volley, they'll need time to reload. I will have the crossbow units fire around. Then you lead the cavalry to harass them. Take out some of the musketeers and quickly retreat. At that moment, pretend to be overwhelmed and run away, luring all these Roland soldiers into the canyon near Wild Boar Ravine." Wu Liang's face was calm and determined. "Crossbow units, fire a volley." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wu Liang gave the order. Immediately, a dense rain of arrows shot toward the Roland soldiers, aiming directly at the musketeers still reloading. It's a bow and arrow. Quick dodge. Puff, puff. The sound of arrows hitting flesh never stops. In just a moment, more than 10 gunmen were shot and turned into hedgehogs, screaming as they fell to the ground. "Now, charge." Wu Liang's voice rang out again. "Cavalry, follow me." Aikman squeezed her horse's belly with her legs, leading the cavalry charge forward. "The enemy's cavalry is coming. Protect the gunmen. Cavalry, counterattack." The Roland cavalry commander was both surprised and angry, quickly sending some of his troops to try to block the attack. But the Black Rock cavalry's goal was not to fight them head-on. "Scatter! Harass!" Aikman shouted loudly. Over 100 cavalry immediately split up, avoiding the front of the Roland cavalry. Then, they attacked from the side, stabbing into the gunmen's formation. Spears swung, flesh and blood flew. The gunmen, who had no close combat skills, were helpless against the fast-moving cavalry. Another round of screams and chaos. Aikman shot down a gunman with one spear, then quickly turned her horse around. Retreat. The whole attack was smooth and fast, like lightning. By the time the Roland cavalry reacted and tried to surround them, Aikman had already circled around with her cavalry, quickly leaving the battlefield, leaving behind chaos and the bodies of a dozen gunmen. The Roland cavalry commander cursed angrily. In just a brief encounter, nearly half of their alchemical gun team was lost. Seeing this, Wu Liang chuckled and gave an order. Shield Corps, cover each other in turns, all retreat. Hurry up, stay in formation. Archery Corps, stop shooting, follow the main force. The Roland commander was surprised and uncertain when he saw the Black Rock army retreat. Chase, all troops pursue. Don't let any of the barbarians escape. Commander, be careful. There might be tricks. The deputy beside him warned. Shut up. The commander glared at him fiercely. Send my orders. All troops, press forward. Make sure to wipe them out before Pig Gorge. Yes. The deputy dared not argue further and followed the order to chase. Wu Liang saw that the Roland soldiers were chasing after Aikman's cavalry. He immediately ordered the shield and spear unit to retreat and circle around, staying behind the Roland troops. In the withered forest, Ignis and the others looked at each other in confusion. What's going on? Why did Wu Liang retreat? Sina held her war hammer, puzzled. She remembered how powerful the Black Rock army had looked earlier. Why did they suddenly turn around and run away? He's luring the enemy, Fugroia said slowly. She looked in the direction the Black Rock army was retreating. That way, do you see? It looks like Wild Boar Ravine. Fugroia shared her guess. We all know the terrain of Wild Boar Ravine. It's the only narrow canyon nearby. On both sides are steep mountain walls, with only a small path in the middle. It's a natural ambush spot. Are you saying Wu Liang wants to lead the Roland soldiers into Wild Boar Ravine and set an ambush? Alicia immediately understood Fugroia's meaning. Would the Roland soldiers be so foolish? They won't go into Wild Boar Ravine once they see it. Wu Liang is too naive. Ignis scoffed disdainfully. That might not be true. If the Roland soldiers are careless, they'll definitely pay the price. Sina looked thoughtful. Let's go? Follow and see what's happening. Ignis clenched her teeth and made up her mind. She wanted to see what tricks Wu Liang was planning. Aikman's cavalry kept turning back to shoot arrows, harassing the pursuers. They slowed Roland's chase but kept just enough distance to prevent them from catching up. Hurry! Faster! They're just ahead. Commander Roland waved his whip, urging his soldiers desperately. He didn't care that the terrain was getting narrower and the mountain walls taller. The Black Rock army was just ahead, seemingly close enough to catch at any moment. Aikman, riding her horse, looked back at the approaching Roland soldiers with a cold smile. She glanced up at the mountain walls on both sides of the canyon. Under the cover of night and trees, faint black shadows could be seen at the top. Those were the archers and crossbowmen arranged by Wu Liang long ago. Everything was part of Wu Liang's plan. They've entered the canyon. Chase them. Commander Roland, riding at the front, saw this and shouted excitedly. Charge in. Kill them all. Commander. There might be an ambush ahead. The deputy finally couldn't hold back and shouted loudly again. I have a bad feeling about this. They retreated too quickly. Get out of my way. Shut your crow's mouth. The commander suddenly swung his whip, nearly hitting the deputy's face. He ignored the warning and led his horse straight into Wild Boar Gorge. Ha! Barbarians! Your time is up! His laughter echoed loudly in the narrow canyon, sounding very harsh. Soon after, hundreds of Roland soldiers rushed in one after another. Are all these Roland soldiers really going in? Saran looked at the soldiers disappearing into the canyon entrance and was stunned. These Roland people are doomed. Sina sneered and pointed to the back, where Wu Liang and Kayla, hiding behind Black Rock Army shield formation, were coming. Hundreds of large tower shields blocked the canyon entrance, smashing heavily on the ground with a dull thud. The gaps between the shields had spear tips pointing outward, sealing off Roland's only escape route. Run! Why aren't you running? The Roland commander leading the charge saw Aikman and the cavalry suddenly stop, a fierce smile on his face. What am I running for? My task is done, Aikman sneered. Everyone, block this road. No one is allowed to pass for the Roland. Commander Roland laughed loudly. Just a few of you. Alchemical fire cannons, prepare. Kill everyone except this woman. Aikman couldn't help but laugh. Maybe you should look at your own head first. Something's wrong, Commander. There's really an ambush here. The deputy ran over in panic, looking pale. Roland's mind buzzed. He looked up and saw figures with torches on the high cliff. Retreat quickly. He didn't have time to regret ignoring the deputy's warning. He was just trying to pull on the reins, wanting to turn his horse around. But in this narrow canyon, how easy was it to turn back? The front Roland cavalry tried to retreat, but the soldiers behind kept pushing forward, not understanding what was happening. The whole group quickly became chaotic. Fall back. Quickly fall back. Stupid fools, get out of my way. The commander shouted loudly and desperately. At that moment, a cold voice came from above the canyon. Fire arrows. Raise your shields. Quickly raise your shields. Get out of here. Ah, my leg. I've been shot in the leg. Help me. Quickly help me. In an instant, the narrow canyon was covered with a dense rain of arrows, falling like black storms from the sky. The sounds of arrows piercing flesh, screams, and wails filled the entire Wild Boar ravine. In such a tight space, Roland's soldiers huddled together, with nowhere to hide or escape. They were close to each other, horses pressed against horses, perfect targets. Under the arrow rain, there was no place to hide. Thud, thud, thud. The continuous sound of arrows piercing armor and flesh echoed. Each shot was followed by a Roland soldier's scream and collapse. Horses were hit and fell, neighing loudly, throwing their riders off, then trampled by the chaotic infantry behind. The entire Roland army's formation collapsed under the first wave of arrows. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Charge. Break out from the back. The Roland commander swung his sword and shouted desperately, trying to lead his troops through the entrance. Don't push. The people behind, don't push. Let us out. Quickly let us out. Chaos, trampling, and desperate cries echoed through Wild Boar Ravine. Hold steady. Stay calm. I told you there was an ambush. The deputy beside the commander tried to keep order. But as soon as he shouted, 3 arrows pierced through his chest. He fell from his horse, unwilling, and was trampled to pieces by other horses. The shadow of death loomed over every Roland soldier. At the canyon entrance, Kayla's spear and shield unit had formed an unbreakable wall of steel. Their escape route was completely blocked. At the other end of the canyon, Akeman led the cavalry to form their battle line. Over 100 spears pointed at the canyon's exit, waiting for the prey to come to them. Above the canyon, Wu Liang looked down and gently waved his hand. Second round, fire. Another wave of arrows rained down, cutting down the struggling Roland soldiers. Outside the canyon, Ignis and others watched silently. Just moments before, they doubted Wu Liang's plan was too naive and that the Roland soldiers wouldn't fall for it. But war is full of tricks, and the clever Roland soldiers were outsmarted. Charge out. Roland's commander swung his sword, trying to lead his men through the entrance. Prepare to fight. Kyla's strong voice rang out. The soldiers of the spear and shield unit all shouted in unison, lowering their shields closer to the ground. Then their spears sharply through the gaps in the shields. The frontline Roland cavalry, both men and horses, were instantly pierced and turned into a string of candied fruit. The horses' whinnies and soldiers' screams mixed together, and the following cavalry couldn't stop in time. The muskets in the chaos were still being loaded, useless in the heat of battle. People and horses tumbled over each other, chaos everywhere. In front was an impenetrable wall of steel. Above was a relentless rain of deadly arrows. Despair flooded every Roland soldier's heart like a rising tide. Their morale shattered completely at that moment. I surrender. Don't shoot. I surrender. Finally, some soldiers threw down their weapons, knelt on the ground, clutching their heads and crying. 1, 2, 3. More and more threw down their weapons, begging for mercy. Above the canyon, Wu Liang stood on a protruding rock, coldly overlooking the scene below. Archers, stop. Wu Liang gave the order. The rain of arrows in the canyon suddenly stopped. At this moment, in the entire Wild Boar Ravine, aside from heaps of corpses, only a few people remained standing. Leading them was the bloodied Roland cavalry commander, with an arrow stuck in his body. He looked like a wounded lone wolf, gasping for breath, staring fiercely at the dark figure above the canyon. He used all his strength and let out his final roar. Wu Liang looked at him with a teasing smile on his face. He slowly walked down from the mountain wall, and the Gunshield troops led by Kyra immediately made way. The ground in the canyon was now soaked with horse and human blood. Wu Liang stepped through the slippery blood puddles and walked straight to the Roland man. Want to fight me? Wu Liang's tone was calm and sarcastic. You coward. Only good at sneaky tricks, barbarian. Dare to fight me fairly? Do you have the guts? The cavalry commander, leaning on his long sword, gasped heavily, blood constantly dripping from the corner of his mouth. A fight? Wu Liang suddenly laughed. Ha ha. His laughter echoed in the silent canyon, sounding very harsh. Are you out of your mind? Wu Liang stopped smiling, his eyes turning cold instantly. You are now my prisoner, my trophy. What right do you have to make demands? You. The cavalry commander was speechless, his face turning a sickly purple. Wu Liang was too lazy to argue with him. He signaled to a Koman, who was rushing over. A Koman understood, stepped forward, and with a flick of his spear, accurately struck the cavalry commander's knee. Thud! The cavalry commander screamed and knelt heavily in the blood pool in front of Wu Liang. A Koman spun his spear around and pressed the cold tip against his throat. Clear the battlefield. All usable arrows, armor, and weapons, bring them back, especially those muskets. A Koman, tie him up and the others who are still alive, and take them back. The bodies of the Roland people were piled together and burned with black smoke billowing. After dealing with the prisoners, a Koman came to Wu Liang. All done. Wu Liang nodded, his gaze passing over the busy battlefield and resting on the group of complex-looking figures nearby. The leaders of the 6 tribes were standing there, watching the Black Rock Army's actions. Let's go. Time to talk with our friends. Wu Liang spoke calmly and headed toward them. Ackerman and Kyra immediately led a group of guards to follow. The faces of the 6 female leaders also grew serious. Their eyes looked at Wu Liang with mixed feelings, shock, respect, and some dissatisfaction. It seems you all look well. Your message was quite timely. Otherwise, we might not have made it in time. Had you arrived a little later, I would have only come to collect your bodies. How do you think you should thank me? Wu Liang said with a smile, his tone relaxed. Thank you, Lord Wu Liang, for forgiving past grievances and saving us. Figueroa stepped forward and bowed slightly, speaking sincerely. We will never forget this kindness, our 6 tribes. Next to her, Ignis frowned. What kindness? It's clearly just a deal. Wu Liang looked at her and chuckled. Of course, he knew what these women were thinking. Whether you call it kindness or a deal, I saved you. According to my home rules, you should repay me with your loyalty. Now, Mount Dahuang is also unsafe. The Roland people who are chasing us are only a small part of them. I think you are all in danger outside. Let's all go back to the Black Rock tribe first. After saying that, Wu Liang called Aikman to bring the cavalry, quickly surrounding the 6 tribes. Wu Liang, what are you trying to do? Suina held her war hammer tightly, looking alert. Don't be so nervous. Let's rest for a few days at the Black Rock tribe and settle our accounts slowly. After saying that, Wu Liang turned and left, leaving a group of cavalry to protect the 6 tribes. On the way back to the Black Rock tribe, the Black Rock army had won a battle, escorting Roland prisoners and a large amount of stolen supplies, full of high spirits and walking quickly. Meanwhile, the 200 or 300 people from the 6 tribes, who were reluctantly gathered in the middle of the team, looked very different. They were deliberately placed in the middle of the group by Wu Liang, protected by Aikman and the cavalry camp, neither too close nor too far. Faced with surveillance from both front and back, they had no chance to escape. It's all your fault, Figueroa. Fake surrender? Now, we've all fallen into that man's trap. Ignorance lowered her voice, complaining. She glared fiercely at Figueroa beside her, her eyes seeming to want to swallow her whole. Suina's warhammer creaked as she clenched it, speaking in a muffled voice. What's the use of saying all this now? Wu Liang is determined to us. We'll see what happens next. If he dares to force me, then I'll just die? Ignorance sneered. Living like this now? What's the difference from being a prisoner? I'd rather die fighting in the withered tree forest. Ignorance, stop talking, said Alicia softly, her voice gentle. Figueroa's decision was agreed upon by all of us at the time. Why are you blaming her now? If it weren't for Wu Liang sending troops, all of us would already be dead. Her words caused everyone to fall silent. It's simply the truth that can't be argued with. Wu Liang rode at the front of the team, paying no attention to what the women behind him were thinking. He sat tall on his strong horse, constantly reviewing the battle against the Roland people. This victory seemed easy, but it was mainly due to the surprise attack's amplified effect, based on the Roland people's outdated understanding of the Dahuang Mountain tribes. The Black Rock Army is indeed stronger than the tribes of Dahuang Mountain, but the Roland soldiers are well-equipped and well-trained. They also had a number of alchemical fire guns, which the Roland people probably didn't use to their full potential. Wu Liang noticed some spells carved into the guns, which should be magical enhancements. He wasn't sure who trained these people, but they handed out magic-boosted alchemical fire guns to soldiers who couldn't control magic. Serves them right. This explains why these guns looked powerful in battle but actually performed poorly. They didn't fully activate the magic enhancements on the guns. Otherwise, the Black Rock Army's shield units wouldn't have been able to resist. Breaking through a tower shield would have been very easy. Wu Liang confirmed this during testing. This victory was mainly due to luck, surprise, and the enemy's overconfidence. The Black Rock Army still needs stricter training. The captured alchemical fire guns can be used, but only by selecting people with a magical foundation to form a gun unit. Once the industrial technology develops, they can produce magic-boosted rifles, submachine guns, and heavy machine guns like the Maxim. Thinking about this, Wu Liang couldn't help but smile. A group of primitive tribes from Dahuang Mountain now wielding weapons beyond their era and civilization. While magic might be limited against powerful mages, for ordinary soldiers, these weapons are absolute battlefield killers. As long as he conquers the 6 tribal leaders, his technological progress will advance significantly. The Industrial Revolution is just around the corner. Just as the team was about to reach the Black Rock tribe's territory, urgent horse hooves sounded from ahead. It was the scouts of the Black Rock tribe. Wu Liang's heart skipped a beat. Could something have happened to the tribe? Did the Roland people or other troops attack his hometown? His face instantly darkened. A scout on a fast horse quickly arrived nearby. He didn't even have time to stop his horse before jumping off and running to Wu Liang's side. Lord Wu Liang, Leader Wei Xian. Her water broke. She's going to give birth, what? Wu Liang's mind buzzed. Considering the timing, it should be around now, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon. Aikman, Wu Liang was about to instruct Aikman to watch over the team and go back first. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your first child has been successfully born. Detected offspring bloodline rating, SSS. Triggering the strongest bloodline return mechanism. Offspring has naturally awakened the furious blood war god, physique. Effect. Born a warrior, with strength 1,000 times greater than ordinary people, can enter a berserk state during battle, with all attributes skyrocketing by 1,000 times, immune to pain. Bloodline return in progress. Congratulations, host. You have also gained the furious blood war god, physique. Your skill, Beast Bloodburn, has resonated with the furious blood war god, physique, evolving into furious blood boil. Level cap increased. Effects greatly enhanced. Congratulations, host. Your skill, Bloodthirsty Berserk, has resonated with the furious blood war god, physique, evolving into Crimson Judgment. Level cap increased. Effects greatly enhanced. Rewarding achievement. Congratulations. You have received complete set of basic steam machinery theory and blueprints for steam machinery. Your industrial technology tree module has evolved and unlocked the basic steam industry module. Rewards have been sent to the system space. Please check them yourself. He's born. Wu Liang's face showed joy. As the system notification sounded, he immediately felt the feedback from his bloodline. He could clearly sense that his strength, speed, and physique were rapidly increasing at an incredible rate. Then, a flood of complex knowledge rushed into his mind. Boilers, pistons, connecting rods, crankshafts. From the basic principles of steam engines to the manufacturing processes of high-pressure boilers, all flooded into Wu Liang's mind. With steam technology, the productivity of the Black Rock tribe will be greatly improved. Wu Liang's eyes shone brightly. Although he had been hopeful, he didn't expect the bloodline feedback and rewards to be so generous. I wonder if it's a boy or a girl, Wu Liang muttered softly. Wu Liang, what's wrong? Aikman, standing nearby, noticed his unusual expression and asked nervously. Wu Liang snapped out of his joy, raised his hand to show he was fine. Aikman, I leave this to you. The prisoners and spoils, settle the 6 tribes, and return at full speed. I understand. Leave it to me. You can trust me. Aikman nodded in agreement. Good. I'll go ahead first. Wu Liang squeezed his legs on the horse, which neighed loudly, and galloped toward the Black Rock tribe. Soon, the tall walls of the Black Rock tribe appeared on the horizon. Lord Wu Liang has returned. Open the gates quickly. The guards on the wall spotted him immediately. The gates opened swiftly. Wu Liang didn't slow down at all, rushing into the tribe like a whirlwind, heading straight for his home. The tribe was busy. When the villagers saw Wu Liang return, they stopped and bowed respectfully. Wu Liang had no time to pay attention to them. He dismounted quickly, tossing the reins casually to a soldier who came forward. Liang, you're finally back. Elisa, who had been waiting at the gate, hurried over when she saw Wu Liang. How is Vuxian? And the baby? Don't worry, mother and child are safe. Elisa also smiled. It's a boy, very healthy. He cried loudly when he was born. Vuxian was exhausted, but he's in good spirits. Hearing this, Wu Liang's tense heart finally relaxed completely. He strode into the house quickly. Several maids were busy tidying up. I'm back. Wu Liang walked quickly to the bed, his voice gentle. On the bed, Vuxian looked exhausted, her damp hair sticking to her pale face in disarray. She looked extremely weak, but her bright eyes lit up with tenderness when she saw Wu Liang. Liang, this is our child. Vaxian looked at him with slightly reddened eyes, but a happy smile was on her face. Wu Liang carefully took the baby from her arms. The little one was sleeping deeply, with a small, rosy, wrinkled face that hadn't fully grown. But no matter how Wu Liang looked at him, he found him very pleasing. This was his son, Wu Liang's own bloodline. The little guy seemed to sense his father's presence. In his sleep, he smacked his lips and waved his tiny hand, grabbing Wu Liang's finger. Haha, such a little guy, just like me. Wu Liang chuckled happily. Let's give him a name, Vaxian softly said. Wu Liang held the baby and thought for a moment. Let's call him Wu Qi. Wu Qi symbolized a new beginning for him in the Black Rock tribe. Wu Qi, a good name, Vaxian repeated softly, a gentle smile on her face. Not long after, loud noises of a large army returning came from outside the city. Aikman rode on his horse, looking stern, commanding the Black Rock soldiers to handle the aftermath of the battle in an orderly way. The captured Roland prisoners were disarmed, strung together with ropes, and looked downcast as they were led to the prisoner camp prepared for them. The weapons, armor, and supplies they had seized piled up high, being checked and recorded by logistics staff. Meanwhile, the remaining 200 or 300 soldiers from the 6 tribes were politely invited to a cleared open space. Temporary tents had been set up for them, and nearby Black Rock cavalry patrolled slowly and steadily. The 6 female leaders were taken to a relatively spacious brick house. Inside, there were simple tables and chairs, beds covered with clean animal skins, and provisions of water and some fruit. But none of the 6 women felt like touching any of those things now. When the door closed behind them, although it wasn't locked, the 2 fully armed Black Rock soldiers standing at the door made everything clear. Ignis could no longer hold back and kicked the stone table, making a loud noise. Her brave and handsome face was filled with humiliation and anger. What is this? Are they treating us like criminals? Now everything is in trouble. We all fell into the trap he set for us. She glared angrily at Fujiloya, her eyes almost shooting fire, as if she wanted to tear the woman who planned this apart. Fujiloya looked calm, but her full body tensed slightly. She didn't argue back, only said softly, at least we and our people are still alive. Alive? Living like this now? Ignis sneered coldly, looking around the room. What's the difference between this and being prisoners? I'd rather die fighting in the withered woods than suffer this kind of helplessness here. Talking about this now doesn't help, Suna finally spoke up. Their weapons had long been taken away. That fool Wu Liang never had good intentions from the start. He set on us. We're now like meat on a chopping block, waiting to be slaughtered. If he dares to force himself on me, I'd rather die. A hint of determination flashed in Suna's eyes. Ignis, stop talking, Alicia said gently with a sigh. Back in the withered woods, we all agreed to Fujiloya's plan. Now that something has gone wrong, how can we blame her alone? Yes, that's right. Lori, usually timid, mustered her courage and whispered in agreement. If Lord Wu Liang hadn't sent troops, we might already be. She didn't finish her sentence, but her meaning was clear. Saran leaned against the wall, arms crossed, frowning deeply. Enough. Ignis snapped irritably. I don't want to hear this. What should we do now? Just sit here and wait for that man to come and enjoy us one by one. Ignis walked to the door and knocked. We need to see Wu Liang. Bring him here. The guards at the door looked expressionless but spoke politely. Sorry, leaders. Lord Wu Liang is currently with Leader Wei Xian, who just gave birth. He instructed that no one is to disturb him. What? Wei Xian gave birth? All 6 women inside were stunned. Yes, Leader Wei Xian has given birth to a healthy baby boy for our Blackrock tribe. The guard's tone was full of pride. So, when can we meet him? Alicia asked eagerly. The guard shook his head. Lord Wu Liang didn't say. He asked the leaders to rest here peacefully. If you need anything, just tell us. If you're bored, we can take you around the Blackrock tribe. After speaking, the guard stopped talking. The 6 female leaders inside the stone door looked at each other in silence. Ignis clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her skin. In the following days, Wu Liang seemed to forget about these 6 women completely. He was indeed very busy. Most of each day, he stayed close to Westland and his newborn son, Xiao Wuqi. Being a new father was a bit chaotic, but he enjoyed it. That day, Wu Liang clumsily changed Xiao Wuqi's diaper. The little guy boldly peed on his hand, making Westland giggle happily. Look at you. You can't even change a diaper properly. Let me do it. Westland leaned against the bed, smiling happily. First time being a dad, no experience. Wu Liang wiped his hands helplessly, looking at his smiling son in his arms, feeling both amused and helpless. What will you do with those people? Westland teased as she gently touched her son's chin. Are you really planning to keep them locked up like this forever? Wu Liang threw the used diaper into the basin, then picked up his son again and kissed his chubby face. What else can I do? Just follow what we agreed. Wu Liang's tone was calm. He leaned over the bed, playing with his child, and answered casually, I'm feeding and protecting them well. Isn't that good? You know that's not what I mean. Westland rolled her eyes at him. Ignis and the others are proud leaders. If you keep them under house arrest like criminals, Westland's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Especially Ignis and Suna. They're not the type to surrender easily. Will pushing them too hard make them desperate and act against us? Wei Xian's worry is understandable. The women of the Great Wilderness Mountain have a wild and proud nature deep inside. Getting them to willingly submit to a man is even harder than defeating them. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Wu Liang smiled. Besides, where can they run to now? Wu Liang sneered. Their tribe has been badly damaged, and their people are on my land, eating my food, drinking my water. What can they do to escape? He paused, then looked away from his son and at Wei Xian. Of course, to tame a wild horse that refuses to obey, you can't just use a whip. Sometimes, you need to give a little sweetness, but before that, their pride and stubbornness must be broken completely. Now, let them stay in the dark for a while. Wu Liang's plan is simple. Just one word: delay. I want to keep them in the dark to weaken their confidence. The more anxious they get, the less I can see them. When their pride is worn down and they realize their true situation, I can talk to them more easily. Only then will I get full obedience. You know this best. Hearing this, Wei Xian's face slightly reddened as he remembered how he was conquered in the past. And what about their tribe members? Wei Xian asked again. That's easy, Wu Liang said. I'll have AKO Man scatter them and integrate them into our Blackrock tribe's various work and combat groups. They'll eat our food, live in our houses, and soon forget which tribe they originally belonged to. By then, these 6 weak leaders will have no one to rely on but me. All according to your plan. After hearing Wu Liang's plan, Wei Xian nodded without saying more. Forget about those things. Tonight, I will make it up to you. I'll give you some parenting tips. Wu Liang put the child aside, turned his horse, and looked down at Wei Xian. Bad guy. Wei Xian playfully scolded, his face full of warmth. Over the next few days, besides spending time with her son, Wei Xian was busy making up for lost time. Wu Liang often locked himself in his study whenever he was free. No one else was allowed inside this room. Inside, a large wooden table was covered with thick sheets of paper filled with strange lines and symbols. Drawings of steam engines, pistons, connecting rods, crankshafts, and gears filled the pages. These were blueprints of steam machinery emerging from his mind, from basic steam engine principles to high-pressure boiler manufacturing. and how to use steam power in industry and military. Meanwhile, Ignis and her 5 companions were close to losing their minds. Every day, they went to Wu Liang's residence to seek an audience, but each time they were turned away by guards with the same excuse. They wanted to see Aikman or Eliza, but both seemed to be avoiding them, either busy or simply refusing to meet. They felt completely isolated. What made them more anxious was the fate of their people. In the past few days, after being relocated, some of their tribe members had been taken away by the Blackrock tribe. Some were assigned to farmland, others to work in mines, and the strong and young ones were drafted into the Blackrock Army's reserve forces. No, we can't go on like this. In the room, Ignis paced back and forth, looking like a trapped beast, her frustration evident. If this continues, our tribe will be erased from the Great Wilderness Mountain in less than half a month. But what can we do? He won't see us at all. Sina also looked worried. Can't you see? He's forcing us. Fugaloya sighed deeply, having fully understood Wu Liang's intentions. He's pushing us to give up resistance completely and bow to him without hesitation. I will never do that. Ignis gritted her teeth. I'd rather die than become that man's plaything. For a moment, the room fell silent, each face filled with reluctance and despair. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. A female warrior from the Blackrock tribe entered, holding several new pieces of clothing. 6 leaders, Lord Wu Liang has sent a message. This evening, the tribe will hold a celebration banquet to honor our victory over the Roland people and the birth of the young chief. Please have the 6 of you change into your new clothes and arrive on time. The 6 looked at the finely made long dresses and were momentarily stunned. A celebration feast? After speaking, the female warrior put down her clothes and turned to leave. They had been hiding for so many days. Was it finally time to show themselves? In the central square of the Blackrock tribe, a huge bonfire was burning, lighting up the night sky as bright as day. The smell of roasted meat mixed with the rich aroma of barley wine filled the air. The tribe members and warriors gathered around the fire, singing, dancing, and laughing loudly. 6 leaders appeared in the square. They wore new long dresses that perfectly outlined their proud figures. Seeing this joyful scene, everyone's mood became very complicated. When they appeared, they looked like wolves among sheep, out of place in the happy atmosphere. Everyone's eyes naturally focused on them. Once, they were the respected leaders of their tribes, admired by thousands. But now, they had become like fish on a chopping board, watched and at the mercy of others. The huge contrast made Ignis and Suna, who were proud and strong-willed, almost grind their teeth in frustration. Ignis snorted. Stay strong. Don't let them look down on us. I really want to see what he's up to. Suna snorted coldly, crossed her arms, and slightly lifted her chin. Saran said nothing, her eyes sharp as she scanned the surroundings. Alicia and Fugoroya exchanged glances, both seeing the bitterness in each other's eyes. They knew they were all just holding on, but what else could they do now besides keep pretending? What was coming, sooner or later, would come. Shy Loria shrank back in fear, instinctively hiding behind Alicia, afraid to meet the gazes of the others. Suddenly, the crowd erupted into loud cheers. Lord Wu Liang has arrived. The crowd automatically parted a path. Wu Liang stepped forward confidently. Today, he also wore clean clothes. His short black hair looked sharp and energetic, and his handsome face carried a confident smile. He was holding a baby wrapped in a blanket, and his body had recovered quite a bit, looking healthier. After giving birth, she had lost some of her former sharpness but gained more kindness and motherly warmth. Next to them was the radiant and charming High Priestess Elisa and the brave and handsome General Aokman, holding a long spear. Wu Liang walked up to the platform near the bonfire. He looked around at the cheering villagers below, then pressed his hands down, and the lively square immediately became quiet. My people, brave warriors of the Blackrock tribe. Wu Liang's voice was strong and clear, reaching everyone's ears. Today we celebrate 2 big happy events. First, we defeated the mighty Roland people. We used their blood to defend our home, to wipe away the shame they brought to the Great Wilderness Mountain. We used the enemy's bones to build the glory of the Blackrock tribe. We proved to everyone that the people of the Great Wilderness Mountain are not lambs to be slaughtered. From today on, no one on this mountain dares to look down on us. Wu. Blackrock. Blackrock. The crowd's shouts erupted like a wave. The warriors below cheered excitedly, jumping and waving their hands or weapons. Wu Liang smiled and pressed his hand down again. When the cheers slowed, he continued. Second, the happy news is that my son, Wu Qi, has been born. Our Blackrock tribe has welcomed a new life. He raised the baby in his arms proudly for everyone to see. What does this mean? Our reproduction on the Great Wilderness Mountain is no longer controlled by Roland. I declare to all of you, as long as I Wu Liang am here, the women of the mountain will no longer worry about population, and they will never be oppressed by Roland's iron hoof. We will fight, 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 break down all barriers that stand in our way. Wu Qi will grow up before your eyes, learning the bravery, resilience, and unyielding spirit of our Blackrock tribe. For the Blackrock tribe, for Lord Wu Liang, for little Lord Wu Qi. The crowd erupted into even greater excitement. Ignatius looked at Wu Liang on the stage with a cold gaze, full of disdain. This guy really knows how to win people's hearts. After the cheers subsided a bit, Wu Liang handed the child to Wei Xian beside him, then turned his gaze to the 6 female leaders at the edge of the square. His look made the 6 women feel nervous. Today, we have 6 honored guests. Wu Liang spoke, and the square became quiet again. Everyone looked at him, and then at Ignatius and the others. They are the leaders of the Burning Fire, Hammerstone, Wind Chaser, Moon Spring, Pastoral Song, and Salt Marsh tribes. Not long ago, they suffered the same brutal attack from the Roland people as we did. But now, they and their people are safe. Wu Liang paused, then changed the topic. But I think many of you may not know, before we sent troops, the 6 leaders made a promise to me and to the Blackrock tribe. Now, Wei Xian will make the announcement. As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Xian, holding the child, stepped forward. As the leader of the Blackrock tribe, it was most appropriate for her to speak next. I, Wei Xian, in the name of the Blackrock tribe, declare. Her voice was clear and firm. From today, I will step down as leader, and Wu Liang, my man, will be the only and highest leader of the Blackrock tribe. His will is the will of the Blackrock tribe. After saying this, she bowed deeply to Wu Liang. Long live the leader. There was no objection from the crowd. Instead, they cheered even more loudly. This was something they had long accepted. All the members of the Blackrock tribe in the square knelt on one knee, their voices echoing across the sky. Then, Wei Xian looked at Ignatius and the others. Today, there is actually a third big happy event, and Wu Liang will announce it for me. First, let's warmly welcome the sisters from the Burning Fire, Hammerstone, Wind Chaser, Moon Spring, Pastoral Song, and Salt Marsh tribes. Under Wu Liang's wise leadership, they have made the most intelligent decision to lead their people to fully join our Blackrock tribe family. From now on, there are no longer the 8 major tribes of the Wilderness Mountain. Only one voice remains, Blackrock. Swish. All the people in the square focus their eyes on them. Some are curious and watchful. Others are filled with hope and expectation. They are being put on the spot. In such a public setting, in front of their own people, how should they respond? Admit? That would mean giving up everything and entrusting their fate and that of their tribe entirely to Wu Liang. Deny? That would be like pushing themselves and their people into opposition against Wilderness Mountain. Telling their leader is untrustworthy would shame their tribe, and they might end up back in the miserable days of being chased and starving. They would lose everyone's trust instantly. Maybe some tribe members are still unclear about what's happening. I will speak on behalf of everyone here and ask the 6 leaders clearly. So, I am here to confirm this matter on behalf of leader Wu Liang and all the tribe members, with the 6 female leaders. Her eyes sharpened. 6 leaders, you promised that as long as the Blackrock tribe came to help, you and your tribes would fully submit to leader Wu Liang and the Blackrock tribe and follow him as your leader. Now that Roland's people have been defeated and Lord Wu Liang has kept his promise by saving you and your tribe, isn't it time for you to keep your promise too? This speech hit like a heavy hammer, deeply affecting the 6 women. The thing they feared most has finally happened. Wu Liang doesn't bother with secret pressure. He wants them to openly admit their submission in front of everyone. In an instant, thousands of eyes are on them. The surrounding Blackrock tribe members begin to discuss. So that's how it is. They agreed to submit, and Wu Liang came to help because of that. Of course they should admit it. Lord Wu Liang saved their lives. Exactly. The rules of Wilderness Mountain say that promises made must be kept. Look at that red-haired girl. She looks so unwilling. Does she want to renege on her word? These comments were not loud, but they reached the 6 people's ears without missing a word. Their faces turned red and then pale. Dare to refuse to pay? They really wanted to. But now, they only felt like needles stabbing their backs. Fugaloya knew that today's challenge would come sooner or later. There was no way to hide from it. She took a deep breath, stepped forward, and slightly lowered her head. The Salt Zay tribe. Fugaloya is willing to obey Lord Wu Liang's orders. Ignorance looked at Fugaloya in surprise, gritting her teeth. Traitor, how can you bow to him? Isn't that the truth? Leader Ignorance, our persistence is pointless. Next to her, Alicia smiled as if she had understood something and sighed in relief. Once the first one gave in, the second followed. Gentle Alicia also stepped forward and softly said, "The Moonspring tribe will obey Lord Wu Liang's orders." Ignorance clenched her lips tightly, almost bleeding from the pressure. She could feel Wu Liang's gaze resting on her face with interest, as if eager to see her explode with anger. Leader Wu Liang, I am grateful that you saved our people. The Muge tribe is willing to follow you as their leader. The timid Lolia stepped forward nervously and stammered her support. Salon glanced at Ignorance and Sui Na, whose faces were pale. Then she looked around at the fierce-looking Black Rock warriors, finally biting her lip and lowering her head. The Zufeng tribe will keep its promise and follow leader Wu Liang. Now, only the 2 most stubborn remained. Ignorance's body trembled slightly, filled with intense anger and humiliation. Her dignity and pride were completely shattered and trampled underfoot at this moment. Sui Na's fists clenched with a creaking sound, her lips pressed tightly as she struggled with her thoughts. Leader Ignorance and Leader Sui Na, what do you say? Wu Liang stood on the high platform, looking down at the 2 of them. Leader Ignorance, your people are still waiting for your decision. Ignorance suddenly raised her head and met Wu Liang's deep eyes. The situation is stronger than us. Just accept it. Salon sighed and tried to comfort Ignis. Ignis bit her lip, blood trickling down, but she didn't feel any pain. She knew that if she didn't bow today, he and his people would face a terrible end. Tears of humiliation welled up, but she forced them back. Finally, she squeezed out a few words through her teeth. Jinhu tribe obeys the order. After saying this, she seemed to be drained of all strength. Everyone's eyes turned to the last leader, Suna. Suna looked at Ignis, then at the others, and finally focused on Wu Liang. Good, Wu Liang, you're really ruthless, she shook her head. Then, she lowered her proud head. Kai's tribe obeys the order. At this point, the 6 tribes, in name, all submitted. Very good, Wu Liang showed a satisfied smile. He raised a large bowl filled with fruit wine and shouted loudly, "Welcome the 6 tribes to Black Rock. From today on, you are all members of the Black Rock tribe. Your honor is our honor. Cheer for our stronger Black Rock tribe. From today, the Great Wilderness Mountain officially becomes one family. Long live Black Rock. Come to our new family. Cheers. Cheers." The square erupted in thunderous cheers that lasted long. Amid this deafening celebration, the figures of the 6 female leaders looked so lonely. Wu Liang drank the wine in his bowl, looking beyond the lively crowd, his gaze resting on a gentle, graceful figure. Alicia, Moonspring tribe. The casualties from battles and the production of Weixian made him realize deeply how important medical care and medicine are in this primitive and wild world. A powerful force needs not only a brave army, but also reliable logistics to save lives and heal wounds. A subtle smile appeared at the corner of Wu Liang's mouth. He had already decided on his next target. The celebration was still going on. Wu Liang stepped down from the high platform and walked straight through the cheering crowd to stand in front of the 6 women. Ignis and Suna immediately looked at him cautiously. However, Wu Liang didn't look at them at all. His gaze was fixed on Alessa. Leader Alessa, may I speak with you privately? Wu Liang's voice was soft, but it was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples among the 6 female leaders. Ignis stepped forward nervously, blocking Alessa. What do you want to do? Leader Ignis, don't be so tense. Wu Liang smiled, but his eyes looked past her, still focusing on Alessa behind her. I just want to talk with Leader Alessa about her people. Our sisterhood's matters are nothing we can't discuss openly. Suna also spoke in a low voice, standing on either side of Ignis, protecting Alessa tightly. Alessa gently tugged at Ignis's sleeve and whispered, "Ignis, it's okay." She knew they were now vulnerable. Wu Liang's intentions were beyond their control. Angering him would only bring trouble to everyone. "Lord Wu Liang, what would you like to discuss?" Alessa peeked out from behind Ignis and asked softly. Wu Liang looked into her clear but slightly anxious eyes, and his smile grew wider. "This isn't a good place to talk, with so many people around." He turned slightly and made a welcoming gesture. "Come with me." After saying that, he turned and walked toward a quieter area outside the square. Alessa hesitated, glancing at Ignis, who shook her head. In the end, she bit her lip and followed. "Alessa!" Ignis was anxious and wanted to pull her back, but a strong arm stopped her. It was Aikman. She appeared here unexpectedly, her hand resting on her waist with a knife, looking at Ignis with a blank expression. "Leader Wu Liang just wants to talk with Leader Alessa." "Why are you so upset?" Ignis looked at her former tribe ally, now Wu Liang's most loyal follower and woman, and was so angry she couldn't speak. "Akoman, don't forget, you were once the tribe leader too," Sui Na said angrily. "I remember," Akoman replied calmly. "That's why I know better. Staying with Wu Liang is our only way out. You'll see soon enough." Before the celebration was over, Ignis and Sui Na returned to their home. Outside, the lively celebration sounded noisy and loud to them. Fugria, Saran, and Lolia could only follow them back. Bang! The stone door closed behind them, and Ignis couldn't hold back her anger anymore. She kicked the wooden table hard. The fruit platter on it shattered on the ground. "Too much. Too much." She paced back and forth in the small room, like a lioness trapped in a cage, her chest rising and falling rapidly. What did he think of us? A bunch of begging dogs? In front of everyone, forcing us to bow. This is humiliation. Humiliation. Suina's face looked terrible. She sat on the edge of the bed, her hands tangled in her hair, grabbing it in frustration. What's the use of saying all this now? We've already bowed to him in front of everyone. From today, we are his people. Her voice was full of despair and self-mockery. Who are his people? Ignis suddenly turned and glared at her. I haven't. I only compromised temporarily for my people. Temporarily? Suina looked up and sneered. You're fooling yourself, Ignis. Do you think that man will give us a chance to turn things around? Did you see how he looked at us? We're just his prey. Fugria leaned against the corner, sighing softly. Wu Liang won't hurt us, don't worry. Wu Liang. Lolia, the timid one, whispered, at least. At least we're still alive, and our people are still alive. Alive? Living without dignity like this? Ignis sneered. You two traitors, I would rather die. Enough. Saran was annoyed and upset. Her voice was quiet, but made everyone fall silent. She looked tired and sad. What's the point of arguing here now? It just makes others outside laugh at us. So what do you suggest we do? Ignis frowned. Just accept our fate? Saran shook her head, a hint of confusion in her eyes. I don't know. Let's take it one step at a time. At least, right now, they still need us to calm our people. For a short time, they probably won't do anything to us. Suna looked out the window at the night outside. I'm only worried about Alicia. I wonder what will happen to her after Wu Liang called her. Ignis punched the wall. Do we even need to think about that? He's starting to act against us. He's going to take us one by one. She didn't finish her sentence, but everyone understood what she meant. Alicia was brought to a clean room by Wu Liang, feeling nervous and uneasy. It was much bigger and more elegant than the brick houses they lived in. The room was lit by a bright oil lamp, and a thick animal hide carpet covered the floor. There was a faint, pleasant smell of wood in the air. Alicia followed Wu Liang, feeling anxious inside. Lord Wu Liang, what? What do you want to say? Wu Liang looked at the gentlewoman before him. She bowed her head, nervously twisting the hem of her clothes. Her long eyelashes cast shadows under the light, hiding her emotions. Sit down. Wu Liang pointed to a wooden chair nearby, then casually sat in the main seat and poured himself a glass of warm water. Alicia stiffened slightly but obediently sat on the wooden chair. She only sat half down, looking tense. You don't need to be so nervous. Wu Liang took a sip of water, his voice calm. I called you here alone, not to do anything to you. I just want to make a deal with you, or rather, offer you a new choice. Wu Liang put down his water cup, interlaced his fingers on the table, and leaned slightly forward. A strong sense of pressure hit her, making Alicia's heart beat faster. A deal? A choice? She couldn't understand what she could possibly negotiate with this man. I don't understand what you mean. Alicia spoke softly and gently. Alicia, Wu Liang looked into her eyes. The Moonspring tribe is known for their skill in identifying herbs and healing injuries in the Great Wilderness Mountain, right? Alicia looked up, her clear eyes showing a hint of confusion. Yes, our tribe does know some herbal knowledge. Everyone in the Great Wilderness Mountain tribes knows that. Good. Wu Liang was pleased with her reaction. You saw it too. In the fight against the Roland people, we won, but we also suffered many injuries. For a tribe to grow strong, it's not enough to have brave warriors. You also need healers who can save lives. He stood up and walked to Alicia. His tall figure cast a shadow over her, creating a strong feeling of pressure. She instinctively wanted to step back, but found she had nowhere to go. I need you, Alicia. I plan to set up a special medical camp in the tribe to treat the wounded and research medicines. And you are the most suitable person for this. Alicia was stunned. She had thought about many possibilities. She thought Wu Liang might threaten her or try to control her, but she never expected him to make such a request. Set up a medical camp? Let her be in charge? This didn't sound like a bad thing. What can I do? She asked uncertainly. You can do a lot, Wu Liang said. You can organize your people's herbal knowledge and teach others. You can lead them to gather herbs and make medicines. To show my sincerity, Wu Liang shifted his tone. Starting tomorrow, the remaining members of the Moonspring tribe will be given the best housing. Their food rations will be the same as those for the warriors of the Blackrock tribe. They won't need to mine or farm. Their job is to help you build this medical camp. Alicia's heart suddenly beat faster. These conditions are very generous. She could clearly understand what Wu Liang meant. This was a choice given to her and her people. A choice to use knowledge and obedience to gain respect and better treatment. Alicia, come with me. Wu Liang suddenly stood up and took Alicia to the wounded soldiers' camp. When he opened the door, a stronger smell hit her, making her frown instinctively. Inside, a few oil lamps flickered, casting dim light. Rows of simple wooden beds were filled with injured Blackrock warriors. Most of them were hurt in the battle at Wild Boar Ravine. Some had broken arms, others had injured legs, and many were wrapped in thick cloth that was already bleeding through. They weren't all safe after fighting the Roland people. A few women from the Blackrock tribe were busy changing bandages and giving water, but it was clear they didn't have enough help. And the way they treated the wounds seemed too rough to Alicia. They just rinsed the wounds with clean water, applied crushed herbs, and wrapped them with cloths in a haphazard way. This is our tribe's wounded camp, Wu Liang said softly. He pointed to a female warrior with an infected wound and said seriously, My warriors are brave and fearless in battle. For the Blackrock tribe, they would spill their last drop of blood, but after they are hurt, what I can do for them is very little. We don't have real doctors who know how to handle complex wounds. We don't know how to prevent infections or ease their pain. You should know that many times. We can only watch helplessly as these warriors die, not on the battlefield, but from pain and infection afterward. His voice carried a tone of heaviness and helplessness. Wu Liang looked at Alicia. A strong tribe needs more than brave warriors. It also needs healers who can save lives. Alicia opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. I won't force you. Wu Liang's tone was calm. The choice is yours. He pointed to the injured soldiers in the room. You can bring your herbalist people here. Use your knowledge and hands to save these soldiers and earn the respect of the Blackrock tribe. I promise, as long as you save lives, you will be treated well, supplied with enough resources, and respected by everyone. After speaking, Wu Liang quietly looked at her, saying no more. In the room, the groans of the injured soldiers continued. A young soldier, in severe pain, bit down a piece of wood, his forehead veins bulging, trembling all over. Alicia's heart was painfully tugged by this scene. She was naturally compassionate. Seeing this, she almost instinctively wanted to help. Think it over carefully. Once you decide, bring people here tomorrow. After that, Wu Liang turned and left. When Alicia returned home, the atmosphere was heavy. Ignis, Suna, Saran, and Fulguro were all sitting there. Loria was pacing anxiously at the door. When she saw Alicia, she rushed over. Alicia, sister, you're back. He didn't hurt you, did he? Everyone's eyes focused on Alicia's face. Ignis's gaze was especially sharp. She examined Alicia from head to toe, as if trying to find some sign on her. What did he say to you? Ignis's tone was sharp. Did he threaten you? Alicia shook her head, her face still a bit pale. She went to the table, poured herself a glass of water, and drank it all in one go, feeling her chaotic thoughts settle a little. He didn't threaten me. She took a deep breath and recounted everything she saw and heard in the wounded soldiers' camp, as well as Wu Liang's words to her, exactly as they happened. The room fell into complete silence. Several women showed expressions of shock and disbelief, just like Alessa had earlier. The wounded soldiers' camp? You, from the Wequan tribe, are going to be doctors. Sui Na was the first to break the silence. She frowned, looking suspicious. Do you think he's that kind-hearted? There's definitely something fishy. Exactly. Ignite immediately agreed. She slapped the table and paced around the room. This is definitely his new trick, trying to divide us and make us fight each other. She stopped and pointed at Alessa, speaking passionately. Alessa, don't be naive. He's only taking you to see those wounded soldiers because he knows you're soft-hearted. Once you agree to him, it's like you're completely submitting to him. Our hard-earned alliance is being torn apart because of you. Alessa was speechless from her words. She admitted that Ignite had a point. However, Ignite, she's right. Alessa gathered her courage and looked at her. Our people are good at healing and using herbs. Now making them mine for digging in the mines. That's the biggest insult to them. If we can use our hands to heal the wounded and gain our people's dignity and a better life, why not? You're just making excuses for your weakness. Ignite snapped. I'm not. Alessa's voice grew louder. This was the first time she had spoken back to Ignite so loudly. I am the leader of the Wequan tribe. I must be responsible for my people. The two argued fiercely, and the atmosphere became tense. All right, everyone stop arguing. Fujiloya, who had been silent, finally spoke. Her plump body leaned on the chair, but her eyes were clear. Ignite, don't get so worked up. Alessa, calm down too. She looked at Alessa. Do you think Wu Liang's suggestion is really to help your people use their skills? Aliasa thought for a moment and answered seriously. I don't know, but he does need doctors to reduce his army's casualties. Ignis sneered. You're too naive. Maybe so, but I don't want to keep struggling uselessly. Aliasa took a deep breath, her eyes firm. We have already sworn loyalty to him publicly, and our people have been scattered and merged into the Blackrock tribe. Now, we are like fish on a chopping board. He can cut us whenever he wants. Instead of sitting here, scared every day, waiting for him to come and deal with us one by one, it's better to do something proactively. At least, if I agree with him, my people can be freed from heavy labor. They can live in better houses and eat better food. We can use our own hands to help others and earn respect. For me, and for the Moonspring tribe, that's the best outcome. Aliasa's words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, making everyone present think deeply. Lolia tugged at Aliasa's sleeve and whispered, Aliasa's sister. I support you. Next to her, Saran also sighed. Aliasa's words touched her heart. People from the wind-chasing tribe are good at tracking and taming animals. Now, they are assigned to do chores, and their hearts must feel uncomfortable. If there's a chance for the tribe to show their skills, maybe. It's not a bad thing. Only Ignis and Suna looked unhappy. So, you've made your decision? Suna asked quietly. Aliasa nodded heavily. I've decided. Tomorrow morning, I will take people to the wounded camp. You. Ignis was furious. She didn't expect Aliasa to make such a decision. Aliasa, you will regret this sooner or later. Ignis said harshly, then turned around and walked back to her bed, turning her back to everyone and saying nothing more. The atmosphere in the room became heavy again. Fuguroya looked at Aliasa's determined back and then at Ignis's tense shoulders, sighing quietly. Alicia ignored Ignis's anger. She sat down and quietly planned what she needed to do tomorrow. There were many wounded soldiers in the camp. She needed to bring all the herbal experts from her tribe. She also had to prepare clean cloth, boiling hot water, and various herbs for stopping bleeding and reducing inflammation. Her mind was fully focused on how to treat the injured soldiers. Early the next morning, just as dawn broke, Alicia took more than 20 women from her tribe who knew about herbs to the camp. They had not slept all night and prepared many mashed herbal ointments and clean cloths. When they arrived at the entrance, the women caring for the wounded inside were surprised. "What are you here for?" One tall Blackrock woman asked cautiously, her hand instinctively reaching for her knife at her waist. Alicia didn't mind her hostility. She spoke gently, "We are here to help. Leader Wu Liang has approved it." Hearing Wu Liang's name, the Blackrock women's hostility eased a little. Alicia didn't explain further. She walked straight into the house, which was filled with the smell of blood and herbs. The conditions in the camp were worse than she saw yesterday. Overnight, several wounds had started to get infected and pus was coming out. The injured were feverish and confused, muttering nonsense. A young female warrior had a deep wound on her arm, exposing the bone. Yesterday, they had just wrapped it simply. Now her whole arm was swollen like a log, and her skin was burning hot. "Quick, bring the hot water. And salt." Alicia immediately ordered her tribe behind her. Her voice was calm but firm, making the nervous tribe members settle down quickly. Soon, hot water and salt were brought over. In front of the surprised Blackrock women, Alicia carefully washed the female warrior's wound with salt water, gently removing the dried blood and pus. Her movements were gentle, yet decisive. Oh, the intense pain caused the unconscious warrior to cry out in suffering. "Hold her down," Alicia said without looking up. A few months later, the women of the Yuequan tribe quickly stepped forward, working together to hold the female warrior's body. After cleaning her wounds, Alicia took a small handful of green medicinal powder from her pouch and evenly sprinkled it over the injury. She then used a clean cloth to rebandage the wound. Once she finished, she straightened up, beads of sweat already forming on her forehead. "Done. I've treated her wounds, so the fever should go down soon," she said to the Blackrock woman who was watching in shock. "Please find someone to help her change into clean clothes and give her some water." The Blackrock woman nodded blankly. They had never seen anyone treat wounds like this before. In their view, when someone was hurt, they just applied herbs and wrapped it with cloth. Whether they lived or died depended on their luck. With the first successful treatment, Alicia and her people immediately got busy. They split into small groups, each tending to the injured soldiers one by one, cleaning, disinfecting, applying medicine, and bandaging. After their arrival, the entire wounded camp became orderly. Most of the soldiers, who had been groaning in pain, grew quiet and fell into deep sleep after treatment. The air in the wounded camp seemed to become less foul. All of this was seen clearly by Wu Liang, standing quietly in a corner outside the camp. He didn't go in, just watched silently. The Blackrock warriors, who had been hostile toward Alicia, gradually changed their expressions, from suspicion to doubt, then surprise, and finally respect and gratitude. When a female soldier, saved by Alicia, struggled to say thank you, Wu Liang knew he had made the right move. Additionally, he assigned a separate, best-quality brick house for them to live in, closer to the wounded camp for easier work. The personal guards immediately received the order and left. Wu Liang leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. Alicia's side was already on track. Now, it was time for the other 5 rebellious women. He wanted each of them to clearly see that obeying him and showing their value would bring rewards. Unnecessary resistance, on the other hand, would only waste their dignity and time and gain nothing. Soon, Ignis, Suna, Figroya, Lolia, and Saran were brought before Wu Liang. After days of house arrest and the scolding at last night's banquet, their arrogance had noticeably diminished. Especially Ignis, who still stood straight with her chin raised. But in her fiery red eyes, there was less defiance and more complexity. "What are you calling us here for?" Suna spoke first, as she was the most straightforward and couldn't hide her words. Wu Liang smiled and looked over all 5 of them. "Of course, it's good news." He stood up and walked in front of them. "You've probably heard that Alicia and her tribe have set up a medical camp to treat the wounded of the tribe. They've done very well and earned credit for the tribe. So, I've given them the rewards they deserve. The best food, the best place to live, and the respect of the entire tribe." They knew exactly what Wu Liang was talking about. Today, the whole tribe was talking about this matter. They even heard praise for Alicia from the guards watching over them. Wu Liang continued, "The Blackrock tribe doesn't support idlers or enemies. I brought you and your people here not to let you sit around doing nothing. Now, I give you a chance to prove your worth." He first looked at Suna, who was fiery and defiant. "Leader Suna, I've heard that your Hammerstone tribe's people are naturally strong and have a special affinity for fire." Suna snorted as a sign of acknowledgement. "Good," Wu Liang nodded. "My military workshop has been busy forging weapons and armor recently, and we are short of people. Starting tomorrow, you and your tribe from the Hammerstone clan will all go to the military workshop to help." "What?" Sina's eyes widened. "You want us to go to the military workshop? Of course, this is where your skills will be useful." Wu Liang smiled. "You should be good at and willing to stay in that environment." Humph. Sina was speechless, feeling very reluctant to go make weapons for Wu Liang. But she also wanted to see what the Black Rock military workshop was really like. Wu Liang looked at Ignis. Leader Ignis, a brave warrior from the Emberfire tribe, known for her courage in the Great Wilderness Mountain. Ignis looked at him coldly, without saying a word. "The cavalry of the Akoman clan is currently expanding and undergoing intense training. Since you have a lot of battle experience, you can be her assistant and help train the new soldiers." "You're asking me to train your army?" Ignis looked like she was hearing a big joke. "Is there a problem?" Wu Liang asked back. "Wu Liang, don't go too far." Ignis's anger flared. Sending her to train the soldiers of the Black Rock tribe was a huge insult. "Too far." Wu Liang's face darkened. "Ignis, understand your current position." His cold words made the room feel colder. Ignis's body tensed up, her chest rising and falling rapidly, but in the end, she swallowed her angry words. Wu Liang then looked at Fagroya and Loria. Leader Fagroya, from the Salt Lake tribe, is good at managing and organizing. Leader Loria, from the Pastoral Song tribe, is skilled in animal husbandry. The tribe's logistics and agricultural production are now managed by High Priestess Eliza. You two will follow her and learn how to manage a large tribe of thousands. Fagroya and Loria exchanged glances, showing no strong resistance. Fagroya slightly bowed. "Yes, Leader Wu Liang." She understood the situation better than anyone. Resisting now would be futile. Loria also timidly responded, afraid to meet Wu Liang's eyes. Finally, Wu Liang looked at Saran. "Leader Saran, the wind-chasing tribe members are natural hunters and scouts. Our scout team needs talents like you. Starting tomorrow, you and your people will work with the scout team, responsible for guarding and exploring around the tribe." Saran bit her lip, but finally nodded. Compared to mining and doing chores, this arrangement is more suitable for their tribe. "All right, does everyone understand?" Wu Liang looked around at everyone. "This is an opportunity one give you. Do well, and you and your tribe will earn respect and good treatment, just like the Moon Spring tribe. And if anyone dares to act against us or cause trouble..." Wu Liang didn't finish his sentence, but the cold look in his eyes said everything. "Take them down and hand them over to the responsible leaders." Wu Liang waved to the guards. The 5 female leaders, with mixed feelings, were taken away from the room. Ignace's back looked full of anger and frustration. Sana looked upset, and Fulgoria remained calm, but her eyes showed a hint of worry. Loria and Saran mostly looked confused and obedient. Wu Liang watched them leave, feeling calm inside. Divide, use, transform. He planned to fully absorb these 6 tribes, along with their skills and people, to build the foundation for his expansion. The next day, before dawn, there was a commotion at the Hammerstone tribe's camp. Soldiers from the Blackrock tribe, holding a list, loudly ordered the Hammerstone tribe's people to gather. Sana, with a grim face, stood at the front of the line. She hadn't slept all night. Thinking about taking her people to work as blacksmiths for Wu Liang today made her feel suffocated. It was a humiliation even worse than losing a battle and being captured. "Everyone, stay strong," Sana shouted at her tribe. "Don't let the Blackrock tribe look down on us." Her people also looked serious, but their eyes burned with a fire of defiance. They are members of the Hammerstone tribe, proud of their heritage. Soon, led by the Blackrock soldiers, Suina and her over 100 tribespeople arrived at the military workshop located on the west side of the tribe. Before they got close, a wave of intense heat hit them, accompanied by the constant sound of hammering. When Suina finally saw the full view of the workshop, she was stunned. "Is this a military workshop? This is basically a small forging city. Dozens of huge furnaces stand like rows of steel giants in the open space. Bright flames burst from the furnace mouths, turning half the sky red. Skilled workers move between the furnaces, pulling bellows and hammering metal, creating a loud clatter. "Are you the leader of the Hammerstone tribe, Suena?" Ula approached and greeted casually. "Yes, I am." Suena suppressed her shock and straightened her chest. "Leader Wu Liang has given instructions." Ula pointed to an empty forging area nearby. "That will be yours from now on. Your task is to make weapons and armor for the tribe. We need whatever you can produce. Don't worry, as long as you make good quality items, materials are plentiful. I'm busy now. Call me if you need anything." After speaking, Ula turned and left. Suena looked at the new forging stations and tools with mixed feelings. "Leader, a tribe member approached Suena, voice a little hoarse. Suena took a deep breath, her eyes becoming firm again. "Get to work," she gritted her teeth and said. "Does he want to see what the Hammerstone tribe can do? Then let him see. Use our best skills to make the best weapons. I want to see. Let Wu Liang see how powerful we Hammerstone people are." Suena's roar ignited the warriors' fighting spirit. Meanwhile, at the large training ground on the east side of the tribe, Ignis was also experiencing the same shock as Suena. She was brought here by Aikman. On the training ground, thousands of soldiers from the Blackrock tribe are undergoing strict formation drills. They are divided into several squads: shield and spear units armed with large tower shields and long spears, and archery units equipped with powerful composite bows and heavy crossbows. Each soldier wears uniform leather armor and wields fine weapons. Their movements are perfectly synchronized, commands clear and strict. Forward, backward, turn, raise shields, shoot arrows. Every action looks as if done by a single person. The discipline and unity of their formation, along with their collective spirit, make Ignis, known for her combat skills, feel a sense of awe. Her Emberfire tribe is brave, and every member is a fierce warrior. But their fighting style is more about individual bravery, like scattered fighters. This army, however, is different. It is a true, disciplined, iron-blooded army. How is it? Impressive, right? Akamon stands beside Ignis, arms crossed, with a proud look. Ignis's cheeks flush slightly. She snorts. "Just showmanship. Real fighting depends on courage and guts. Is that so?" Akamon smiles. Suddenly, she shouts at a nearby squad. "Kyra, bring your team over for a practice." Kyra, the captain of the shield and spear unit, responds immediately, leading her 100 soldiers in neat steps. "Target, wooden posts ahead. Attack freely," Akamon orders. "Charge." With her command, the 100 soldiers instantly split into 3 lines. The first line slams their tower shields onto the ground with a loud bang, creating a nearly impenetrable wall of shields. The second and third lines, through gaps in the shields, lightning fast their long spears at the targets. Thud, thud, thud. The dense spears accurately hit the wooden posts 100 meters away. After one strike, they quickly withdraw. The entire process is smooth and swift, like flowing water, as fast as lightning. Ignis's pupils suddenly constrict. She can imagine that on the battlefield, any cavalry facing such a moving steel hedgehog would be in nightmare. "This is just basic shield and spear coordination," Akamon says calmly. "If it's against cavalry, their formation will be tighter and their attack more deadly." She pointed to the distant archery unit. "See those heavy crossbows? They can fire 10 bolts at once, with a range of 300 meters. 100 heavy crossbows firing together create a deadly rain of arrows. No shield can block such a wide area attack." Each time Akamon spoke, Ignis's heart sank a little more. The true strength of the Blackrock army gave her a sharp slap of reality. In front of such a well-organized, well-equipped army, her pride seemed foolish. "Wu Liang sent you here, not just to watch." Akamon looked at her. "Your task is to help us train the new soldiers to be like this. He gave you a chance to learn and observe up close. How much you learn depends on you." After speaking, Akamon turned and walked toward the training team. Ignis was left standing alone, her face changing with different emotions. Night deepened. Heavy snow fell, covering the entire Blackrock tribe in silver-white. The tribe's celebration had ended days ago, but a faint afterglow of joy still lingered in the air, especially for the female warriors who had made great contributions in the Battle of Wild Boar Creek. Today was their day of reward. According to Wu Liang's latest order, All brave fighters in battle were eligible for rewards. For these female warriors, who had fought for years and lacked comfort from men, the best reward was a strong man. The captured Roland soldiers, over 100 sturdy men, became the main focus of this reward. In the open space at the center of the tribe, a special distribution ceremony was underway. A Koman personally presided over it, allowing the female warriors to step forward and choose their spoils based on their achievements. The Roland men chosen mostly looked confused and scared. The female warriors, who had chosen their preferred men, smiled happily and showed their excitement openly. They patted these men's chests and shoulders, then led them away after selection. Then, they eagerly carried their prizes back to their lodges. It can be expected that tonight's Black Rock tribe will not be peaceful. Wu Liang did not go to the scene. He stood at his residence, looking through the glass window at the distant open space, where faint crowds and firelight could be seen. This way of rewarding female warriors seemed a bit rough to him, but it was very effective. It not only boosted morale greatly, but also helped solve the problem of gender imbalance within the tribe. Most importantly, it was a display of power. "Chief," a voice sounded behind him. Wu Liang turned around and saw Kyra standing at the door, looking lively. Tonight, she unusually changed out of her military uniform, wearing a tight leather skirt that showed off her strong and healthy figure. She wasn't stunningly beautiful, but she had a wild, charming appeal. Her skin was flushed, and even through the air, he could feel the heat on her face. Her thin skin had a pinkish glow, as if she had just drunk some fruit wine. She looked at Wu Liang with intense eyes. "It's Kyra. It seems you're not on duty tonight. Do you need something?" Wu Liang asked. I want to ask the chief to accompany me to patrol the city defenses. Today, I trained with Commander Aikman all day. I have many things I don't understand. "Chief, can you personally train me?" Kyra's voice trembled slightly, becoming a bit more charming. She took a deep breath, stepped closer to Wu Liang, and stared intently into his eyes. It seemed she had gathered a lot of courage. Wu Liang looked at her and immediately understood her intention. This brave female warrior on the battlefield had developed feelings for him. "All right," Wu Liang agreed. Kyra's eyes immediately lit up with joy. The two of them, one after the other, left the house and stepped into the snowstorm. On the tribe's city wall, there were tall watchtowers spaced at intervals. Wu Liang and Kyra, walking through the thick snow, climbed up to the highest watchtower. From here, they could overlook the entire tribe. The lights of many homes flickered in the snowstorm, bringing a faint warmth to this cold night. "Leader, look, our tribe is getting bigger." Kyla stood beside Wu Liang, her voice full of emotion and admiration. She was born and raised in the Black Rock tribe and had seen firsthand how the tribe grew from a struggling small group to its current size under Wu Liang's leadership. Since Wu Liang appeared, the changes in the tribe have been incredible. Strong walls, spacious brick houses, endless food, and an unbeatable army. All of this was brought by the man in front of her. "That's not enough," Wu Liang said calmly. "My goal is the entire Great Wilderness Mountain, and even the world beyond the mountain." His words made Kyla's heart race. She stared at Wu Liang's side profile, illuminated by the torchlight, his handsome and strong features looking so captivating. This man has the broadest heart and the most formidable ambition she has ever seen. And she is just a small, unnoticed captain of the spear and shield camp under his command. An impulse overwhelmed her, and she could no longer hold back her feelings. Her fit body felt hot, like a blazing fire. Wu Liang's body stiffened slightly, but did not push her away. Kyla's voice trembled. "I know I am not worthy of you. I am not as noble as Leader Wei Zian, nor as powerful as Lord Aikman, but I am willing to do anything for you, even die for you. Please, let me also dedicate my loyalty to you." Her words were straightforward and passionate. "Are you asking me to oppose you?" Wu Liang turned around, looking at this brave warrior with tears on her face, yet still stubbornly lifting her chin to look at him. "Yes, my leader, I still have many skills to learn from you. Please accept me." Her eyes showed pure admiration and love without hiding. Wu Liang, loyal to himself, was never stingy with his kindness to a devoted warrior. "All right, Kyla, I accept your loyalty." Wu Liang slowly lowered his head. Kyla's body trembled suddenly, bursting with an unimaginable passion. The wind and snow howled outside the watchtower. In the cold winter night, warmth and passion intertwined, making the cold feel less harsh. Kyla went from being nervous to completely crazy. She used all her strength to please her king. Tonight, Kyla's soul was deeply marked by this man. Ding. Target Kyla's submission level has reached 100% max. The target has developed a loyal mindset. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing a special individual task, completely conquering Kyla in one go. Ding. The host has established the first bloodline connection with the high-potential target, Kyla. Potential rating: B level, triggering the Conquest Return reward. Task evaluation: perfect. Distributing task rewards. Reward 1. Double the return for the stamina the host has used. Reward 2. The target's racial talent Resilient Body LV5, passive, increases defense and endurance, has been acquired and upgraded to Steel Body LV5, passive, greatly enhances physical defense, damage reduction, and resistance to abnormal states. Reward 3. Upgrades to the military technology tree, including Blueprints 4 Tower Shield Enhancement and Heavy Infantry Armor. A powerful force instantly filled Wu Liang's limbs and bones. He could feel his body becoming more indestructible. His mind also gained knowledge on how to forge stronger shields and thicker armor. Wu Liang looked at Kyla, who was now limp and exhausted, but her face was glowing with happiness. His heart was calm. He gently stroked Kyla's sweaty hair. This night was an unexpected gain for him. The cold of winter soon covered the entire Dahuang Mountain. Continuous heavy snow turned the Black Rock tribe into a world of silver and white. Beneath this beauty, hidden deadly dangers. The first problem appeared in the wounded camp. Due to the sudden cold weather and the poor resistance of the injured, a strange illness began to spread rapidly in the camp. At first, symptoms were just coughing, runny nose, and chills. Alicia and her Moon Spring tribe initially used some warming herbs and didn't pay much attention. But soon, the situation got out of control. More and more wounded developed high fevers, body aches, and weakness. Some even had difficulty breathing, with blood-streaked sputum when coughing. Panic, like a plague itself, spread quickly among the wounded soldiers. Leader Alessa, 2 more people have passed away. A young woman from the Moon Spring tribe ran in crying to report to Alessa. Alessa rushed into the crowded room filled with patients. The air, mixed with the smell of sweat and medicine, made her almost gag. She saw 2 young female warriors lying on straw mats, their bodies twitching constantly. Their faces were pale and purple, and their breathing was very weak. No matter how her people fed them medicine or used damp cloths to cool them down, it was useless. Finally, in painful struggle, the bodies of the 2 warriors stiffened and they lost their lives. The room was silent, filled with death. Everyone's face showed despair and fear. Why? Why is this happening? Alessa's body trembled, her face as pale as paper. Her proud knowledge of herbal medicine seemed powerless against this unknown disease. This feeling of helplessness almost made her break down. And this was only the beginning. The virus spread much faster than anyone expected. Soon, the tribe members caring for the wounded also fell ill. The virus silently spread from the wounded camp to the entire Black Rock tribe. At first, there were only a few cases. But after a few days, coughs and fevers appeared everywhere in the tribe. The whole tribe fell into panic. People dared not go outside or talk to others, afraid of catching the strange illness. The lively tribe became silent and lifeless. Wu Liang stood in his house, listening to Aikman's report with a calm face. Leader, now more than 300 people in the tribe are infected, and the number keeps rising. Everyone says the gods are angry and have cast a curse. This is not a curse, it's an unknown virus. Winter is the easiest time for respiratory diseases to spread. Wu Liang shook his head. Respiratory? Wu Liang, if it's not a curse, go, give my orders. Wu Liang interrupted Aikman and directly issued commands. Block the wounded soldiers' camp. No one is allowed to enter or leave freely. Everyone who has been in contact with the patients must be isolated and observed. Tell everyone to stay in their own houses and reduce going outside. Yes, Aikman felt confused but immediately followed the orders. Wu Liang stood alone by the window, watching the desolate village outside in the snowstorm. This situation clearly looks like a typical case of an acute respiratory infectious disease. In his previous life, it might have been just a common flu. But in this primitive tribe with almost no medical resources, it is a disease powerful enough to wipe out the entire group. Alicia, this time I will give you this chance, Wu Liang muttered to himself. He looked toward the homes of the women in the Moon Spring tribe. Meanwhile, the wounded soldiers' camp had become a living. Alicia's eyes were bloodshot as she kept directing her people to boil herbs. The air was thick with the smell of medicine, sweat, and a disgusting stench of decay. They poured herbs into bowls one after another, but it was like throwing stones into the sea. The patient's conditions did not improve. In fact, they got worse. Coughs and painful breaths echoed continuously. I'm not going to make it. A woman from the Moon Spring tribe, who was caring for the patients, suddenly collapsed to the ground. Alicia's heart sank sharply. It's over. She had no solution for this sudden illness. Everyone stay calm. Alicia forced herself to stay calm. Help her to the empty room nearby, quickly. Soon after, several more people from the Moon Spring tribe showed the same symptoms. The virus spread throughout the Blackrock tribe. In Wei Xian's room, it was warm like spring. The fire in the fireplace burned brightly, but she felt as if she was falling into an icy pit. She was holding her little Wu Qi, whose normally rosy face was now flushed red, and he was breathing rapidly. His small body twitched slightly from the high fever, and he let out a faint cry. How can this be? How can this be? Wei Xian's tears fell heavily. She kept wiping her son's forehead with a damp cloth, but it did nothing to lower his frightening temperature. She had tried everything, but all was in vain. Vixian, Eliza hurriedly entered from outside, looking serious. Something's wrong. The tribe members. She hadn't finished speaking when she saw Vixian holding little Wuqi, and she gasped in shock. Even little Wuqi. Eliza, go find Wu Liang and bring him back. Vixian was about to look for Wu Liang when he appeared at the door. I'm here, Wu Liang. It's bad. Vixian rushed to him, clutching the child, her face full of worry. Wu Liang took the hot little Wuqi from her arms, checked the child's forehead temperature, and frowned slightly. Don't worry, he handed his son back to Vixian. He'll be fine. Eliza. Wu Liang turned to the high priest. Follow my instructions immediately. Have the women in the weaving workshop make a batch of cloth masks that can cover the mouth and nose, one for each person in the tribe. Cover the mouth and nose? Eliza looked confused. Yes, like a cloth scarf, but it should hang over the ears. Wu Liang briefly described the mask's appearance. Tell them this can protect against the virus. Yes, I'll do it right away. Eliza quickly accepted the order. Wu Liang, what about Xiao Air? Vixian asked anxiously. Don't worry, I'll go to the wounded camp. Wu Liang looked deeply at his son. After saying that, he turned and strode out. The snowstorm was worse than before, and the whole tribe seemed covered by a white curtain, silent and oppressive. Wu Liang headed straight to the wounded camp, which was already sealed off by soldiers. When the guards saw him, they immediately stepped aside respectfully. Alicia, do you want to save them? Wu Liang approached Alicia. She instinctively looked up and met his deep eyes. Wu Liang spoke slowly. Do you want to save your people? Save this tribe? Save everyone suffering from the virus? Alicia's pupils shrank suddenly. You? Have a way? Come with me. Wu Liang led Alicia to a clean room. This was something he had prepared for Alicia a long time ago. In the room, the fireplace was burning brightly, filling the space with warm comfort. Alicia stood at the door, feeling a bit nervous. Sit down, Wu Liang said, pointing to a wooden chair beside the fireplace. His voice was calm, with no emotion. She obediently sat down, clutching her clothes tightly. Wu Liang didn't look at her. Instead, he walked to the table, poured 2 glasses of warm water, and handed one to her. Drink some water to warm up. Alicia hesitated, taking the ceramic cup. The warmth from the cup touched her fingers, making her cold hands feel a little better. You all work very hard, harder than anyone else, Wu Liang finally spoke. Alicia's body trembled suddenly. She looked up at him, confused. But effort without direction or with wrong goals is useless. Her face turned pale. She moved her lips but couldn't say a word. This illness isn't a curse from any god. Wu Liang looked directly into Alicia's eyes. It's something invisible, tiny, like a little bug you can't see. These little bugs spread through people's breathing and saliva, from one person to another. They multiply quickly inside the body, damaging it, causing fever, cough, and eventually death. Wu Liang explained the idea of viruses and infection in simple, straightforward words, even using rough language. Alicia was stunned. Little bugs? Invisible bugs you can't see? Spread through breathing and saliva? What kind of theory is this? Think about it. Why did it start in the wounded soldiers' camp? Because those people were weak, and the little bugs found it easy to invade. Why did more people in the tribe start getting sick later? Because you cared for the patients, talked to them, and touched them. Those little bugs got onto you, and then you brought them to others. Wu Liang's voice was quiet but heavy, each word hitting Alicia's heart. She remembered everything that had happened in the past days, with details flashing through her mind. The soldiers who first fell ill were all placed very close to each other in their beds. The first to collapse was a woman from the Moon Spring tribe. The night before, she had just taken care of the most seriously ill patient and was splashed with his cough and saliva. Later, everyone who entered or left the wounded soldiers' camp started showing symptoms. Everything was exactly as Wu Liang had predicted. You? How do you know all this? Alyssa asked, confused. That's not important, Wu Liang said slowly, walking up to her and looking down at her. The important thing is that I have the power to save everyone. I can give you real knowledge. I want you to understand what these little bugs really are and how to kill them and stop them from spreading. Of course, I won't give you all of this for free, Wu Liang said with a slight smile. I need your loyalty. Alyssa's lips trembled. Could she refuse? Look outside. Her tribe was in chaos, and even her most trusted people had fallen. She felt so fragile in the face of this terrible plague. Thinking about what Wu Liang just said, she realized that refusing him was like rejecting the only hope of saving everyone. If I give you my loyalty, can you really save them? She asked, her voice hoarse and trembling slightly. Of course, Wu Liang nodded with a smile. All right. Alyssa looked up at Wu Liang and slowly closed her eyes. I am willing to give everything. Wu Liang reached out and gently held her chin. You will get everything you want. Wu Liang's voice made Alyssa's confused mind go blank. Strong arms lifted her and gently laid her on the carpet beside the roaring fireplace. The warm firelight cast long shadows of the two of them on the rough wall. Their shadows twisted and intertwined wildly. Pop! Wu Liang shivered, and a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Detected host and high potential target Alyssa completed the first bloodline link, triggering Conquest Return Reward. Task Evaluation. Perfect. Rewarding task completion. Reward 1. Double the return of the host's consumed stamina. Reward 2. The host gains a new talent, Life Sense LV15. Effect. Can sense the vital signs, heartbeat, body temperature, breathing rate of designated targets within 30 meters, helping to judge their health and emotional state. Reward 3. Unlocks the Biomedical Technology Tree. Basic module already unlocked. A vast flow of information suddenly floods into Wu Liang's mind. From basic cell biology to microbiology, disinfection, epidemic prevention, and basic pharmacology, a whole new, modern medical world slowly unfolds before him. Wu Liang's lips finally curve into a genuine smile. It's done. Wu Liang raises a finger and gently taps it on Alicia's smooth forehead. Do you want to transmit the biomedical technology tree, basic knowledge to the target, Alicia? Yes. In the next moment, a gentler but equally vast stream of knowledge flows into Alicia's mind. Alicia, still unconscious, furrows her brows tightly. In her mind, countless images and words flash rapidly. The tiny creatures Wu Liang called little bugs now have clear images in her mind. Some look like balls, some like rods, and others like spiraled whips. They are called bacteria and viruses. Their ways of spreading are no longer vague like just breathing or saliva. Now, she has clearer concepts. For example, droplet transmission, contact transmission, how to kill them, boiling at high temperatures, exposure to sunlight, and a magical liquid called alcohol, how to treat diseases caused by them. No longer just boiling herbs into a soup randomly, but analyzing the active ingredients in herbs, using different medicines for different symptoms like fever, cough, and inflammation. This is... Alicia suddenly opens her eyes wide. She looks blankly at the handsome face above her, her eyes filled with unprecedented shock and excitement. So, healing and saving people is such a profound and vast field of knowledge. At this moment, the last bit of her shame and reluctance completely disappeared. In its place, she felt admiration and respect. This man had given her the key to open the door to a new world. "How do you feel?" Wu Liang's voice sounded in her ear. Alessa came back to herself and looked into Wu Liang's eyes. "Wu Liang," she used all her strength to say these two words. "You're right. I understand everything now. Good. Go ahead and realize the true value of the Moon Spring Tribe." Wu Liang nodded with satisfaction and stood up from the animal hide blanket. He looked down at her as if he were admiring his most perfect work. "Of course, this is a gift from me. Before that, I need to." Alessa gently clasped her hands, and Wu Liang supported her at the back of her head. Alessa didn't know how long she had been fussing in front of the fireplace. When she finally came to her senses from her shock, the fire in the fireplace had already weakened. She supported her slightly sore body and quietly dressed herself neatly. "Alessa, from today onward, the medical camp has the highest priority." Wu Liang came over and wrapped his arms around her waist. "As long as it concerns medical matters, everything in the tribe can be arranged by you." "Okay." Alessa nodded and made her request. "First, immediately transfer all patients, regardless of severity, to the wounded soldiers' camp for strict isolation. Set up a no-go zone 50 meters around the wounded soldiers' camp. No one is allowed to approach. Second, everyone caring for the patients must wear masks and change them daily. After contact with patients, hands must be washed repeatedly with hot water and herbal ash. Third, I need a large supply of clean water. All water used for patients must be boiled. Clothes and utensils used by them must also be boiled for a long time. Fourth, I need some specific herbs, not mixed together but processed separately. I need people to help me sort and prepare them. Finally, Alessa looked into Wu Liang's eyes seriously and said, "Wu Liang, I need alcohol." Wu Liang looked at her clear and logical plan and nodded with satisfaction. "No problem. I will handle the alcohol. Come with me." Wu Liang took Alicia and headed straight to the tribe's forge area. At this moment, Sui Na was leading the Hammerstone tribe members, sweating as they worked on making weapons. The harsh sound of hammering and the blazing fire made the place full of strength and heat. "Sui Na." Wu Liang's voice drowned out the clanging of the metal. Sui Na stopped her heavy hammer, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and turned around. She saw Wu Liang and also saw Alicia standing behind him. Her eyebrows furrowed immediately. This gentle woman, how could she be here with Wu Liang? And she felt that Alicia seemed a bit different. "Wu Liang, what do you want?" Sui Na's voice carried a hint of impatience. She was upset about Wu Liang dispersing their tribe members to different places to work. "Stop all your work." Wu Liang's command was simple and direct. "From now on, you and your people will follow Alicia's instructions." "What?" Sui Na's fiery temper flared up instantly. "Let us listen to her. She's just someone who deals with herbs. Does she know how to forge metal? Why should we listen to her?" "Wu Liang, don't go too far." Alicia said nothing, just watched her quietly. That calm look made Sui Na feel a little uneasy. Wu Liang glanced at her coldly. "Our tribe has over 300 people infected with the plague. Alicia can now help save them." Sui Na was speechless, feeling choked. She knew about the plague in the tribe. Some of her people had fallen, but she just couldn't accept it. "I need you to make something." Alicia spoke, showing a simple diagram of a distillation device she had drawn. This is a stove connected to a sealed clay jar. The jar contains fermented fruit or grains. Through a tube, the steam from the jar is drawn out. It passes through a long, cooling pipe wrapped in cold water, and the liquid that comes out is what I need. Alessa was drawing while explaining the basic idea of distillation in simple words. "What's this strange thing?" Suna asked with suspicion. "This is called a distillation device. Don't worry about the details for now," Wu Liang said lazily. "I need to see the sample tomorrow." "You don't have much time," he added. "All right. Since it's something that can save lives, I have no objections," Suna replied, taking a deep breath to calm her frustration. "Girls, let's get to work." After leaving the military workshop, Alessa, accompanied by the guard team sent by Wu Liang, headed straight to the injured soldiers' camp, which was already sealed off. A strong smell of blood filled the air from afar, along with cries and coughing sounds. The guards saw her and immediately raised their weapons nervously. This is a restricted area. The leader ordered no one to come near, they said. I am here on the leader's orders, Alessa replied firmly, glancing at the guards. From now on, I am in charge here. Open the door, she commanded. The guard stepped aside and pushed open the wooden door. Inside the camp, most patients were lying randomly on straw mats, many crowded together. The women caring for them wore masks and carefully fed the patients herbal medicine. Everyone stop. Alessa's voice made everyone turn and pause what they were doing. Listen to my instructions now. Take all the mild patients who can walk to the east open space and separate them from the seriously ill. Open all the windows to let the air circulate. Clean all the dirt from the ground and cover it with ash from plants. From now on, no one is allowed to feed the patients anything without my permission. Alessa's orders caused a commotion in the injured soldiers' camp. Why should we listen to her? We've always treated them this way. Exactly. She's from the Moonspring tribe. Who knows what she's planning? Many of the caregivers were from the Blackrock tribe, and they voiced their doubts. The women from the Moonspring tribe behind Alessa looked a bit scared and shrank back instinctively. Shut up! A loud shout rang out. Suddenly, a Koman, leading a team of spear-wielding soldiers, entered the scene. Her cold gaze swept across the room, causing everyone to fall silent. Leader Wu Liang's orders are now in effect. All matters in the medical camp are to be handled entirely by Leader Alicia. Her command is the leader's command. Aixman's voice was firm and strong. Anyone who disobeys will be treated as a traitor. The women who had been arguing earlier immediately shut up. Aixman walked over to Alicia and whispered, Wu Liang asked me to fully cooperate with you. Is there anything I can do? Thank you. Please help maintain order. Alicia looked at her gratefully. I'm not trying to harm them. I want to save them. Follow my instructions, and they might have a chance to survive. Now, act immediately. Under the supervision of Aixman and the guards, they began the isolation work. Patients with mild and severe symptoms were kept strictly apart. The women from the Moonspring tribe, wearing thicker, multi-layered cloth masks they had made, started cleaning the camp. They dragged out all the dirty mats and fabrics, piling them up for burning later. The ground was repeatedly washed with ash and clean water. All afternoon, the wounded camp was busy but organized, filled with a tense atmosphere. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sui Na was studying the blueprint of the distillation device. Leader, will this really work? A craftsman from the Hammerstone tribe approached, looking confused. How can steam turn into water? And flow through pipes? I don't know. Sui Na snapped irritably, but quickly calmed herself. Stop talking nonsense. Just follow the design. Use the best clay to make the fermentation pots. Making a few isn't hard. For the cooling pipe, roll thin copper sheets and make a groove outside so we can pour cold water in. Although she felt doubtful inside, once Sui Na decided to build something, she focused completely. She directed her people, dividing tasks among them. Wu Liang didn't leave either. He stood nearby watching. This kind of groundbreaking invention had to be overseen by him personally to ensure it was perfect. He occasionally walked over to correct some details. Sui Na, though silent, was secretly amazed inside. Wu Liang's understanding of this device was much deeper than she had imagined. Every suggestion he made went straight to the point, making even her, an experienced craftsman, feel impressed. This man was not only good at fighting, but also knew about forging. Time passed slowly, and the sky gradually darkened. With everyone's effort, a simple but complete distillation device was finally built. Bring the fermented fruit, Wu Liang ordered. Soon, several large jars of fermented wild fruit, smelling sweet and sour, were brought over and poured into the distillation pot. Seal the jar tightly, cover all gaps with wet mud. No air can escape. Light the fire. Start with low heat. Slowly warm it up. Under Wu Liang's command, the fire was lit. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the long copper tube. Time seemed to slow down as the fruit inside the jar was slowly heated, making bubbling sounds. A faint fruity aroma began to spread. Look, the pipe is getting hot, one craftsman shouted. Sure enough, the copper pipe connected to the clay jar started to heat up. Pour cold water, Sina shouted. The prepared villagers immediately poured buckets of cold well water into the stone trough surrounding the copper pipe. Shoo! The hot copper pipe hissed loudly when cooled, releasing a cloud of white mist. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. At that moment, A drop of clear liquid at the end of the cooling pipe trembled and solidified. Then, with a plop, it fell into the prepared clay bowl below. Next, the second drop, the third. Drops of liquid gathered into a thin stream, slowly flowing into the bowl. An extremely strong, never-before-smelled pungent odor suddenly spread out, causing everyone to step back involuntarily. What? What is that smell? Very strong and sharp. Sina also widened her eyes. She carefully leaned in and sniffed the smell. Spicy hot. Wu Liang stepped forward, dipped his finger into the liquid, then gently flicked it. The liquid on his fingertip flew into the fire. Ooh! A small blue flame suddenly burst out, then quickly went out. Ah! The craftsmen around all shouted in fear. Can this water catch fire? Suena was completely stunned. This is alcohol. We succeeded. I know fruit wine, but what is alcohol? Can it cure diseases? Suena didn't understand this word. No, but it can kill germs and bacteria. Wu Liang carefully filled a glass container with alcohol. These supplies were hard to get, so he didn't want to waste a drop. Wu Liang sealed the container and explained. This stuff is flammable and explosive. It can kill the tiny germs we can't see. What are germs? Suena felt like her brain was about to burst, and her scalp itched. Germs are tiny, invisible bugs. In simple words, these bugs cause us to get sick. They are the bad things behind this plague. Wu Liang held up a glass bottle, shaking the clear liquid inside. By wiping wounds with this alcohol and cleaning tools, we can kill them. This can stop wounds from rotting and prevent patients from dying because of their injuries. He paused and looked at everyone present. Using alcohol to disinfect the environment can also stop the plague from spreading through contact. We need more alcohol. The more, the better, Wu Liang told Suena. From now on, your most important task in the military workshop is to produce alcohol. I want you to divide into 3 shifts. The furnace must burn non-stop for 24 hours. This is entirely your responsibility. If you need more people or materials, go directly to Aikman or Elisa. They will meet all your needs. This was a kind of delegation and trust. Suena took a deep breath, straightened her proud chest, sweat running down her face. Don't worry, I will produce more alcohol. It's not just for you, but for everyone. Please don't misunderstand. Understood. Do as you please. Wu Liang nodded casually. All right, send the first batch of alcohol to the medical camp immediately. As Wu Liang gave the order, the people around started to act. They continued to fill and seal the distilled alcohol, then transported it to the wounded soldiers' camp. In the medical camp, the camp was divided into a serious illness area and a mild illness area, keeping patients apart. All the windows were wide open, and cold wind blew in. Although it was cold, the air felt much fresher. Leader Alessa. Leader Wu Liang asked me to bring this. A guard hurried in, holding a clay jar and panting. Alessa's eyes lit up instantly. She quickly went to meet him, took the jar, and opened the lid. What is this? A Koman, nearby, also smelled the scent and asked with a frown. It's alcohol, Alessa said excitedly. She didn't explain much and immediately started acting. Bring clean cloth. As many as possible, she shouted to the people from the Moon Spring tribe behind her. Soon, rolls of new cloth were brought over. Alessa carefully poured some alcohol onto a piece of cloth, soaking it. In front of everyone, she first carefully wiped her hands, from fingertips to wrists, making sure every part was cleaned. The cold liquid touched her skin and quickly evaporated, taking away some heat and leaving a feeling of cleanliness like never before. From now on, everyone who touches patients must use this alcohol to clean their hands before and after contact. Alessa's voice was clear and strong. Then she took another soaked cloth and went to a soldier who was groaning from an infected leg wound. The soldier's wound was swollen and red, with yellow-green pus oozing out and a foul smell. What are you doing? The Blackrock female warrior caring for him asked warily. Saving her, Alessa replied without hesitation. She squatted down and gently wiped around the wound with the alcohol-soaked cloth. Ah! The soldier screamed loudly from the sharp pain, her whole body tensing up. Don't move, Alessa held her down. Hold on. The pain means the alcohol is killing the germs near your wound. Everyone around was startled. Some even stepped back in fear. Alessa didn't stop. She repeatedly used the alcohol-soaked cloth to wipe, carefully cleaning out the pus and dirt from the wound bit by bit. Every time she wiped the wound, the soldier trembled with pain. Strangely, after the screams, she felt a cool, burning sensation at the injury site. That deep swelling and itching seemed to lessen a little. When the entire wound was cleaned and the pink flesh was visible, Alicia replaced the cloth with a clean piece of linen, disinfected it with alcohol, and carefully covered the wound. Finally, she wrapped it with a bandage. After finishing, she stood up. "Watch him and tell me how he feels in an hour," Alicia said, then turned to the next patient. She used the same method to clean the wounds of other patients with injuries. She also diluted some alcohol with water for the tribe members of Moon Spring to wipe the patients' bodies, helping to cool them down physically. She instructed others to spray alcohol evenly in the corners of the tents and into the air. For a while, the entire medical camp was filled with that sharp, pungent smell. The appearance of alcohol temporarily stabilized the camp. External injuries were effectively controlled, and the cooling helped some patients with high fever avoid immediate danger. The overall hygiene of the camp improved greatly. However, both Alicia and Wu Liang knew this was not enough. The lung infections caused by the virus led to severe coughing, difficulty breathing, and persistent high fever. This was the deadliest part of the plague. Alcohol could kill viruses and bacteria outside the body, but was useless against internal infections. 2 days passed. Although the death rate in the camp was under control, the condition of critically ill patients in the intensive care area did not improve significantly. That night, Wu Liang arrived at the medical camp. The camp was brightly lit, and everyone was busy working in an orderly manner. They were changing dressings, wiping patients, and giving water. Everything was organized. Alicia looked much thinner, clearly exhausted from the recent days. When she saw Wu Liang, she hurried over. "Wu Liang, alcohol can only control external infections. But those critical patients, their lung infections are too severe. Relying only on their resistance, I'm afraid." She didn't finish her sentence, but her meaning was clear. "I understand," Wu Liang nodded seriously. "We need to develop a medicine. Follow me." He took Alicia to a simple tent at the corner of the camp used for storing grain. Because of the plague, the food here had been damp for a long time and hadn't been touched. The air smelled musty and moldy. The woman guarding the area saw Wu Liang and was about to salute, but Wu Liang waved her away. He lifted a burlap sack filled with grains, and a stronger moldy smell hit him. The grains at the top of the sack had turned green with mold because of the dampness. "These grains are spoiled. We need to throw them away quickly, or they could make us sick." Alicia frowned. But Wu Liang shook his head and squatted down. "No, sweetheart, the answer is right here." He pointed at the green mold on the grains, which looked disgusting and dirty. Alicia was stunned. Her mind raced as she quickly processed the knowledge Wu Liang had shared with her. Fragments of information started to connect. Bacteria, fungi, microorganisms. A word suddenly jumped into her mind. Antibiotics. "Wu Liang, you're a genius. How did I not think of this myself?" she muttered to herself. "Exactly." Wu Liang looked at her with approval. "You should know from your medical knowledge that some fungi produce substances that kill other bacteria, and these green molds are capable of making antibiotics, using moldy things to help people." If Alicia hadn't learned this new medical knowledge, she would have thought Wu Liang was crazy. But now, looking at the green mold, her eyes sparkled with excitement. "But what do we do next?" she asked eagerly. "First, we need to give these fungi a good environment to grow in so they can multiply." Wu Liang stood up and explained carefully. "Prepare some broth or mash grains into a paste as their food. Then, carefully place the mold onto the food, and keep it in a warm, humid place to let it grow wildly. When the mold has fully developed, we collect the liquid it produces. The medicine we need is in that liquid." Wu Liang used simple words to describe the original method of cultivating and extracting penicillin. The environment was limited, and only primitive techniques could be used. "I understand now." Alicia carefully noted all the key points and nodded firmly. "I'll go handle it right away." She immediately gathered her most trusted people from the Chiu family. They brought clean clay bowls and, following Alicia's instructions, prepared thick grain paste and broth. Then, with a sterilized knife, they scraped the green mold from the grains and transferred it to new culture media. Dozens of clay bowls were neatly arranged in a separate tent kept warm and moist. Viction's place was tense. Little Wu Qi was lying in a soft animal skin blanket, his face flushed and breathing rapid. Vixen sat by the bed, her eyes red and swollen. She hadn't slept for several days, looking very tired. Growing penicillin still took time. Urgent needs couldn't be met with distant solutions. Wu Liang sent someone to find some willow trees, stripped the bark, and boiled it in water. Willow bark contains a substance called salicin, which the body can convert into salicylic acid. This is the earliest form of aspirin. It helps reduce fever and relieve pain effectively. Right now, it was a very convenient fever reducer. Under Wu Liang's direct supervision, the willow bark was cut into small pieces and thrown into a clay pot filled with water, then boiled vigorously over the fire. Time passed second by second. The water in the pot gradually turned dark brown, and a strong bitter smell filled the room. Vixen watched nervously as the dark medicinal liquid boiled, feeling anxious. After an hour, the liquid was reduced to about half, with a deep ink-like color. Wu Liang instructed the women to filter out the residue with several layers of clean cloth, resulting in a thick, brown liquid. It's too bitter. The child can't drink it. Wu Liang tasted a little and frowned at the bitterness. He thought for a moment and said to Elisa, "Go get some honey." Honey was added to slightly neutralize the harsh bitterness. Wu Liang carefully used a small wooden spoon to scoop a tiny amount of the dark brown willow bark tea. He blew on it to check if it was no longer hot, then slowly brought it to Xiao Wuqi's mouth. Perhaps sensing his father's presence, the sleeping Xiao Wuqi instinctively opened his small mouth. A spoonful of slightly sweet and bitter medicinal soup was fed into his mouth. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the tiny baby. Vexian's heart was in her throat. She clenched her hands tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force. 1 spoon, 2 spoons. Half a bowl of medicinal soup was divided into several parts, and finally all fed to the baby. After finishing, Wu Liang carefully placed his son back and covered him with a thin animal hide. About 2 hours later, Eliza, who had been watching nearby, suddenly let out a soft cry. "Look!" Wu Liang and Vexian turned around quickly. They saw that sweat was beading on Xiao Wuqi's forehead and nose. Wu Liang reached out to feel his son's forehead. The previously boiling heat had already decreased significantly. "The fever is gone." Vexian was overjoyed. She gently touched her son's cheek. Wu Liang embraced her, softly patting her back. "Don't worry, the boy is fine now." Outside the window, the sky was beginning to lighten with the first hints of dawn. Wu Liang asked Eliza to organize people to prepare a large amount of willow bark decoction, prioritizing the wounded camp. "He's sweating. Look, he's sweating. The fever is gone. It really went down. We're saved." In the wounded camp, cheers of joy echoed. Most patients' body temperatures gradually lowered after drinking the medicine, and their pain eased. They looked at Alicia and the women from the Moon Spring tribe with genuine gratitude. However, Alicia herself did not dare to relax at all. She knew better than anyone that reducing the fever was only a temporary fix. To truly solve this epidemic, those dozens of bowls of moldy fungus needed to work. Willow bark decoction could only relieve their symptoms, not cure the disease. Inside the tent, the surface of the grain porridge and meat soup had fermented over time. Now, it was completely covered by a thick, fuzzy, bluish-green mold blanket. "That's enough." Wu Liang came over to check the color and thickness of the mold blanket, then nodded at Alicia. "Now, gather all these liquids," Wu Liang ordered. "Remember, be gentle, and do not let the mold itself get into the liquid." The women from Yuequan carefully tilted the clay basin, using fine cloth as a filter. They slowly filtered the cloudy, pale yellow culture liquid, collecting it into a clean clay jar. This is the most basic, rough extract of penicillin. It contains life-saving antibiotics, but is mixed with many impurities and toxins. Using it directly is very risky, but at the moment, there is no other choice. To test the medicine's effectiveness, Wu Liang had someone bring a livestock animal. Soon, an injured, infected wild boar was brought over. After cleaning the wound with alcohol, the injury did not worsen further. However, a severe internal infection had drained its strength, and now it was only holding on by a thread. "Bring it over," Wu Liang said in a deep voice. "Use this to save the wild boar first. If it works, we can try it on humans." Alicia had someone pry open the boar's mouth. Then, using a wooden spoon, she forcefully poured a spoonful of the yellowish liquid inside. The smell was extremely unpleasant. The boar instinctively struggled, but it was too weak to resist. 1 spoon, 2 spoons. Almost half a bowl of liquid was poured into its stomach. After finishing, everyone could only wait. Time passed second by second. Suddenly, the boar twitched violently. Then it started to. It expelled the foul-smelling liquid from its stomach and some undigested food residues, splattering everywhere. "What's wrong?" someone exclaimed in alarm. But Wu Liang's eyes suddenly lit up. Because he saw that after the violent vomiting, the boar seemed a little stronger than before. "Feed it again," Wu Liang commanded sharply. Alicia understood and pried open the boar's mouth once more, pouring the remaining medicine inside. This time, the boar did not. It just lay quietly, and its breathing gradually became more regular. After about an hour, the wild boar surprisingly managed to stand up slowly on its own. Although still weak, it was no longer in life danger. It's standing. It's standing up. It's alive. It really is alive. This medicine is amazing. The crowd watching erupted into cheers. It really worked. Alicia excitedly grabbed Wu Liang's hand, smiling brightly. "Alicia," Wu Liang patted her hand gently. "Now, use these medicines to help everyone." "Yes." Alicia immediately took the women from Yuequan and divided the medicine into bottles, then entered the critical care area. The first patient to receive the medicine was a female warrior who was semi-conscious. Her lung infection was very severe, and each breath sounded like a bellows, almost failing. Alicia personally fed the medicine into her mouth. After a while, the warrior's breathing became much steadier. Another day passed, and she could drink water on her own and looked more energetic. The effect of the original penicillin was immediate. The tribe's production and daily life began to fully recover. People no longer hid in fear at home, but stepped outside to join the large-scale production of medicines under Alicia's leadership. Some boiled willow bark tea, others prepared growth media. Wu Liang trained some people specifically to care for the valuable penicillin molds and to filter the medicine. "Quick, cold water. Don't let the tubes get too hot." Over at the military workshop, Sui Na was shouting loudly. Sweat ran down her bronze-colored face, sliding along her collarbones into deep creases, her shiny, full figure bouncing wildly with effort. Next to her, the craftsmen of the Hammerstone tribe worked non-stop. They kept producing alcohol to disinfect the tribe. Wu Liang gave her full authority, and she wanted to make a good impression. Not for anything else, just to prove herself. Chief. Great news. Amazing news. A young woman from the Hammerstone tribe rushed in from outside. "What's all the fuss? Has the sky fallen?" Sui Na scolded her irritably, wiping sweat from her face, ready to get angry. "It's the divine medicine. Alessa, the leader, used moldy grain to create a real miracle medicine." The girl gasped for breath as she shouted. "The medical camp over there, many seriously ill patients who were close to death have recovered." Sui Na's movements suddenly froze, and she turned around in disbelief to look at the girl. The workshop instantly fell silent. Everyone stopped their work. Are you telling the truth?" Sui Na stepped forward and grabbed the girl's shoulders. "Absolutely true. Leader Sui Na," the girl said excitedly. "They say it was Leader Wu Liang who taught Leader Alessa the knowledge, first using willow bark soup to reduce fever, then using mold-made medicine to save lives." "Wu Liang," Sui Na murmured again, "that man. Let's go? Let's see for ourselves." When Sui Na left the workshop, the entire Black Rock tribe was in an uproar. If before, people only felt awe and trust towards Alessa, now their feelings had turned into wild admiration and love. When Alessa, exhausted, came out of the wounded camp, many tribe members had already gathered outside on their own. Seeing her, everyone knelt down together. "Thank you, Leader Alessa. You are our savior." The thunderous cheers made Alessa feel overwhelmed with emotion. Sui Na watched all this, her fists clenched tightly. With the new medicine, the death toll from severe infections stopped rising. As fewer new cases appeared, some patients recovered and returned to normal life. It took only about 10 days from making the original penicillin extract to controlling and gradually ending the severe epidemic. When the last patient left the quarantine camp, and the wounded camp was completely emptied and burned or buried, the entire Blackrock tribe finally returned to normal order. Alessa and her Moon Spring tribe were honored as heroes. Wu Liang took the opportunity to officially establish the medical camp as one of the core departments of the tribe, with Alessa in full charge. The women of the Moon Spring tribe gained recognition from the native Blackrock tribe and earned everyone's sincere respect. After the celebration, Wu Liang summoned the other 5 female leaders again. In a large room, the fireplace burned brightly. Ignis, Suna, Figueroa, Lolia, and Saran stood side by side. All 5 lowered their heads, too afraid to look at the commanding man on the main seat. Alicia was already sitting to Wu Liang's left. Wu Liang held a warm cup of fruit wine, gently swaying it as his gaze swept over their faces. The plague is over, and we all survived. He spoke softly, but his words made the 5 stiffen at once. During this disaster, Alicia and her people proved their worth. They earned everyone's respect and secured the best life for themselves. Wu Liang paused, setting down his cup with a soft sound. So what about you? He raised his eyes, his gaze suddenly sharp. Where is your value? The 5 lowered their heads even more. Ignis, Wu Liang called her name first. Ignis trembled suddenly, then raised her head bravely to meet Wu Liang's gaze. I see you working hard in training, but that's not enough, Wu Liang said coldly. Your pride, besides making you feel good, is worthless. It can't forge weapons for the tribe, grow food, or save anyone from the plague. Alicia has shown you that true strength doesn't come from your petty pride. Ignis's lips trembled, unable to argue back. Wu Liang looked away from her and turned to Suna. Suna, you are a skilled craftsman. The distiller you led your people to make was a key part of defeating the plague. Do you understand? Your tribe's skills can make us stronger. Suna's body relaxed a little. Wu Liang's words were strict, but filled with approval. I understand, she whispered softly. Then Wu Liang looked at Figueroa and Lolia. You two, one handles logistics, the other manages livestock. This plague wouldn't have been controlled smoothly without the clean food, water, and supplies you provided for Alicia's medical camp. Your work is just as important. Figueroa and Lolia exchanged glances, each seeing a sense of relief in the other's eyes. Although their work was not prominent, receiving Wu Liang's approval made them feel much better. Finally, there was Saran. Saran, your scouts did very well during the quarantine order. Discipline is the foundation of a strong tribe. I hope you can bring this discipline to everyone in the scout camp. Saran nodded firmly. Yes, leader. She had never thought much about it. If Wu Liang said she did well, she would just keep doing her best. After speaking, the room fell into a long silence. The 5 female leaders felt different emotions. All right, you all may go now. Think carefully about what I said today. Wu Liang finished speaking to the 5 women and waved his hand. The Blackrock tribe does not support idlers, but we will not neglect anyone who contributes. The 5 bowed and quietly left the room. When only Wu Liang and Alicia remained, Wu Liang stood up, walked over, and gently embraced her. Alicia, you've worked hard these days. His warm breath brushed her ear, and Alicia relaxed. She leaned against Wu Liang's broad chest, feeling his strong heartbeat, and felt an unprecedented sense of peace. This is what I should do, she whispered. No, this is your deserved honor. Tonight, I will reward you properly. Wu Liang stroked her soft hair and gradually explored the warmth of her mysterious presence. Outside the room, Ignis and the others silently walked in the cold night wind. The recent scolding inside the room weighed heavily on their hearts, making each of them feel very complicated. Ignis led the way, fists clenched tightly. Arrogance is worthless, she kept repeating Wu Liang's words, each one stabbing deep into her heart. She was not willing. She was the proud leader of the Emberfire tribe, the bravest warrior on the great wilderness mountain. But in front of that man, she felt powerless to argue. Ignis punched the nearby stone wall, and the hard stone made her hand ache. Ignis, Suena followed her, frowning as she looked at her. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Suena's mood was also unsettled. But unlike Ignis's pure anger, her feelings were more of shock and deep thought. She thought Wu Liang would criticize her too, especially since she had openly opposed him in the previous meeting. But he didn't. This made Suena feel mixed emotions. On one side, she felt unwilling to submit to this man. But on the other side, Wu Yang's knowledge and vision made her admit that he truly deserved to say those things. I'm fine, Alicia. She has changed. Ignis withdrew her hand. She just found her worth, Fugria softly said, glancing at everyone. As Wu Liang said, the Black Rock tribe does not support idlers. Alicia used her knowledge and skills to earn respect for herself and her people. And us? Her words made everyone silent. Saran said nothing and walked quietly. Loria kept her head low, her small body curled inside a large robe. Today, she saw Alicia's current status and honor. Besides feeling envy, she was mostly scared. What's so great about her? I despise this woman, Alicia, Ignis said with a disdainful look, but everyone could hear the bitterness in her voice. This time, Suena didn't stand with Ignis and replied, Alicia saved the entire tribe, including you and me. You have no right to criticize her. Suena, you. Ignis glared at her angrily. Did I say something wrong? Suena met her gaze without backing down. Maybe Wu Liang was right. Now is not the time for us to throw tantrums. Pride is something we prove ourselves, not by throwing fits here. After saying that, Suena ignored the trembling Ignis and strode confidently toward the military workshop. Wu Liang approved of her skills, so she would use her abilities to create something that would make him look at her differently. Watching Suena walk away, Ignis's face looked even worse. Even Suena, who usually shared her anger and hatred, said this. Does that mean she is really wrong? Fugilia sighed, patted Lolia's shoulder gently, and said softly, let's go back and rest. We have a lot to do tomorrow. She led the thoughtful Lolia and the simple-minded Saran toward their home. Only Ignis was left standing alone, the night wind blowing her fiery red hair wildly. She looked up toward Wu Liang's room, where the lights were still bright. She could almost imagine what scene was happening inside. A feeling of defeat and frustration she had never experienced before was gnawing at her heart. Wu Liang, I will never give up like this. She clenched her teeth, speaking each word firmly. After the plague was gone, the Black Rock tribe regained its energy to rebuild. Wu Liang took the opportunity to reform the entire tribe's structure based on the medical camp. Responsibilities of each department were clearly defined, and the reward and punishment system became more transparent. Anyone who contributed to the tribe could earn a corresponding status and supplies. This simple and direct rule greatly motivated everyone. Among these changes, the most eye-catching was undoubtedly the military workshop. Since that night's meeting, Suena had hardly left the forging area. She, along with the craftsmen from the Torch tribe, worked tirelessly day and night on the distiller. They took it apart and put it back together, constantly trying to improve every detail. The winding of copper pipes, the flow rate of cooling water, the control of heating fire. Every step was tested repeatedly, with detailed data recorded. Wu Liang visited a few times, observing their intense dedication, and nodded secretly. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Praise and encouragement, carrots and sticks. These are always the best ways to win people's hearts. That day, when Wu Liang returned to the military workshop, a much stronger smell of alcohol hit him. Leader, Suena saw Wu Liang, and her eyes lit up immediately as she rushed forward. Her face was streaked with black ash, sweat soaked her short hair, which clung tightly to her bronze skin. Her simple leather bustier was soaked with sweat from continuous work. Her already impressive curves were highlighted even more by the tight fit, showing off her stunning figure. As Suena moved, she swung her body wildly up and down. Look, we did it. Suena's tone was full of uncontrollable excitement and pride. She pulled Wu Liang over to a newly built, more complex distillation device than before. At the end of the cooling tube, a clay jar held nearly half a jar of clear, transparent liquid. We improved the heating and cooling process, so now we do a second distillation. Suena pointed at the equipment, her proud and charming expression shining brightly. Wu Liang, look. The alcohol we make now is much stronger than before. Wu Liang picked up the clay jar and sniffed it. A spicy, sharp smell hit his nose, and the alcohol content was probably over 70%. Good job, Wu Liang praised sincerely. Hearing his praise, Suena's face lit up with a bright smile, as if all her hard work had been worth it. Suena, you are very talented, beyond what I imagined, Wu Liang said with a smile. He really didn't expect Suena to be able to produce such high-proof alcohol, without his guidance. Ha ha ha, of course I'm talented. Do I need you to tell me? See? I'm really amazing, Sui Na laughed proudly, her chest moving wildly as she swung her body, leaving after images. But Wu Liang, your glassmaking skills are really incredible. Sui Na suddenly looked at him with curiosity and admiration. Their Stonehammer tribe loved crafting things so much that they would forget everything else once they got immersed in it. So, do you want to learn too?